A black-haired man woke up abruptly, gasping after a nightmare. In his mind, a chaotic great war flashed, a scene filled with dragons, monsters, and armies. Memories of the devastated battlefield surfaced, littered with the corpses of warriors and monsters. Amidst that deadly landscape, the man found himself standing alone. Returning to reality, he let out a long breath to calm himself. Facing a dying orc leader, he let blue energy gather in his hand, while the astonished enemy questioned how a mere insect could possess such power. The black-haired man calmly replied that he had simply grown stronger over the past few centuries. Another flashback began, showing a blonde commander contemptuously calling someone a piece of low-class trash. The blonde commander smirked, recalling his own words. In the past, he had watched as his soldiers pierced the black-haired man with spears. The severely wounded black-haired man had laughed bitterly then, realizing that the rebels' secret weapon was merely a human. A hooded subordinate asked the blonde commander if he intended to finish off the enemy, but the commander confidently stated that the foe would never catch up to him. However, the commander suddenly paused to consider further. He thought of two others, Arslan and Jerome, and decided it would be best to eliminate both. Arslan was described as possessing extraordinary charisma, capable of uniting the rebel guerrilla forces. Jerome, meanwhile, was a mage who utilized forbidden magic. The commander concluded that if those two cooperated, they would become a major threat, then groaned softly in pain during a different battle. Elsewhere, the blonde commander mocked Jerome, suggesting the mage's mana must be depleted while trying to maintain the magical shield. With a maniacal expression, he wondered how much life force Jerome had left to burn. Immediately after, the blonde commander unleashed a massive, blazing attack, intended to shatter the magical shield. While Jerome struggled to maintain the magical shield, the purple-haired mage anxiously shouted his name. Realizing all three could not escape together, the mage decided to sacrifice himself, converting his remaining life force into mana for Jerome to escape alone. However, the blonde commander appeared with a sinister smile and declared that it was too late. Suddenly, a thud echoed while he was still gloating. A sword unexpectedly pierced the commander's back. The culprit was a black-haired swordsman with glowing blue eyes, who had attacked from below. The swordsman, the commander, and another ally were all stunned by this sudden turn of events. Immediately, a loyal hooded figure appeared, roaring in fury for daring to harm His Majesty. That figure then unleashed a massive fireball from the sky, aimed directly at the hero's position. Witnessing Jerome and the mage engulfed in the explosion, a brown-haired young man screamed in horror. A hand quickly touched the glowing magic circle. The entire group managed to teleport away just before the destructive flames struck. The blonde commander stood there with the sword still embedded in him, while the hooded figure addressed him as His Majesty. He sarcastically remarked that even an insect possessed hidden fangs. The blade was stained with his black blood, he mused, believing this was the price for his past kindness. From a safe location, the brown-haired young man reached out and declared that the commander's era was over. A vision flashed in his mind of the king, pinned down by countless swords of light, and he resolved to end the 200-year war. The king's eyes in that vision burned with intense hatred, and with a fist blazing with energy, the brown-haired young man asserted that everything would end. A tearing sound echoed as fresh blood splattered. In a vision, the brown-haired young man unleashed a fierce surge of turquoise energy among his allies. The lilac-haired mage smiled serenely. Jerome, the blonde young man, also gave a radiant smile full of trust. Looking forward, the brown-haired young man clenched his fist, filled with determination. His eyes glowed with two distinct colors, one yellow, one blue, reflecting his iron will. Shifting to an evening in the capital city, a voice asked if he intended to leave. Inside a luxurious room, the brown-haired young man confirmed it, stating that he had finished what he needed to do. The blonde monarch questioned him, suggesting that no one was waiting for him where he was returning. Smoking, the young man reiterated that the monarch himself had called him an orphan, then complained about the taste of the tobacco here. The monarch tried to persuade him, reminding him that he wouldn't live past 100 if he returned, whereas staying would allow him to enjoy luxury for centuries. He replied that he would rather die early than smoke this terrible tobacco for a few more centuries, causing the monarch to secretly think that was why he should quit smoking. A courtier entered, informing His Majesty that the lords were waiting. The monarch dismissed the matter, and the brown-haired young man commented that those lords only returned to flatter them after the war had ended. Accused of abandoning him to return home and live a peaceful life, he stated frankly that the one who ruled this continent was His Majesty, not him. The monarch sadly confessed that they would be very lonely, as he was the only person they could speak with comfortably. The young man sneered, saying that if he stayed, he would probably be executed by the lords for the crime of disrespecting the royalty. Hearing this, the monarch smiled faintly, while the courtier once again reminded him about the meeting. Finally, His Majesty agreed and left with the courtier, leaving the brown-haired young man alone. Under the night sky, a sword with a cracked hilt was plunged deep into the ground. The brown-haired young man stood alone amidst the sword graveyard, praying for the repose of the departed. In his mind, images of his former comrades, a cheerful group, now gone, flashed by. Returning to reality, he took a sip of wine, contemplating the 200 years of bloody conflict, when a familiar voice inquired about his plans to return home. He turned around and called out his friend's name, Jerome. Jerome wondered why he hadn't attended the meeting with Arslan, then reasoned that since it was a political matter, his presence wasn't necessary. The brown-haired young man suggested that the continent's wisest person should assist the emperor, but Jerome countered that wisdom was useless against naked ambition. Jerome questioned why he was leaving just as His Majesty intended to bestow rewards, and the brown-haired young man began telling a parable about a general from his homeland. He compared the general's role in helping the emperor unify the nation to his own relationship with Arslan. However, the story's conclusion was tragic, illustrated by a spreading pool of blood as the general was executed for treason. Jerome vehemently disagreed, asserting that His Majesty would never commit such an act. The brown-haired young man agreed, but stated that he did not trust the ambitious individuals surrounding Arslan. Jerome still tried to persuade him, arguing that Arslan would never allow anyone to harm the hero who brought peace to the Angelus continent. But that was precisely why he had to leave. The continent did not need two heroes, and the nation would only stabilize once Arslan alone claimed the glory. Their conversation continued in a magnificent grand hall, where the brown-haired young man stood silently before a colossal monocrystal. Both stood in the hall, admiring the enormous and splendid magical artifact. He realized with astonishment that this was the highest-grade monocrystal. Jerome revealed that it had been found in Jeros's vault, and that His Majesty had a message for him. With a reluctant expression, Jerome relayed Arslan's message. "I hope you choke to death on your cigarettes, you bastard." The brown-haired young man suspected the words were Jerome's own, but the mage merely laughed and denied it. A teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet, and the brown-haired young man sighed, admitting the curse was indeed very much like Arslan's style. Shin Menchul smiled, thanked Jerome, and entrusted Arslan's care to him. Jerome replied, addressing Shin Menchul as general, and wished him eternal happiness in his homeland. A magical crystal block of the teleportation gate began to glow intensely. Immediately afterward, a blinding flash of light enveloped Shin Menchul as he prepared to depart. In a modern city at night, a pillar of light descended from the sky onto a tall building. Shin Menchul, looking haggard, scratched his head and realized that 7 years had passed since he woke up. He was Shin Menchul, the hero who saved the Hercules continent 3 years ago, but currently, he was unemployed. In a flashback, Arslan sadly remarked that he would be very lonely, because Shin Menchul was the only person he could converse with comfortably. Shin Menchul explained that if he stayed, he might be executed by the feudal lords for disrespecting His Majesty. Just then, a royal aide arrived to remind Arslan that it was time for the meeting. Arslan and the aide turned and walked away, leaving Shin Menchul standing alone. Suddenly, Arslan stopped and looked back at him. Arslan curiously asked about Shin Menchul's dream when he was still in his homeland. Shin Menchul snapped his fingers, as if suddenly remembering something. He smiled brightly and revealed his dream was to become rich and unemployed. Returning to the present, Shin Menchul stood in front of a building, bearing the sign for the Oh Myung-hwan Law Office. He spoke up, asking if the person inside was Mr. Oh Myung-hwan. A man wearing glasses confirmed his identity and asked Shin Menchul how he could help. Shin Menchul reminded him that the man had once been at the Younggrak orphanage. Oh Myung-hwan was stunned, while Shin Menchul smiled and greeted his long-lost friend. Oh Myung-hwan stammered, asking if the man in the tracksuit before him was Menchul. He agitatedly questioned where Shin Menchul had been for the past 20 years, while the latter calmly replied that it was a long story. Shin Menchul smiled and suggested they go outside to talk more easily. The scene shifted to a building at twilight. In a deserted warehouse, Oh Myung-hwan nervously asked why they were there, and suspected Shin Menchul was involved in illegal activities. Shin Menchul reassured his friend, saying he wanted to hire him. He explained that he had a large quantity of gold bars that needed to be converted into cash, and was looking for a wealth manager, leaving Oh Myung-hwan bewildered. Oh Myung-hwan curiously asked about the amount of gold Shin Menchul possessed. Shin Menchul gestured across the vast warehouse and asked if the gold could fill the entire space. Utterly speechless, Oh Myung-hwan pressed him on where he got the gold, and Shin Menchul agreed to tell him everything. Shin Menchul's story began with an image of a mighty monster army led by a ruthless blonde commander. Facing them were Shin Menchul and his comrades, ready for a fierce battle. A muscular warrior in the group exerted his full strength, He unleashed an earth-shattering punch into the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, a female elf mage was channeling fire magic. She unleashed a torrent of fierce firepower, incinerating the monsters. Shin Menchul also activated his special power, his eyes and hands glowing brightly with two different colors of energy. He launched a devastating attack, sweeping away countless enemies on the battlefield. Returning to the present, Shin Menchul concluded that he had ended the 200-year war and returned to Earth, prompting Oh Myung-hwan to exclaim that he had endured too much hardship. Shin Menchul asked why. Oh Myung-hwan looked so dumbfounded. Believing his friend was suffering from psychological issues, Oh Myung-hwan suggested taking Shin Menchul to the hospital for treatment. Shin Menchul could only sigh in response to his friend's skepticism. To prove his point, he warned Oh Myung-hwan not to be too shocked, promising to show him something that would earn his complete trust. Shin Menchul began unzipping his jacket. He pulled a glowing golden key out of thin air. Oh Myung-hwan, utterly confused, asked why Shin Menchul was inserting the key into empty space. Oh Myung-hwan's eyes widened as a yellow magic circle materialized directly before them. Shin Menchul twisted the key in the air, activating the magic. Instantly, a massive golden wardrobe materialized out of nowhere right in front of them. While Oh Myung-hwan was utterly astonished, Shin Menchul calmly invited him to look inside. Oh Myung-hwan timidly cracked open the wardrobe door. Shin Menchul's thoughts flashed back to the moment he first received the key, and wondered about its nature. In the memory, Jerome explained that it was the key to a dimensional vault. Jerome added that it was a gift from His Majesty to the continent's hero, but Shin Menchul insisted it was unnecessary. Jerome immediately teased that if Shin Menchul didn't want it, he would help utilize it, earning a threatening glare from Shin Menchul. Back in the present, Oh Myung-hwan was so shocked that his soul seemed to leave his body. Inside was a gigantic treasure trove, with mountains of gold, silver, and jewels piled high. 5 years later, at a cafe named Lauren, a barista offered a greeting. Shin Menchul, seated inside, replied that everything was fine, and asked the barista if he wanted a coffee. Shin Menchul smiled, ordered a coffee, and mentioned he would step outside for a smoke. The cafe's espresso machine began whirring to life. Meanwhile, 2 customers were seated at a nearby table. The older white-haired man clicked his tongue, remarking that someone was living too comfortably, prompting his companion to question him. He pointed toward Shin Menchul, calling him a jobless layabout, and concluding that the owner of this cafe must be a kind soul. Shin Menchul thought to himself, worrying that he couldn't possibly let a person like that run up a tab. The dark-haired customer immediately corrected him, stating that Shin Menchul wasn't unemployed, but was, in fact, the owner of the cafe. The barista confirmed this, adding that Shin Menchul also owned the entire building, leaving the older man utterly astonished. When he guessed Shin Menchul was wealthy due to his parents, the others denied it, explaining that he was an orphan who had made his fortune at an American tech company. The younger customer asked the barista, Dongun, to confirm the rumor that their boss was an app developer, while the older man remained skeptical. Dongun winked in confirmation, mentioning that he also heard Google had acquired Shin Menchul's company. The older man still couldn't believe it, remarking that Shin Menchul didn't look the part and always wore the same old tracksuit. While Shin Menchul stretched outside, Dongun added that he also owned another office building, charged no deposit, and offered cheap rent. Truly an eccentric person. The older man muttered to himself, scoffing at the remark. When Shin Menchul returned and cheerfully waved hello, he concluded that the boy wasn't unemployed, but merely a carefree slacker. Dongun smiled warmly as he watched his boss walk away. At a large office building, a voice called out Menchul's name. Oh Myung-hwan confronted Shin Menchul, asking why he had arrived without warning. Shin Menchul casually replied that visiting a friend didn't require prior contact. Oh Myung-hwan explained that this was why he had told Menchul to move to this district. He disliked crowded areas, and tracking him down was a hassle. Shin Menchul leaned back on the sofa, insisting he liked his current neighborhood because everything was cheap, and the atmosphere of this district didn't suit him. Oh Myung-hwan asked if Menchul was just visiting or if he wanted to review this month's ledgers, but Menchul replied that he was only there to see his friend. Menchul claimed that looking at numbers gave him a headache, prompting Oh Myung-hwan to ask what would happen if he stole his money. Menchul casually replied that he would then get to watch a great drama about a successful lawyer going to prison, causing Oh Myung-hwan to laugh nervously and beg for mercy. He stated that Oh Myung-hwan didn't need to report every detail and could handle things himself, as he was the one entrusted with the dimensional vault key. Oh Myung-hwan smiled, reminiscing and confessing that he had thought Menchul was insane when he suddenly reappeared 20 years later talking about the vault. Oh Myung-hwan then slung an arm around Menchul and invited him out to eat, prompting Menchul to immediately ask if he was paying, which made Myung-hwan secretly think that he hadn't been so cunning back at the orphanage. Elsewhere, the sign for Café Lorraine was visible under the setting sun. The cafe door slowly opened. Inside, the barista Dongun smiled, welcoming a customer, but upon hearing a familiar voice call his name, Dongun immediately looked astonished. Simultaneously, a bald thug was causing a disturbance inside the cafe, demanding to see the owner. The cafe was located on the ground floor of a modern high-rise building. In the back alley, Dongjun was cornered against the wall by two thugs. Shin Menchul happened to walk by, yawned, and stumbled upon the scene. He mused that he was already sleepy despite having only been awake for an hour, then stared blankly at the situation unfolding before him. Seeing Dongjun grabbed by the collar by one of the thugs, Menchul spoke up, asking what he was doing there. One of the two thugs turned and growled, telling Menchul to mind his own business and scram. He eyed Menchul suspiciously and asked if he knew who they were. Dongun suddenly called Menchul boss, causing the thug to roar in anger, refusing to believe that such a person could be the owner of this establishment. The bald thug told Shin Menchul they would borrow his employee for a moment, but Menchul calmly refused. The thug's face twisted in anger and surprise at the resistance. Menchul corrected him, stating that Dongun was not a part-time worker, but a full-time employee. He then smiled and added that Dongun was also a precious friend. Seeing this, the dark-haired thug immediately flew into a rage, grabbing Menchul's collar and yelling, asking if he was insane. He warned Menchul to resolve the matter quietly if he didn't want the police involved. Menchul turned to ask Dongun what was wrong, and the employee confessed that he had borrowed money from these men. With a worried expression, Dongun stated that he had borrowed $2,000. Menchul calmly asked the thugs if everything would be settled if he paid off the debt. The leader sneered, announcing that after a month of interest, the debt was now $7,000. Dongun angrily retorted, saying he had tried to contact them to pay the debt, but they always evaded him. The thug merely smirked, replying brazenly that it was Dongun's problem. Undeterred, Menchul told them to wait 10 minutes while he retrieved the money, leaving Dongun utterly astonished. Soon after, Menchul returned with a thick envelope stuffed with cash. The dark-haired thug snatched the envelope, confirming with his boss that the $7,000 was all there. The bald thug patted Menchul on the shoulder condescendingly, said Dongun was lucky, and then left with his associates. Once they were gone, Menchul asked what had happened, and Dongun explained that his younger brother had suddenly collapsed and needed surgery money. Menchul asked why he hadn't spoken to him instead of taking out a high-interest loan, and Dongun confessed that he felt too ashamed to ask for help. Menchul seriously called Dongun's name, causing the employee to respond nervously. Dongun began recounting his past, explaining that he grew up in an orphanage and had been independent since he was 18. Dongun recalled that in the past, he was always taken advantage of by bad people and only wished for a real adult to stand up and protect him. Hearing this, Shin Menchul smiled and instructed Dongun to tell him immediately if anything happened from now on. Dongun was deeply moved by his boss's kindness. He bowed, agreeing to the instruction, but still insisting that he would repay the $7,000 debt. Menchul immediately put his arm around Dongun, telling him to forget about it and consider it a bonus for a talented employee, leaving Dongun stunned. As they walked away together, Menchul told Dongun he didn't need to call him boss anymore, but should use his name instead. Meanwhile, in a different office, a discussion was taking place. The bald thug reported to his boss that after investigating, Shin Menchul was extremely wealthy, owning 2 large buildings. The long-haired boss smirked, delighted to know that such an easy mark existed. The thugs also laughed sinisterly, preparing for a major money-making scheme. Sometime later, at the cafe, a drink was placed on the counter. Shin Menchul arrived and asked the female barista about Dongun. She informed him that he had gone out after a call and hadn't returned. The employee worriedly added that Dongun had never acted so strangely before. Menchul left with his coffee, thinking to himself that the taste could never compare to the one Dongun made. Suddenly, he froze when he saw Dongun lying slumped on the ground in a hidden corner. The cup in Menchul's hand dropped, spilling coffee all over the sidewalk. He strode forward quickly, his face contorted with fury. Menchul helped Dongun up, pressing him about whether the thugs from yesterday were responsible, but the employee denied it, saying he fell on his own. With a bruised and bloody face, Dongun stammered incoherently. Concerned, passers-by stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Through tears, Dongjun confessed that he had been forced to borrow money. Shin Menchul coldly asked the amount, and Dongun replied that it was $10,000. The passers-by remained, witnessing the entire event with worried expressions. Shin Menchul placed a hand on Dongun's shoulder and apologized, leaving the young man bewildered. Gritting his teeth, he blamed himself, realizing he should have dealt with them right from the start. With a stomp of his foot, Shin Menchul cracked the ground beneath him. He then shot into the air, declaring that judgment was about to fall upon their heads. In another building, the thug's hideout was revealed. Inside, 4 thugs were casually resting, completely unaware of the impending disaster. Suddenly, Shin Menchul smashed through the wall, bursting inside and creating a terrifying explosion. 2 of the thugs were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. One of them roared angrily, cursing the insane intruder. Without warning, Shin Menchul lunged forward, his fist already cocked. His punch landed directly on the face of the aggressive thug. The remaining men watched in horror as their comrade was sent flying. The thug's face was deformed by the extreme impact before he collapsed. The leader frantically yelled that the attacker was armed and ordered everyone to draw their weapons. Wielding knives and bats, the group demanded to know who Shin Menchul was and if he had been sent by a rival gang. Shin Menchul casually cracked his knuckles, warning them that if they used weapons, they would be hit even harder. The 2 familiar thugs finally recognized him as the cafe owner and were struck dumb with astonishment. The long-haired boss yelled, ordering his subordinates to beat Shin Menchul to death. A thug swung his massive club down. However, his weapon was blocked with a deafening clang. The thug's face twisted in utter horror. Immediately afterward, Shin Menchul threw a punch that sent another thug flying. The thug whose weapon was blocked wondered if Shin Menchul was wearing a bulletproof vest. Meanwhile, the long-haired boss lunged forward with a sharp knife. The tip of the blade aimed straight for Shin Menchul's finger. He used only his index finger to stop the blade. A flash of energy erupted at the point of impact. The blade instantly shattered into pieces. The boss froze, suddenly realizing that the 2 troublemakers who had confronted Dongun were present. Shin Menchul coldly pointed at him and asked who had given them their orders. Elsewhere, a man was in a private room at a luxurious bar. Kim Ji-hoon, the Dongjin gang's operations captain, snapped irritably over the phone that he was in a meeting with important guests from China. On the other end of the line, Gopher Kim anxiously asked if something was wrong. Kim Ji-hoon told his guests that it was just nonsense from the subordinates at the office. He recounted that a troublemaker was unharmed after being struck by a metal pipe, and even tried to break a knife with his bare hand. Park Jung-tae, the Dongjin gang's number 2, suggested that the subordinates were either crazy or high on drugs, but then he had to seriously reconsider the story of someone breaking a knife with their bare hands. A blonde VIP guest smiled, finding the story quite interesting. He adjusted his glasses and requested more details. Meanwhile, Park Jung-tae wondered if the Chinese guest could speak Korean, but Kim Ji-hoon reassured him not to worry. The long-haired guest expressed surprise, saying he didn't expect Korea to have such a martial arts master. Park Jung-tae scoffed internally, wondering how someone who couldn't distinguish reality could be a VIP of the Black Reaper squad. After Kim Ji-hoon finished his call, Park Jung-tae ordered his subordinates to enter. 2 subordinates, a large bald man and a short-haired man, entered the room. Just then, Shin Menchul appeared at the door, stepping over a defeated thug and complaining that it was hard to find such a filthy place. He looked inside and asked directly who Kim Ji-hoon was. Kim Ji-hoon was furious, thinking to himself why this nerd was here. He growled, asking Shin Menchul what he wanted. Shin Menchul merely smiled and replied that he was still unemployed. He clarified that he was Donggun's cafe owner and confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed Kim Ji-hoon. Kim Ji-hoon was secretly annoyed by Menchul's casual manner, while Park Jung-tae reminded him that this was a place for VIP guests. Park Jung-tae introduced himself and demanded that Shin Menchul quietly leave, but Shin Menchul coldly replied that he had no intention of doing anyone any favors today. Kim Ji-hoon sighed, ordering a subordinate named Hammer to entertain the guest. The large bald man, who was Hammer, obeyed and advanced toward Shin Menchul. Hammer reached out and roughly grabbed Shin Menchul's collar. Immediately, Hammer's eyes widened in utter shock. Hammer, with a horrified expression, asked Shin Menchul if he could hear those sounds. He growled, demanding that Shin Menchul move aside immediately. Right after that, Hammer pulled out a large cleaver, radiating a vicious aura. Unfazed, Shin Menchul coldly ordered him to put the weapon away. Hammer sneered, asking if Shin Menchul was scared. Shin Menchul clenched his glowing fist, warning that Hammer would be seriously injured if he didn't take this seriously. Utterly enraged, Hammer roared that he would carve Shin Menchul up and swung the cleaver down. In 1 millisecond, the attack began, but Shin Menchul calmly observed. 2 milliseconds passed, and the blade drew closer to Shin Menchul's head. In the next moment, Shin Menchul thought to himself that thugs on Earth were too slow, making time seem to stop. By the 4th millisecond, he had clenched his hand, ready to counterattack. And at the 5th millisecond, Shin Menchul raised his blazing fist to block the attack. In just 1/100th of a second, he delivered a thunderous punch to Hammer's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Shin Menchul stood firm with a cold expression after defeating his opponent. The cleaver flew out and was caught by Kim Ji-hoon, whose face was etched with astonishment. Standing next to a stunned Park Jung-tae, Kim Ji-hoon yelled that Shin Menchul would not leave this place alive. In contrast to the panic, the blonde VIP guest smiled with keen interest. That person signaled his long-haired associate, who immediately stood up and requested permission to intervene. Park Jung-tae tried to dissuade them, but the blonde VIP guest insisted they needed a swift resolution, noting that Shin Menchul was using their techniques. Kim Ji-hoon dismissed his subordinate's words, deciding to let the Chinese guests demonstrate their abilities. The blonde VIP ordered his black-haired escort, noting that while the target possessed strength, he lacked any special skills. The black-haired escort immediately took a combat stance. Shin Menchul wondered why, after the Korean gangsters, he now had to deal with this foreign group, when all he wanted was to handle Kim Ji-hoon. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the new opponent. The black-haired escort lunged forward with astonishing speed, unleashing a martial arts strike. A purple aura enveloped his hand, indicating the application of energy. Shin Menchul was stunned, wondering if this opponent knew how to control mana. He raised his hand, and a blue energy shield materialized, blocking the purple attack. The black-haired escort looked astonished that his technique had been neutralized. Shin Menchul silently marveled at his opponent's strength. With a determined expression, the black-haired escort continued his assault. He grabbed Shin Menchul's arm. Shin Menchul immediately countered, easily flipping the opponent over his shoulder. From a distance, the blonde VIP cheered excitedly, urging his subordinate on. He calculated that this display of skill would put the Dongjin gang in his debt, giving them an advantage when entering Korea. Thrown to the ground, the black-haired escort angrily declared himself the official heir to the North Korean sect and vowed this would be the end of Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul calmly replied that he was not like them and would open the opponent's eyes. He smirked, showing his disdain for verbose opponents and his desire to simply fight. The heir of the North Korean sect roared that he would silence Shin Menchul, simultaneously releasing a powerful surge of energy. The two lunged at each other, initiating a high-speed battle filled with fierce clashes of techniques and energy. The heir of the North Korean sect was astonished to realize that all his attacks were being easily evaded by his opponent. Shin Menchul smiled, stating that this was the first time he had seen someone use mana since returning to Earth, and he was just observing for a bit. The heir angrily roared, dismissing Shin Menchul's words as nonsense. Without warning, Shin Menchul unleashed a palm strike to the opponent's chest. The observers, including the blonde man, were stunned by the sudden display of power. Witnessing his comrade defeated, the man in the brown shirt angrily rushed forward, launching a kick toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul casually caught the attacker's leg with one hand. He then effortlessly slammed the man onto the floor in a small burst of energy. Having dealt with the troublemakers, Shin Menchul coldly ordered everyone to leave. He detained an older man in a suit, stating that they still had unfinished business. While the blonde man's group helped their injured comrade leave, Shin Menchul grabbed the suited man by the collar. The terrified man boasted that his uncle was Kim Byung-won, the boss of Dongjin, but Shin Menchul showed no interest. The man continued to threaten that if Shin Menchul touched him, he would become the enemy of the entire Dongjin gang and would regret it. Shin Menchul merely sneered, blue energy gathering in his hand, as he said the threat only made him want to act more. Piercing screams and pleas for help echoed from behind the bar. Outside, the blonde man dragged his unconscious subordinate, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. He was certain that the person inside the establishment was that guy. His thoughts conjured the image of a sinister man with green hair, who had confirmed that the target was the one using the drug. At a barbecue restaurant, a voice rang out, asking if the meal had started yet. On the grill, the meat sizzled, and another voice replied that he was starving and grateful that places like this still existed. At a barbecue restaurant, Shin Menchul invited Oh Myung-won to eat, and suggested they fill up before getting down to business. Oh Myung-won was surprised by Shin Menchul's ravenous eating, who explained that he had just gone through a training session equivalent to an entire year. After eating, Oh Myung-won got straight to the point, asking why Shin Menchul wanted to investigate the Dongjin gang. Shin Menchul casually replied that he might, causing Oh Myung-won to panic and shout that he had lost his mind. Oh Myung-won tried to explain the scale of the Dongjin gang, one of the 4 largest organizations in Seoul capable of mobilizing hundreds of men. In response, Shin Menchul confidently mentioned his 200 years of combat experience and asserted that even thousands of enemies were nothing to worry about. He questioned Oh Myung-won upon seeing that he still looked doubtful. Oh Myung-won reminded him that he had lost his power, but Shin Menchul revealed that he only had 1% of his strength left and could still handle them with one hand. Shin Menchul thought about the nuisance of the gangsters, visualizing the prominent faces of the Dongjin gang. In his mind, the image of a beaten Dongun appeared, and he affirmed that he could not forgive anyone who touched his people. Returning to the table, Shin Menchul raised his glass and reassured Oh Myung-hwan that he already had a plan to deal with them. With a knowing smile, Shin Menchul revealed that his weapon was fear itself. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa the following morning. Shin Menchul was sleeping soundly in bed when he was woken by the incessant ringing of his phone. Waking up, he muttered, blaming himself for drinking too much the night before instead of staying vigilant. He winced from the headache caused by the previous night's heavy drinking. Shin Menchul tiredly answered the phone, and on the other end was the frantic voice of an employee calling for the boss. Two of his employees stood frozen, looking up at the heavily damaged building. When Shin Menchul arrived at the scene, he saw that Café Loren had been utterly destroyed, with worried employees waiting nearby. He coldly surveyed the wreckage and deduced the culprits, while a female employee bowed her head, apologizing for what had happened. A young man sadly addressed Shin Menchul as his big brother. Shin Menchul smiled, told the person to keep calling him Big Brother, and revealed the person's name was Sasha. He reassured Sasha to rest until everything was fixed, as he would handle everything. Sasha watched Shin Menchul's retreating back with worry as he turned and left. Immediately afterward, Shin Menchul arrived in front of the Dongun building. In the lobby, a crowd of thugs led by a man named Mansu blocked the way, asking Shin Menchul if he had received their gift. Standing in the elevator, Shin Menchul calmly replied that he had happily received the gift and had come immediately to return the favor. He clenched his fist, smiled defiantly, and said he would return the favor with the gift itself. Mansu ordered his subordinates, promising a large reward to anyone who made Sasha cry, but demanded that Shin Menchul's life be spared. Two thugs, one wielding an iron pipe and the other a chain, rushed forward to attack, mocking Shin Menchul for coming alone. Shin Menchul easily struck, knocking both thugs away in the blink of an eye. He calmly held a knife he had just seized, ready for the next fight. Mansu roared in anger upon seeing Shin Menchul armed. Hearing the command, two men wearing full-body riot gear stepped forward. This special squad advanced toward Shin Menchul, ignoring their unconscious comrades lying on the floor. Mansu thought to himself that this force was trained for total warfare, and he hadn't expected to have to use them here. One of the armored men forcefully swung his chain, attacking Shin Menchul. However, Shin Menchul effortlessly blocked the attack with his bare hand. Both armored soldiers were stunned by his unbelievable strength. Despite this, the remaining soldier, who wore glasses, confidently roared that they would capture him, then charged into the attack. Shin Menchul held a knife, his hand radiating blue energy. "This is how you use a knife," he declared, as he infused the blade with energy, causing it to glow brightly. The armored soldier watched in horror as the visor of his helmet began to crack. Immediately afterward, his helmet was perfectly sliced in half, revealing his stunned expression. The two soldiers could only watch in confusion, as Shin Menchul, who had been bound, remained completely calm. With a single flex of his muscles, Shin Menchul easily snapped the thick iron chain. He focused his power, his gaze becoming sharp and resolute. With a single leap, Shin Menchul shot into the air at blinding speed. Upon landing, he faced a new group of thugs led by Mansu who were waiting for him. Mansu roared, ordering all his subordinates to charge and attack simultaneously. The thug wielding the chain screamed in pain as his weapon seemed to react violently to Shin Menchul's power. Mansu irritably wondered why the hired man named Changa still hadn't appeared. Despite the confusion, four subordinates still rushed to attack Shin Menchul from all directions. They quickly closed in, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. But a sudden burst of blue energy erupted from Shin Menchul's position. A massive energy explosion combining blue and yellow colors blasted all the attackers away. Shin Menchul stood up, his eyes now two different colors, while Mansu realized his opponent was utterly absurd. Mansu clutched his arm, admitting that Shin Menchul was indeed a troublesome yet formidable opponent. Suddenly, Mansu happily turned and shouted as his reinforcements had finally arrived. "Chonga!" A green-haired man in a lab coat appeared, casually explaining that he was late because he was busy with departmental work. Shin Menchul lunged forward with terrifying speed. Behind him, the new enemy held his weapon and introduced himself as Ansan Chonga. However, Shin Menchul suddenly stopped, changing his mind about the attack. He questioned Chonga, asking if someone who looked like a gangster could possibly know his name. Chonga stuck out his long tongue, sarcastically remarking that Shin Menchul was just a thug himself, and asked what kind of drug he was using. Shin Menchul denied it, declaring that he would detonate the space so Chonga couldn't launch a sneak attack from behind. Blazing yellow energy gathered in his fist. He aimed at the empty space right beneath Chonga's feet as the latter was moving. Losing his balance, Chonga wondered why Shin Menchul didn't know the reason he had been summoned. Chonga grotesquely licked his finger, stating that was enough for analysis. The scene shifted back to the Dongjin building. Chonga, now with his hair tied back, channeled purple energy into his axe. Shin Menchul calmly observed the explosion caused by Cheonga's attack. Instantly, Cheonga appeared right behind Shin Menchul. He swung the enhanced axe downward. A shard of purple energy embedded itself in Shin Menchul's shoulder. Cheonga flashed a wicked smile, believing he had succeeded. But he was stunned when another surge of energy erupted from Shin Menchul's body, neutralizing the attack. After the collision, the two stood facing each other amidst the dust and smoke. Shin Menchul smiled, revealing that Cheonga, aiming for his back, was far too obvious. Mansu observed the battle, surprised that Shin Menchul could contend with a powerhouse like Cheonga. However, Mansu smirked, believing the situation would soon change. Ansan Cheonga mocked Shin Menchul, suggesting his speed was drug-induced, yet acknowledging his opponent's skill. Immediately afterward, Cheonga revealed his trump card as two bald henchmen appeared, surrounding Shin Menchul. With a malicious grin, Cheonga ordered his men to take care of the guest. The two henchmen gleefully brandished their axes, ready for combat. Cheonga commanded them to use the special Formula 4 drug, stating that Shin Menchul was no ordinary opponent. The two subordinates immediately obeyed, swallowing the pills. Instantly, one man's eyes flashed with an eerie purple light as the drug took effect. His body swelled abnormally, tearing through his suit and transforming him into a hulking, muscular monster. The monster stomped his foot hard on the ground, demonstrating his newfound power. Both transformed henchmen simultaneously charged toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul held his ground, preparing to face the pincer attack. Taking advantage of Shin Menchul's distraction, Cheonga lunged from behind, declaring that no one could withstand a combined assault. A slash appeared to strike Shin Menchul's back. Cheonga clenched his fist, wearing a triumphant smile, believing his attack had succeeded. Shin Menchul let out a desperate cry, appearing to writhe in agony. But then, he suddenly calmed, glanced over with an indifferent expression, and remarked that the situation was interesting. Cheonga's smile froze on his face, his eyes wide with shock as he realized his attack was completely ineffective. Shin Menchul unleashed a powerful surge of dark energy, blasting both Cheonga and his two henchmen away. Shin Menchul used blue energy to grab the ankle of one of the henchmen, preventing him from being blown away. Immediately after, he delivered a devastating punch to the henchman's side, generating an energy explosion. The henchman screamed in extreme pain as he took the full force of the blow. Sent flying, he collapsed onto the ground, while Shin Menchul maintained his combat stance. Shin Menchul instantly faced the second bald henchman, who was charging forward with his axe. The second henchman halted, his face showing astonishment as his momentum was completely stopped. Shin Menchul's eyes shifted to heterochromia, and his body radiated blue energy as he raised his hand to block the axe blade. With a single punch, Shin Menchul detonated the henchman's upper body, obliterating him. Witnessing this, Ansan Cheonga decided to change his plan, no longer intending to capture Shin Menchul alive. Cheonga crushed a pill in his mouth and roared as his body began to transform violently. Now enveloped in a purple aura, Cheonga lunged into battle against Shin Menchul, who was radiating blue energy. Countless high-speed slashes clashed, creating brilliant white streaks of light. Ansan Cheonga delivered a powerful axe chop, confident that this time he had struck his target. However, his axe blade shattered into pieces upon impact. Cheonga stared dumbfounded at his destroyed weapon, while Shin Menchul stood there without a scratch. Shin Menchul noted that his opponent also knew how to use mana, and mused about an enhancement drug that never existed in Los Angeles. He questioned Cheonga about recklessly using the drug, and warned that it would cause the fight to end too quickly. Shin Menchul grabbed Ansan Cheonga's face, declaring that he was far too inexperienced to face him. Cheonga ground his teeth, furiously cursing Shin Menchul. Powerful energy streams from Shin Menchul pierced Ansan Cheonga's body, completely overwhelming him. As Ansan Cheonga collapsed, screaming in pain, Mansu retreated in terror. Mansu couldn't believe it, wondering where this monster had come from. Overwhelmed by fear, he turned to flee. Suddenly, Shin Menchul stood blocking his path, mocking the second in command for attempting to escape. Cornered, Mansu yelled, asking what Shin Menchul wanted from his organization. Shin Menchul sneered, reminding him that they were the ones who first disturbed the peaceful lives of others. Mansu screamed that this was enough. Shin Menchul warned that the moment they touched him, the gates of hell opened, because he was not a gentle person. Utterly desperate, Mansu asked if Shin Menchul wanted money. Shin Menchul coldly replied that he had plenty of money, confusing Mansu further as to why he was doing this. Shin Menchul simply reiterated that he was not a man of peace, leading Mansu to realize in horror that his opponent was truly insane. He ordered Mansu, who was trembling with fear, to tell the head of Dongjin, Kim Byung-won, to come find him if he wanted to live. With a terrifying smile, Shin Menchul declared that first, Mansu would have to endure a beating, From another location, someone reported the situation through a scope, stating that all 3 members of Chunga's team were unconscious. A voice responded, demanding confirmation on whether they were all defeated by the man in the tracksuit. A woman observing from a distance confirmed that the information was correct. Working alongside a sniper, she assessed that the man in the tracksuit resembled a hunter, and estimated him to be only low-level B rank. The woman maintained a serious expression as she continued communicating via her earpiece. The scene shifted to a luxurious high-rise office building. Inside, the head of the Dongun group, Kim Byung-won, was greeted by a hidden figure. An elderly man named Choi Hyun-suk, the leader of Korea's largest international organization, asked a guest about the recent troubles. Choi Hyun-suk mentioned a person named Chunga, and his subordinate confirmed that Chunga's entire team had been defeated. Choi Hyun-suk cheerfully speculated that Seoul was about to get noisy, and that the attacker must belong to the Gangbuk organization. The scarred subordinate quickly denied this, saying that the person did not live there. Choi Hyun-suk asked again in surprise, assuming the person was just an ordinary individual. The subordinate reported that after investigating, he found the target only ran a small cafe, but insisted the person was far from ordinary, prompting Choi Hyun-suk to order him to be silent. Having been scolded, the subordinate bowed low in fear, while Choi Hyun-suk assigned the task of handling the situation to a man named Mingi. Mingi, a man with an intellectual appearance, calmly accepted the chairman's order. Mingi declared that he would not use force but would resolve the issue using business tactics. Mingi's hand rested decisively on his notebook. Mingi then met with a man referred to as Mr. Kim and offered to invest in the business with the dark faction in exchange for cleaning up the mess. The scarred man, Park Min-gi, replied that the business had not yet started, which was why he hadn't announced it. Park Min-gi explained the difficulty of establishing the factory and distribution network in Incheon. Park Min-gi grew angry upon realizing Mingi knew the factory's location, accusing Mingi of trying to seize the dangerous operation without putting in any effort. Mingi casually tapped his foot, arguing that if Shin Menchul wasn't dealt with, cooperation with the dark faction would become difficult. When Mingi threatened that they could contact the dark faction themselves, Park Min-gi angrily gritted his teeth and called Mingi a bastard. Mingi poured Park Min-gi a glass of water and advised him to calm down, reiterating that the dark faction would not proceed with the business until Shin Menchul was handled. Park Min-gi drained the glass and questioned Mingi's confidence, introducing himself in the process. Mingi smiled and replied that trust was the lifeblood of a businessman. 3 days later, the scene shifted to a members-only facility in Sinsa-dong. Outside the VIP parking lot of a luxurious establishment, a group of people was leaving. Kim Byung-won smiled, saying it was an honor to host the senator. The senator replied that thanks to Mr. Kim, he had enjoyed himself much more than usual. Suddenly, Shin Menchul, clad in a green tracksuit, appeared imposing and blocked the group's path. One of Kim Byung-won's subordinates irritably demanded that Shin Menchul move aside if he was drunk. Shin Menchul smirked to himself, wondering why he had to run into such a wretched person. He recognized the scarred man as Kim Byung-won of the Dongjin gang, who was still leisurely drinking while his subordinates were hospitalized. The angry subordinate grabbed Shin Menchul's collar, only to be asked in return if he was a gangster. The man defiantly admitted he was a gangster, but Shin Menchul remained completely unfazed. Instantly, Shin Menchul delivered a blazing punch to the man's stomach, telling him he could go lie down next to his friends. The subordinate flew backward and fell unconscious, stunning the others, while Kim Byung-won shouted in fury. The elderly senator furiously pointed at Shin Menchul's face, but he coldly told the senator to move aside if he wasn't Kim Byung-won. Faced with Shin Menchul's indifference, the senator was left speechless and stunned. Another subordinate quickly introduced the elderly man as Lee Ho-sung, a member of the National Assembly. Lee Ho-sung roared, unable to believe Shin Menchul was completely unafraid of his title. Shin Menchul scoffed that a member of the National Assembly was just someone who shook hands with gangsters to work for the country, further enraging Lee Ho-sung. Both men pointed fingers at each other, arguing over who had spoken disrespectfully first. Just as Lee Ho-sung was about to lunge and attack, his subordinate quickly restrained him and reminded him of the upcoming election in a few months. Hearing the word election, Lee Ho-sung's rage immediately cooled. His attitude changed 180 degrees. He smiled and praised Shin Menchul's spirit, suggesting that young people needed such vigor. Lee Ho-sung whispered an order to Kim Byung-won to handle Shin Menchul, while Shin Menchul stood behind them, observing. Afterward, Lee Ho-sung feigned a polite farewell to Shin Menchul and reminded him of his precious vote before getting into his car and leaving. When only the two of them remained, Shin Menchul smiled, thinking he would grant Kim Byung-won a special favor. He turned and told Kim Byung-won to live quietly, as that was what he desired as well. Shin Menchul warned that, if he heard any similar rumors again, he would come looking for him once more. Faced with the threat, Kim Byung-won was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Shin Menchul concluded his warning by declaring he would drop a meteor right in front of him, releasing a powerful surge of energy to illustrate his point. Kim Byung-won was utterly dumbfounded, trembling in fear at the unimaginable power. A moment later, Kim Byung-won received a call and respectfully answered the senator. From inside the car, Lee Ho-sung asked about the outcome of the confrontation with Shin Menchul. Hearing that Kim Byung-won had let Shin Menchul go, Lee Ho-sung became furious, shouting loudly over the phone. Kim Byung-won explained that he did so because Shin Menchul had seen the senator, and he didn't want to escalate the situation and affect him. He reassured the senator that he would not let Shin Menchul off the hook and asked Lee Ho-sung for assistance. In a separate meeting, Chairman Choi Hyun-suk revealed that Lee Ho-sung was also involved in the business with the dark faction. Mingi, the man wearing glasses, ordered his subordinates to act according to instructions. Returning to the present, Kim Byung-won smirked ominously into the phone, seemingly having devised a new plan. The next day, in a bustling neighborhood, as Shin Menchul was walking, two unfamiliar men in plain clothes suddenly blocked his path. One of the men stepped forward and asked if he was Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul confirmed his identity, and the man immediately announced that he was being arrested for assaulting Park Kyung-sik. Facing the accusation, Shin Menchul calmly replied that he had never heard the name Park Kyung-sik. The official immediately presented his identification, explaining that Park Kyung-sik was the personal bodyguard of Representative Lee Ho-sung. Shin Menchul suddenly realized that this was the very thug he had encountered the day before. He wondered why they had sent a prosecutor for this matter, then calmly requested to make a phone call. Moments later, Shin Menchul was seated in an interrogation room, facing the official. The man introduced himself as Prosecutor Park Jung-yop and immediately ordered Shin Menchul to sit up straight. Shin Menchul refused, and when asked if he knew his location, he sarcastically replied that it was clearly the prosecutor's office. Park Jung-yup smugly thought to himself that Shin Menchul was merely a rich kid who had undoubtedly lived a dissolute life. Glancing at the file, he felt confident, having dealt with countless individuals who only put on a strong facade. In Park Jung-yup's mind, Shin Menchul was nothing more than a weakling, transparent, and easily exposed. Shin Menchul crossed his arms, questioning if it was normal for a prosecutor to personally handle a simple assault case. Park Jung-yup sneered, declaring that this was not mere assault, but a case of suspected terrorism. He thrust his face close to Shin Menchul's, threatening that he would never escape punishment after attacking a member of the National Assembly. When Park Jung-yup demanded cooperation with the investigation, Shin Menchul once again gave a curt reply, "I refuse." Furious, Park Jung-yup called the situation absurd and accused Shin Menchul of using fake identification papers. Shin Menchul pointed out the ridiculousness of the documents listing him as 40 years old, asserting that something was clearly amiss. Park Jung-yup completely lost his composure, growling a threat that he would make it impossible for Shin Menchul to live in South Korea ever again. His threat culminated with the implication that Shin Menchul was now facing the entire Republic of Korea. Amidst the suffocating tension, Shin Menchul suddenly spoke up, asking if he might say something. Park Jung-yup, believing he had secured the upper hand, looked smug, and asked what he intended to say. Shin Menchul smirked, declaring that the prosecutor himself was the one who was about to be completely exposed. Park Jung-yup angrily slammed his fist onto the table, demanding to know what Shin Menchul was relying on to be so confident. Shin Menchul calmly replied that he trusted his lawyer, a highly competent individual. Just then, Oh Myung-hwan entered the room, questioning the emergency arrest warrant, while Shin Menchul stated he would continue speaking once his lawyer arrived. Park Jung-yup turned to face the newcomer with an expression of utter contempt. He scoffed, mocking that a trash client could only afford a correspondingly trash lawyer. Oh Myung-won sternly demanded that Park Jung-yup leave so he could speak privately with his client. Park Jung-yup curled his lip into a sneer, showing complete disregard for the demand. He reluctantly exited the interrogation room, leaving Oh Myung-won alone with Shin Menchul. Outside, a colleague with a ponytail asked Park Jung-yup about the man who had just entered, confirming his identity as Oh Myung-won. Park Jung-yup demanded to know why his colleague recognized that trash, recalling that Oh Myung-won was just an unknown, orphaned classmate. The colleague looked surprised, explaining that Oh Myung-won was now the most famous lawyer in all of Gangnam. Park Jung-yup was stunned, unable to comprehend what his colleague was saying. The colleague continued, revealing that Oh Myung-won was the representative lawyer for Hwadam law firm, and his personal appearance indicated this was a major case. Park Jung-yup fell silent, recalling that Hwadam had been the largest law firm for the past 3 years. The colleague suddenly reported that the manager was calling Park Jung-yup, wondering why that mad dog was looking for him. The manager's face, contorted in extreme rage, appeared, and he growled, demanding to know what the hell Park Jung-yup was doing. Park Jung-yup broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the situation was far worse than merely being a little annoying. In the office, the manager pointed directly at Park Jung-yup, aggressively questioning what exactly was going on. The manager screamed, chastising Park Jung-yup that if he couldn't handle his job, he should at least stop causing trouble. The manager asked Park Jung-yup if he had any idea who had just called him. He roared, stating that he had already been chewed out by the president this morning, all because of an idiot like Park Jung-yup. Park Jung-yup stammered, asking why the president was involved, but the manager continued shouting, demanding to know who had called. The manager revealed that Chairman Park himself had called him directly. Park Jung-yup was stunned, and his superior immediately berated him for daring to refer to him casually as Mr. Park. The manager screamed at him that this was Chairman Park Byung-ki of the Chail Group, and Park Jung-yup could forget about ever getting promoted. He questioned why Park Jung-yup had proceeded with the case without reporting it, causing the prosecutor to confusedly ask what case he was referring to. The manager roared, scolding Park Jung-yup for still not realizing his mistake, and ordered him to release Shin Menchul immediately. Park Jung-yup was utterly dumbfounded by the command. Pressed by Chief Prosecutor Kang Dae-ji, Park Jung-yup tremblingly confessed that the person who requested Shin Menchul's arrest was Representative Lee Ho-sung. Kang Dae-gi cursed Lee Ho-sung, declaring that because Park Jung-yup had dared to touch Chairman Park's man, both he and Lee Ho-sung were completely finished. In desperation, Park Jung-yup asked what he should do, and Kang Dae-ji coldly told him to go and pray. When Park Jung-yup asked about the chairman, Kang Dae-ji scoffed, saying that a nobody like him had no chance of ever meeting the man. Kang Dae-gi ordered Park Jung-yup to go beg Shin Menchul, threatening that if the situation wasn't resolved smoothly, he would be the first person to crush him. The scene shifts to a Japanese restaurant named Danmi. An elderly man with an authoritative presence, Chairman Park Byung-ki, made his appearance. Lawyer Oh Myung-hwan bowed deeply, expressing his delight at seeing the chairman after such a long time. Chairman Park complimented Oh Myung-hwan's law firm on its growing reputation, to which the lawyer replied humbly. Oh Myung-hwan then pointed out that the chairman was deliberately ignoring Shin Menchul, who was also seated right there at the table. Shin Menchul furiously grabbed Oh Myung-hwan by the collar, growling, "Why did you call this old fox here?" But Chairman Park calmly explained that Shin Menchul was only acting out because he didn't want to rely on him. A steaming seafood hot pot and grilled beef were laid out on the lavish dining table. Chairman Park Byung-ki berated Shin Menchul, calling him a scoundrel for choking Oh Myung-hwan, the very man who had gone to great lengths to save him. He revealed that he had initiated contact even before hearing that Shin Menchul was at the prosecutor's office. Oh Myung-hwan interjected, mentioning that they were aware the chief prosecutor had received a scholarship from Chairman Park's foundation. Amidst the serious conversation, Shin Menchul quietly used his chopsticks to retrieve food from the hot pot. With his mouth full, Shin Menchul declared that since everyone was present, he would finish his meal quickly. Park Byung-ki took a drink and mockingly asked if Shin Menchul was still drifting around without a job, earning a curse word from the younger man in response. He continued to lament why fate would bless a scoundrel like Shin Menchul, but Menchul brushed him off, suggesting Park must be talking about someone else. Park Byung-ki sarcastically questioned why a kind soul like Shin Menchul would save a temperamental old man like him, to which Menchul replied that it was merely a coincidence. Shin Menchul irritably stated that had he known Park's true nature, he wouldn't have bothered saving him, causing Park Byung-ki to burst into laughter and remark that he had finally met someone worse than himself. The three men raised their glasses and drank, temporarily setting aside their verbal sparring. Park Byung-ki then revealed that he had uncovered a deal between the prosecutor and Congressman Lee Ho-sung. In a separate scene, Lee Ho-sung was severely reprimanded by his party leader for meeting with the prosecutor regarding personal issues. Park Byung-ki assured him that his actions were not taken for Shin Menchul's sake, and Menchul responded indifferently that he hadn't claimed otherwise. He explained that another power connected Choi Hyun-suk and Lee Ho-sung, major global enterprises known as the Internationals. Furthermore, this international faction employs an advisor named Park Min-ki, nicknamed the Book of Darkness, who has helped them expand their operations overseas. Shin Menchul drained his glass, thinking to himself that these people no longer wished to be constrained. Park Byung-ki asserted that these individuals were far from ordinary, noting that they effectively owned the entire Gangnam district. Shin Menchul smirked, suggesting that Park Byung-ki use his intelligence network to pinpoint the route of the international group's leader. He declared resolutely that if they dared to lay a hand on him, they would face utter destruction. Park Byung-ki questioned Shin Menchul's aggressive approach, and Menchul replied that this was simply how problems were handled in his neighborhood. Meanwhile, a black sedan was traveling down the highway late at night. Inside the vehicle, 2 bodyguards were escorting Chairman Choi Hyun-suk, who was seated in the back. Choi Hyun-suk, wearing a large sleep mask, sat in silent contemplation. The car suddenly screeched to a halt. Startled awake, Choi Hyun-suk removed his mask and asked if they had reached their destination. Abruptly, Shin Menchul appeared outside the window, grabbed Choi Hyun-suk's collar, and violently ordered him to get down. Shin Menchul had already incapacitated the bodyguards and declared that this was Choi Hyun-suk's final stop. In an office, Kim Byung-won's phone began to ring. Kim Byung-won answered the call and immediately asked for the chairman's location. He was stunned to hear an unfamiliar voice on the other end, who expressed disappointment that Kim Byung-won hadn't recognized him immediately. Kim Byung-won realized it was Shin Menchul and demanded to know the chairman's whereabouts, while Menchul held the bound Choi Hyun-suk hostage. In response to Kim Byung-won's threats, Shin Menchul calmly assured him that he hadn't killed the hostage yet. Shin Menchul challenged Kim Byung-won to come retrieve his boss himself, advising him to bring his best henchman because Menchul needed a warm-up. Kim Byung-won furiously roared that he would chop Menchul into pieces, but Menchul merely scoffed, noting that a lawyer was acting like a common thug. Menchul urged Kim Byung-won to hurry, while behind the latter, an elite force had already assembled. After hanging up the phone, Kim Byung-won broke into a smug smile. He laughed sinisterly, thinking to himself that everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. At an abandoned factory outside Seoul, numerous vehicles simultaneously pulled into the compound. Kim Sok-jin, the International Faction's number 2, stepped out with a subordinate and confirmed the news that their chairman had been kidnapped. Kim Sok-jin complained about the lax management of the chairman's schedule, while his subordinate apologized, suggesting the information must have been leaked internally. He angrily snarled, unable to believe that the organization's entire main force had to mobilize just because of a single scoundrel. The subordinate insisted that the enemy was not ordinary, reminding Kim Sok-jin that this was the same man who had recently crippled the Dongjin headquarters enforcers. Even the Dongjin faction's secret weapon, the Cheongane unit, had been targeted by the attacker. Kim Sok-jin questioned whether the attacker was a drug user, but his subordinate replied that they had no information confirming that. Nevertheless, Kim Sok-jin insisted that the opponent must be an addict. Otherwise, none of this made sense. He double-checked to ensure the attacker wasn't one of the gangbook-backed individuals, receiving confirmation that the man was not from that region. The subordinate hypothesized that the man might be affiliated with the Kudokai, arguing that an ordinary person couldn't possibly handle that type of drug. He explained that their organization had formed an alliance with the Kyushu Yakuza, the Shinsen Gumi, to bolster their strength. Meanwhile, the Kudokai were engaged in a fierce war with the Shinsen Gumi, making it highly likely they had dispatched Shin Menchul to neutralize their rivals. Standing among his subordinates, Kim Sok-jin grew impatient, eager to quickly put an end to the situation. The subordinate announced that the Hanya assassins were already waiting, prompting a scarred man to ask if they had truly summoned those lunatics. The scarred man stated that Kim Sok-jin's forces alone would not be sufficient. Kim Sok-jin confidently declared that this wasn't his first time dealing with a drug runner, and that he would personally be the one to rescue the chairman, simultaneously channeling blue energy into his weapon. Despite his subordinate's caution that Shin Menchul was no ordinary foe, Kim Sok-jin cursed him as a fool and resolved to move forward. The subordinate worriedly wondered what would happen if Kim Sok-jin failed, thinking that Director Park, though intelligent, didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. Kim Sok-jin led his subordinates in a charge, shouting loudly that they should leave this task to the experts. The subordinate stood alone, silently watching them depart beneath the twilight sky. His expression shifted, revealing a sinister and terrifying grin. Standing by the fence, he adjusted his collar with a devilish smile, while a sword-wielding assassin knelt in subservience at his feet. Director Park confirmed to his assassin that everything would proceed according to plan. He announced they would move in 30 minutes, while the elite assassin squad concealed themselves in the treetops. Meanwhile, at a different location, horrifying screams echoed amidst the chaos. Amidst the bloody scene, desperate cries for help and warnings to flee rang out. A pale, deranged henchman was furiously slaughtering his own comrades. Witnessing the sight, Kim Sok-jin was terrified, realizing this man was completely different from the addicts he had encountered, wondering if this was the legendary A-grade drug. Just then, members of the Hanya squad appeared and apologized for their delay. Kim Sok-jin sighed in relief, believing that with the Hanya squad's assistance, the situation would be brought under control. But suddenly, he cried out in pain, his face filled with horror. A shadowy figure had stabbed Kim Sok-jin from behind. Director Park appeared, revealing to the assassin that he had ordered him to infiltrate the Hanya squad. With a vicious smile, he confirmed that the squad had arrived exactly 30 minutes later, as planned. He fabricated a story that Kim Sok-jin had sacrificed himself while fighting Shin Menchul to save the chairman. While Kim Sok-jin collapsed, he further elaborated that Shin Menchul had tortured the victim into a vegetative state. The Hanya member explained that the era of Kim Sok-jin and the chairman's underworld reign was over, and the international faction would be reborn as a global corporation. He declared this transition would take place under the command of the second chairman. Elsewhere, Director Park coldly asked a figure standing amidst the wreckage if he was finished talking. In front of him, Shin Menchul stood atop a staircase, surrounded by the defeated elite subordinates of Dongjin. Shin Menchul sarcastically remarked that he enjoyed the novel the man had written, noting he seemed more like a novelist than a gangster. Director Park called Shin Menchul's name, secretly thinking that his body would soon collapse after 30 minutes due to the effects of the A-grade drug he believed Menchul had taken. Shin Menchul inwardly mused that his opponent was merely clinging to the drug's fading effects. In response, Director Park summoned a new muscular warrior, calling him Sok-hyun. Seok-hyun smiled sinisterly, holding up an Oni demon mask. Shin Menchul wondered about the mask's purpose. Sok-hyun took a deep breath and then placed the mask over his face. Immediately, his body transformed, purple veins bulged, and a dark aura enveloped him. Shin Menchul realized it was no ordinary mask as he faced Sok-hyun and Director Park's forces. With terrifying speed, Sok-hyun lunged forward and grabbed Shin Menchul's collar. However, Shin Menchul easily dodged the attack, leaving Sok-hyun's punch to strike only air. He immediately counterattacked with a powerful kick, sending Sok-hyun flying into the air. Seok-hyun was kicked high into the air by an immense force. Even so, he managed to land safely amidst the dust cloud. Giving his opponent no time to rest, Shin Menchul charged forward, his fist brimming with energy. The two plunged into a high-speed battle, continuously exchanging fierce blows. From a distance, Director Park watched his trump card being overwhelmed by a single punch from Shin Menchul. He merely smiled smugly, believing the moment had arrived. Director Park signaled, calling out Wu Jin's name, and two other Oni-masked warriors appeared. All three demon-masked figures simultaneously leaped up, surrounding Shin Menchul from all sides. Shin Menchul swiftly grabbed the arm of one attacker, blocking his flow of purple energy. Nevertheless, he still had to strain himself to defend against the combined strength of all three. Overwhelmed, Shin Menchul raised his arms defensively against the coordinated attack of the two Oni-masked warriors. He took the full force of a devastating punch to his body. The immense impact force sent Shin Menchul staggering backward. Seok-hyun showed a hint of surprise at his opponent's durability. Shin Menchul wiped the blood from his lip, realizing inwardly that without the enhancement drug, his body would have been torn apart long ago. From afar, Director Park smiled smugly, believing that even if Shin Menchul could withstand the A-grade drug, every member of the Hanya squad was at that same caliber. Sok-hyun, radiating killing intent, placed his hand on the hilt of his katana. As he began to draw his sword, a voice rang out, warning him not to. Shin Menchul suddenly appeared behind him, asking if Sok-hyun was afraid of seeing blood. He stated that he disliked those who drew blades in front of him. Shin Menchul declared that he usually didn't use a sword against the weak, but it would be different if the opponent struck first. He bent down and picked up a broken piece of wood from the ground. With his eyes flashing blue light, Shin Menchul declared that this was the true way of the sword. The piece of wood in his hand burst into a flame of blue energy, and he proclaimed himself to have once been the greatest swordsman of the Angeles continent. Seok-hyun, gripping his katana firmly, angrily shouted that Shin Menchul was talking nonsense. Shin Menchul merely smiled and replied that he didn't need to know. Roaring, Seok-hyun charged forward, demanding Shin Menchul shut up and die. He swung a full-power sword strike, while Shin Menchul calmly raised the enhanced piece of wood to block. Seok-hyun was triumphant, believing he had sliced his opponent in half. But to his astonishment, Shin Menchul had vanished, leaving behind only a fading blue energy afterimage. Suddenly, Shin Menchul appeared right behind one of the twins and swung the wooden stick. The energy-enhanced attack struck its target, creating a powerful shockwave. From a distance, Sok-hyun was stunned, unable to believe that a mere piece of wood could inflict damage on an enhanced body. Suddenly, a third Oni-masked warrior with a ponytail rushed forward, accumulating red energy in his hand, startling everyone. The newcomer unleashed a blazing red energy palm strike toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul dodged the incoming deadly energy blast with lightning speed. The attack grazed past, leaving a dazzling streak of light. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Menchul immediately closed the distance and struck down one of the twins. The remaining twin watched his comrade fall, forced to admit that Shin Menchul was a monster he had never encountered. Nevertheless, he believed Shin Menchul was exhausted and drew his katana, his eyes blazing beneath the mask. The twin raised his sword high, preparing for a decisive strike against the defensive Shin Menchul. He provoked Shin Menchul, suggesting a fair duel, yet mocked him for constantly dodging. Shin Menchul calmly retorted, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" The twin sneered, accepted the challenge, and inwardly vowed to finish off his opponent. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, building momentum for his charge. With terrifying speed, he charged straight at Shin Menchul, katana held ready. He was confident he would win due to the superior reach of his weapon. Shin Menchul merely scoffed, ridiculing the thug's shallow belief that a bigger weapon guaranteed victory. Immediately afterward, he channeled a massive amount of blue energy into the piece of wood in his hand. Shin Menchul swung his arm, unleashing a supreme energy sword aura that nullified any advantage in distance. Shin Menchul smirked, challenging his opponent with the blue energy radiating from his eyes. Immediately after, a tearing sound echoed as blood splattered everywhere. The residual blue energy lingered in the air. Shin Menchul's attack had carved a straight path through the construction site, triggering a series of explosions. The remaining twin stood stunned, his Oni mask shattered in half. The remaining fragments of the mask scattered onto the ground. Shin Menchul stood opposite the unmasked subordinate, while Director Park sat paralyzed on the ground, witnessing the horror. Director Park tremblingly called out, trying to get attention. Shin Menchul ordered him to stand up, complaining that his neck hurt from looking down, ignoring Director Park's pleas for mercy. Director Park quickly stood up, while Shin Menchul stated that he was lucky, because if they were in Angeles, he would have been torn to shreds. He declared this the final favor, ordering Director Park to disband his organization and vanish from Gangnam. When Director Park stammered, asking if he intended to take over Gangnam, Shin Menchul sarcastically asked if he looked like a gangster. Shin Menchul dismissed him, calling Director Park an insect, and warning that their next meeting would not end peacefully. He ordered him to also deal with Kim Byung-won of the Dongjin faction, giving him 1 week to complete everything, and then turn himself in. To make a point, Shin Menchul kicked the Oni-masked subordinate high into the air, and warned Director Park about the consequences of harboring ill intentions. Overwhelmed by the terrifying power, Director Park couldn't stand steady, and was so scared, he wet himself. Night fell under a bright, full moon. The scene shifted to a modern skyscraper during the day. Shin Menchul held a cup of coffee, remarking that the office of the chairman of Korea's largest company was even bigger than his house. Park Byung-ki chuckled, replying that with his abilities, Shin Menchul could buy any building in Gangnam if he wished. Shin Menchul casually replied to Park Byung-ki that a large house was just more difficult to clean. Park Byung-ki commented that even someone like Shin Menchul cleans his own house, adding that relying on others to do everything leads to an early death. Shin Menchul took a sip of his drink and said that people must stay active to maintain health, leading Park Byung-ki to believe the comment was directed at him. Park Byung-ki directly asked if Shin Menchul wanted to be so active that he was traveling all over Seoul to defeat gangs, making Menchul realize the old fox knew everything. Shin Menchul admitted that was exactly why he was there and needed help, causing Park Byung-ki to question this request, since Menchul previously desired a peaceful life. He revealed the issue was about drugs, explaining that some thugs were using them to amplify their strength, citing Ansan Chonga as an example. Shin Menchul clarified that this drug was different from ordinary stimulants. It allowed users to utilize mana, a power that should not exist on Earth. After listening, Park Byung-ki agreed to have his people investigate the matter, but Shin Menchul remained skeptical. Park Byung-ki confidently told him not to trust him, but to trust the power of money, as he paid his employees well to always deliver results. 2 days later, the scene shifted to a cafe named Lauren. There, the barista suddenly shouted, asking, "Oh Myung-won," what the hell he was doing, leaving Myung-won bewildered. The barista angrily questioned why Chairman Park had sent Oh Myung-won documents about a Mexican cartel, suggesting Myung-won had lost his mind. Shin Menchul, who was sitting with Oh Myung-won, asked what a cartel was and was told it was a South American drug syndicate. He looked through the documents and realized that besides domestic gangs and China's Black Death faction, other unexpected forces were also involved. Oh Myung-won began explaining that a few years ago, a strange drug started circulating within the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico. He stated that it was an extremely potent stimulant, made from the roots of a plant found only in South American forests. Shin Menchul felt the information was still too sparse, but Oh Myung-won said that Chairman Park needed more time to investigate the rest. Just then, a woman who had been observing them stood up, approached, and called Shin Menchul's name. The woman held up her badge, introduced herself as being from the National Intelligence Service, and requested to speak with him privately. Shin Menchul calmly inquired about the presence of the National Intelligence Service, NIS. A man accompanying the female agent questioned Menchul's impudent attitude upon their first meeting. Oh Myung-won permitted Menchul to drop the formalities if he felt the current situation was unfair. The female agent introduced herself as Park So-young, and the man accompanying her as manager Lee Jong-sung, while internally wondering why Menchul remained so composed. Shin Menchul sarcastically remarked that he must have become famous, then asked why they were interested in someone who only wanted to live a quiet life. Lee Jong-sung retorted, asking if a person seeking a quiet life would actively search for information regarding such a dangerous drug. Shin Menchul seriously replied that he believed they were pursuing the same objective. Oh Myung-hwan understood the implication, and immediately signaled his staff to announce that the establishment would be closed for the day. Shin Menchul smiled, predicting this would be a long conversation. After everyone was seated, Lee Jong-sung bluntly proposed that Shin Menchul should work for them. Shin Menchul reiterated that he was merely a civilian who wished to live peacefully. Lee Jong-sung refuted this by recalling how Menchul had single-handedly dismantled the 4 largest criminal organizations in Seoul. He asserted that such actions were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Lee Jong-sung added that Menchul showed no surprise when facing someone like him, and Menchul confirmed that he had encountered similar individuals before. Lee Jong-sung smiled meaningfully, stating that this world was inherently full of monsters. Shin Menchul suddenly turned and asked Park So-young if she was affiliated with the CIA. He explained that, to his knowledge, only the US and China currently possessed A-rank hunters, leaving Park So-young bewildered, as she did not understand what a hunter was. Park So-young thought to herself that Menchul didn't seem to be feigning ignorance, making her even more curious about his true identity. Lee Jong-sung said that concealment was pointless, as they weren't planning to question him immediately. With a threatening smile, Lee Jong-sung warned that they were perfectly capable of causing trouble for him right then and there. Shin Menchul coldly retorted that if the agents revealed their true colors, they would also suffer injury, and he would no longer hold back. Lee Jong-sung sneered, warning that Shin Menchul wouldn't be the only one facing trouble. With his eyes flashing yellow light, Shin Menchul threatened that anyone connected to him, such as Oh Myung-hwan and Park Byung-ki, could be implicated, concluding that the agents were courting death. A dark wave of killing intent radiated from Shin Menchul, stunning both Park So-young and Lee Jong-sung. Park So-young thought that Shin Menchul was truly formidable and that he absolutely had to be involved in this matter. She then introduced them as belonging to NIS Bureau 1, externally known as the East Asia Division, which Lee Jong-sung confirmed. Park So-young further explained that their team specialized in gathering intelligence on hunters, prompting Shin Menchul to curiously ask for the definition of the term. She explained that hunters were another name for superhumans, individuals augmented by technology, a field of study dating back to the Cold War era. Currently, only a handful of nations could train hunters, including the United States. China was also one of the nations possessing such a force, and Russia as well. Shin Menchul realized that this was why they had asked if he belonged to the CIA, and Lee Jong-sung immediately followed up to confirm that he was not a hunter affiliated with those 3 major powers. Shin Menchul calmly asserted that this was the first time he had heard of hunters. Lee Jong-sung calculated internally that even if the source of Menchul's power remained a mystery, the crucial fact was that South Korea now possessed an A-rank hunter. He nodded decisively, having made his own resolution. Lee Jong-sung changed the subject, placing photos on the table of a new stimulant that had appeared in South America a few years prior, used by the Sinaloa cartel. This drug had severe side effects, but everything changed about 5 years ago when an improved version named Hyper was introduced. This was the exact drug used by the Dongun faction, and its appearance had thrown global intelligence agencies into chaos. The reason was that those who used Hyper could achieve power levels nearly equivalent to that of a hunter. Park So-young added that intelligence agencies were hunting for the producer, codenamed Ghost, but to no avail. She then asked Shin Menchul if capturing the producer still mattered now that the drug had spread so widely. Lee Jong-sung explained that only the individual codenamed Ghost could create the pure Hyper solution. The drug currently used by gangs was merely a low-quality product. Park So-young warned that the Hyper, produced by criminal organizations, had begun circulating, and instead of granting superhuman strength, it caused rapid physical deterioration. She worriedly stated that it was only a matter of time before this drug spread to the general public. As she spoke of the world turning into hell, a chaotic vision of explosions and suffering people flashed into view. With determined eyes, Park So-young affirmed that they must capture Ghost and halt the production of Hyper. Lee Jong-sung simultaneously offered Shin Menchul assistance and threatened him, revealing that he had uncovered secrets like identity laundering and name borrowing, which could destroy Menchul's current life. Shin Menchul calmly asked in return if they would clean up everything for him if he agreed to help. Lee Jong-sung promised to give him a perfect identity so he would no longer be bothered, but added that he didn't need to risk his life solely for that reason. He shrewdly pointed out that Shin Menchul was also interested in Hyper, and he wouldn't be able to find more reliable information from any source other than them. Shin Menchul smirked, thinking that Li Zhongsong had seen right through his intentions. He decisively stood up, agreed to cooperate, and warned them not to discuss matters of life and death later on. 2 days later, at Fukuoka Airport, Japan, Shin Menchul and Park So-young walked together across the airport tarmac. He stopped next to a waiting white car. The driver introduced himself as Kim Tae-young, and Shin Menchul reciprocated. When Kim Tae-young asked which unit he was from, after revealing he belonged to the Special Forces, Shin Menchul bluntly replied that he was unemployed. The answer caused Kim Tae-young to secretly resent Shin Menchul's attitude. They arrived at a National Intelligence Service (NIS) warehouse facility in Tianjin. Inside the warehouse, Park So-young introduced the team members for the current operation. She pointed to the muscular man with long hair and stated that his name was Si-hyung, responsible for support. Park So-young introduced the next member, Lee Ki-hyuk, the electronics specialist. She then pointed towards Shin Menchul, who was casually munching on snacks. Si-hyung immediately questioned Shin Menchul about his past, but the latter refused to answer. Refusing to give up, Si-hyung pressed him further about the new member's previous occupation. Shin Menchul's reply that he was unemployed and worked at a coffee shop immediately enraged Si-hyung. His fury erupted violently, startling even Lee Ki-hyuk. Si-hyung questioned the decision to grant full command authority to an unknown person, his hand resting on his sidearm. He turned away, sneering that he was merely a low-ranking operative who had no choice but to follow orders. But then Si-hyung suddenly spun around, aiming his gun directly at Shin Menchul with a challenging gaze. A gunshot echoed through the room. Si-hyung smirked, revealing that it was only a blank round meant to test his resolve. Park So-young angrily chastised him, but Si-hyung defended his actions, arguing that he couldn't entrust their lives to an unverified individual. Shin Menchul remained composed, noting that Si-hyung had guts but questioning the dangerous nature of the stunt. Si-hyung scoffed, warning Shin Menchul to perform his duties properly once the operation commenced. He threatened that the next time, the bullet would be real. Feeling provoked, Si-hyung raised his gun once more, yelling that no one could stop him. Park So-young frantically ordered him to halt immediately. Another shot suddenly rang out, causing Si-hyung to freeze in stunned disbelief. A bullet hole appeared on the wall directly behind Shin Menchul, indicating the shot had narrowly missed him. Si-hyung was speechless, realizing with horror that he had used a live round, yet Shin Menchul hadn't even flinched. Si-hyung gave a wry smile, conceding that a crazy operation required a crazy man. Immediately, Park So-young lunged forward and delivered a powerful strike to his back. She ruthlessly slammed Si-hyung onto the floor. Park So-young furiously warned him that acting independently during a mission was an idiotic decision. While restrained, Si-hyung explained that he held no malice and suggested that this entire operation was a regrettable situation for everyone involved. Park So-young stood up, announcing that he would face the disciplinary committee after the mission concluded. Si-hyung countered with a chilling retort. That would only happen if she survived. After Kim Tae-young helped him up, Si-hyung brushed the incident aside and suggested they begin the briefing. As the team gathered, someone mused internally about Shin Menchul, recalling a person named Yu Si-hyung. Si-hyung muttered irritably, comparing Shin Menchul to a terrifying warrior from Angeles and complaining about the blatant favoritism. The projector light flickered on, signaling the official start of the meeting. Lee Ki-hyuk began his presentation, introducing information about the Shinsengumi organization based in Kyushu, Japan. He explained that the region was originally dominated by another organization called the Kudokai. However, over the past 3 years, the Shinsengumi has risen to prominence and seized most of the Kudokai's territory. Kim Tae-young interjected, suggesting their power stemmed from something called hyper. Lee Ki-hyuk confirmed that this was only a hypothesis, but revealed that machine guns and grenades were largely ineffective against them. He continued by explaining that the Shinsengumi exploited the factional conflict within Japan's largest organization, the Yamaguchi-gumi, to expand their influence. Rumors suggest the Japanese government is involved, as the Shinsengumi's main income source is the hyper-enhancement drug, with funds being transferred into accounts belonging to the Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office. Shin Menchul crossed his arms and asked for confirmation. Their opponents are Yakuza, backed by Japanese intelligence. Lee Ki-hyuk conceded that while there was no concrete proof, the likelihood was extremely high. Park So-young crossed her arms and seriously asked who their primary target was. Lee Ki-hyuk projected the profile of Noguchi Yasuo, the third highest-ranking member of the Shinsengumi, who oversees the Fukuoka region. Shin Menchul questioned why they needed to kidnap Noguchi when they had no information regarding Ghost. Lee Ki-hyuk explained, using a complex diagram. The person connected to Ghost is Lee Young-ho, the drug supplier for the Shinsengumi boss Obuchi Naoto, and Noguchi is the only viable link to locate the elusive boss. Shin Menchul concluded that Noguchi Yasuo was the necessary starting point they were forced to target. Lee Ki-hyuk stressed that they needed to abduct the target silently due to the team's limited manpower. Shin Menchul suddenly stood up and declared that he had an idea. The plan was executed at a building on Fukuoka's main street, Noguchi Yasuo's secret meeting location. In a support role, Kim Tae-young drove a truck to the designated location. From the command center, Si-hyung expressed skepticism about the insane plan, but Lee Ki-hyuk countered that it was worth a shot. Disguised as a hooded delivery man, Shin Menchul entered the building, walking past Noguchi Yasuo and his subordinate, Hirota. In the control room, Lee Ki-hyuk smirked, confident that Park So-young and the manager had their own calculations, much to Si-hyung's annoyance. Noguchi Yasuo, disguised with long hair and a mustache, squinted at the delivery man, wondering if he had seen that face somewhere before. Hirota informed his superior that the delivery man for Noguchi's special order had arrived. Shin Menchul opened the briefcase, revealing adult toys inside, and introduced himself as an expert in special games. Hirota growled, threatening the delivery man to watch his back if they were not satisfied. While he was still mid-sentence, issuing a warning about doing business in Fukuoka, a blur shot past behind him. Shin Menchul launched a surprise attack, slamming a stick hard against Hirota. Over the comms, he reassured his teammates not to worry, stating that while he might not be good at other things, he excelled at fighting. Immediately afterward, Park So-young announced over the comms that she was in position and inquired about the current status. Shin Menchul received a signal through his earpiece that the security camera hack was complete and he could begin. His teammate reminded him that he must capture the target without the Shinsengumi noticing, and simultaneously questioned his Japanese language skills. Confidently replying that he was also intelligent, Shin Menchul pressed the doorbell. A burly bodyguard with a buzz cut opened the door. The bodyguard asked for Shin Menchul's identity and inquired about the delivery man named Tatsuo. Shin Menchul smiled and fabricated a story, claiming Tatsuo had a fever and he was substituting for him. The bodyguard let him in, stating that boss Noguchi could not be kept waiting, while Noguchi Yasuo, whose back was covered in tattoos, stood nearby. Suddenly, Shin Menchul delivered a devastating blow to the bodyguard's abdomen. Noguchi Yasuo was stunned and enraged by the surprise attack. Shin Menchul immediately lunged forward and assaulted Noguchi. Defeated, Noguchi lay sprawled on the floor, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. At a warehouse, Shin Menchul, adopting the persona of an agent, slammed his hand onto a drum barrel and declared they were from the North Korean Reconnaissance General Bureau. Noguchi Yasuo was captured and suspended by his wrists, surrounded by Shin Menchul, Park So-young, and Si-hyung. Shin Menchul interrogated Noguchi, stating that the drugs he was supplying were interfering with their operations. While Noguchi stared defiantly, Shin Menchul mused that one of the General Bureau's overseas activities was, ironically, drug distribution. Shin Menchul directly asked Noguchi if he had ever heard the name Lee Young-ho. Noguchi denied knowing the name and insisted that only the Oyabun, boss, was privy to the supply plan, prompting Shin Menchul to demand the boss's whereabouts. Noguchi declared that betrayal meant death, but Shin Menchul scoffed, pointing out that he was going to die regardless, and promised a painless end if he cooperated. Noguchi internally acknowledged that he would surely not survive, since his captors hadn't bothered to conceal their faces. Yet he remained determined not to yield. Park So-young stepped forward, held out a photograph, and coldly threatened that even if he died, his family remained alive. Park So-young held up a family photo, chillingly informing him that their agents were monitoring Noguchi's relatives in Melbourne. Under duress, Noguchi Yasuo bowed his head in submission, revealing that the boss would be present at the Yamaguchi-gumi funeral home in Kobe, and pleaded with them not to touch his family. Si-hyung exhaled a puff of smoke, indifferently replying that he would honor that promise. Meanwhile, back at the base, the agent in the fur-collared jacket admitted to Park So-young that impersonating the Reconnaissance Bureau was his idea, but he hadn't expected her to have the photos ready. Park So-young ordered Lee Ki-hyuk to prioritize searching for information regarding the Kobe Yamaguchi-gumi funeral home, deeming it a worthwhile lead. Lee Ki-hyuk, working on his computer, asked everyone to hold on for a moment. He informed the group that the deceased, Yoshinori Watanabe, was the former Oyabun boss of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Lee Ki-hyuk explained that the Yamaguchi-gumi organization was currently fractured into two opposing factions. He continued his analysis, noting that the funeral had created a temporary ceasefire, but the situation in Kobe remained extremely tense due to the heavy presence of both Yakuza members and the police. Therefore, kidnapping the Shinsengumi boss under these circumstances would be impossible. Upon hearing this, Si-hyung anxiously asked if they had hit a dead end. The agent in the fur-collared jacket smirked, saying the situation wasn't bad at all. In fact, it was highly advantageous. He confidently asserted that the chessboard had been perfectly set for them, confusing Si-hyung further. His plan was to ignite a massive incident to draw everyone's attention. At the funeral home, the portrait of Yoshinori Watanabe was solemnly displayed. The external scene indicated this was a major event, drawing a large number of mourners. Inside, however, the Yakuza members were behaving chaotically and disorderly. A red-haired Yakuza member became enraged upon hearing insults directed at his faction. He roared, calling the others traitorous scoundrels. His rage peaked, and he screamed that he had endured enough. The red-haired Yakuza member collapsed after being stabbed in the chest. In his fury, he screamed that the opposing faction were armed traitors, declared the ceasefire null and void, and ordered his men not to let a single Kobe Yamaguchi-gumi member survive. Immediately, a bloody melee erupted between the two Yakuza factions. From a distance, a sniper shot rang out, smoke trailing from the barrel. Inside a van, Si-hyung lowered his rifle and announced that the target had been eliminated, ordering an immediate retreat. Si-hyung worried that if their trail was discovered, it would cause a diplomatic incident. But Lee Ki-hyuk calmly retorted by asking if Si-hyung thought he would be left alone to face the Yamaguchi-gumi. Annoyed by his teammate's attitude, Si-hyung snapped, asking why Lee Ki-hyuk was laughing, and received the reply that all they needed to do now was run without looking back. Si-hyung desperately lamented that he would die before getting married, all thanks to one lunatic. He grabbed Lee Ki-hyuk's shirt, while his teammate teased that marriage wouldn't be difficult if it weren't for this specific operation. Meanwhile, a gray-haired Yakuza boss and his bald bodyguard were attempting to flee the chaos. The bodyguard yelled that a getaway car was waiting at the rear exit, but Shin Menchul blocked their path. As the two men neared the escape vehicle, Shin Menchul silently closed in from behind. With a lightning-fast strike enhanced by blue energy, Shin Menchul instantly incapacitated the bodyguard. He held his weapon to the throat of the trembling boss, who stammered, asking if he was with the Yamaguchi-gumi. After subduing and gagging the target, Shin Menchul reported that the mission was complete, and they were moving toward the safe house. A white van sped away onto the highway. Inside the van, the red-haired driver focused on the road, while Shin Menchul vigilantly checked the rear. Shin Menchul informed the driver that they had a tail, which greatly surprised him. A car carrying 4 masked pursuers equipped with assault rifles was tailing them closely, but Shin Menchul calmly ordered the driver to accelerate. Meanwhile, at another location, the commander in the fur-collared jacket ordered Lee Ki-hyuk to find a discreet location, and Lee Ki-hyuk quickly identified an unfinished road 500 meters away. Shin Menchul calmly instructed the driver that they would lose their pursuers at the safe house. The driver, Kim Taeyong, frantically complained about his bad luck and urged Shin Menchul to pull out a gun. Shin Menchul merely drew a small knife and asserted that it would be sufficient. Kim Taeyong yelled in astonishment at his action. The van screeched to a halt on a deserted dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shin Menchul casually stepped out of the vehicle, spinning 2 knives in his hands while Kim Taeyong remained in the driver's seat. From inside the car, Kim Taeyong gripped his gun, hoping Shin Menchul had some kind of secret backup team. However, Shin Menchul stood alone, facing the 4 armed pursuers who were closing in. One of the masked figures immediately aimed his assault rifle at him. Suddenly, the rifle was sliced in half by a streak of light, leaving the man stunned. Shin Menchul had closed the distance at impossible speed, destroying the enemy's weapon with his knife. Another man instantly drew a pistol and unleashed a continuous barrage of bullets toward Shin Menchul. He easily dodged every round, realizing that these individuals had no hesitation about killing. Shin Menchul concluded that they were on a completely different level than ordinary gangsters. Witnessing the scene, Kim Taeyong was horrified, realizing these were not Yakuza but professionally trained operatives. He was utterly shocked by how quickly and violently the situation had escalated. Over the comms, Park So-young inquired about the situation, and Kim Taeyong stammered that the target was secured before asking her to wait. Kim Taeyong yelled into the comms, unable to believe his eyes as he saw Shin Menchul had already neutralized all the enemies. He horrifyingly exclaimed that Shin Menchul was not human upon seeing blue energy radiating from his hand. At the command center, Park So-young calmly reflected on Shin Menchul's power, confirming he was Korea's sole hunter. Park So-young confirmed the individual's identity as Shin Menchul. Amidst the ambush, Shin Menchul calmly watched a grenade flying toward him. He did not flinch as the deadly weapon flew past his head. Immediately afterward, a fierce explosion erupted behind him. From inside the car, Kim Taeyong screamed Shin Menchul's name in terror. One of the masked attackers stood firm in the smoke, believing the target had been eliminated. However, Shin Menchul suddenly appeared right in front of the stunned mercenary. Moving at terrifying speed, He took down one man, just as his accomplice managed to raise his gun. He continued his attack on the second man, striking him while mocking their lack of concern for their comrades. The attacker cursed furiously, while Shin Menchul grabbed his neck with a hand radiating dark energy. In just a moment, all 4 attackers were neutralized, lying scattered on the ground. Shin Menchul casually tossed one of the unconscious men into the back seat of the van. Kim Tae-young frantically asked why he was taking him captive, and Shin Menchul replied that he needed to find out who was behind everything. When asked how he took them down, Shin Menchul looked puzzled. Kim Tae-young insisted that he had moved as fast as instantaneous teleportation. Shin Menchul simply replied that he ran very fast, leaving Kim Tae-young completely speechless. He coldly repeated his answer and demanded an end to the conversation. Afterward, Park So-young's team assembled at a secure warehouse. Standing before the bound attackers, Park So-young deduced from one man's accent that they might belong to the North Korean Reconnaissance General Bureau. Kim Tae-young was confused by the North Korean involvement, and Park So-young was concerned about their skill level. But Lee Ki-hyuk confidently suggested immediate interrogation. One of the captured attackers yelled, cursing his captors as capitalists and swearing he would never reveal any information. He sneered defiantly, demanding torture and asserting that his revolutionary faith would not be broken, but a voice exposed him, stating he was not North Korean. Shin Menchul revealed that his keen ears had heard them speaking Japanese in the car during the pursuit, leaving the prisoner stunned. Without warning, Shin Menchul placed his finger on the prisoner's forehead, causing him to let out a horrifying scream. Under Shin Menchul's touch, the prisoner's body convulsed violently in extreme agony. Shin Menchul smiled, explaining that this was an effective interrogation technique he had learned from a former subordinate named Obara. Facing the prisoner who was trembling with fear, Shin Menchul asked if he wanted to hear an immutable truth. His eyes flashed blue, and a surge of the same colored energy flared in his hand as he declared that people are forced to talk when they are beaten. The prisoner's desperate screams echoed, begging Shin Menchul to stop. Completely broken, the leader confessed that he belonged to the Japanese Cabinet Intelligence Agency, International Affairs Division. Shin Menchul turned to ask Park So-young if she knew about the organization, then explained it was a Japanese Special Operations Unit, leaving her utterly astonished. Park So-young mused, realizing that these men couldn't have been following them by chance but were definitely tailing Obuchi Naoto. She recalled that during a briefing, Lee Ki-hyuk had mentioned that the Shinsengumi was connected to the Cabinet Intelligence Agency. All the pieces started clicking into place in Park So-young's mind as she realized the dangerous connection. Shin Menchul pressed further, asking if Obuchi Naoto was a member of the Cabinet Intelligence Agency, and received a weak affirmative answer. He then shifted his attention to another prisoner, suggesting he would speak with the Shinsengumi boss. Shin Menchul's energy-infused finger struck again, causing the second prisoner to convulse and scream in pain. Shin Menchul asked about Lee Young-ho's whereabouts, but the prisoner stammered that he didn't know, causing Shin Menchul to muse that an undercover agent wouldn't talk so easily. Park So-young observed the 2 remaining prisoners, who were now completely subdued and tightly bound. A syringe was being prepared, indicating that the interrogation was about to enter a new phase, possibly involving the use of drugs. Kim Tae-young grabbed a prisoner by the neck, causing him to scream in agony, while his comrades watched in horror. Park So-young worried that the prisoner might die, but Shin Menchul reminded her that they didn't have much time before the Japanese police arrived. Kim Tae-young growled, demanding information about Lee Young-ho, the supplier of the enhancement drugs, but the prisoner stubbornly denied knowing anything. Park So-young turned to Lee Ki-hyuk for an update, and was informed that the Japanese Special Forces would arrive in 20 minutes. Deciding to use extreme measures, Kim Tae-young held up a syringe, stating that this was how they treated members of the Special Forces team. Immediately, he injected the drug directly into the neck of the tightly bound prisoner. Under the drug's effect, the prisoner writhed and screamed the name Hades when asked about Lee Young-ho's whereabouts. The entire team was surprised by the new information, and Shin Menchul immediately demanded the location of Hades. In extreme agony, the prisoner finally revealed the location: Busan. Elsewhere, a silver-haired man sitting in a car suddenly recalled a place called Hades in Busan. He knew that Hades was a location managed by the Blood Mafia, the image of the building with its neon sign flashing in his mind. Meanwhile, inside Hades, a muscular blonde man was drinking, secretly thinking about a man named Mikhail Voskov, whom he never expected to encounter again. A bald underling approached him to report a minor incident involving the Japanese group. The subordinate reported that Obuchi Naoto of the Shinsengumi had been kidnapped and gone missing by unknown assailants. The incident, where only Obuchi Naoto was taken from the funeral home, had shocked all of Japan. The bottle in the blonde man's hand began to emit purple energy as he concluded that this was the work of professionals. With glowing eyes, he decided he must retaliate to show the intruders that no one could run rampant in his territory. At the same time, in a cordoned-off area, Japanese agents were investigating a massive burn mark on the ground. A curly-haired agent was furious that their special forces had been attacked, but his colleague argued that wasn't the main problem. The colleague worried that their relationship with the Shinsengumi would be exposed, and ordered them to find and eliminate those responsible. A young girl wearing glasses, Genma Shinobu, examined a rifle that had been sliced in half, and asked about two strange men observing them. Her older sister, Genma and Jaime, dismissed Shinobu's speculation, asserting that the weapon was cut by a laser beam, not a blade. Shinobu innocently asked if performing such a feat was difficult, then playfully held up her hand in the shape of a gun. Suddenly, Shinobu's expression became sharp and highly focused. In a flash, she demonstrated her ability, soaring up and using energy slashes to cut another rifle into pieces. As the rifle parts clattered to the ground, Shinobu proudly declared to her sister that she could do it too. However, Enhime angrily scolded Shinobu for her reckless action with the katana, calling it a pointless joke. Meanwhile, one of the two agents concluded that a hunter must have been involved in the initial incident. Enhime declared that to hunt their target, they needed a fiercer mad dog, causing Shinobu to anxiously ask if her sister was angry. Enhime admitted this was the first time she had encountered such a situation, revealing that they needed the Grand Hunter, an independent unit of the Cabinet Intelligence Office. The two were identified as Genma Enhime and Genma Shinobu, the formidable Genma sisters, while Shinobu secretly wished she possessed her sister's beauty and intelligence. The scene shifted to Busan Station, brightly lit against the sunset. A new group appeared, with the long-haired man named Si-hyung complaining about having to carry all the luggage alone. A burly man with a buzz cut, Kim Min-wook, sarcastically greeted his teammates while a young boy looked at him in astonishment. Si-hyung retorted that he would outlive Min-wook, who merely sneered. Kim Min-wook then seriously greeted Park So-young as manager, and she ordered the team to head to the safe house first. Their destination was the bustling Bupyeong Kangtong night market district in Busan. The team moved through the crowded market, blending into the vibrant atmosphere. Park So-young stopped in an alley and approached a seemingly ordinary wall. As she pressed her thumb against the blank surface, a colleague watched from behind, wondering what she was doing. Park So-young used her fingerprint to activate a glowing National Intelligence Service logo on the wall. A secret door clicked and slid open, revealing a brightly lit corridor where Genma Shinobu was waiting. Park So-young confidently led the way, with Shin Menchul and Kim Min-wook stepping through the entrance to the secret base. The group entered a modern conference room, where other agents, including Kim Taeyong, were already seated, waiting for Lee Jong-sung to begin. Lee Jong-sung stood before the team, praised their excellent performance in Japan, and immediately announced the start of the meeting. He revealed that this time they would be facing the Russian blood mafia, an organization that had risen to the world's top 3 thanks to its leader, former KGB director Dimitar Ivankov. Kim Min-wook scoffed, unable to believe an intelligence officer had become a mafia boss, and made a sarcastic remark about the state of that nation. Shin Menchul listened with a puzzled expression, trying to absorb the new information. Lee Jong-sung further explained that Alexander Karelin had been a member of Ivankov's team in the 70 which reminded Shin Menchul of a certain verbose, lifelong Russian president. Connecting this to the Japanese intelligence agency backing the Yakuza, Shin Menchul angrily asserted that this was state-sponsored crime, and mocked Lee Jong-sung's attitude. A map appeared, showing Russia's main weapon and drug smuggling routes passing through Busan en route to Japan and Southeast Asia. The entire team, now including Si-hyung, listened intently as Lee Jong-sung prepared to reveal the local leader. He announced the identity of the branch manager, Mikhail Vaskov. Lee Jong-sung stated that Vaskov had been Ivankov's right-hand man in Europe and had transferred to the East Asia branch 3 years ago, emphasizing that Park So-young knew him best. Hearing this, Kim Min-wook excitedly turned to Park So-young, bombarding her with questions about whether Vaskov was a hunter and what kind of gear he used, while Shin Menchul remained silent. Lee Jong-sung interrupted, holding up a piece of paper and announcing that he had received confidential information from the Japanese side. Park So-young turned back with a serious expression, asking if the information concerned them. He revealed that 2 agents from the Japanese Cabinet Intelligence Research Office, a 2-member independent unit known as the Great Hunter, had infiltrated Busan 2 days prior. Park So-young realized the situation was more complicated. Now they had to capture Lee Young-ho while simultaneously dealing with the blood mafia and the Japanese intelligence unit. Nevertheless, she looked at the team resolutely and reassured them that they had nothing to worry about. Shin Menchul confidently declared to Park So-young that they would eliminate both the Japanese agents and the blood mafia. Meanwhile, at a luxurious building named Hades, their enemies were already in motion. A bald subordinate reported to his blonde boss that suspicious movements had been detected across the information network. The subordinate confirmed that the source was the Japanese Cabinet Intelligence Research Office. He explained that the organization's data had been stolen, and upon tracing the breach, they discovered that a Japanese satellite was monitoring their cargo ship. The report continued that 2 days prior, 2 Japanese agents had arrived in Busan, targeting a specific item of cargo. The blonde boss ordered his subordinates to clear everyone from the docks and dispatch Sergei's team to handle the situation. Elsewhere, a voice expressed concern that the situation was escalating too quickly, feeling uneasy that only 2 of them were present at the cabinet office. A red-haired woman was relaxing in a pool, while another voice suggested that if their preparation was inadequate, they could face serious trouble. A curly-haired man suggested changing Lee Young-ho's route, but a more decisive voice rejected the idea, ordering that he be used as bait. When asked if the boss's guest would accept this plan, the person asserted that a true partner must be willing to accept risks. Returning to the Hades Club, the blonde boss sat among the crowd, noting that both the National Intelligence Service and the Japanese Intelligence Office were formidable opponents. The scene shifted to Busan port at night. There, amidst the rows of containers, Genma and Hime and Genma Shinobu took their positions. Genma and Hime received a call, bluntly telling the person on the line that she was busy. The caller angrily questioned why she dared to operate on the Korean peninsula without reporting, warning of the risk of causing a diplomatic incident. The caller, Kuroda, lost his temper and threatened to contact the minister directly if she didn't stop immediately. Kuroda was stunned when the other end of the line told him not to bother flattering the minister and simply to understand the current situation. Genma and Hime coldly explained that contacting the minister was useless, as the operation had been personally authorized by the prime minister, and failure would shake the entire government. Kuroda shouted in disbelief, but Genma and Hime simply told him to believe it or not before hanging up, leaving him and a stunned colleague behind. Meanwhile, Kuroda was trembling with rage when a colleague informed him of a call from the prime minister's residence regarding the mutated target. He fell silent, contemplating the information he had just received. At Busan port, Genma Shinobu anxiously asked Genma and Hime if she was all right and offered to deal with Kuroda, but was dismissed. Genma and Hime looked out at the sea and declared that the time had come. Immediately afterward, 4 mysterious hooded figures appeared atop a nearby container. Both agents instantly sensed their presence. One of the hooded figures, Lee Young-ho, spoke up, asking if they were from the cabinet office. Genma Enheim coldly called Lee Young-ho by name and demanded that he quickly follow her lead. Lee Young-ho expressed surprise at seeing Genma and Hime again on the peninsula, admitting he thought he would never encounter her again. Genma and Hime questioned whether he had chosen the Russian blood mafia instead of cooperating with them. She confidently scoffed, asking if he truly thought those gangsters were their opponents. While Genma Shinobu prepared for combat, Lee Young-ho declared that he would speak the truth before he died. Suddenly, one of his hooded subordinates lunged forward. The cloak was thrown aside, revealing a giant armored bodyguard, whom Lee Young-ho introduced as his main force. Lee Young-ho explained that they had been in business with the blood mafia for 5 years, and that the incident in Japan was merely a coincidence. With blazing eyes, Genma Shinobu angrily roared, asking where a drug trafficker like him got the audacity to betray the Japanese government. Lee Young-ho countered that they were the ones who had been betrayed, as the Japanese government had broken the contract first. He revealed that the prime minister and those around him had become greedy, establishing slush funds and delivering cargo to other organizations without consulting him. In the process, his name had even been sold to various intelligence agencies. Genma and Hime pointed her gun at him, ordering silence and asserting that he was the one who had created this situation. Genma and Hime sharply told Genma Shinobu to stop complaining, but Shinobu replied that she didn't understand. Facing them, Lee Young-ho removed his mask, suggesting that only those with similar goals could truly communicate. He concluded that force was the only way to talk, as his armored bodyguard stepped forward. Instantly, a streak of blazing red light tore through the air. Genma Shinobu lunged forward, her katana violently colliding with the bodyguard's armored arm. She landed on the opponent's arm, pressing the sword down with all her might. Then, Genma Shinobu swiftly sprang backward to gain momentum. She charged once more, attacking the massive bodyguard. The strike only left a small scratch on the armor's gauntlet, where yellow energy flashed. Genma Shinobu was astonished to realize her weapon could not pierce the defense, concluding that her opponent was a hunter. She muttered to herself that this was her first time facing a Russian hunter. With a determined smile, Genma Shinobu thought that if she defeated him, her older sister would praise her. She taunted her opponent. "Oh no. Your expensive suit is damaged." The armored bodyguard ignored the provocation, gathering a brilliant sphere of energy in his palm. He scoffed that the armor was only scratched from playing with a kitten, then fired a massive energy beam. Genma Shinobu stood firm, preparing to face the destructive attack head-on. She quickly drew her scabbard for defense. With a skillful motion, Genma Shinobu used the scabbard to split the incoming energy stream in half. Amidst the dissipating smoke, she flashed a confident smile. Capitalizing on the explosion, Genma Shinobu launched herself high into the air, preparing to deliver a finishing blow from above onto the bodyguard. With blazing eyes, Genma Shinobu swung her sword and lunged straight at Dimitri. The bodyguard in the armor looked up, growling and calling her an insolent islander. Shinobu's blade sparked as it struck the target. Witnessing the scene, one of the hooded subordinates anxiously shouted Dimitri's name. After landing safely, Shinobu turned back and asked her sister if she had seen the performance. She smugly remarked that the Russian hunters were slower than she had anticipated. The hooded subordinate from before scolded Dimitri, calling him an idiot who was disgracing the Russian soldiers. Hearing the word soldiers, Genma Enhime frowned, realizing they were not merely a criminal organization. She deduced that the hunter suits they wore were strange, and that they were likely a secret government-armed group, disguised as mafia. In response, Dimitri clenched his cloak and decisively threw it aside, fully revealing the combat armor underneath. He declared that revealing his identity didn't matter, as dead men tell no tales. Genma Shinobu stood facing Dimitri, preparing for a true battle. She took her stance, channeling power into her katana. Instantly, Shinobu charged forward, unleashing a lightning-fast slash. She launched a series of continuous attacks, creating streaks of white light around Dimitri. The successive strikes slammed against his armor plating. Suddenly, a fierce surge of purple energy erupted from Dimitri, repelling Shinobu's attack. The force of the explosion sent Shinobu flying back, forcing her to kneel on one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Dimitri raised his armored fist, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Severely wounded by the counterattack, Genma Shinobu coughed up a mouthful of blood. While Dimitri prepared his strike, Genma Enhime observed from behind the injured Genma Shinobu. Genma Enhime suddenly moved to her sister's side. She told Genma Shinobu that she didn't need to fight any longer. Genma Enhime declared that the longer this dragged on, the harder it would be to finish, suggesting they resolve it in a single strike, and Genma Shinobu reluctantly agreed. Both sisters charged forward together, ready for a coordinated assault. They simultaneously rushed toward Dimitri, dodging the energy blasts he fired. Genma Shinobu closed the distance and swung her sword, striking Dimitri. The powerful attack sent Dimitri crashing to the ground. From above, Genma Enhime raised her hand, condensing a blazing red sphere of fire. With a smug smile, she unleashed the full extent of her power. A massive fire explosion engulfed Dimitri. Inside the flames, Dimitri wondered in astonishment about Genma Enhime's firepower. Having previously assumed she was only physically strong, he realized this temperature was far from ordinary. A mysterious voice echoed from somewhere, questioning what a person named Sergei was doing. Amidst the sea of fire, a muscular man with short blonde hair appeared, shielding Dimitri. Genma Enhime hovered in the air, asking the newcomer if he was Dimitri's comrade. The man named Sergei extended his hand, preparing to counterattack. He effortlessly controlled and extinguished Genma Enhime's fierce flames. Genma Enhime was completely stunned by the sight. The two sisters now stood facing Sergei, a powerful new adversary. Genma Enhime analyzed the situation, identifying the enemy as possibly Mikhail Voskov, one of the Big 30, and suspected that someone had leaked their movements. She made an offer, demanding that the opponents hand over Lee Young-ho in exchange for letting bygones be bygones. However, Sergei turned and asked Lee Young-ho if he knew the two women. Lee Young-ho explained that the Japanese government had invested massive amounts of money to train their own hunters. He revealed that the experiment had failed, but the survivors were Genma Enhime and Genma Shinobu. Lee Young-ho scoffed that this was the first time he had met them and mocked the fact that the Japanese government hadn't fully trusted him. Sergei interrupted, demanding that Lee Young-ho get straight to the point. Lee Young-ho bluntly called the two sisters failed products, leaving both stunned and enraged. He continued his analysis, stating that the older sister was using a new ability, but dismissed it as a miscellaneous skill, a side effect of the experiment. Standing before Genma Shinobu, Sergei and Dimitri heard a voice ordering her to put on her combat suit. The voice explained that a hunter must wear specialized gear to maximize their potential, but Genma Shinobu furiously screamed that she would tear both him and his suit apart. Instantly, Sergei appeared behind her and seized Genma Shinobu. He leaned into her ear, mocking that such a threat was what a corpse would say. With a burst of dark energy, Sergei violently hurled Genma Shinobu away. A pitch-black energy explosion erupted where she crashed. Genma Enhime screamed her sister's name in horror, While Sergei turned back with a smug smile, her rage erupting, Genma and Hime condensed a sphere of fire in her palm. She lunged to attack, but Sergei easily blocked her fiery punch with just one hand. He grabbed Genma and Hime by the neck, calmly remarking that she seemed to enjoy using cheap tricks. Despite being restrained, Genma and Hime strained, igniting her free hand and declaring that she would meet his standards. Genma and Hime roared, launching a fierce fire attack at Sergei. Immediately, Genma Shinobu joined the fray, swinging her sword to attack Sergei from the side. Sergei's eyes flashed with blue light as he prepared to counterattack. With a powerful kick, he easily struck down Genma Shinobu. Genma and Hime rushed over to catch her unconscious sister, calling her name in desperation. She helped her sister, who seemed to have lost all strength, stand up. Both were now completely helpless before Sergei. He looked down at them contemptuously, mocking that the Japanese side must have been in a great hurry to send these defective products to capture Lee Young-ho. Sergei gathered energy in his hand, stating that if something was defective, it should be eliminated. Genma and Hime finished his sentence through gritted teeth, just as a strange voice rang out. From atop a container, Shin Menchul appeared, and said that while he enjoyed a good fight, they should go back to their own country to settle their affairs. The story flashed back to the previous day, at the National Intelligence Service's security meeting room, where Lee Jong-sung was reporting on Mikhail Voskov. In the meeting room, Shin Menchul, Park So-young, Kim Tae-young, Si-hung, and Kim Min-wook were all listening intently. Shin Menchul turned to Park So-young and reassured her that there was no need to worry. When Kim Tae-young asked what he meant, Shin Menchul revealed his plan: to leak information to the Japanese side that Lee Young-ho was moving to Busan with the Blood Mafia. Kim Tae-young questioned why he would waste such hard-won intelligence, but Shin Menchul explained that he wanted the Cabinet Intelligence Agency and the Blood Mafia to destroy each other. The entire team, including Kim Tae-young, Park So-young, and Si-hyung, were stunned upon realizing the ultimate goal was to seize the opportunity to capture Lee Young-ho amidst the chaos. Lee Jong-sung quietly observed, thinking that Shin Menchul's idea was audacious and his judgment cold. A person with such skill could not possibly be unknown. He concluded that Shin Menchul must have fought on battlefields for decades. Returning to the present, Shin Menchul stood high above, looking down at the situation he had orchestrated. Sergei and Dmitri facing the defeated Genma sisters. Suddenly, Dmitri, clad in full armor, lunged down to attack Shin Menchul. He declared that Shin Menchul was unlucky and must die. Instantly, Dmitri unleashed a powerful punch. However, Shin Menchul easily blocked the attack with one hand, simultaneously using red energy to slice into Dmitri's armor. Dmitri was astonished by his opponent's unbelievable strength. Shin Menchul merely smiled confidently, his heterochromatic eyes shining brightly. From another location, Sergei was watching the battle with a thoughtful expression. Lee Young-ho and a hooded subordinate were also observing the situation. Repelled, Dmitri landed on a container nearby, maintaining his distance. Shin Menchul thought to himself that Dmitri was only able to remain standing thanks to that strange armor. Dmitri roared, threatening that Shin Menchul had chosen a painful death for himself. He began accumulating energy, causing the lines on his armor to glow blue. A blue energy blast was fired from Dmitri's gauntlet. Immediately afterward, Dmitri unleashed his full power, enveloping his body in purple and blue lightning. Witnessing the sight, Sergei silently admitted that even he wasn't sure he could defeat Dmitri in that state without supportive gear. Dmitri's armor now emitted a brilliant red glow, signaling amplified power. Shrouded in lightning, Dmitri shot up into the air. He soared across the night sky like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul calmly looked up, his gaze intensely focused. He retaliated by generating a massive explosion, completely engulfing Dmitri. Amidst the smoke of the explosion, Shin Menchul maintained his fighting stance. However, Dmitri used his armor to easily withstand the attack. The two rushed toward each other, creating a fierce confrontation among the containers at the port. Shin Menchul was surprised to realize his opponent had closed the distance so quickly. Enveloped in electrical current, Dmitri easily grabbed hold of Shin Menchul. He used tremendous strength to slam Shin Menchul into the ground. Shin Menchul was astonished, noting to himself that the sensation was unlike colliding with metal, and this was the first time he had experienced anything similar since returning to Earth. Dmitri swung a lightning-charged punch toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul managed to raise his arm in time to block the blow, and red energy flared at the point of impact. Meanwhile, Dmitri wondered if the Koreans possessed the technology to create hunters. He quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that no biotechnology could enhance a body to this extent. Furthermore, Dmitri realized that Shin Menchul was fighting without any armor. Dmitri delivered another powerful blow, sending Shin Menchul flying away. Despite being overwhelmed, Shin Menchul maintained a resolute expression. He counterattacked, delivering a kick that sent Dmitri soaring into the air. But Dmitri quickly regained the initiative, launching a devastating punch at Shin Menchul's face. Shin Menchul silently admitted that this opponent was completely different from the drug addicts he had encountered in Seoul. Immediately afterward, Dmitri's armored hand clamped onto his face. A destructive energy sphere began to form right in Dmitri's palm. Dmitri unleashed an explosive energy blast from his hand. The explosion tore through space, hurtling forward with terrifying destructive power. It easily flung away the massive cargo containers surrounding them. From a distance, Sergei witnessed the destructive power of the attack. He quickly raised his hand to block the residual shockwave rushing toward Jerome. An invisible barrier was erected by Sergei, ensuring the safety of those behind him. Sergei was secretly annoyed that the attacker was overly excited by Cerberus mode and disregarded his own safety. As a brown-haired woman helped Jerome up, she wondered if the purple-armored assailant had been holding back during their fight. Amidst the smoke and dust, Shin Menchul stood firm, while Lee Young-ho, nearby, wondered about the explosion he had just heard. Shin Menchul, wiping blood from his mouth, asserted that it wasn't an explosion, but the result of his opponent's punch. Lee Young-ho looked amused, reiterating his earlier statement that interesting individuals had appeared. Shin Menchul faced Dmitri, who was kneeling but still enveloped in fierce lightning bolts. He sarcastically remarked that thanks to Dmitri's technique, he wouldn't need to watch fireworks this year, and revealed that he had intentionally held back. Dmitri stood up, admitting his curiosity about Shin Menchul's identity, as few could withstand an attack in Cerberus mode without armor. He deduced that the Japanese had made a grave mistake by letting the pure hyperfluid fall into the hands of someone like Shin Menchul. Dmitri threatened that it would be difficult to clean up Shin Menchul's scattered body once the hyperfluid inside him ruptured. When Dmitri declared he would break all of Shin Menchul's bones and then choke him to death, Shin Menchul defiantly replied that he was so scared he almost wet himself. Dmitri growled, suggesting that Shin Menchul didn't understand the current situation and that the hyperfluid had impaired his judgment. Shin Menchul suddenly revealed that he had only used 50% of his power in the previous attack, leaving Dmitri astonished. In the control room, Lee Jong-sung anxiously inquired about Shin Menchul's status. Shin Menchul silently clenched his fist. Over the communication line, Park So-young offered a remorseful apology. Shin Menchul replied that he didn't think he could keep his promise. Hearing this, Dmitri scoffed, assuming the promise was to return safely, and prepared to deliver a finishing blow. Shin Menchul coldly corrected him. His promise was to capture them alive. But now, he declared he had to kill them, as blue and yellow energy began to erupt around him. Immediately, he unleashed a destructive surge of energy toward his opponent. Dmitri countered with a fiery orange energy beam of his own. The two massive sources of power collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Amidst the smoke, Dmitri smugly searched for Shin Menchul, the man who had just vowed to kill him. A gigantic pillar of fire suddenly erupted, swallowing everything in a roar, demanding to turn the enemy to ash. The explosion leveled the entire port area, but Shin Menchul had managed to evade it in time and was standing atop a container. Witnessing the desolate scene, Sergei assumed the battle was over. He turned back, reassuring a comrade not to worry. Sergei threatened a woman in a bodysuit that he would send her to join her sister, who was collapsed behind them. Suddenly, Shin Menchul appeared behind him and called out Sergei's name. Sergei turned and warned Shin Menchul not to interfere, or his suit would overload. Shin Menchul ignored him, casually snapping his fingers to remove a device from his body. Sergei watched silently as a fragment of Dmitri's helmet fell to the ground. Shin Menchul approached, patted his shoulder, and sarcastically told him not to worry. With eyes flashing blue light, he threatened that Sergei would soon be reunited with his comrade. Sergei picked up the armor fragment, reminiscing about the comrade who had faithfully followed him since the Jazlon battlefield. He recalled that he was a rare, loyal man who had survived a mission with him where everyone else perished. Sergei bowed his head, never having imagined he would have to let his comrade fall in this small eastern land. Shin Menchul mocked him, asking if Sergei's feelings for his subordinate were love. To Shin Menchul's surprise, Sergei suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Sergei declared that he couldn't help but laugh, and his comrade in hell would also be delighted, because finally, he had met an opponent capable of enduring his power. Sergei tensed, energy radiating from his fists as he prepared to attack. Shin Menchul also entered a fighting stance, energy enveloping his hands. He launched an extremely fast punch, creating a flash of blue light upon impact with Sergei. Sergei's eyes glowed red as he swung his arm, countering with an orange energy slash. A barrage of other energy slashes was unleashed, hurtling straight toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul moved at terrifying speed, weaving through the attacks. A deadly stream of energy grazed right past his face. Immediately after dodging, Shin Menchul's eyes flashed with blue light, preparing to counterattack. He instantly unleashed a volley of yellow energy beams, firing straight into Sergei's body. Shin Menchul exhaled after delivering the attack. Before him, Sergei was flung into the air by the energy beams, his face filled with astonishment. He couldn't believe that Shin Menchul could throw him back so easily. Mid-air, Sergei quickly regained his composure, dissipating the smoke rising from his body. He landed softly, surrounded by streaks of blazing red energy. The two stood facing each other from a distance, preparing for the next exchange of blows. Suddenly, Shin Menchul looked down in shock as blood unexpectedly gushed from his hand. Sergei had moved with unbelievable speed, appearing right behind him to deliver the strike. The two charged at each other, Sergei's blazing eyes clashing with Shin Menchul's focused gaze. Sergei unleashed a thunderous kick, and even though Shin Menchul raised his arm to block, the impact force was immense. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Shin Menchul realized he had been injured despite his defense. He was pushed back, sliding across the ground due to the sheer power of the kick. Sergei smugly declared that that was the true power of a man, but immediately afterward, his expression changed due to a sudden surge of pain. Black blood spurted from the center of Sergei's chest, much to his own astonishment. Across from him, Shin Menchul stood ready with an energy sword, declaring he would retaliate twofold. Sergei stared dumbfounded at his blood-soaked hand. He staggered backward, clutching the fatal wound with one hand. Sergei's face contorted in extreme pain and shock. Sergei regained his footing, one hand pressing against the bleeding wound on his chest. Immediately after, he was sent flying far away by a powerful attack from Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul rushed forward at terrifying speed, wielding an energy short sword. From another location, Lee Young-ho looked annoyed, stating that Mikhail Vaskov's test was still not over. An armored foot stomped heavily onto the ground, followed by the curse, "Idiot." Dmitri, clad in his armor with blazing red eyes, declared that he would execute that test today. Over the communication line, Park So-young anxiously inquired about Shin Menchul's status and speculated about the enemy's plan. In the control room, she recognized the voice of Mikhail Vaskov, who was monologuing that the NIS must think their plan had succeeded. Dmitri stood amidst the destructive energy flow, adding that he could now wipe out both the Japanese Cabinet Intelligence Office and the NIS. Shin Menchul took a stance, facing Dmitri directly as the latter waited. He realized that the incomplete test meant his opponent was unfamiliar with the armor, and he needed to secure a swift victory. Dmitri unleashed a barrage of yellow energy beams, attacking Shin Menchul from a distance and injuring him. Shin Menchul collapsed, and a woman in a bodysuit quickly appeared to catch him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body suffering severe injuries. Shin Menchul ground his teeth in anger, blaming himself for being too negligent over the past 5 years. Looking at the towering Dmitri, he never expected to face such a monster right here on Earth. Meanwhile, Dmitri muttered to himself that the armor's output was too high and could only be maintained for about 10 minutes. Shin Menchul realized he needed to increase his mana reserves, but the environment on Earth was different from Angeles, making rapid replenishment impossible. He decided to abandon the pursuit of Lee Young-ho, as the situation would only worsen once their reinforcements arrived. Shin Menchul received an order to retreat immediately because Mikhail Vaskov's presence made the mission impossible. In the control room, Park So-young frantically called his name, but Shin Menchul replied that he couldn't follow her wishes and declared the communication terminated. The transceiver dropped to the ground, ending all conversation. Disregarding the order, Shin Menchul exhaled, his eyes resolute as he tightened his grip on the energy knife. He reminded himself that they originally had 2 objectives. A mysterious woman suddenly appeared, reiterating the objectives capturing Lee Young-ho and cleaning up the mess in Japan, then commented that neither of them was strong enough. Shin Menchul immediately questioned her use of the phrase, "both of them." He repeated the question, his tone probing. The woman ignored him, stating she didn't care about her superior's orders or Lee Young-ho's fate. She revealed her sole objective was to kill Mikhail Vaskov, and Shin Menchul, radiating energy, warned her not to get in his way. The two stood side by side, ready for the next battle amidst the haze of blue energy. The woman immediately dashed forward at blinding speed. In a flash, Shin Menchul's knife tip was pressed against Dmitri's faceplate. Dmitri reacted just in time, using his armored hand to block Shin Menchul's thrust. Unexpectedly, a streak of blazing red energy zipped past, striking Shin Menchul's back. The allied woman intervened instantly, using her bare hand to stop the enemy's blade. The attacker, a warrior in purple armor, scoffed that these were merely cheap tricks. Shin Menchul quickly retreated, dodging a powerful energy slash from the purple-armored warrior. The purple-armored warrior looked surprised when his attack missed. Shin Menchul's blue energy blade violently clashed with the purple armored warrior's blazing sword. The purple armored warrior spun his sword to form an orange defensive circle, easily neutralizing Shin Menchul's rapid succession of slashes. The armored figure mused that Shin Menchul's technique was interesting, as he had never seen a hunter use a sword in this manner. Seeing Shin Menchul stand firm amidst the blue energy flow, the armored warrior became even more certain that he had judged him correctly. Suddenly, the purple armored warrior turned to face a woman who was gathering a fireball in her hand. Amidst the raging sea of fire, the woman's identity was revealed. It was Yom Hui. The armored warrior confidently asked Yom Hui if she still hadn't realized she was no match for him. He raised his hand, showing contempt as he easily brushed aside the surrounding flames. With a scornful tone, he called Yom Hui a pathetic islander. Suddenly, the armored warrior's eyes widened in shock as his helmet began melting from the inside. Yom Hui explained that her flames burned from within, and asked how it felt to be roasted alive inside his armor. The warrior's armor began to melt away, revealing his muscular body being consumed by the internal flames. The helmet shattered, exposing the face of a blond man gritting his teeth against the intense heat. A thick plume of blue smoke rose up, enveloping Yom Hui and Shin Menchul. Yom Hui calmly stepped through the smoke, moving toward Shin Menchul, who was kneeling on one knee. Shin Menchul maintained his battle stance, the knife ready in his hand, his eyes blazing with blue energy. The blond man defiantly declared that forcing him to shed part of his armor would change nothing. Yom Hui countered with a sharp gaze, her eyes glowing, asserting that it depended entirely on who the opponent was. Suddenly, the blond man turned back, stunned to notice two cloaked figures observing them from a distance. A beam of blue energy reflected in the eye of the intended target. Instantly, a hooded figure launched an attack, forcing Sergei to rush forward, shouting to protect his guest. Sergei used his body to block the destructive energy beam, gritting his teeth against its power. His eyes widened in horror as he realized he couldn't withstand the full force of the blow. The impact triggered a terrifying explosion, scattering numerous containers across the port. The destructive force continued to spread, devastating everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, another hooded figure helped Mikhail Vaskov up and inquired about his condition. In a separate development, the blonde warrior was strangling a brown-haired woman with his hand. The woman looked directly into her attacker's eyes and stated that he could have escaped if he had gone alone. Thrown to the ground, she asked if his actions were because of that matter. A flashback showed another woman wearing glasses, anxiously pleading not to be abandoned. Returning to the present, the blonde warrior coldly stated that once she was dead, that matter would be meaningless. He scoffed, mocking that such useless sentimentality was the reason they always failed. Meanwhile, Sergei questioned Mikhail Vaskov about whether he had been used as bait, and Vaskov casually asked in return if he felt insulted. Sergei replied with a maniacal grin, acting as if he didn't care at all. Vaskov revealed that thanks to that sacrifice, they achieved a good result by eliminating the Japanese hounds and confirming their secret weapon. He placed a hand on Sergei's shoulder and confidently declared that the peninsula would soon belong to them. However, Vaskov's expression suddenly changed when he realized the Peninsula faction had created an interesting weapon. Simultaneously, the blonde warrior, his eyes blazing red with fury, roared the name Shin Menchul. Amidst the container port engulfed in flames, one of the command team members privately thought that confronting such a powerful enemy head-on was nothing short of suicide. In the control room, Lee Ki-hyuk anxiously asked if they intended to abandon their comrade to die. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-young, observing from afar through binoculars, suggested they should trust the individual's capabilities, as he was no ordinary person either. Team leader Park So-young tiredly removed her headset and sighed. Lee Ki-hyuk frantically called the team leader, warning that they would be exposed if they continued to wait so recklessly. Park So-young decisively gave the order, granting them 5 more minutes before retreating to a safe base. At the scene, Kim Tae-young looked at the watch on his wrist. The hands of the watch slowly moved, signaling that the waiting period was over. He turned and began walking toward the car parked in the thicket. Kim Tae-young stopped beside the car, turning his head for one last look. Suddenly, a strange noise erupted from the bushes, startling him into alertness. Immediately, Kim Tae-young drew his gun and aimed it toward the source of the sound. Shin Menchul stepped out of the shadows, calmly asking him to lower his weapon, which infuriated Kim Tae-young upon recognition. Kim Tae-young growled, demanding to know what Shin Menchul was thinking, ignoring the retreat order in that situation. Shin Menchul explained that someone had to stall for time, or the entire team would be in danger, forcing him to proceed with Plan B. Kim Tae-young blankly asked what Plan B was. Shin Menchul held up a small device, admitting he had failed to capture Lee Young-ho but couldn't let things end there. He raised his hand to his earpiece and contacted Lee Ki-hyuk to ask about the situation. At the command center, Lee Ki-hyuk reported that he was receiving a very strong GPS signal, clearly displayed on the screen. Shin Menchul looked directly at Kim Tae-young, while his teammate was still confused, wondering about the GPS signal. Shin Menchul revealed that he had secretly attached a tracking device to Lee Young-ho. At the command center, Park So-young asked Shin Menchul in surprise if he had formulated a plan on his own without informing her. Shin Menchul replied that they could complain later, as the situation was still dangerous, while Kim Tae-young held his head in confusion. Back in the control room, Park So-young analyzed that the Blood Mafia was no ordinary gang. She explained that creating hunters required technology and funding far beyond the capabilities of normal criminal organizations. Lee Jong-sung deduced that they must be connected to the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service and asked about the footage from the scene. Kim Tae-young reported that they couldn't retrieve any footage and the matter was too serious to report without concrete evidence. Kim Tae-young then revealed that Shin Menchul had managed to attach a tracking device to Lee Young-ho before leaving. Hearing this, Lee Jong-sung sighed in relief, believing they had averted the worst-case scenario. Kim Tae-young immediately requested a surveillance team, reporting that Lee Young-ho was moving very quickly and had already left Busan. Park So-young intervened, warning against sending new personnel because the target was escorted by a hunter, and she would assign only the most elite members for the mission. Kim Tae-young recalled the enemy's terrifying power, judging that the man was stronger than everyone at the port combined. He also remembered that their full-body armor was a new, unlisted model, further equipped with an exoskeleton. Given the complex situation, Lee Jong-sung was so stressed that he felt like he was going crazy. Suddenly, Lee Ki-hyuk announced that Lee Young-ho's destination had been identified, prompting Park So-young to immediately ask for the location. Lee Ki-hyuk replied that it was Hanam-dong, Seoul. The destination was Sungjin Industrial Company, a front company established by the NIS. There, a team leader instructed his squad that their opponent was a top Russian Special Forces unit. He ordered them not to approach recklessly, but only to monitor from a distance. Immediately afterward, he reported that the target's vehicle had arrived, and that information about the person who entered the building was being displayed on the screen. At the command center, the NIS team leader requested details about the nearby buildings to be displayed. Realizing the unfavorable situation, the team leader exclaimed that things were terrible. A man named Park Chul-jung entered, delivering bad news to manager Lee Jong-sung. Lee Jong-sung reported that they couldn't find any suitable surveillance points, even though a C3 building would typically be fine for monitoring. Another agent explained that the building owner would not allow access, as it belonged to Kim Jung-ho of the Daehan Group, and the other suitable building belonged to the granddaughter of the Chael Group chairman. The team leader declared that he would handle the issue himself and ordered the agents to prepare a surveillance team. Meeting him for the first time, the team leader turned and asked Shin Menchul if he knew the building owner. Shin Menchul replied that he knew the owner's grandfather, simultaneously holding up his phone, which was dialing Chairman Park Byung-ki. Park Chul-jung asked in astonishment if Shin Menchul was the one who had fought and survived the confrontation with Mikhail Vaskov, and Lee Jong-sung confirmed, adding that Chairman Park treated him like a son. The team leader showed annoyance, wondering why such a young person spoke without using honorifics. Lee Jong-sung explained that Shin Menchul was not young at all, but the same age as them, 40 years old, leaving Park Chul-jung utterly stunned. Afterward, Shin Menchul sighed in relief beneath the sunset sky. He stood alone outside, leaning against a wall and enjoying a cup of coffee. He silently praised the coffee brewed by Dongun, thinking it was worth the trip from his cafe back here. However, his mind quickly grew heavy as he thought about the real problem, that bastard Mikhail Vaskov. Suddenly, Shin Menchul's phone rang, interrupting his train of thought. He answered the call and heard a voice inquiring about the situation. Shin Menchul was confused, unable to recognize the caller. He irritably warned the person on the other end not to call just to tease him, but the caller merely replied that he was as rude as ever. Shin Menchul froze when the mysterious caller, with glowing yellow eyes, claimed to be a reliable shield, and addressed him as General. The mysterious caller claimed to be Shin Menchul's reliable shield, and addressed him as General. At a coffee shop, an elderly white-haired man was whispering to his companion. Nearby, a muscular man with a full beard was drinking, and asked about settling the bill. Shin Menchul entered the coffee shop with a serious expression. The muscular man recognized him, smiled, and took off his sunglasses. Shin Menchul froze, completely stunned upon recognizing his old acquaintance. He approached and asked why the man was looking at his subordinate that way, only to be teased that he was cute. The man explained that he had tried to change his appearance to fit Earth's style to avoid drawing attention. Shin Menchul forced a smile, and complimented him on doing a great job. He pulled up a chair and asked how long his subordinate had been there, learning that 50 years had passed since the general left. Shin Menchul immediately inquired about the situation regarding Arslan and Jerome. The subordinate recounted that Arslan, shown in a flashback, was now the father of 3 children. Jerome was still there, looking exhausted from his work. Shin Menchul took a sip of coffee, thinking to himself that he missed them both terribly, then mentioned that there was still one more person present. He looked up blankly as he sensed another presence. A blonde woman stood behind him and greeted him after a long time. Shin Menchul turned around in utter astonishment. The woman named Obara cheerfully asked how long it had been since they last met. From outside, Shin Menchul could be heard asking about the plan and the Phantom organization. But Obara reassured him that she had handled everything. When Shin Menchul asked when the group had arrived, the muscular subordinate revealed they had been there for about 3 months, prompting Shin Menchul to question why no one had contacted him sooner. Obara explained that they had been living very comfortably, as gold, a worthless metal on Angelis, was extremely valuable here. Shin Menchul sarcastically asked if she had read any books, suggesting that what she said was outdated. However, Obara pointed up and revealed that there was an internet connection here. Shin Menchul was surprised that she knew how to use a computer, but then realized she was the head of Angelis's top spy unit, Phantom. Obara said she had conducted some research and implied that Shin Menchul hadn't been idle either, which confused him. He was stunned when Obara accurately recounted how he had caused chaos at the Dongjin group and in Japan, then stammered, asking how she knew. The muscular subordinate confirmed that this information couldn't be found online, and Obara smugly revealed that she had hacked into the National Intelligence Service, NIS. Shin Menchul smiled in admiration, acknowledging Obara's talent was exactly as expected. He mused that, on Angeles, no one could match her intellect and assassination skills, and was astonished that she had adapted to Earth in just 3 months. After a moment of silence, Shin Menchul took a sip of his drink. He placed the cup on the table with a serious expression. Looking directly at his comrades, he began to question them frankly. Shin Menchul asked the identity of the muscular subordinate, who replied that his name was Park Mu-young, but also Caspian. Park Mu-young explained that they needed to use Earth names, after which Obara introduced her new name as Shim Unseo. Shin Menchul mocked Park Mu-young as an idiot who only knew how to use brute force. He turned to Shim Unseo and pressed her about what she was doing on Earth. Shim Unseo replied that she came because she felt bored after the war ended and wanted to see him again. Doubting that explanation, Shin Menchul asked if Jerome had sent them, while flashing back to a scene of Caspian, an elf woman, and Jerome on Angeles. Shim Unseo merely smiled and repeated that she was only here to pass the time. Shin Menchul decided to stop pressing the issue, and right then, Park Mu-young suggested he follow them, revealing that Earthlings possessing mana had begun to appear. Park Mu-young explained that according to their research, Earthlings were mostly unable to use mana because the atmospheric concentration was too low compared to Angelis. He added that accumulating enough mana to fight was extremely difficult, and they themselves had lost most of their mana upon arriving on Earth. Shin Menchul wondered what had happened on Earth during his absence, as images of powerful enemies flashed through his mind. Enemies like Mikhail Vaskov had appeared. This left Shin Menchul utterly astonished and worried. Returning to reality, Park Mu-young asked if Shin Menchul thought Lee Young-ho was the one who helped the Russians enhance their bodies. Shin Menchul affirmed that he would capture Lee Young-ho, thereby finding more information about Ghost and the drug named Hyper. However, he worried that if enemies on the level of Mikhail or Sergei appeared en masse, all 3 of them would be in trouble due to their lack of mana. Hearing this, Shim Unseo smiled confidently, saying she had a solution to that problem. Shin Menchul suddenly realized as the group was teleported to another space, asking if she was referring to his spatial warehouse. There, a strange man in a suit recognized Obara and Caspian, and inquired about the situation on Angeles. Park Mu-young explained that this room was the guardian location for the spatial warehouse. Shin Menchul asked Shim Unseo to confirm this was the correct location, and she verified that she had received the information from Jerome. A hand was placed on the gigantic golden door, causing it to glow with a magic circle. The door opened, revealing a massive treasure trove inside. Much to the group's astonishment, inside the vast warehouse, the 4 of them headed toward a single wooden chest. Shin Menchul stepped forward and opened the chest. He took out a simple golden bracelet. The man in the suit asked if he had come all this way just for that bracelet. Shin Menchul smiled and replied that it was not a bracelet, prompting the man to curiously ask what it was. Lee Jong-sung was utterly astonished by Shin Menchul's explanation. Shin Menchul revealed that the item was actually a dagger imbued with magical power. Meanwhile, at the Tokyo Central Government Complex, a high-ranking official was pacing anxiously. He worriedly wondered why he couldn't get in touch with his team. The minister was nervous about the outcome of the operation, unsure if they had managed to capture Lee Young-ho. Just then, his phone rang. He picked up and heard a strange voice greet him as Mr. Minister. Suspecting this was not in Jaime, The minister pressed for the caller's identity. On the other end, Lee Young-ho sarcastically remarked that it was disappointing the minister didn't recognize the voice of the man who had funded him, causing the minister to panic and ask about In-Jaime's whereabouts. The minister was stunned when Lee Young-ho casually asked him what he thought had happened. Lee Young-ho announced that he had sent a video and suggested they watch it together. On the minister's phone screen, a video began to play, showing a large mansion. Lee Young-ho explained that it was the home of Moriyama, the director of the Cabinet Intelligence Office. Immediately afterward, a terrifying explosion completely leveled the mansion in the video. The minister shouted furiously, demanding to know why Lee Young-ho dared to assassinate such a high-ranking official. Lee Young-ho coldly replied that it was merely an accident and the media would report it as a gas explosion. When accused of making Japan an enemy, Lee Young-ho merely mocked that it was due to the minister's lack of foresight. He mysteriously stated that the minister would soon understand, and offered a prophecy. Lee Young-ho declared that the prime minister would fall within the next few days, and promised to give that position to the minister if he obeyed orders. Finally, he threatened that if the minister did not cooperate, he would be the next to suffer an accident, as they were monitoring both his mansion and his mistress's house. Lee Young-ho ended the call with a chilling smile, declaring that Japan no longer belonged to the minister. Afterward, he sat in the shadows, silently staring at his phone with a calculating expression. Turning to his massive associate, Lee Young-ho complained that the flies were becoming a nuisance. The associate calmly replied that there was no need to worry, as flies do not live long. Lee Young-ho irritably said he wanted to kill them all, but Mikhail Vaskov reminded him that this was not Russia. Mikhail Vaskov continued to explain that this was a developed nation, incomparable to the places they usually operated, but Lee Young-ho dismissed him, claiming they were all equally weak. With eyes flashing red, Mikhail Vaskov questioned whether the man Lee Young-ho met in Busan was an exception. A blurry image of Shin Menchul fighting fiercely flashed through Lee Young-ho's mind. Mikhail Vaskov reported that the process of enhancing their subordinates was slowing down because the enhancement drugs were difficult to produce. He added that the laboratory was doing its best, while an image of a test subject forming in the shadows appeared. Mikhail Vaskov also mentioned that the Kremlin was calling constantly, indicating that their superiors were very worried. Lee Young-ho lost patience, asking about the whereabouts of someone named Ghost, but Mikhail Vaskov had no news for the past few months either. Mikhail Vaskov placed a hand on Lee Young-ho's shoulder, advising him not to be rash. Lee Young-ho merely smiled confidently, while Mikhail Vaskov asserted that good news would come if they just waited patiently. At another location, outside an office building, an angry shout rang out. NIS agent Kim Tae-young was loudly questioning another person, furious that they had brought strangers into their area. Facing them was a group of 3 injured survivors, standing silently and steadfastly. A man wearing glasses stepped forward to defend the survivors, identifying himself as NIS, and asking Kim Tae-young's team to trust him. Despite the explanation, Kim Tae-young's anger remained unabated, and he continued to repeat the question of why outsiders were brought here. Meanwhile, the 3 survivors stood watching with crossed arms, waiting for the confrontation to end. The new team leader asserted that they were also NIS, and confidently claimed they performed better than Kim Tae-young's team. Intelligence reported that the confirmed number of Russian hunters was at least 4. Lee Jong-sung agreed to let the new team join on the condition that they prove useful, despite Kim Tae-young's objections. He explained that it was difficult to get support from superiors, and that the other group was responsible for the mess in Busan. Meanwhile, 2 of the survivors maintained stern expressions as the information about the 4 Russian hunters was reiterated. Kim Tae-young called out to his boss again, but Lee Jong-sung maintained his decision for conditional cooperation. Lee Jong-sung continued to discuss the political difficulties and blamed the new team for the Busan incident. The spiky-haired survivor secretly thought about the irony that his boss had just defeated half the people they were about to cooperate with. The discussion shifted to identifying a key member of the Vasily group who had appeared at Busan port. The Vasily group was then revealed to be involved in the natural gas pipeline business. The spiky-haired survivor firmly asserted that they needed to act and eavesdrop on Lee Young-ho's faction. Park So-young worried about acting without orders, but Lee Jong-sung dismissed her, reminding her that their opponent was the powerful Daehan group. She warned that this could cause a scandal that would rock the entire NIS, but the survivor insisted on the necessity of the wiretap. The new team leader reassured everyone, confirming that Yunseo possessed enough skill to carry out the mission. Meanwhile, at another location, Sergei and his team noticed that too many hunters were present. The NIS team leader outlined a strategy, emphasizing that they only needed to avoid Mikhail Vaskov, the only one who could detect Unseo's infiltration. Lee Jong-sung ordered that Lee Ki-hyuk had found the Blood Mafia's drug stash in Incheon, and they would set up an ambush there. However, He expressed skepticism, wondering if an important figure like Mikhail Vaskov would appear so easily. The spiky-haired survivor smirked, confidently declaring that Vaskov was a true warrior and would certainly show up if he was present. Immediately afterward, a terrifying explosion shook a building with traditional architecture. Amidst the rubble, Shin Menchul coldly told the armored soldiers that they had chosen the wrong opponent. One soldier retorted that they should have deployed the entire army, not just the police force. Suddenly, Mikhail Vaskov ordered his men to retreat, warning that the enemy was worse than an entire army. Another soldier, recognizing his commander in shock, cried out, "General Mikhail," and asked when he had arrived in Incheon. Mikhail Vaskov stared intently at Shin Menchul, declaring that this time, his opponent would die like a warrior. He challenged Shin Menchul not to run away like a rat. Shin Menchul responded by calling out his own name with a determined gaze. Vaskov once again stressed to his subordinates that they must stay clear of this fight. The soldier remained stunned by General Mikhail's sudden appearance at the scene. With a cruel expression, Vaskov repeated his promise of a warrior's death for Shin Menchul. He continued his provocation, demanding that Shin Menchul stop hiding. Shin Menchul's gaze remained unwavering as he faced the formidable enemy. Meanwhile, at the residence of Kim Jung-ho, vice chairman of the Daehan Group, a massive screen displayed the image of a woman. Elsewhere, Shim Unseo and another female agent were hidden, preparing for action. The female agent reported via radio that target number 1 at the Incheon warehouse had been confirmed and they were ready to infiltrate. She then turned to ask Shim Unseo if she intended to prepare equipment and listening devices. Shim Unseo calmly replied that she would use her own equipment. Her teammate looked around confusedly, wondering why she couldn't see any other equipment. Without explanation, Shim Unseo began moving forward. The agent frantically called her back, warning that she couldn't proceed without any preparation. Shim Unseo confidently reassured her teammate that she would handle everything. The NIS agent could only express her astonishment. Instantly, Shim Unseo vanished in a speed blur. In a luxurious penthouse, a man was sitting alone. He irritably asked the intruder why they were wandering around at this hour. He grumbled, saying that the elevator moved on its own, so he had to go check it. He warned that only he and the Russians were here, and then dismissed her. Suddenly, Shim Unseo appeared, and slammed him to the floor, while internally recognizing him as a familiar face from NIS data. She identified him as Kim Jung-ho, vice chairman of the Daehan Group, the one who had sheltered Mikhail Vaskov, while he secretly cursed his master for forcing him to get involved with the Russians. With the target confirmed, Shim Unseo decided to proceed to the upper floor. She generated a small, blue glowing rod-shaped device in her hand. Shim Unseo gripped the device firmly, preparing for action. She pressed the device against a wall. The device easily sliced a straight line into the surface. It continued to carve out a perfect rectangular opening. A section of the wall was cleanly cut and fell away. Shim Unseo thought to herself that it was time to go up and investigate. As she stepped onto the stairs, a voice complained that they should have gone with General Mikhail. Hiding behind a wall, Shim Unseo observed 2 bodyguards drinking and a silver-haired man standing by the window, while they lamented their boredom. The silver-haired man turned, declined the offer of liquor, and said that wine was sufficient for him, causing one bodyguard to mock his taste. Shim Unseo thought to herself that everything was exactly as the general had said. She realized that these bodyguards could use mana. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man calmly took a sip of wine. Suddenly, Shim Unseo's arm began to transform, veins bulging as her hand curved into claws. Her green eyes flashed with powerful light, focused on the target. Elsewhere, a mysterious person with long, light-colored hair was transmitting a stream of purple energy, connecting with the silver-haired man. Shim Unseo lunged forward, an eerie white energy surging from her transformed arm. She rapidly closed the distance to the target with a determined expression. The silver-haired man's eyes widened in astonishment as he sensed the impending attack. He spun around, a dark purple aura flaring up around him for defense. At a different location, Shin Menchul's fist, blazing with blue energy, smashed an armored soldier. The soldier coughed up blood from the devastating impact. Shin Menchul effortlessly grabbed the head of another armored soldier. He hurled the soldier away amidst explosions, under the watchful eye of Mikhail Vaskov. Mikhail Vaskov assessed that his opponent was certainly not a common drug addict. He was astonished to realize that not only was Shin Menchul unharmed, but his wounds from the battle at Busan port had completely healed. Another armored soldier, undeterred, prepared to charge and attack. He rushed forward, ready for the next strike. The soldier leaped into the air, swinging an energy sword toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul looked up at the charging attacker with an expression of extreme annoyance. A massive explosion erupted violently at the warehouse. Amidst the smoke and dust, Shin Menchul moved at blinding speed, evading the attacks. He used an energy-enhanced wooden staff to easily block the blade of light wielded by the soldier in purple armor. From a distance, Mikhail Voskov pondered the fact that the US possessed the world's most advanced hunter technology. He recalled an event 7 years prior, when an American official defected to China with classified information. Subsequently, China joined forces with Russia to oppose the US. China provided hunter information to Russia, elevating their technological level to its current state. Voskov knew that hunter ranks were determined by genetics. The armor suits were manufactured based on those ranks, and their output was limited by the user's physical capabilities. However, Mikhail Voskov himself could freely adjust the armor's output, meaning he could alter his own physical abilities. He realized that his opponent was also utilizing this hunter technology, which was completely different from the known information. Returning to the battle, Shin Menchul mocked the soldier, asking why the shock had caused his body to freeze up. He channeled a powerful surge of blue energy and asked his opponent if he thought he was the only one who had grown stronger. The scene flashed back to 1 week ago at a warehouse, where Shin Menchul and 2 comrades were looking at a chest. All 3 displayed expressions of astonishment and tension. Shin Menchul looked at a green vial, thinking to himself that Jerome had been hiding something suspicious. Shim Unseo explained that Jerome had said the potion would transform his body to adapt to Earth and allow him to absorb others' mana to increase his rank. She both trusted its effects and warned that she understood Jerome's bad habits better than anyone. Ignoring her, Shin Menchul clicked his tongue and decisively brought the vial to his lips. He tilted his head back and drank the mysterious liquid completely. Shin Menchul unleashed a surge of azure lightning from his hand. His power erupted, unlocking the second-type Great Lightning Sword. He plunged down from the air, swinging the massive lightning greatsword toward the armored enemy. The warrior in purple armor could only watch in horror as the destructive energy surge was about to strike. With glowing eyes, Shin Menchul poured all his strength into the attack. He landed on the ground, creating a thunderous slash that engulfed everything in a sea of fire and electrical light. Elsewhere, a white-haired man suddenly turned, sensing the energy shockwave. Shim Unseo noticed the man's unusual demeanor and asked if something was wrong. The white-haired man, holding a glass of wine, replied that it was nothing. He admitted feeling something worrisome, and Shim Unseo reminded him to be careful of the addiction that could destroy his body. Meanwhile, in another building, a meeting was taking place to report on the situation. Park Moo-young informed the group that the first, second, and third floors of the target building had all been bugged. He continued reporting on the enemy hunters, stating that mana was overflowing from their bodies, just as the general, Shin Menchul, had predicted. When Shim Unseo asked about their level, Park Moo-young confirmed that they were not yet at a worrisome stage. However, Shim Unseo expressed her caution regarding an individual named Lee Young-ho. She added that Lee Young-ho was the one who had made her curious about Mikhail Voskov. Returning to the battlefield, Shin Menchul stood amidst the desolate landscape following the attack. A comrade contacted him, announcing that the feint had succeeded, and he could withdraw. Although many questions remained about Lee Young-ho's true objective, the comrade decided they would deal with Mikhail Voskov and the remaining enemies later. Before leaving, Shin Menchul gathered a blue energy sphere in his hand, ready for what was to come. Outside the National Intelligence Service, NIS headquarters, the sky remained clear and peaceful. Inside, manager Lee Jong-sung stood waiting with his arms crossed, wearing a stern expression. Shin Menchul reported that the warehouse had been dealt with, 2 Russian hunters were neutralized, and Mikhail Voskov would also be unable to act for a while. Lee Jong-sung thought to himself that he had initially only considered Shin Menchul an A-rank hunter. He realized he was completely wrong, and when he asked about the wiretapping, Shim Unseo asserted there was no need to doubt the skills of the Phantom team. Lee Jong-sung concluded that Shin Menchul was definitely an S-rank hunter, a grade previously only found in the US. Suddenly, technical expert Lee Ki-hyuk interrupted, reporting that the conversation between Lee Young-ho and Kim Jung-ho contained highly unusual content. Through the recording, they heard Kim Jung-ho ask his master what was happening, and learned that Mikhail Voskov had been severely wounded by a Korean hunter. In the penthouse, Kim Jung-ho appeared utterly astonished by this information. His associate, a dark-skinned man, suggested that they should accelerate the elixir production schedule. The man added that the test subjects came from Russia, but the problem was the raw materials, and he would contact his superiors to resolve it. The conversation revealed that other elders would soon appear, but for now, Mikhail Voskov would arrive first. In the control room, Lee Jong-sung and Lee Ki-hyuk were confused by terms like master and elders, wondering if they belonged to a cult. Lee Ki-hyuk continued to wonder what exactly the elixir was. Shin Menchul stated seriously that this was not the only problem. He explained that enemies like the purple constructs at Busan Port or Mikhail Voskov could instantly double their power. That was a technology completely different from conventional hunter technology. Lee Jong-sung analyzed that the US would panic if they knew this, as they were already inferior in the number of hunters and could only balance power thanks to their S-rank hunters. He concluded that Lee Young-ho was attempting to shatter this balance of power. If the plan succeeded, Russia could quickly become the nation with the strongest hunters, and the US would certainly dispatch its forces immediately upon discovery. Lee Jong-sung worried that the research facility might be subjected to a preemptive strike. He concluded that the only way forward was to locate Lee Young-ho's laboratory first. Suddenly, an emergency alarm blared throughout the facility. Lee Jong-sung and Lee Ki-hyuk were startled, unable to understand what was happening. Looking at the surveillance screen, Lee Ki-hyuk reported that they had visitors. With an astonished expression, he confirmed that these visitors were from the United States. Lee Jong-sung turned to ask Shin Menchul if he recognized the woman. Shin Menchul immediately identified the blonde woman as Katherine Johnson. He went on to identify the bald man as Ethan Mark, and stated that both belonged to the CIA SAC. Shin Menchul explained that SAC stood for the CIA's Special Activities Center, specifically the Hunter Management Bureau. Lee Jong-sung realized they were hunters, while Shin Menchul added that the SAC ran its own special operations team. He asserted that this was currently the strongest hunter unit in the world. Meanwhile, in a garden, a man wearing a baseball cap was gently picking a flower. Ethan, Mark, and Katherine Johnson stood behind him, and Ethan grumbled that he could sense the presence of the Koreans from afar. Ethan, an A-rank hunter, wondered about Korea abandoning its old ally to lean toward Russia. Katherine Johnson, an SAC operations officer, admitted that they had been too focused on other regions and had neglected Korea. The man in the cap blew the dandelion seeds away, thinking to himself that the Korean side couldn't even capture one of Ghost's subordinates. Ethan Mark scornfully called them a bunch of fools. The man in the cap was revealed to be Joseph Kyle, team leader of Team 1 and an S-rank hunter, who smiled and asked for Ethan's opinion. Back in the control room, Lee Jong-sung hurriedly ordered a subordinate to take the guests to the meeting room to buy him some time. Lee Jong-sung remarked to Shin Menchul that the CIA's intelligence network was far superior, and they certainly had information before arriving. Meanwhile, the group of American agents, Ethan Mark, Katherine Johnson, and Joseph Kyle entered, sensing that something was different. Joseph Kyle, the team leader of Team 1, concealed himself under his baseball cap, silently observing. In the meeting room, the two sides faced off. The team of Lee Jong-sung, Shin Menchul, and Park Moo-young sat opposite the CIA agents. Katherine Johnson began the conversation, admitting that they had been negligent in paying attention to Korea due to being busy with other regions. Lee Jong-sung was skeptical, asking directly if they thought Korea was cooperating with Russia, and affirmed their solid alliance with the US. Ethan Mark interrupted, questioning how Korea could train two such extraordinary hunters without possessing the necessary technology. Put on the spot, Lee Jong-sung was flustered and unsure how to respond. He tried to deflect, saying that he himself was curious about the origins of the two men. Lee Jong-sung continued by comparing the situation to accidentally finding gold on the street, attempting to evade Katherine's question. Shin Menchul unexpectedly spoke up, advising Katherine not to pressure Lee Jong-sung and stating that they were not like ordinary hunters. Facing Katherine's suspicion, Shin Menchul asserted that it was not an excuse, but the truth. Katherine narrowed her eyes, asking directly what he was if he wasn't a hunter. Shin Menchul calmly replied with a single word: unemployed. The answer left Katherine Johnson completely stunned and speechless. Across the table, Joseph Kyle couldn't help but laugh at Shin Menchul's exchange. Ethan Mark showed contempt, calling Shin Menchul an interesting monkey before shifting the topic to the Vasily group, criticizing the NIS for failing to report it. Park Moo-young objected, wondering why they should consider the Vasily group a terrorist organization when their gas project was a government effort. Ethan Mark snapped, demanding Lee Jong-sung stop pretending and exposed the Vasily group as a front company for Russian foreign intelligence. Ethan further revealed that they also knew Sungjin Industrial Company was an NIS front, horrifying Lee Jong-sung, who realized the Americans knew everything. Shin Menchul coldly interrupted Ethan Mark, telling him he was too loud. He challenged that if the US didn't want Korea to cooperate with Russia, they should provide the gas and oil themselves so Korea could reconsider. A silver-haired CIA agent sneered, suggesting Shin Menchul didn't understand benevolence. Shin Menchul retorted that the Korean side did not need their benevolence. With glowing red eyes, the female agent accused Korea of being ungrateful, cooperating with Russia, while secretly training hunters. Ethan Mark stood next to his colleague, smirking as he asked why only 3 of them had come today. He confidently declared that the 3 of them were enough to wipe out the entire NIS. Shin Menchul scoffed, saying it was time for his friend to speak. He introduced Park Moo-young, and said that this man would speak with his body. The scene shifted to the Sungjin Underground Training Center, where the two sides prepared for a confrontation. Ethan Mark asked Park Moo-young why he wasn't wearing a protective suit. Park Moo-young replied sarcastically, telling Ethan to go ahead and wear his, and reiterated the rumor that hunters were useless without their suits. Ethan activated his power, enveloping his arm in a black substance, and mocked Korea's genetic modification technology. He lunged forward to attack with his enhanced arm. Park Moo-young remained calm, ready to meet the challenge. He blocked Ethan's powerful punch with his bare hands. Although the punch was coated in the opponent's strange substance, Park Moo-young remained completely unaffected. Ethan laughed loudly, naming his ability the Black Golem. Park Moo-young faced him composedly, commenting that physical strength wasn't everything, and that not all hunters were of the same caliber. As Ethan continued to charge, Park Moo-young confidently thought that there was a reason why neither Russia nor China could suppress them. Ethan Mark launched a punch enhanced by the Dark Golem substance toward Park Moo-young. With a self-satisfied smirk, Ethan was confident in the power of his attack. A massive explosion engulfed Park Moo-young immediately after the impact. However, Park Moo-young remained standing, his body only slightly steaming after neutralizing the attack. Meanwhile, another American agent complained that the Russian-made armor was utterly pathetic. Ethan Mark mocked his opponent, declaring that Park Moo-young's time was up. Suddenly, the red emergency alarm lights throughout the entire facility began flashing. In the conference room, Lee Jong-sung, Shin Menchul, and Katherine Johnson were startled by the sound of the alarm. Lee Jong-sung turned around and frantically asked Lee Ki-hyuk what was happening. In the control room, Lee Ki-hyuk hastily checked the system and asked everyone to wait a moment. He was horrified when he saw the image of the intruder on the screen, recognizing the person's armor and emblem. The silver-haired female CIA agent also screamed in terror upon seeing the scene on her monitor. The entire NIS team in the control room was stunned into silence by the sudden event. Lee Jong-sung lost his patience, shouting for Lee Ki-hyuk to answer. Back in the training center, Ethan Mark was visibly annoyed by the interruption. He roared, wondering if this country was still operating under wartime conditions. Suddenly, a man in a suit rushed forward at terrifying speed and delivered a kick to Ethan. Ethan was knocked backward, unable to react in time. He cursed as he struggled to regain his footing on the cracked floor. A muscular man wearing a bandana appeared, commenting on Ethan's strength, causing Ethan to angrily ask if the attacker was one of his people. A muscular bald man boasted that just the three of them were enough to wipe everything out, questioning why they needed a diversionary tactic. Amidst the scene of destruction, an orange-armored figure appeared, while a voice noted that a third party had intervened. The orange-armored figure cautiously peered out from behind a wall. The figure observed a long, deserted corridor ahead. Suddenly, a streak of orange-red energy light shot out, attacking the armored figure. The armored figure attempted to launch a counterattack. However, the figure was quickly overwhelmed by an immense force and was sent flying backward. Defeated, the orange-armored figure collapsed onto the floor. A massive hand was placed on the figure's head, and a voice uttered the code name, Melting Point. Another, larger armored warrior stood towering above, commenting that the Korean side had succumbed to American imperialism. A silver-haired woman appeared, mentioning Katherine Johnson's name along with the codename Melting Point, and asked the opponent not to misunderstand. The large armored figure confirmed her identity as Miss Wang, team leader of the Snow Leopard Squadron Team 1, and demanded an explanation. Wang turned to question the bald man why he attacked the NIS agent, but he contemptuously replied that she didn't need to know. While the orange armored figure looked up from the floor, Wang asserted that she needed to know. Wang's subordinate threatened that anyone who remained stubborn would die. Wang directly asked if China was preparing for an all-out war with the US, causing the bald man to call them crazy. A voice rang out, declaring that wouldn't happen, as no one knew what would unfold today. Suddenly, a dress shoe stepped forward decisively. The bald man turned around with an expression of extreme astonishment. Instantly, a devastating punch landed on his face, simultaneously knocking away the orange-armored figure. The bald Chinese agent dodged a lightning-fast attack. However, the punch was not aimed at him, but slammed directly into the head of Ethan Mark, who was encased in the dark golem layer. Completely unharmed, Ethan Mark easily blocked the blow with his head. He burst into arrogant laughter at his opponent's astonishment. The layer of dark substance receded, revealing Ethan Mark's smug face. Witnessing the sight, the Chinese agent took a step back in shock. He immediately charged forward, throwing a punch toward Ethan Mark. Ethan Mark calmly pointed at the armored figure, identifying him as the hunter known as Black Golem. The Chinese agent scoffed that there were two renowned hunters present and asked how long they intended to rely on superior numbers. Black Golem retorted, mocking the opponent's outfit as being decades out of date. The agent silently pulled out a small vial of medicine. The Chinese agent confidently boasted that everyone who had said the same thing to him was now dead and buried. From the control room, the silver-haired female CIA agent screamed Mark's name in panic. Ethan Mark narrowed his eyes, sensing a dangerous surge of power rising. The Chinese agent continued to mock, calling the Black Golem armor useless junk. In a flash, Black Golem appeared on top of the Chinese agent, pinning him tightly to the ground. Black Golem's armored fingers dug deep into the victim's flesh. With a horrifying tearing force, Black Golem ripped the agent's body in half. Ethan Mark ground his teeth in anger, cursing the madman and the armor's absurd durability. Black Golem coldly crushed the remaining half of the corpse in his hand. Ethan Mark showed frustration as he easily knocked down 2 soldiers wearing red armor. Meanwhile, the Black Golem mocked that the enemy could not defend 2 locations simultaneously. He continued to sneer, suggesting that the Imperial faction had been domesticated by peace after 10 years and would rot if attacked. A brilliant red flash shot out with terrifying speed. Ethan Mark quickly dodged the lightning-fast attack from a soldier. He strained his muscles, gripping the opponent's arm tightly. Ethan Mark's arm began to transform as the dark matter erupted, enveloping the enemy. Activating the spine shield skill, sharp black spikes pierced through the soldier's body. Shin Menchul coldly stepped over the corpse of a defeated enemy in the corridor. Elsewhere, a bald Chinese agent grinned sinisterly, stating he wanted a closer look at the toy in his hands. The man confronted the Black Golem and asked about the difference between the monkeys and their leader. The Black Golem retorted, wondering why the U.S. Special Forces were so keen on protecting the NIS, then called the man a lunatic. The Chinese faction declared that the opponent had started the war, and they did not care about the fate of the NIS. They merely wanted to show the foolish monkeys who the true master of this place was. The Black Golem suddenly grabbed the agent, causing the man to burst into laughter, finding the action ridiculous. The Black Golem scoffed, telling the monkey to use chopsticks when eating. Immediately afterward, his massive hand clenched, crushing the agent's head. He roared in satisfaction while grinding the opponent's skull. Inside the helmet, countless glowing red eyes lit up menacingly. The helmet cracked open, revealing a demonic, multi-eyed face, while black smoke billowed from his body. The Black Golem stood tall, taunting the defeated enemies, asking if they still dared to babble about chopsticks. Miss Wang and Ethan Mark could only watch with grave expressions. The monster continued to provoke them, asking why they were silent, while Ethan Mark admitted they were utterly paralyzed by extreme fear. Suddenly, a voice demanded the Black Golem move aside, causing it to turn back in surprise. An invisible force seized the Black Golem and lifted it into the air, stunning everyone. It screamed in agony as it was completely restrained. The Black Golem's head was crushed and splattered onto the ceiling in a horrific display. The shattered helmet fell from above. A blond youth wearing a cap caught it and coldly declared that no one was allowed to block his path. In a dark room, a voice announced that the interrogation would begin as soon as the subjects regained consciousness. A blonde woman welcomed the prisoners who had just woken up. Standing before the interrogation room, the woman announced she would begin, while her colleagues and Miss Wang's captured team observed. One of the prisoners wondered who this woman was and why team leader Wang was absent. The prisoner was astonished to see her activate her power without using hyper, causing a blue energy band to appear. The blonde woman smiled, transforming the energy band into a glowing whip. She cracked the energy whip forward, causing the terrified prisoner to scream, demanding that the repulsive thing be taken away. In another room, the spiky-haired man asserted that the purpose of their visit to the NIS remained unchanged. He added that once the interrogation was complete, they could deal with the Chinese group as they pleased. Ethan Mark told Miss Wang that they needed solid proof of South Korea's conspiracy with Russia, otherwise they could not attack the NIS. Ethan Mark then sneered, mocking that the previous speech was long-winded and only fit for chimpanzees. A scream of pain echoed as blood splattered. Chained, a long-haired prisoner panicked as the blonde woman tortured him with energy tendrils, explaining that they could sever every single nerve. She smirked, recounting how difficult it was to create a method of torture that left no trace for an Angelus noble. The confused prisoner asked about Angelus, but the woman coldly ordered him to answer obediently. She intensified the power of the tendrils, threatening that if he didn't like the conversation, he would have to enjoy it even more. Unable to endure further, the prisoner burst into tears, pleading and agreeing to reveal everything. The woman began the interrogation, questioning why he dared to confront the U.S. Section Team 2, an action that could ignite a war. He raised his head and declared that was precisely their goal. They were trying to start a war. In the observation room, Ethan Mark and Miss Wang could not hide their astonishment at the brazen confession. The prisoner further revealed that they were merely decoys meant to divert U.S. attention. He asserted that the real war would begin in Russia, prompting the woman to press him on Russia's target. The prisoner boldly stated that Russia's targets were Europe and Mexico. Suddenly grabbed by the hair from behind by another person, he confessed that they were confident in victory thanks to the power of the elixir. He screamed in pain as his hair was yanked harder. The spiky-haired man with red eyes appeared, grinning maliciously, and asked if that elixir belonged to Lee Young-ho. At another location, Lee Jong-sung anxiously wondered if their Sungjin industrial facility had been compromised. The blonde woman squeezed the prisoner's face, but he denied that Lee Young-ho knew about the location. Lee Jong-sung deduced that the enemy had discovered Sungjin Industrial after tracking the U.S. Section Team 2 from the airbase. Looking into the one-way mirror, the woman mused that this testimony could not be fully trusted, and that cross-checking was paramount. She prepared to ask the final question, while a fleeting image showed Ethan Mark's formidable power as he easily subdued two opponents. An illusion appears, showing the grotesque form of a person after using something called the elixir. Back in reality, Unsu stands before the prisoner, who is suspended by chains, his body motionless and leaking a black liquid. The prisoner begins to convulse, and thick black liquid pours out from his empty eyes and mouth. From the observation room, an agent worries that the prisoner cannot be allowed to die, but Miss Wang asserts that Yunsu is not responsible for his condition. She explains that this is precisely the side effect of the elixir. Another agent reports that they are not colluding with Russia. On the contrary, they are monitoring a Russian conspiracy within South Korea. This person further reveals that Kim Jung-ho, vice chairman of the Daehan Group, is also involved. Miss Wang concludes that the matter involves both the political and business sectors, and therefore they require outside assistance. She turns to another group and proposes that they assist in dealing with Kim Jung-ho's secret research facility. Shin Menchul, the group's leader, listens as he learns that Kim Jung-ho is central to the enemy's plan. Miss Wang confirms her request, asking if they are relying on Shin Menchul's group to pinpoint the laboratory's location. An associate of Shin Menchul explains that their people hit a dead end tracking Kim Jung-ho's money trail, prompting Shin Menchul to ask what benefit they would receive in this exchange. Standing with Lee Jong-sung and Park So-young, Shin Menchul makes a proposal. His group will handle the laboratory, as their sole objective is to disrupt the enemy's plan. Miss Wang thoughtfully adjusts her glasses, considering the offer. She calls out manager Lee Jong-sung's name, directing her attention toward his group. With a meaningful smile, Miss Wang accepts the deal and congratulates them on saving their own lives. Afterward, while walking with her colleagues, Miss Wang expresses surprise at Shin Menchul's appearance, suggesting he must have dropped from the sky to bypass their intelligence network. She emphasizes that their top priority now is to locate the research facility that created the elixir. Elsewhere, Lee Jong-sung suddenly flares up, shouting a challenge. He angrily grabs Shin Menchul's shirt, demanding an explanation for why he provided information about the laboratory to them. Shin Menchul calmly explains that they needed to provide that much information if they wanted the NIS, National Intelligence Service, to take action. Lee Jong-sung counters, fearing that the Special Forces team will reach the laboratory first, and they don't even know what the elixir is. Shin Menchul smiles reassuringly, wondering aloud if Mikhail Vaskov will eliminate them, which stuns Lee Jong-sung. He reiterates that the Chinese team is composed of hunters ranked A grade or higher. Furthermore, Mikhail's forces don't even need to wear specialized protective gear. Shin Menchul concludes that there is no need to worry, as the elixir is far more dangerous than they imagine. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone reports to their master that contact with the Chinese team has been lost, but receives the reply that they were merely sacrifices all along. Lee Young-ho tells Mikhail Vaskov not to worry, then affectionately calls Sergei, who is writhing in agony, his archangel. Returning to the scene, Unsu speculates that Lee Young-ho is planning something much larger. Shin Menchul remarks that Lee Young-ho is an interesting character, like an onion that reveals more layers the more you peel it. He is curious about the identity of the mysterious hooded figures. Shin Menchul recalls that Lee Young-ho appears to be their elder, and there are other elders as well. The group wonders if Ghost will become the new leader of this cult. Yunsu stresses that they cannot underestimate the influence of this group, as even powerful nations like Japan and Russia are reaching out to them. Suddenly, a screen in the control room flashes brightly. A silver-haired technician announces that the connection has been restored, while Shin Menchul and his group observe. A female technician asks about the Russian hunters, and is told there has been no activity. Shin Menchul and his colleagues find this strange, as they surely should have made a move after losing contact with Miss Wang's team. On a tall building, the image of a smiling woman appears on an electronic billboard. In a dark room, Unsu holds a glowing orb and declares that there is no need to hide anymore. Yunsu reports that she cannot sense the presence of any hunters. In the control room, Lee Jong-sung angrily demands the enemy's whereabouts, and Shin Menchul suggests they are likely at Lee Young-ho's laboratory. Lee Jong-sung asks about Kim Jung-ho, and a silver-haired technician replies that Team 1 is monitoring him closely, but nothing unusual has occurred. When asked if there were any traces, the technician shakes his head, confirming there are none. Lee Jong-sung announces that he will step out for a moment. He encourages Shin Menchul to share his thoughts and promises his full support. Shin Menchul silently listens to Lee Jong-sung's offer. However, Shin Menchul cheerfully replies that he intends to go buy coffee. Another female agent suggests they should hand over the laboratory investigation to the CIA and take a break. Hearing this, the silver-haired technician happily raises his hand to order an Einspanner, Viennese coffee. Lee Jong-sung also orders a vanilla latte with 5 pumps of syrup. Shin Menchul holds out his hand, demanding the payment card, stunning Lee Jong-sung, who thought he was being treated. Shin Menchul reasons that helping to catch Ghost for free was already generous enough, causing Lee Jong-sung to angrily call him the worst. Meanwhile, at Osan Air Base in the United States, fighter jets soar through the sky. Inside a hangar, a voice echoes, confirming that they have obtained the personal data of the Korean hunters. Standing before a spherical data screen, a woman named Wang notices something strange. Park Moo-young and Shim Un-seo both have no records. Ethan Mark angrily threatens her, but Wang calmly confirms that it is true. Wang expresses skepticism, feeling as if they never existed, then asks an analyst to check the data on Shin Menchul. The analyst reports that the information regarding Shin Menchul is even stranger, as there are no records of him for nearly 20 years since he left the orphanage. Shin Menchul's official records were only re-established 5 years ago. The analyst reported on Shin Menchul's massive assets. Ethan Mark skeptically asked Miss Wang if such a person was truly an NIS hunter. Furious at the unbelievable information, Ethan Mark cursed and wondered who Shin Menchul really was. The meeting quickly shifted to the matter of Vice Chairman Kim Jung-ho's overseas funds. The diagram showed the laundered money flow being transferred to Mexico, specifically to the Sinaloa cartel. Miss Wang explained that Kim Jung-ho's Daehan Group was the second largest global conglomerate in South Korea. Ethan Mark was astonished to learn that the heir of a prestigious conglomerate was investing in a drug cartel. The analyst revealed that the Sinaloa cartel operated a shell company named OAB and regularly shipped goods to South Korea. Ethan Mark demanded to know the recipient of the shipment, and the analyst immediately retrieved the data. The recipient was identified as a biotech company named Jinseong Meditech. The details indicated that the shipment would arrive at Incheon port at 3 a.m. tomorrow. Ethan Mark ordered the shipment to be tracked, realizing that it led directly to Lee Young-ho's laboratory. Miss Wang concluded that Lee Young-ho would be the key figure in the entire incident. With glowing eyes, Ethan Mark asked about the NIS's role. Miss Wang confirmed that they would share the information with the NIS. However, Ethan Mark added that this would only happen after they had resolved the situation themselves. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dmitri stood alone in his armor beneath the sunset sky. Dmitri clenched his fist, and blue energy began to gather around his hand. The electrical energy flared violently. A muscular, bald man appeared beside Dmitri. In a desolate area under the sunset, Ethan Mark ordered a check on the whereabouts of a Russian hunter, believing this was the location they needed. A voice reported that they had traced the funds being transferred to 5 European companies, secretly owned by the Vasily Group. Ethan Mark narrowed his eyes, concentrating on processing the incoming intelligence. The voice continued, revealing that these companies regularly shipped goods to Jinseong Meditech, and a product developed using the laundered money had been transferred there. Ethan ordered them to call the NIS to report that they had found the laboratory, surprising a technician wearing a VR headset with their speed. He asked Miss Wang if everything was all right. Miss Wang maintained a stern expression, fully focused on the mission. She stressed that this was a solitary operation abroad, and that no mistakes were permitted. From afar, Miss Wang authorized Ethan Mark, known as the Black Golem, to use his combat suit, and he immediately confirmed the order. Standing in the middle of the forest, the fully armored Dmitri questioned Ethan Mark about being alone. Dmitri mocked the American intruder for daring to venture here by himself. Without warning, Ethan delivered a devastating punch directly to Dmitri's faceplate. The tremendous impact sent Dmitri flying backward, carving a destructive path through the forest. Immediately, 2 soldiers wearing identical armor to Dmitri appeared, astonished by Ethan's power. Ethan Mark smirked, declaring that he would use his full strength right from the start. In another scene, someone reported that the elixir was nearly complete and that Mikhail was the first to receive it, while another voice expressed fear regarding his awakening. Returning to the present, one of the armored soldiers ordered his comrades to maximize their armor's power. Realizing their opponent was no ordinary foe, Ethan grinned excitedly through clenched teeth as the dark matter enveloped and reinforced his arm. All three armored soldiers simultaneously launched into the air, preparing a coordinated attack aimed at Ethan Mark. Ethan Mark's reinforced dark matter arm shot forward with terrifying speed. The punch collided directly with one soldier's helmet. The tremendous force sent the soldier hurtling backward. His comrades could only watch the scene in horror. Immediately afterward, Ethan unleashed energy tendrils, capturing Dmitri and the two remaining soldiers, and throwing them into the midst of explosions. Amidst the battle, two figures in black armor, identified as the Black Golem team from Section 2, appeared. Ethan smirked, expressing disappointment that only two new enemies had arrived, and wishing for more. One of the two Black Golem team members stated that they would soon encounter Section Team 2 anyway. The other cracked his knuckles, declaring that he would make the enemy regret their overconfidence in their hunter rank. Suddenly, a fierce explosion erupted, throwing one of the Black Golem team members backward. A massive fireball engulfed everything within its radius. Both Black Golem team members were severely injured by the blast, one screaming in pain. From the smoke and flames, a hulking, muscular figure with dark skin emerged, causing the remaining soldier to frantically call for the leader. A gigantic column of black smoke rose from the building, signaling terrible destruction. Mikhail Vaskov, in his transformed state, stood towering amidst the ruins. Ethan Mark looked directly at the newcomer, confirming that he was the leader. He identified his opponent as Mikhail Vaskov, the head of the Blood Mafia's East Asia branch, and sarcastically asked if he had wiped out his own subordinates just for a dramatic entrance. Deeming the spectacle unfortunate, Ethan charged forward. He confronted Mikhail directly, declaring that he would disappear as quickly as he had appeared. Ethan Mark confidently unleashed a thunderous punch at his opponent. However, he was astonished to realize he felt absolutely no impact force. It felt like punching water, completely ineffective. Suddenly, Mikhail Vaskov's body began to engulf Ethan's arm. Seeing his arm tightly bound by the tendrils, Ethan challenged his opponent to try and block the next strike. Immediately, Mikhail, his eyes glowing red, shot blue energy threads from his mouth. The energy threads quickly wrapped around and tightly restrained Ethan's entire body. Restrained, Ethan gritted his teeth and cursed Mikhail as a bastard. A sudden flash of light pierced through the matter holding him captive. Ethan roared, shattering the restraints. He lunged forward, punching Mikhail directly in the abdomen, causing him to shriek in pain. Ethan's fist sank deep into the opponent's body, where blue energy was leaking out. Ethan gritted his teeth as he felt his strength being drained away. He realized this was a product of their laboratory, and decided to use his ultimate move. Ethan exerted his full power, causing Mikhail's body to begin cracking from the inside. A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing both of them in a sea of flames. Amidst the smoke and dust, a young man was carried through the air by a giant energy hand. The energy hand gently set the person down on the ground near the buildings. The person landed behind Ethan and called out, "Team leader." Ethan Mark angrily roared that he could have handled the enemy himself. The young teammate sternly reminded Ethan Mark of the cost of training an A-rank hunter and questioned his reckless intent to use the limitless mode. The teammate smirked, teasing that he could almost hear Catherine nagging Ethan Mark from afar. Amidst the desolate landscape, the two stood over the blackened remnants of the defeated enemy. As the blue energy hand still hovered, the young teammate approached Ethan Mark. Suddenly, a man with a colossal physique appeared, towering over them. It was team leader Joseph Kyle, who ordered Ethan Mark to retreat after expressing his interest in the enemy. Ethan Mark firmly refused, declaring that he had never learned to retreat from an enemy, despite his tattered suit. Via a communication screen, Miss Wang announced that she had spoken with Catherine and confirmed that Team 2 would not retreat. Hearing this, the young teammate smiled confidently and declared that America would never fail. Meanwhile, at an underground research facility, Lee Young-ho's assistant reported that the data transfer was complete. The assistant stated that the problem lay with Mikhail Vaskov, whose power far exceeded all predictions. He added that contacting Mikhail was currently impossible. Lee Young-ho calmly revealed that the elixir was stabilizing and the target's solar form was awaiting them. He ordered that once the target was captured, they must head to Mexico immediately. Just then, Shin Menchul appeared and blocked their path, coldly asking where they thought they were going. Accompanied by a muscular teammate, Shin Menchul sarcastically asked if Lee Young-ho's group had brought their passports. Shin Menchul and Lee Young-ho faced each other, their sharp gazes signaling an inevitable confrontation. Simultaneously, on the battlefield, Joseph Kyle and the young teammate both displayed clear determination and confidence. On the laboratory catwalk, Shin Menchul and his allies blocked the path of Lee Young-ho and his assistant. Shin Menchul smirked, sarcastically asking if they needed him to call a taxi for them. Lee Young-ho looked annoyed, demanding to know how Shin Menchul managed to find this location. Shin Menchul casually replied that he simply followed the scent of money. Lee Young-ho scoffed, calling Shin Menchul a government lapdog, who actually knew how to joke. He mentioned that he was already aware of Mikhail's defeat, referencing an image of the armored soldier being struck down. However, Lee Young-ho declared that thanks to that sacrifice, his plan had succeeded, and he had obtained what he desired. Shin Menchul firmly asserted that Lee Young-ho wouldn't be able to escape anywhere. Enraged, Lee Young-ho gritted his teeth and asked where Shin Menchul got such confidence. Shin Menchul coldly declared that he would never allow a scoundrel like Lee Young-ho to escape. Lee Young-ho then introduced a failed product. An emaciated creature with hollow eyes stepped out from the shadows. The creature appeared to be in immense pain, seemingly suffocating in despair. Shin Menchul couldn't help but be astonished by the horrifying sight, but he quickly regained his composure, smirking as he asked if that was all Lee Young-ho had. "You will regret this," Lee Young-ho roared, slamming his hand against the nearby wall, causing it to crack open. Immediately, a thick, black liquid began to ooze from his body. He clutched his chest as the gruesome transformation process took place. The black liquid enveloped Lee Young-ho's body, forming intricate stitch marks while his eyes glowed a stark white. Completing his transformation, Lee Young-ho hovered in midair with a sinister smile, declaring that he would show his opponents true power. In his new form, Lee Young-ho faced Shin Menchul and his allies, surrounded by floating spheres of dark energy. The bearded associate took a fighting stance, confident that he would show Lee Young-ho true power. Lee Young-ho sneered, asking his opponent if he knew what his heart was made of. He revealed that the core of power in his chest was created from a black hole. Furious, the bearded associate gritted his teeth and prepared to charge. He erupted with power, rocketing toward Lee Young-ho like a fireball. Lee Young-ho calmly raised his hand, generating purple energy rings for defense. A massive, sharp purple crystal wall erupted from the ground, blocking the charge. However, the powerful attack shattered the crystal wall in a massive explosion. Without hesitation, the bearded associate leaped over the debris, continuing his assault. He landed forcefully, closing the distance to his opponent in an instant. A devastating punch was thrown, colliding directly with Lee Young-ho. The immense impact sent Lee Young-ho tumbling backward through the air. Yet, he appeared completely unharmed, calmly raising his hand to control the spheres of dark energy. From above, Shin Menchul watched the entire battle with a worried expression. Suddenly, a massive torrent of dark energy began to pour out of Lee Young-ho, spreading everywhere. He hovered in midair, spreading his arms like a deity controlling the dark deluge that was engulfing everything. Lee Young-ho raised his hand high, unleashing a skill named Black Alchemy. His face shone with cruelty as he released his full power. The dark energy spread throughout the city, transforming into a deadly great plague. Submerged in the poisonous smoke, the bearded associate cried out in horror. The dark purple poisonous smoke spread with a terrifying sizzling sound. The bearded associate quickly jumped back, shouting a warning to Shin Menchul not to touch the smoke. Shin Menchul calmly analyzed the situation, realizing that this area of effect skill could only be performed in Angeles using a magic circle, and Lee Young-ho's tattoo served that purpose. The associate asked if any other Earthlings possessed this magic, but Shin Menchul confirmed that Lee Young-ho was a unique case. Seeing that the smoke was about to fill the basement, Shin Menchul decided they had to get out first. The associate anxiously asked about Lee Young-ho's whereabouts amidst the thick smoke. Shin Menchul casually replied that the enemy had escaped long ago. He revealed that Lee Young-ho had left about 3 hours ago, even before they arrived, stunning his associate. After a moment of frustration, the associate declared that he would go meet the Americans to join their pursuit of Mikhail Vaskov. Both stood silent for a moment amidst the remaining chaotic scene. Shin Menchul pondered the recent events thoughtfully. He recalled how Lee Young-ho, after exerting all his strength to draw his weapon, had suddenly stopped and fled. While escaping, Lee Young-ho had taken Kim Jung-ho with him, leading Shin Menchul to conclude that he was even more difficult to deal with than Mikhail Vaskov. Elsewhere, Mikhail Vaskov's transformed body collapsed onto the cracked ground. Ethan Mark looked up at his superior and asked if it was over, while a young blonde teammate hovered nearby. With a look of self-satisfaction, Ethan Mark asserted that if his suit hadn't been damaged, he could have handled the enemy himself. The young teammate smiled and called him by his moniker, Hunter Black Golem. Another voice rang out, introducing someone else via the communication screen, Hunter Melting Point. Miss Wang, acting as the Section Team 2 leader, ordered Ethan Mark to summon all members. Looking at Mikhail's body, Ethan Mark confusedly asked why they needed to gather the entire team when the fight was over, before suddenly crying out in horror. Ethan Mark was horrified to realize that the body before him was just an empty shell. A stranger wearing a baseball cap appeared, explaining that Mikhail Vaskov was merely in a chrysalis state. Ethan Mark asked if Mikhail had broken out of the shell and flown away. The stranger confirmed this and declared that their next destination was Mexico, where Kim Jung-ho's funds were being transferred. With glowing eyes, the person muttered that they would see what fate awaited Lee Young-ho and Mexico. Suddenly, a fierce explosion erupted from a nearby building, creating a massive column of black smoke. Shin Menchul and the bearded associate stood watching the scene of devastation. Amidst the smoke, Yoon-soo appeared and asked what had happened, while Shin Menchul sensed a strange energy source emanating from the laboratory. Shin Menchul explained that the enemy had used an unprecedented type of mana, created through human sacrifice. He further speculated that this artificial mana could be injected into a third party. Yoon-soo immediately understood, concluding that this meant Lee Young-ho now possessed a mana reservoir. Shin Menchul shook his head thoughtfully, wondering about the status of the elixir. The bearded associate suggested they keep this information confidential, and Shin Menchul agreed, believing the NIS would be unable to comprehend it. Just then, Park So-young and her team arrived, and the bearded associate called out Shin Menchul's name. Kim Tae-young anxiously asked if Lee Young-ho had detonated a bomb here. He looked at Shin Menchul and the other two, astonished that they had survived in such a place. Shin Menchul arrogantly retorted that if Lee Young-ho could survive, why couldn't he? Leaving Kim Tae-young speechless. Team leader Joseph Kyle appeared, carrying the injured Ethan Mark on his shoulder, while Miss Wang called out their names. Park So-young saw Ethan Mark's condition and suggested taking him to the hospital for treatment. The person carrying Ethan Mark immediately dismissed the offer, stating that their bodies were top secret and insulting Park So-young. Park So-young was stunned, then muttered that he was right, and treating someone who constantly spouted nonsense would indeed be a waste. Ethan Mark, whose head was being pressed down, angrily shouted that he couldn't stay still because of the other person's antics. Meanwhile, Park So-young asked Shin Menchul about the status of manager Lee Jong-sung. Shin Menchul replied that he had been recalled to headquarters, leading Kim Tae-young to observe that the situation there must also be chaotic. Kim Tae-young wearily admitted that the situation was a mess and that he had been trying to prevent information leaks until now. But looking at the laboratory engulfed in flames, he said he could no longer conceal it. Suddenly, Miss Wang appeared and proposed a deal, prompting Shin Menchul to ask for clarification. She revealed that the NSA had informed her of a massive amount of data being sent to Sinaloa, Mexico, just before the explosion. Therefore, Miss Wang wanted Shin Menchul's group to assist them in tracking down Lee Young-ho in Mexico. She emphasized that this laboratory was secondary. Mexico was Lee Young-ho's true base of operations. Miss Wang expressed her determination to do everything possible for the operation, as Lee Young-ho was preparing for a war. She proposed that her team would handle Lee Young-ho, while Shin Menchul's group would block escape routes and protect civilians. Shin Menchul smirked, challenging her by asking what would happen if he refused. Miss Wang was stunned by his reaction. Standing with his comrades, Shin Menchul questioned the basis for trust after they had been betrayed from the start. The person carrying Ethan Mark uttered a derogatory remark, blaming Ethan for letting Lee Young-ho escape. A member of Shin Menchul's group stomped his foot, silently cursing the speaker as a crazy bastard. Ethan Mark immediately confronted the person, warning that if Lee Young-ho had cooperated with Mikhail, he would have been dead long ago. The bearded associate remained unfazed, suggesting they execute a two-pronged operation. The other person immediately proposed a wager. Whoever captured Lee Young-ho first would claim him winner takes all. Shin Menchul accepted, but warned that if they were betrayed again, they would become the next target. A person in a blue baseball cap called Wang team leader and announced their withdrawal from the operation. The person smiled and advised Catherine not to push herself too hard if she didn't want to age quickly. The person stated that 3 NIS hunters would replace them, leaving Wang astonished by the sudden decision. Riding a gigantic energy hand, the person flew away, ignoring Wang and the other agents who called out in vain. The person muttered that they were concerned about Mikhail Vaskov and that the situation would be extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, in a ruined city in Iraq, someone wondered if a certain person was returning. Priscilla Venya of Section Team 2 skeptically asked if she had misheard the summons. At a luxurious villa in Santa Monica, USA, Tono Sandhagen of Section Team 2 commented while on the phone that this was the first full team summons since the 9/11 incident. In Shanghai, China, a man struggled with chopsticks and wondered why he was being called back. That person was Ryan Spencer of Section Team 2, standing amidst a chaotic scene and wondering what Kyle was doing. The scene shifted again to Moscow, Russia. Rick Blaze of Section Team 2 panicked upon receiving the full team summons, worried that such a major mission had arrived just as he joined. At an airport, Wang and Yun-Su were heading toward a private jet. Wang explained to Yun-Su that the Vanguard team's mission was to locate and monitor Lee Young-ho's laboratory to formulate a plan. Wang warned that the deeper they ventured into enemy territory, the greater the risk of being drawn into combat. Yun-Su smiled, interpreting the warning as a necessity to protect herself, and stated that this was exactly what she wanted. Elsewhere, a man yelled, "Mexico?" and angrily questioned a movement request. The man with the goatee grabbed a subordinate's ear, scolding him that this wasn't America where they could just show up and ruin everything. Despite the scolding, the subordinate firmly requested to be assigned to the Vanguard team. Shim Unseo confidently showed her passport, asserting that under the hand of Phantom, anything could be resolved. Meanwhile, Ethan Mark expressed frustration at being barred from the operation until his new suit arrived. Standing next to Katherine Johnson, Shin Menchul commented that their team was quite well organized. Priscilla Venia cheerfully waved at Katherine, standing beside the newly arrived Ryan Spencer. A voice introduced the advance team, consisting of Shim Unseo, Katherine, Ryan, Priscilla, and Rick Blaze. Following them was the second assault team, comprising Shin Menchul, Park Moo Young, and Mark Ethan Mark. The advance team stood solemnly, ready for the upcoming mission. Rick Blaze inquired about Tono, and Katherine Johnson explained that he had gone ahead. Rick suggested that convincing a retired person like Shin Menchul was difficult, but Katherine revealed that the CIA had never officially accepted his resignation. Katherine sighed, called Shin Menchul a troublemaker, and urged everyone to talk while they walked. The plane carrying the team took off, soaring into the sky. Inside, the members were seated in modern individual compartments. Shim Unseo looked out the window, musing that conquering the skies was a luxury reserved only for great sorcerers or dragon soldiers. She turned and asked someone else if they were a Korean hunter. Priscilla Venia approached, saying she didn't mean to bother her. Priscilla was curious about Shim Unseo's rank, while Rick speculated that she must be at least C rank if she had learned skills from China or Russia. Katherine Johnson interjected, revealing that Shim Unseo was an A-rank specialist in search and infiltration, which astonished Rick and led him to compare her to Tono. Katherine explained that their respective fields of expertise were different. Tono Sandhagen, who had been mentioned, simply listened to the conversation in silence. Priscilla continued to ask about Shim Unseo's abilities, and she simply replied that she was good with a gun. Shim Unseo was skeptical about whether a gun would be useful in a battle between hunters. She compared her abilities to a legendary warrior in Asia who could slice through an iron plate with a sword. Priscilla Venia cut in with a smug smile, asserting that she was excellent at shooting. Shim Unseo wondered why she would reveal her abilities, as that was taboo among hunters, but Priscilla didn't care. Priscilla confidently declared that she could still win even if her opponent knew her capabilities. Suddenly, Ryan Spencer interrupted, demanding that they stop chatting and focus on learning about Lee Young-ho. Priscilla retorted that she was building team morale for a better strategy. Ryan scoffed at the word teamwork and questioned Priscilla about her actions toward Rick in Russia. Priscilla patted Rick's head while explaining that it was just a test to see if he could pull his weight. She asserted that one couldn't become a member of Section Team 2 without being able to defeat 1 or 2 Russian hunters. Pressed by Priscilla, a frightened Rick Blaze stammered his agreement with her. However, Rick secretly thought that being thrown into the middle of a battlefield without protective gear was truly awful. Ryan looked indifferently out the window, saying that as long as Rick was alive, that was all that mattered. Ryan then turned to warn Shim Unseo that if she wanted to live long, she should stay away from Priscilla, as she would ruthlessly discard the weak. Priscilla ignored him and said she needed to use the restroom, prompting Ryan to sarcastically ask if she was going to wet her pants after acting tough. Shim Unseo turned to Tono Sandhagen and asked if Section Team 2 was always like this, and he simply told her to ignore them. Tono explained that despite appearances, they trusted each other more than anyone else on the battlefield. Suddenly, Ryan was horrified to see blood splattered all over the restroom walls. The entire team, including Tono, Shim Unseo, Priscilla, and Ryan, gathered and looked seriously at the floor. Ryan commented coldly that it didn't look like someone had spilled ketchup while making a sandwich in the bathroom. Tono Sandhagen asserted that this was definitely an enemy attack. Miss Wang countered, stating that they were on a military aircraft and only high-ranking generals knew about this top-secret operation. Ryan Spencer immediately questioned the possibility of a traitor among the high ranks. He continued to wonder about Lee Young-ho's true objective. Tono replied coldly that the enemy's goal was to annihilate the world's strongest hunter unit. The entire team fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, the plane shook violently and began to plummet. Amidst the chaos, Rick Blaze frantically screamed for Katherine. Miss Wang calmly asked Rick about the rescue parachutes, but he replied that they didn't have any. With a look of horror, Rick added that even the life vests were gone. Tono confirmed that he had checked, and everything was still there before takeoff. He concluded that the perpetrator was still on the plane. Gritting his teeth, Tono resolved to stop the crash at all costs. Priscilla Venya was surprised, saying she thought he was a cold-blooded veteran. Shim Unseo explained that Tono's wife and daughter had died in the 9/11 terrorist attack. Immediately, Miss Wang pulled out a tablet to take command. She ordered Tono and Priscilla to the engine room, Ryan to the control room, and Rick to the passenger cabin. As the leader, she authorized the team to deal with any suspicious passengers. Miss Wang then instructed Shim Unseo to follow her. She explained that there were two ways for a plane to be brought down from the inside: direct destruction or having its controls seized. A searing slash tore through the cockpit door of the aircraft. Miss Wang and Shim Unseo infiltrated the interior, astonishing the two pilots. Shim Unseo questioned them, but Miss Wang, with her blazing red eyes, declared that it was already too late. Miss Wang contacted Ryan Spencer, who confirmed that 5 passengers on the manifest had been checked in the cargo bay. Rick Blaze also reported that the 2 security personnel accompanying him were both on the list. Tono Sandhagen was also confirmed to be present. After taking attendance, they discovered there were a total of 22 people on the plane, but 3 people on the manifest were missing. Miss Wang speculated that the 3 missing individuals had been killed. She was shocked to realize that all the victims were engineers. This became a serious problem when one of the aircraft engines began to smoke. Miss Wang turned back, informing Shim Unseo that there was still more bad news. She explained that none of the 6 hunters on the flight had noticed the murders, which led to only one possibility. Shim Unseo agreed, concluding that the attacker must also be a hunter. Miss Wang ordered everyone to gather in the cargo bay, declaring that anyone acting alone would be considered an enemy. However, the co-pilot objected, stressing that they could not leave the cockpit. Similarly, another engineer insisted that 2 people must remain in the engine room. Miss Wang immediately assigned Ryan Spencer to monitor the cockpit and Priscilla Venya to watch over the engine room. The bespectacled engineer angrily questioned Priscilla, asking if she suspected them. Priscilla smirked, threatening the engineer that he could choose to live under suspicion or die immediately. Meanwhile, the remaining crew members were gathered together, looking tense. Rick Blaze anxiously asked if the crisis was over, but Tono Sandhagen announced that 4 hunters were currently in the hangar. As the group moved toward the assembled crew, Tono believed that the saboteur would strike first, regardless of their behavior. Miss Wang hypothesized that a time bomb had been planted, but Tono dismissed it, saying he just wanted to check for himself. With that, Tono reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a black eye patch and carefully tied it over his eye. Shim Unseo watched Tono's strange action with a look of confusion. Immediately afterward, a blazing orange eye opened in the center of the eye patch. Tono had activated his Eye of the Giant ability. A faint stream of energy radiated from Tono, enveloping the entire group. Using his special vision, Tono scanned the personnel standing among the cargo boxes. His gaze quickly focused on a small package that was glowing abnormally. Tono identified it as a time bomb hidden amidst the cargo, with only 3 seconds left until detonation. He frantically yelled out for Catherine, and Miss Wang immediately placed her hand on his shoulder, her eyes turning pitch black with blazing red pupils. A blue energy sphere enveloped the bomb and quickly crushed it into pieces. Miss Wang coldly announced the successful neutralization, while Tono remained stunned. When questioned, Tono explained that the bomb's structure and installation method belonged to an individual nicknamed Bird Eater. Shim Unseo asked in surprise who Bird Eater was. Tono revealed that he was Interpol's most wanted fugitive, leaving Rick Blaze dumbfounded. He is an aviation terrorist operating in North America and Arab countries, whose identity has remained a mystery for the past 21 years. Tono confirmed that Bird Eater was one of the masterminds behind the 9/11 attacks and the primary enemy of U.S. intelligence. However, Tono was skeptical about the title of primary enemy, arguing that if that were true, they wouldn't have been able to sit idle for 21 years. Rick Blaze explained to Shim Unseo that Bird Eater was also the enemy of a man named Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner retired early from intelligence work solely to pursue Bird Eater on his own. Meanwhile, Tono realized that the terrorist certainly hadn't planted just one bomb. Using his ability, he quickly detected 2 more bombs and shouted an order to immediately disarm them. As the bombs were ripped from their positions by an invisible force, Tono and the other agents quickly ducked for cover. The horrified crew members realized they were bombs and that the entire transport plane was Bird Eater's target. Suddenly, Tono sensed another danger as the eye beneath his patch glowed intensely. The other personnel also looked up in panic as a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared. From within the light, a group of mysterious white-clad intruders materialized in the middle of the hangar. Almost instantly, Tono was struck in the face by an unidentified projectile, causing Miss Wang to scream in horror. A close-up shot revealed the attacker's abnormal eye, cracked like glass. As Tono screamed in pain, the attacker's voice explained that it was a special nerve bullet that detonated automatically upon approaching the opponent. The attacker's shadowy figure revealed that the bullet would paralyze all senses, including sight. Standing among the collapsed crew members, he announced that the effect would wear off after about 5 minutes. The mysterious figure held up a small, disc-shaped object, its purpose yet to be clarified. Supported by his teammates, Tono confirmed that his senses were completely scrambled, while the attacker revealed the weapon was created specifically to counter Cyclops. Filled with rage, Miss Wang's eyes turned fiery red and cracked as she witnessed Tono's critical condition. The attacker then addressed Tono directly by name, reiterating that he owed him a debt from a past incident in Azerbaijan. He continued to demonstrate his deep knowledge by revealing the true reason Mr. Turner became disillusioned and left U.S. intelligence. Finally, Miss Wang looked straight ahead, identifying the enemy and demanding, "Bird Eater, what do you intend to do with this plane?" With a savage smile, Bird Eater revealed his demand: that this plane crash onto the U.S. mainland. He wanted to sow another nightmare upon the Americans he despised. Catherine coldly asked if that demand was worth sacrificing his life for. Bird Eater confidently boasted that he had survived 9/11 and countless other aviation terrorist attacks, asserting himself as an expert. Catherine pointed out that in those previous incidents, there were certainly no hunters aboard the plane. She warned him that there were currently 4 elite hunters in this hangar, and he would surely die if he acted rashly. Bird Eater scoffed, finding the threat from someone who couldn't see anything utterly ridiculous. Unsu angrily retorted that he knew nothing about her abilities. She activated her power, transforming her fingers into sharp crystal claws and threatening to kill him. Bird Eater thought to himself, realizing that Yunsu's long-range sniping ability was his nemesis, and Catherine alone was a difficult opponent. When Catherine asked if he intended to kill innocent American soldiers as well, Yunsu snapped that she had nothing to do with America. Bird Eater reminded himself to note the number of people present, as he could not guarantee his safety if he acted recklessly. He then made an offer: he would quietly disappear if U.S. intelligence promised to cease their pursuit. As the Section 2 team leader, Catherine accepted the promise, causing Rick to call out her name in astonishment. However, Catherine added one more condition, demanding that Bird Eater eliminate Hunter Cyclops immediately. She explained that Tono was a lunatic, ready to mobilize the entire CIA to capture him, while Bird Eater only wanted a peaceful retirement after 21 years. Bird Eater also added that his retirement plan would fail if the old man Turner remained alive, and issued an ultimatum that everyone would die without an answer. Rick couldn't believe this spectacle and shouted his protest. Catherine's eyes flashed with a fierce red light as she ordered Rick to step aside. Rick screamed Catherine's name in horror, realizing she was about to do something irreversible. With blazing red eyes, Miss Wang warned him to step back if he didn't want to die. A sharp swoosh rang out as her attack seemed to hit its mark. Meanwhile, the youth wearing the cap declared that he was leaving. Suddenly, Shin Menchul gasped, pulled into an abrupt memory. He saw himself in the middle of a chaotic great war between humans and countless monsters. The memory continued with the sight of a battlefield littered with corpses after the slaughter. He recalled the moment he stood alone amidst the ruins of the war he himself had ended. Returning to reality, Shin Menchul let out a long breath, trying to calm himself. The memory shifted again to him facing a dying boss, pinned to his throne by a sword, who asked in astonishment how a mere insect could possess such power. Shin Menchul coldly replied that he had simply grown stronger over the past few centuries. Then, another flashback appeared, showing the blonde commander, who had once called him lowly trash. The commander admitted that when he first arrived here, he too had been treated as trash. He recalled standing over a younger Shin Menchul, who had been stabbed through the back. Despite being severely wounded, Shin Menchul at the time still scoffed, suggesting that the rebels' ultimate weapon was merely a human. The commander scorned him, believing he was just a swordsman and would never catch up. But he felt a slight hesitation. His thoughts turned to 2 others, Arslan and Jerome, and he decided it would be best to eliminate them. He assessed that Arslan possessed the charisma to unite the scattered guerrilla rebel forces into an army, and Jerome was a mage who utilized forbidden magic. The commander, clutching his wounded side, concluded that if the 2 of them cooperated, they would certainly become a major threat later on. Jerome struggled to maintain the magic shield, realizing his mana was depleted, and he was now drawing upon his life force. Noticing this, the blonde commander mocked him, curious to know how much life force Jerome had left. He unleashed a fierce attack against the shield, protecting Jerome and Arslan. Arslan anxiously caught Jerome, who was staggering from exhaustion, and called his name. Jerome decided to convert all his remaining life force into mana so that Arslan alone could escape. However, The commander closed in right before them, coldly declaring that it was too late. A dull thud echoed. The commander looked down in shock. A blade had pierced his hip from behind. The attacker was Shin Menchul, whose blue eyes glowed brightly, having successfully delivered a critical blow. All three, Shin Menchul, the commander, and Arslan, were stunned by this sudden turn of events. The mysterious hooded figure roared in fury, enraged that someone dared to harm their majesty, and summoned a destructive flame. A massive, fiery explosion engulfed Shin Menchul, above which hovered a complex magic circle. Amidst the sea of fire, Shin Menchul yelled Jerome's name as he saw his friend casting his final spell. Jerome's hand pressed against the brilliantly glowing magic circle. He used his last ounce of strength to teleport all three of them away. Returning to the scene after the teleportation, the commander still stood firm with the sword lodged in him, while the hooded figure called out to him. He violently pulled the sword out, bitterly admitting that even an insect possessed hidden fangs. The blade dripped with his characteristic pitch-black blood. With the wound still on him, the commander gritted his teeth, realizing that his past mercy had now returned to haunt him. Back in the present, Shin Menchul ended the flashback, reaching his hand toward the sunset and declaring that that man's era was over. In Shin Menchul's memory, he reached out toward the powerful, dying enemy and declared that the 200-year war would finally end. The enemy roared one last time in desperation. With a finishing blow enveloped in energy, Shin Menchul decided the battle. The enemy's blood splattered, marking the end of a bloody era. Returning to reality, amidst the cheers of the soldiers, Shin Menchul stood on the battlefield, radiating victory. Jerome, his comrade, smiled with satisfaction. Arslan also flashed a brilliant smile at the achievement they had just secured. Shin Menchul silently looked at his fist, contemplating everything. Then he looked up, his heterochromatic eyes shining with iron determination. Later, in a magnificent palace, Arslan asked if Shin Menchul was about to leave. Shin Menchul confirmed that he had to go, because he had completed what needed to be done. Arslan questioned him, asking if anyone was waiting for him back home. Shin Menchul evaded the question, reiterating that he was an orphan, and complaining about the taste of the tobacco here. Arslan tried to persuade him to stay, promising a life of wealth lasting centuries if he remained. Shin Menchul simply replied that he would rather die than smoke this tobacco any longer, causing Arslan to secretly think he should quit smoking. An aide entered, informing Arslan that the lords were waiting. Arslan irritably told them to wait, but Shin Menchul advised against provoking the lords. Arslan accused Shin Menchul of abandoning him, but he replied that Arslan was the one who ruled this continent. Arslan sadly confessed that they would be very lonely, as Shin Menchul was the only person they could converse with comfortably. Shin Menchul smiled, saying that if he stayed, the lords would likely want his head for disrespect. A court official reminded Arslan that it was time for the meeting. Arslan agreed and left with the official, leaving Shin Menchul alone. In a memory, a sword was drawn, marking the end of a battle. Shin Menchul stood amidst a graveyard of swords, silently wishing the deceased peace. He recalled a joyful moment with his former comrades after the victory. Sitting alone and drinking, Shin Menchul pondered the cost of the 200-year war, when a voice rang out, asking about his intention to return home. He turned around and realized the newcomer was Jerome. Jerome explained that he didn't need to attend the territory division meeting because it was a political matter. Shin Menchul suggested that the wisest person on the continent should assist the emperor, but Jerome replied that wisdom had no place in a meeting full of ambition. Jerome asked why Shin Menchul wanted to return when Arslan intended to appoint him as a lord, to which he responded with a story about a general from his homeland. Shin Menchul explained that the general had also helped the emperor unify the country, just like he and Arslan had done. But he revealed a tragic outcome. As soon as the regime stabilized, the general was executed for treason. Jerome was astonished, quickly asserting that Arslan would never do such a thing. Shin Menchul agreed, but said he couldn't trust the ambitious people surrounding Arslan. Jerome still tried to convince him, emphasizing that Shin Menchul was the hero who brought peace to the Anhela's continent. Shin Menchul decisively replied that this was precisely why he had to leave, because the country could only stabilize if Arslan was the sole recipient of all the glory. Afterward, Jerome led him before a giant, brightly glowing crystal. They both stood in a magnificent hall, where the crystal was placed centrally. Shin Menchul was astonished to realize this was a top-tier mana crystal. Jerome stated that it was a useful item from Jeros's vault, and added that Arslan had a message for him. Jerome angrily cursed Shin Menchul, wishing he would choke to death from smoking. Shin Menchul just laughed, and teased that perhaps Jerome only wanted an excuse to curse him. Standing on the teleportation magic circle, Shin Menchul muttered that the curse sounded exactly like Arslan's style. He smiled, thanked Jerome for everything, and asked him to look after Arslan. Jerome calmly replied wishing the general eternal happiness in his homeland. The mana crystal glowed brilliantly, activating the teleportation magic. Shin Menchul vanished in a blinding flash of light. Immediately afterward, a bolt of energy lightning struck a skyscraper in the nighttime city. Shin Menchul, now wearing a tracksuit, scratched his head in frustration, unable to believe that 7 years had passed since he woke up. The hero who had saved the Angeles continent 3 years prior was now merely unemployed. Meanwhile, an unexpected incident occurred aboard a large transport plane flying over a mountainous region. A loud explosion startled Miss Wang and Shim Eun-seo, who determined the sound originated from the cockpit. Miss Wang immediately questioned Ryan Spencer, but he countered by asking about the incident that had occurred in the hangar. Ryan looked outside and speculated that a chain reaction explosion had occurred due to the events on the ground. He reported that both pilots were unconscious but not in life-threatening danger. Miss Wang urgently ordered them to ask the crew if anyone knew how to fly the plane. Just then, one of the plane's engines caught fire and exploded. Another loud noise startled the group, highlighting the critical situation. With no time left to hesitate, Ryan Spencer decisively took the pilot's seat. When Miss Wang asked if he knew how to fly, Ryan confidently declared that he had previously served in the Air Force. Miss Wang angrily scolded Ryan Spencer for not telling her about his abilities sooner. Ryan Spencer focused on piloting, yelling for everyone to hold on tight if they didn't want to die. He muttered to himself that this was what he had learned from books as the plane smoked and plummeted uncontrollably. From a nearby fishing boat, 2 fishermen watched in horror as the plane was about to crash into the sea. In the cockpit, Ryan Spencer screamed desperately while trying to regain control. The plane slammed into the ocean surface, creating a terrifying noise. The 2 fishermen stared dumbfounded at the colossal column of water shooting skyward from the impact site. Fortunately, Ryan successfully executed an emergency landing on the water. On the shore, Ryan and Rick Blaze sighed in relief, feeling as though they had just escaped hell. Ryan remarked that the trip to Mexico had been plagued with too many incidents, and that entry would be difficult. However, Rick Blaze smiled back, replying that thanks to Ryan, they had finally made it to Mexico. Meanwhile, Priscilla Venya was carrying Tono Sandhagen on her back, who teased that she was occasionally useful. Tono seriously asked about their next plan. Miss Wang announced that Bird Eater was dead, and Tono now had freedom for his future. Priscilla smiled, saying that Tono must be curious about who made this request, and that they should finish the trip and then retire. Afterward, the group gathered, and Miss Wang declared that the day Lee Young-ho saw their faces would be his downfall. Elsewhere, a man secretly thought that no one in Team 2 suspected him, and he was delighted to have successfully framed Bird Eater. This man was revealed to be Elder Salorte. In a flashback, Arslan sadly said that he would be very lonely if the other person left. Shin Menchul replied that if he stayed, the warlords might try to kill him for disrespecting Arslan. An aide informed Arslan that it was time for the meeting. Arslan and the aide bowed goodbye to Shin Menchul and departed. Suddenly, Arslan stopped short and turned to look at him. Shin Menchul unexpectedly asked about Arslan's dream back in his homeland, surprising him. He snapped his fingers and said that he had just remembered. With a satisfied smile, Shin Menchul revealed his dream was to become rich and unemployed. The story shifted back to the present, where Shin Menchul, dressed in sportswear, stood before a law office. He walked in and asked for a man named Oh Myung-won. Oh Myung-won, a working lawyer, looked up and asked what he wanted. Shin Menchul said he was from the Youngrak orphanage, startling Oh Myung-won. As Shin Menchul walked in and greeted him familiarly, Oh Myung-won asked in astonishment what he was doing there. The lawyer was stunned, recognizing his old friend, and stammered out Menchul's name. Oh Myung-won emotionally jumped up, demanding why Shin Menchul had disappeared for 20 years, but he merely replied that it was a long story. Shin Menchul suggested they go outside to talk if Oh Myung-won was free. Together, they walked to a large warehouse district at dusk. Oh Myung-won nervously asked why they were in a place like this and whether Shin Menchul was involved in anything illegal. Shin Menchul calmly denied it and said he wanted to recruit Oh Myung-won. He explained that he had a large amount of gold bars and needed a wealth manager to convert them into cash. Oh Myung-won skeptically asked Shin Menchul how much gold he had. The lawyer asked again in shock, wondering if the amount of gold was as large as the entire factory. Oh Myung-won, in extreme confusion, asked Shin Menchul where he got the gold. Shin Menchul began to recount his story, flashing back to a fiery battlefield where an arrogant blonde king led a massive monster army. Facing them were Shin Menchul and his comrades, including a bald warrior, an elf sorceress, and griffin knights soaring through the sky. The bald warrior roared thunderously, channeling all his strength into his fist. He unleashed a terrifying shockwave punch, sweeping away enemies in its path. The elf sorceress concentrated her magic, summoning powerful flames. She unleashed a fire magic torrent that incinerated the ranks of the monster legion. Shin Menchul's heterochromatic eyes, one gold and one blue, flared as he channeled the power of both energy sources into his hands. He launched a dual-colored lightning strike attack, electrocuting and utterly destroying the enemies. Back in the present, Shin Menchul casually concluded that he had ended a 200-year war and returned to Earth, leaving Oh Myung-won only able to respond awkwardly. Seeing Oh Myung-won's look of pity, Shin Menchul asked what was wrong. Believing Shin Menchul was delusional, Oh Myung-won suggested taking him to the hospital for treatment. Shin Menchul sighed at the lawyer's skepticism. He told Oh Myung-won not to be too shocked, as he was about to show him undeniable proof. Shin Menchul pulled out a glowing golden key from inside his jacket. Oh Myung-won confusedly asked why he was inserting the key into thin air. The lawyer's eyes widened in astonishment as a golden magic circle began to materialize. Shin Menchul turned the key, fully activating the intricate magic circle. A colossal, intricately carved golden gate suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Oh Myung-won stammered, asking what the hell that thing was, and Shin Menchul calmly invited him inside to take a look. Oh Myung-won timidly pushed open the golden door and peered inside. Inside, a hand held a dazzling golden key, prompting Oh Myung-won to exclaim and ask what it was. Jerome smiled and explained that it was the key to the spatial vault. The younger Shin Menchul held the key, which he was told was a gift from His Majesty, and thought it was unnecessary. Jerome teased that if Shin Menchul didn't need it, he would use it himself, causing Shin Menchul to threaten him, asking if he had a death wish. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from the gate, making Oh Myung-won shield his eyes in astonishment. 5 years later, the scene shifts to a coffee shop named Café Loren. A barista named Dongun greeted a customer who had just walked in. Shin Menchul, dressed in a tracksuit, checked in with Dongun and ordered a coffee. He smiled and said he would step outside for a smoke and be right back. Inside, the espresso machine began to whir. Meanwhile, 2 customers, an older white-haired man and a younger man, were seated inside the shop. The older man remarked that Shin Menchul looked incredibly carefree, piquing his companion's curiosity. He pointed out Shin Menchul smoking outside, called him an unemployed bum, and suggested the shop owner must be very kind. He continued to complain, unable to believe the shop would allow such a person to run up a tab, but his younger companion stated that Shin Menchul was not unemployed. The young customer revealed that Shin Menchul was actually the owner of the coffee shop, causing the older man to choke on his drink. Dongun overheard and added that Shin Menchul also owned the entire building. The older man assumed Shin Menchul owed his comfortable life to his parents, but the young customer revealed he was an orphan, and rumored to have found success at an American IT company. The older man looked unconvinced, so the young customer turned to Dongun, confirming that their boss used to be a smartphone application developer in the US. Dongun winked in confirmation, saying he also heard that Shin Menchul's company had been acquired by Google. The older man still couldn't believe it, commenting that Shin Menchul always wore the same old tracksuit. The young customer revealed that besides this building, Shin Menchul owned another office-style building, charged no deposit, and rented units out cheaply, concluding that he was a strange person. The older man scoffed internally, thinking that wasn't strange at all. He concluded that Shin Menchul wasn't unemployed, but simply a pushover. Dongun smiled and returned Shin Menchul's greeting. Suddenly, Oh Myung-won called out to Shin Menchul from outside a modern office building. Inside the office, Shin Menchul wondered why Oh Myung-won had come without notice. Shin Menchul smiled in response, suggesting that visiting a friend didn't require advance notice. Oh Myung-won explained that he had advised Menchul to move to this area for convenience, but then confessed he disliked places with too many buildings crammed together. Shin Menchul plopped down onto the sofa, asserting that he liked his current residence because it was comfortable, affordable, and didn't fit the atmosphere of this neighborhood. Oh Myung-won was suspicious, asking if Shin Menchul was truly just visiting or if he was there to check the accounts, but Shin Menchul insisted he was only visiting a friend. When Oh Myung-won joked about what Shin Menchul would do if he embezzled money, Shin Menchul simply replied that he got a headache whenever he looked at numbers. Oh Myung-won said that in that case, Menchul could enjoy the sight of a successful lawyer going to prison, then anxiously asked him to go easy on him. Shin Menchul reassured him that he didn't need to report everything, as Oh Myung-won was also responsible for the vault key. Oh Myung-won confessed that he had once thought Shin Menchul was crazy when he suddenly reappeared after 20 years to talk about the vault. Shin Menchul invited his friend out to eat and asked if he was paying, making Oh Myung-won secretly think that back at the orphanage, his friend hadn't been so cunning. The scene shifts back to the Café Loren sign at sunset. The coffee shop door opened. Dongun cheerfully greeted the customer. However, Dongun immediately paled when he recognized the customer as a spiky-haired man who greeted him intimately. At the coffee shop, a bald thug grinned menacingly and cracked his knuckles, demanding the owner show himself, while the female barista screamed in terror. In another scene, Shin Menchul asserted that there was only one person in the world he could trust and entrust his life to. Someone snapped a glowing blue cylindrical object and remarked that things were much more interesting now. The object shattered in a puff of smoke as panicked voices echoed, wondering what had happened in the hangar. A chaotic scene unfolded as Priscilla Venya helped the injured Tono Sandhagen, next to a white-haired, glasses-wearing teammate who was also stunned. Rick Blaze called out Ryan Spencer's name in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He fearfully asked the person who looked like Ryan if it was true, as the other man's eyes became lifeless. Tono Sandhagen warned Rick to step back, emphasizing that trusting no one was fundamental in their line of work. An afro-haired crew member and Rick Blaze turned back, looking horrified. The Ryan Spencer imposter smirked, commenting that a certain Korean girl's analysis was perfect and that Korean hunters were very interesting. The entire team aimed their weapons at the imposter, and Rick Blaze yelled, demanding to know who he was. The stranger confidently introduced himself as Elder Solorte. Immediately, the entire team adopted a combat-ready stance. A blonde female agent realized this was the elder that Lee Young-ho had mentioned. Priscilla Venya angrily pointed her gun at Solorte, growling, "What did you do to Ryan?" Solorte merely smiled mockingly, repeating her question casually. He coldly speculated that Ryan was probably currently inside the stomachs of Shanghai pigeons, leaving Priscilla stunned with rage. Without hesitation, Priscilla pulled the trigger. Solorte gently stepped aside, easily dodging the bullet. He moved with terrifying speed, gliding through the air as the bullet whizzed past beneath him. Elder Solort mocked that his opponents were walking straight into the gates of hell. A bullet unexpectedly grazed past his head. He was surprised to realize the bullet had lodged itself in his shoulder. The bullet cleanly pierced through his shoulder. The shooter was Priscilla Venya, who was pointing her large-caliber revolver toward the sky. She realized the attack caused no damage and intended to pursue, but her white-haired teammate stopped her. Priscilla furiously yelled, refusing to accept that the person who killed Ryan should escape. The white-haired agent explained that the entire team was exhausted after the battle and their equipment had not yet arrived. He continued his analysis, stating they could not anticipate all the traps, as the enemy clearly knew their plans in advance. He concluded that the first priority was to reorganize the team formation. At another location, Lee Jung-sung was briefing Shin Menchul, explaining that officially, this was a campaign to dismantle a drug trafficking ring into the U.S. A bald agent added that with the CIA's assistance, Shin Menchul would also participate as an American agent. The bearded associate agreed with the plan. Shin Menchul smirked, saying that if they had delayed even one more day, he would have acted on his own. In a dark room, a voice echoed, questioning Elder Solorte whether he had failed his mission. Solorte tried to justify himself, claiming that those people would be unable to act immediately, and during that time, Lee Young-ho would have enough time. Solorte's superior, a yellow Afro-superior, coldly interrupted, stating that he had not ordered Solorte to stall them, and thus, it was a failure. The superior ordered that from now on, Solorte must assist Lee Young-ho in completing the elixir. Elder Solort screamed in astonishment, unable to believe he had been demoted to an assistant. He ground his teeth in fury, unable to conceal his indignation. At the Juantes mansion of the Sinaloa cartel in Baja California, Sur, Mexico, a plan was being deployed. From the top of a clock tower, someone wondered why they had to wait another week, asserting that Lee Young-ho was definitely inside. On the bell tower, a teammate warned that infiltrating the enemy base without preparation was too dangerous, as the cartels were the law in northern Mexico. The white-haired agent explained that a direct assault on their base was no longer a mere operation. It was a war. Suddenly, the blonde female agent spotted new individuals approaching and asked Rick to double-check. At a nearby CIA safehouse, a communicator reported that the facial recognition program had identified one of the newcomers. He confirmed they were members of the Zetas, as 2 of them entered the building. Meanwhile, a Zeta member asked his captain if it was true that the 12 elders would attend the meeting, and was confirmed that they would arrive tomorrow. The Zeta captain smirked, saying they would finally get to see the face of the famous Solort. The subordinate suggested those might not be their real faces, and added that not only the 12 elders but also the Marcatalia group would be present. The captain was surprised, asking if Solorte intended to bring all his people to Mexico. After receiving confirmation, the captain was excited that the day to meet the Red Colombians had finally arrived. The subordinate immediately warned the captain to watch his words, as he could lose his life if he said that in front of them. The captain understood but declared that they would not be inferior to those Red rebels. The subordinate mused that just as they were no longer mere gang members, those rebels were no longer the same as before. The subordinate suggested that this meeting would be slightly different with the presence of the two elders. As they walked down the corridor, the subordinate revealed that even the red bastards were already here, and it seemed their superiors were finally moving forward with their plan. The captain was stunned by this information. The subordinate concluded by stating that the children in the city had been ordered to gather. The warning echoed. The U.S. border towns would soon be engulfed in flames. The agents, including James and Priscilla Venya, realized in horror that the enemy was aiming for the direct destruction of the city of Calexico. Calexico and Mexicali were separated only by a wall, and a small tunnel could easily connect the two cities. This tunnel, originally used by the Sinaloa cartel for drug transport, was now predicted to become the route for an invading army. Meanwhile, Shim Unso was scouting when she realized Lee Young-ho could sense her presence, and proceeding further would be extremely dangerous. She decided to retreat, just as a teammate asked Catherine for her opinion on the next move. Miss Wang, who was referred to as Catherine, suggested they must launch a preemptive strike before Lee Young-ho and Solarte could join forces. A blonde female agent immediately asked for Solarte's location, while the NSA was conducting wiretaps to pinpoint the target. She waited patiently, completely trusting the NSA's capabilities, even though some expressed doubt. She confidently asserted that the NSA possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of instantly accessing even the president's communications. Immediately afterward, a communicator announced the NSA had results, having detected the Marketalia deputy commander's phone signal when he contacted his family. The convoy's location was determined to be traveling through the central Sonora region. However, the communicator suddenly detected another anomaly taking place. DEA and ATF forces had deployed helicopters, planning to attack Solarte immediately. Aboard a helicopter, Captain James received a report about an urgent call from the CIA. He answered the call and introduced himself as DEA Chief James. On the other end, Miss Wang, identifying herself as Catherine Johnson of the CIA, demanded James halt the operation and retreat, causing him to question her angrily. Miss Wang coldly replied that it was merely advice, but if they ignored it, they would certainly die. Despite the warning, James declared that everyone aboard the aircraft was already aware of the mission's danger. James irritably spoke into his headset that he had no time for nonsense and ordered the other party to wait in silence. Holding the rifle steady, he promised to provide the intelligence gathered from the interrogation, then decisively hung up the phone. In the sky, the DEA helicopter squadron approached the target, and an agent reported they would arrive in 10 minutes. Inside, the team members checked their gear, ready to attack the moment they spotted the enemy. Suddenly, a new signal sounded in James's earpiece, prompting him to ask what was happening. A man identifying himself as the director came onto the line, announcing that the CIA had officially requested them to halt the operation. James angrily retorted, asking if they intended to ignore the demands of those lunatics. The director explained that the order seemed to have come from a very high level. Despite the order, James declared he would take full responsibility and asserted that the director would thank him once everything was over. He explained that their targets, the hidden ringleader of Marketalia and the man named Solarte, were right inside the base ahead. The director smirked, agreeing that he now understood why the CIA was a bunch of cowards. He wondered if they should give up everything after pursuing Marketalia for so long. An agent on the helicopter affirmed that they would only trust the director and continue with the planned operation. The director decisively ordered them to proceed and not to fail. In a dark room, a hooded figure reported to his master that the annoying flies had arrived. Red, dark energy, like blood vessels, spread across his blade. As they neared the target, James ordered 2 teams to land while the remaining team provided air support. The DEA agents quickly rappelled from the helicopters onto the bridge leading into the base. However, upon landing, James looked confusedly at the empty trucks and wondered what the enemy was plotting. From a distance, a man with a yellow afro observed and questioned why the enemy would bring swords to this location. At the foot of the bridge, the hooded figure told his subordinate that he was bored after the long journey and now felt great having something to do. A masked subordinate asked if they should shoot them down. The hooded figure refused, deciding to treat the approaching DEA Special Forces team as an appetizer before beginning the full-scale operation. Meanwhile, the DEA agents reported that Eagle Team 1 was in position and ready. Another sniper confirmed that Eagle Team 2 was also in position. James loudly demanded that Solarte step out, asserting that resistance was futile, and ordered him to drop his weapons and surrender. A shadowy figure in the enemy group began to step forward. James warned the figure to stop, or they would open fire. The hooded figure merely flashed a sinister smile beneath the covering cloth. He tossed aside his cloak, revealing his bulging, muscular physique, and yelled, cursing the DEA team for daring to call out his master's name directly. James was stunned by the opponent's defiant attitude, wondering why he was smiling. He muttered that no matter how many drugs they dealt, no one would use them in this situation. Realizing they couldn't capture them alive, James ordered the operation to switch to Plan K. Immediately, James shouted the order to open fire and pulled his trigger. However, the muscular man easily blocked every bullet with his sword. He showed a momentary surprise, wondering what the hell was happening. James then ordered both Eagle Teams 1 and 2 to unleash a simultaneous barrage of bullets. Despite the rain of bullets, the man calmly deflected them all with his sword, a smug smile returning to his lips. The assassin and his masked accomplices charged into a brutal attack. Amidst the chaos, a horrified scream rang out as he stood over his victim's corpse, his blade dripping with blood. He sneered, declaring that this was only the beginning of a long-awaited blood festival. From inside a vehicle, a panicked DEA agent called out to the captain while frantically firing his machine gun. Yet, the assassin stood calmly in the middle of the road, effortlessly deflecting every bullet with his sword. Suddenly, his eyes glowed red as a surge of dark purple energy enveloped his body. He swung his enhanced sword, unleashing a destructive energy attack. Another DEA agent could only watch the incoming attack with utter horror. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion completely engulfed the Special Forces vehicle. James, surviving with a bloodied face, angrily yelled at his opponent not to look at him that way. Standing atop the burning vehicle, the assassin declared that everyone in the border city of Calexico would meet the same fate. Just then, a combat helicopter appeared in the sky, flying toward the scene. The assassin looked up, ordering his subordinates to retreat because he sensed another enemy approaching. A subordinate confidently reported that he was almost finished cleaning up and would handle the newcomer. However, the assassin sternly warned that this opponent was no ordinary bug. They were hunters. On the helicopter, a silver-haired man with red eyes calmly stated that he would personally handle the blade-wielding brute. His team reported the situation, stating that half of the DEA agents were dead, and James confirmed it was American blood. Captain Joseph Kyle angrily declared that the dead could be their family or friends and ordered them to take revenge. The silver-haired man agreed that animals should be treated like animals, then ordered Team 2 to prepare for combat. The assassin stood amidst the wreckage, his blood-soaked sword resting on his shoulder. Facing him was a red-haired female hunter, who flashed a smug smile while holding her pistol. The assassin savagely licked the blood from his blade. He swung his sword, flicking the fresh blood onto the ground. The female hunter calmly raised her gun, aiming straight at the target. With glowing red eyes, the assassin sneered that this was not the first time he had killed an American hunter. The female hunter immediately opened fire in response. The assassin lunged forward, using his purple energy-enhanced blade to parry the attack. He showed astonishment as he felt the force of the impact. He realized he had just deflected 2 bullets with his sword. The female hunter gritted her teeth, equally surprised. She wondered why this was happening. It was the first time she had witnessed such a sight. Suddenly, the assassin's eyes glowed as he recognized his enemy, the American who had scarred his master. He roared, "It's you!" and charged, black spikes erupting from his body. The female hunter remained unfazed, drawing a dagger to meet the charge. Sword and dagger clashed repeatedly in a high-speed melee. The female hunter scoffed, asking if he thought she would be easy to defeat just because she was a sharpshooter. She explained that by maximizing the potential of genetic technology and the hunter suit, her gun would be enveloped in powerful electrical current, ready for a devastating shot. The red-haired hunter opened fire, unleashing continuous energy bullets. The hooded assassin used his machete, enhanced by purple dark magic, to block the assault. He confidently believed his divinely powered machete was invincible. In response, the hunter unleashed a massive surge of energy. The attack, named Bullet Train, hurtled forward with terrifying power. The assassin's machete began to crack under the tremendous pressure. With her gun still accumulating energy, the hunter was confident that nothing was impossible. Immediately afterward, the machete shattered into pieces. The assassin screamed in shock as his precious weapon was destroyed. Streams of shotgun bullet energy continued to pierce his body. He realized his opponent mistakenly believed the machete was his only weapon. With blazing eyes, he displayed a completely different demeanor. A massive wave of purple dark energy erupted from his body. The hunter was startled by the powerful counterattack. She quickly leaped backward to escape the blast radius. She realized this was an area of effect counter ability, not just simple close combat. She wondered if this ability was similar to someone named Mark. The assassin looked at the broken machete, bitterly admitting it had been destroyed despite being granted divine power. With bloodshot eyes and dark energy veins bulging, he swore to offer her head to the gods as atonement. Deep in the jungle, A masked, hooded assassin contemplated his target, the Cyclops hunter, whose name he had heard. He mused that Cyclops was a legendary, limitless rank hunter, specializing in search and detection using the Cyclops eye. However, Tono Sandhagen, being 60 years old and having no combat data, was dismissed by the attacker as someone who couldn't fight. The attacker drew his knife, concluding that killing Tono would bring no merit because it would be too easy. He darted through the night, determined to deliver the finishing blow. Tono Sandhagen calmly faced the threat, activating his Cyclops' second eye. The attacker roared that he would send Tono to hell. Tono's eye analyzed all of the enemy's movements as streams of energy. He easily dodged a series of fatal knife strikes, much to his opponent's astonishment. The horrified attacker wondered how Tono could keep up with his movements. Instantly, he was struck down by a lightning-fast counterattack. Tono mused that the weakness his opponent most wanted to hide was exactly where he aimed. He revealed that the Cyclops' eye knew everything, including the weakness located in the head, and the reason he had no combat data was that no one had ever survived fighting him. In a flashback, an unarmed young boy lay on the ground. The attacker stood over the boy, cursing the American hypocrites who had pushed a child onto the front lines. He stood there as the boy died, blood pooling around him. Back in the present, the attacker bitterly thought that his own hunter suit was still under development. Suddenly, the dead child's hand pointed directly at him. The attacker was pierced through the eye by an invisible force, horrified to realize the assailant was the boy himself. The child's blood had splashed into the attacker's eye, causing an immediate reaction. The assassin was surprised to see the boy still standing, warning that killing a child was not the way of Marketalia. The child calmly explained that his blood was somewhat special. The boy revealed that if his blood entered another person's body, it would turn into a virus, stunning the assassin. He began to feel pain as the child explained the infection mechanism, similar to the body raising its temperature to fight a virus. The assassin screamed in extreme agony as his body began to transform. The boy concluded his explanation by stating that the assassin's blood cells would multiply uncontrollably, causing his body temperature to skyrocket until he collapsed. After the enemy was eliminated, the young man felt confident that he didn't need to worry about Tono Sandhagen. He told himself the same applied to Priscilla and Catherine, concluding that he only needed to focus on doing his own part well. In another scene, the redhead hunter stood atop the defeated hooded assassin. She remarked that she wanted to finish him off, but she had a prior engagement with someone named Solarte. The hunter stomped her foot down to gain momentum. She then leaped high into the air, intending to leave the battle. The hooded assassin watched furiously, wondering why she dared to approach him, despite knowing his counterattack ability. In a fit of rage, he slammed his fist into the ground. He unleashed a massive surge of dark energy, activating the technique, Dance of Death. Enveloped in the energy, he roared a threat to tear her body into pieces and scatter them across America. The redhead hunter turned back, her sharp gaze unwavering. She raised her hand, blue energy enveloping it as she activated Limitless Mode. In response, the redhead hunter summoned a massive energy cannon. With a smug smile, she challenged her opponent to see if he could withstand the attack. She fired, unleashing a destructive stream of energy from her weapon. The hooded assassin screamed in agony as his body was ripped apart by the energy stream. The attack culminated in a terrifying explosion, incinerating everything within its radius. From a distance, Miss Wang and DEA Chief James witnessed the terrifying power of the attack. Miss Wang calmly remarked that the small fry had been dealt with. She checked on James, and he admitted that he owed her his life. Miss Wang chastised James for ignoring her warnings, stating that now they only needed to tend to the wounded. Suddenly, someone who looked exactly like James appeared with a sinister smile, declaring that he had captured them. The real James was utterly horrified to see his own duplicate. Instantly, a streak of red light flashed, slicing horizontally through the imposter. The duplicate was destroyed, turning to ash and asking in astonishment how they knew. When a confused James asked, Miss Wang simply replied that she had guessed. She explained that after the plane crash incident that nearly killed a comrade, she decided never to hesitate again. Her warning was directed at a masked figure lurking nearby. Any suspicion would be paid for with an arm. The figure removed his mask, revealing the stitched face of Lee Young-ho, who remarked that she was also one of the crazy ones. Simultaneously, Miss Wang sensed another threat and launched a lightning-fast attack, declaring that she wouldn't let Elder Salort escape again. The duplicate of Elder Salort only managed a desperate cry before being completely destroyed. A searing red energy beam tore through the night. The villain in the red suit with the stitched face dodged the attack and fired a purple energy sphere toward the white-hair woman. He roared as he unleashed the destructive attack. The purple energy sphere violently detonated, engulfing the target in a massive explosion. However, the villain in the red suit was astonished to realize the white-hair woman had appeared right behind him, completely unharmed. Her red eye flashed menacingly. He screamed in pain as a powerful pink energy blast knocked him away. Refusing to give up, the villain in the red suit quickly gathered another purple energy sphere in his hand. He hurled the energy sphere at the charging white-hair woman. She only managed to cry as the energy sphere struck her. The villain in the red suit sneered that a similar attack did not mean similar damage. He lunged forward, unleashing another purple energy attack at close range. A violent purple energy explosion erupted once more. The villain in the red suit stared into the dissipating smoke, believing he had won. Unexpectedly, the brown-hair youth appeared, shielding the white-hair woman, and seemingly absorbing the entire attack. The villain in the red suit scoffed, recognizing the young man as merely a child, with nothing but regenerative abilities, and threatened to cut him into pieces. He suddenly flinched, sensing another presence. The redhead hunter emerged from the smoke, pointing her gun at the enemy and asking if he had just claimed the white-hair woman belonged to him. Immediately, countless red energy beams pierced the body of the villain in the red suit. A gunshot rang out as the attack hit its mark. Solarte was thrown backward by the force of the blast, while the three hunters stood watching, wounded. He furiously demanded the whereabouts of someone named Diego. The redhead hunter smirked, replying that he would soon be able to ask Diego himself. Solarte realized he was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the blonde goatee man appeared behind him, warning that he could see through the enemy's intention to flee. The blonde man unleashed a lightning-fast slash. Fresh blood splattered into the air. Gravely wounded, Solarte collapsed to the ground before the three individuals. Blood began to soak his vest. The wound continued to bleed, streaming down to his feet. With eyes full of hatred, he began releasing a surge of dark purple energy. The dark aura violently erupted around him, shaking the ground. From the shadows, skeletal hands began rising from the ground. Countless stone golems with glowing purple eyes began emerging from the earth. He had summoned his power, the Solarte Legion. Solarte declared that this was the power he reserved for an all-out war with the United States, and it was more than enough to deal with them. The Golem Legion immediately charged, attacking the redhead hunter. Instantly, a red energy beam pierced through the head of one of the golems. One golem clamped its jaws tightly around a hunter's head. Surrounded, the redhead hunter fought while realizing that these golems felt no pain whatsoever. She suddenly recalled the Chinese hunters she had faced in Korea, noting a disturbing similarity. The hunter gritted her teeth, concluding that trying to overwhelm them with sheer numbers was useless. Suddenly, a man with dreadlocks rushed forward, throwing a rapidly spinning disc-shaped weapon. The razor-sharp weapon sliced one golem in half in the blink of an eye. It flew back perfectly. The man with dreadlocks caught the weapon, his eyes glowing with powerful purple light. The female hunter watched, resolute that burying these minions was not enough. They had to take down the mastermind. Meanwhile, the brown-haired youth struggled against another golem, astonished that its strength resembled an overly enhanced human. The blond man with the goatee was also surrounded, despairing as he realized that no matter how many they defeated, the numbers never seemed to dwindle. He anxiously asked the white-haired woman if she was all right, but she snapped back, telling him not to talk to her because she felt nauseous. The redhead hunter looked at her gun, secretly regretting having used limitless mode too early. The white-haired woman shouted, ordering Section Team 2 to fall back and reorganize their battle formation. Just then, the supposed mastermind appeared, mocking their attempt to retreat while generating a purple energy sphere. The white-haired woman turned, horrified by his presence. A massive, sharp, purple crystal structure formed from the energy. It shot forward and pierced the body of one of the hunters attempting to retreat. The mastermind stood there with his two muscular subordinates, declaring that behind them lay only a dead end. The redhead hunter screamed Catherine's name in horror as she witnessed her teammate being impaled. Without hesitation, she immediately opened fire on the enemy. She unleashed the shotgun bullet technique, a spread of energy projectiles aimed directly at the mastermind and his two subordinates. One of the two subordinates calmly remarked to his captain that these attackers resembled a circus more than CIA agents. The redhead hunter continued to fire powerful blue energy bullets. Her barrage of shots struck the targets, creating multiple small explosions. The villains walked away, leaving behind several small, smoking devices, dismissing them as a cheap trick. A new warrior with dreadlocks appeared, warning someone named Marquez not to let down his guard. The white-haired mastermind, Lee Young-ho, told the newcomer that an old man nearby would be useful in locating Mikhail. The dreadlocked warrior confirmed the order, asking if he was permitted to kill everyone else present. He clenched his fist, declaring that he would bring God's judgment down upon the heretics. The redhead hunter faced the new enemy, preparing for close-quarters combat. The dreadlocked warrior fixed his sharp gaze on his opponent. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. However, the redhead hunter quickly used her hand and the butt of her gun to block the attack. The dreadlocked warrior smirked, showing interest in her close combat skills. He pointed out that she was surrounded by a horde of stone golems, and wouldn't be able to handle them alone. As the golems began to overwhelm and seize the redhead hunter, he mocked her lack of backup and dwindling ammunition. Suddenly, a precise beam of light pierced through the head of one golem. Immediately afterward, another golem was taken down by a similar shot from a mysterious marksman. Yet another golem collapsed after an energy beam shot through its head. Surrounded by enemies, the redhead hunter held her weapon firmly, ready to fight. She looked straight ahead, her eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. From behind the golems, the dreadlocked warrior watched with folded arms, wearing a smug smile. He smirked, confidently declaring that this was checkmate. Meanwhile, Solarte stood amidst the golem corpses, telling the white-haired man, Lee Young-ho, that he was free to leave. The white-haired man scoffed, suggesting Solarte shouldn't be so confident after barely surviving the danger. Stung by the remark, Solarte snapped, demanding the other man stop bothering him. Back on the battlefield, the blonde man with the goatee activated his Cyclops' second eye ability. Surrounded by the golems, a teammate realized that he possessed the annoying ability to read minds. However, that person also wondered if the skill would work on mindless beings like golems. Facing the white-haired man, Lee Young-ho, the injured brown-hair youth gritted his teeth, defiant against the offer to surrender. The white-haired man seemed amused, saying he would spare the youth's life if he cooperated with his research. He further warned that his research process might be somewhat brutal. In response to the threat, the youth merely smirked and adopted a fighting stance. The white-haired man coldly stated that it was a pity, because even if he severed all the youth's limbs, he still wouldn't die. With that, he channeled his power, using the art of black metal alchemy. Countless sharp purple crystal spears erupted from the ground, shooting straight toward the youth. He screamed in agony as the crystal spears pierced through his body. Just then, a massive blue lightning bolt suddenly struck, engulfing the entire area in a terrifying explosion. Amidst the dissipating smoke, the brown-haired youth appeared, his entire body enveloped in blue electrical energy. He calmly stepped forward, lightning crackling beneath his feet. Standing before the horde of stone golems, he showed no fear. He ordered the others to retreat, then stomped his foot heavily onto the ground. A massive energy shockwave erupted, wiping out the entire golem army in the blink of an eye. Solarte watched in horror as the blue energy spheres destroyed his creations. He couldn't believe his army had been annihilated, all with a single stomp. Elsewhere, the dreadlock warrior roared in fury, demanding to know who dared mock his captain. Instantly, a devastating punch to the face silenced him. Ethan Mark looked down on the dreadlock warrior with contempt and mocked him. Just then, Rick Blaze called out to him, holding the severely injured Catherine in his arms. Rick reported Catherine's critical condition and urged them to get her to safety immediately. Seeing his teammate in danger, Ethan Mark's expression hardened, and he declared a time limit. He asserted that he would clear out all the enemies within 10 minutes. A dark-skinned enemy soldier opened fire, but was struck down before he could do anything. The bearded associate easily dispatched the enemy and responded to Ethan's words. He argued that 10 minutes was too long and declared that he would finish everything in 5 minutes. The bearded associate, the bald armored associate, and Shin Menchul advanced together, confronting the main enemy. The spiky white-haired man, Lee Young-ho, stared intently at Shin Menchul and demanded to know who he was. Shin Menchul coldly asked what the opponent was referring to. He smirked, claiming he was just an unemployed person. Solarte roared in fury, lamenting the loss of his elite army. Shin Menchul casually admitted to attacking his men, excusing himself by saying he couldn't control his power lately. Solarte asserted that Shin Menchul was not a hunter, as he knew all hunters ranked A-class and above. He concluded that regardless, all three of them possessed A-class power. Solarte declared he would kill all three and turn them into part of his invincible army. Instantly, Shin Menchul appeared behind Solarte and pierced his chest with an energy strike, causing him to scream in agony. Shin Menchul stood behind the dying enemy, mocking him for talking too much. Suddenly, Lee Young-ho realized he couldn't move, restrained by an invisible force. Shin Menchul turned to look directly at Lee Young-ho, stating that there was a debt that needed to be settled between them. Lee Young-ho suggested they go elsewhere to talk, but Shin Menchul disagreed. Lee Young-ho then threatened that he could take Shin Menchul's comrades hostage to gain an advantage. The bearded associate yawned, scoffing that Lee Young-ho wasn't strong enough to kill Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul sneered, declaring that there would be no more mercy. A fierce blue energy burst erupted from Shin Menchul's body, enveloping both him and the astonished Lee Young-ho. The blinding light flashed and vanished in an instant. When everything settled, Shin Menchul and Lee Young-ho had vanished, leaving behind only residual energy and Solarte's body. The bald associate was astonished by the sight, while the bearded associate explained it was a distance-unlimited teleportation skill, requiring only the consumption of magic stones. Left behind, Solarte let out one final scream as his body disintegrated. The enemy with the stitched mouth angrily called someone a psychotic bastard. He turned and ordered the bearded man and Shin Menchul's bald associate to capture that person alive if they didn't want to die. The bald man clenched his fist, filled with resentment. He thought about Ryan Spencer, a deceased comrade who was only one rank above him but always acted superior. In a flashback, he recalled Ryan being so unpleasant that he didn't regret the man's death. However, his hand began accumulating blue electrical energy. He then thought that Ryan was actually a good senior who always treated him to good meals, before grinding his teeth in hatred toward the enemy. Just then, an army of stone golems rose from the ground. The monsters gathered into a dense formation, ready for battle. The bald man didn't hesitate, charging straight into the middle of the golem horde, believing that the sloppier they were, the easier they were to overwhelm. He unleashed an energy-enhanced punch, creating a blue streak of light that tore through the air. The punch easily split a golem in half. He continued slaughtering the monsters, swinging his arm horizontally across another one. The golem was shattered into pieces. The stitched-mouth enemy immediately swung a dark purple energy scythe in retaliation. He smugly explained that by combining his mimicry skill and his army, he would create a hell with no escape. The bearded man watched from the side, calmly remarking that it was a decent tactic when the skills complemented each other. The bald man suddenly threw a punch directly at the enemy's face, but a golem appeared just in time, using its body to shield its master from the blow. From behind the living shield, the stitched-mouth enemy smirked, provoking the stunned bald man. Enraged by the provocation, Ethan Mark roared. He gritted his teeth, declaring that when flies buzz around, it's enough to just blow them away once, and unleashed the maximum accumulation cactus field attack upon the golem horde. Suddenly, a figure lunged out from the shadows. Ethan Mark instantly recognized the presence of the new enemy. The attacker charged straight ahead, aiming for the man encased in stone armor. He released a stream of dark purple energy, executing the Dance of Death skill. The redhead hunter realized in horror that this was the technique Diego had once used. Ethan Mark looked at his injured arm, thinking that without his black golem armor, it would have been severed. The stitched-mouth enemy explained that he could utilize 70% of his army's power, allowing him to hide, defend, and counterattack simultaneously. Diego's master appeared, revealing that this was why he had chosen Diego as his disciple. The stitched-mouth enemy smirked, imagining turning the entire opposing team into his subordinates to become invincible. The bearded associate reminded Mark that the enemy army's power was not limitless. He pointed out that those attacked by the general could not be resurrected if they were pulverized. Ethan Mark dismissed the advice, telling his comrade to fight as usual. He concentrated energy into his hands, resolving to end the battle with a single strike. Ethan Mark activated Limitless Mode, creating an absolute domain that enveloped the battlefield. The stitched-mouth enemy scoffed, believing it was just a cheap trick, but immediately afterward, his golem army suddenly collapsed. He realized in shock that the army's abilities had been neutralized. The man in the pinstripe suit cried out in horror. He stared intently at Ethan Mark, realizing that the closer he got, the more violently the alarm bells rang in his head. Sensing the danger, he decided to retreat to figure out his opponent's identity. But then he suddenly froze, struggling to remember what he had just intended to do. Meanwhile, Ethan Mark's bearded comrade mused, noting that Mark specialized in defense and that the absolute domain was not an offensive skill. This skill eliminates everything within a certain radius around Mark, including oxygen. When oxygen levels drop below 15%, intelligence and motor skills rapidly decline. The man in the pinstripe suit began to suffocate, realizing that humans cannot survive for more than 3 minutes without oxygen. He collapsed amidst his immobilized golem subordinates. Elsewhere, beneath the starry night sky, a mountain stood in silence. The man with spiky white hair appeared, commenting that his opponent's mood seemed different from their last meeting. Shin Menchul smiled in response, his blue energy sword resting on his shoulder. The white-haired man summoned a purple energy sphere in his palm. The energy transformed, forming a gigantic crystal shield. Afterward, the energy continued to coalesce into a battle staff. Weapon in hand, the man confidently faced Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul stated that this was what he had been waiting for, and it was time to teach him a lesson. The white-haired man roared, declaring he would show Shin Menchul how terrible the technology he created was. He charged forward, swinging the staff with terrifying speed. Shin Menchul quickly raised his sword to block the strike. Shin Menchul stood firm, his glowing sword resting on his shoulder. Surrounded by countless dark spears, he yawned tiredly. Dozens of weapons hovered in the air, aimed directly at him. The spiky white-haired man stood tall, holding a massive purple crystal mass, signaling the attack. He clenched his fist. All the spears lunged forward, creating a fierce purple energy explosion. Shin Menchul realized this was a technology utilizing dark magic. High risk, but also high reward. He stood firm amidst a golden glow, calmly stating that the technique was quite impressive and had been used by someone in Enhelli's. He explained that this ability originally consumed the user's own life force, but it had been modified to drain the life force of others. The white-haired man looked at his crystal mass as a flash of light erupted from the opposite side. Shin Menchul's eyes glowed, and he clenched his fist, preparing for an attack. With a punch enhanced by yellow and blue energy, he charged forward, shattering the crystal defenses. The white-haired man was sent flying backward, astonished as his defensive layer was utterly destroyed. Shin Menchul stood there, the remnants of the dark energy swirling around his fist. He swung his sword, slicing through the energy remnants, musing that he was surprised to encounter another person who could use dark magic. With a sharp gaze, he asserted that it was because he had killed all of them. The white-haired man smirked, asking if Shin Menchul thought that was his only weapon. He confidently pointed to his head and declared that the real weapon was located there. He admitted that, ever since meeting Shin Menchul in the laboratory, he had viewed him as a mountain that needed to be overcome. He insisted that Shin Menchul was completely wrong if he thought he had run away. Shin Menchul listened silently as Lee Young-ho declared that he had been waiting for this encounter. Lee Young-ho immediately grabbed his lab coat. He ripped the coat open, revealing his muscular body covered in complex symbols. With a smug expression, he announced his intention to test his new power. Instantly, Shin Menchul charged forward with terrifying speed. Lee Young-ho was taken aback by his opponent's agility. Shin Menchul closed the distance and prepared to strike. A rapid succession of punches was unleashed, landing directly on Lee Young-ho. Struck by the critical blow, Lee Young-ho screamed in pain, his eyes glowing purple. Inside his body, a yellow energy core began to shine brightly. Purple dark energy surged from Lee Young-ho's arm. With a sinister smile, he prepared to launch a counterattack. The punch, enhanced by dark magic, shot straight toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul calmly faced the approaching attack. The two streams of power collided, causing a terrifying explosion. Amidst the smoke, Lee Young-ho laughed heartily, clearly thrilled by his own power. His feet began to transform, his skin turning black, and sharp claws growing out. His hands also morphed into a set of terrifying black claws. Lee Young-ho exhaled deeply, completing the transformation process. His entire body was now covered in pitch-black skin with blue energy lines running across it, and he was astonished by his own new strength. Lee Young-ho revealed that he had injected countless humans with hyper to extract dark magic. Astonished by his new power, he declared that it surpassed everything he had ever known, including dark magic or even the divine elixir. Shin Menchul maintained his resolute expression, thinking to himself that he only needed to discover the source of his opponent's power. Lee Young-ho roared and lunged forward to attack. He swung his arm, unleashing a torrent of purple dark energy. The attack tore up the ground, forcing Shin Menchul to leap backward to evade it. With his glowing heterochromatic eyes, Shin Menchul swung his brilliant sword in response. He sliced through the opponent's attack, causing Lee Young-ho to scream in excitement, demanding to feel even more power. Lee Young-ho smirked confidently, proclaiming that he could now see through and match all of Shin Menchul's movements. He looked at his hands, explaining that he had generated magic he had never been able to use before. Even after collecting mana from over 1,000 hyper addicts, he still lacked the strength to execute this skill. But now, Lee Young-ho raised both hands to the sky, declaring that everything had changed. He began to cast a new technique called black metal alchemy. A gigantic red energy sphere, the Calamity Star fragment, began to form in the sky. Lee Young-ho's entire body turned red as he absorbed the power, thanking Shin Menchul for providing him with what he called the supreme principle of dark magic. Shin Menchul remained calm. Even when his opponent mentioned power granted by a god, Lee Young-ho poured all his energy into the blazing red sphere above. He roared Shin Menchul's name, swearing to gather all his might to strike him down. He proclaimed that after this attack, he would step into an entirely new realm of power. A realm of power, comparable even to the gods. To counter, Shin Menchul summoned a brilliant greatsword from the ground. He activated his level 3 skill, generating 3 greatswords that hovered in midair. This was the Great Lightning Sword Type 3. Immediately, the 3 swords were enveloped in raging torrents of blue lightning. Shin Menchul launched the Raging Thunder attack toward his opponent. Lee Young-ho sneered, declaring that Shin Menchul's power was nothing more than a mana battery for him. The massive red energy mass from Lee Young-ho's skill plunged down to absorb the attack. The two destructive forces collided violently. The red energy began to swallow the blue lightning torrents. Lee Young-ho stood confidently at the center of the storm, attempting to assimilate Shin Menchul's power, but he was shocked to realize that the blue lightning suddenly exploded beyond his control. Lee Young-ho screamed in agony as he was consumed by the very energy he intended to absorb. His entire body convulsed from the electrical current, his eyes rolling back white from the overload. When the energy storm subsided, Shin Menchul stood calmly, his hands tucked into his pockets. With his glowing heterochromatic eyes, he coldly stated that his opponent should know his place before mentioning the gods. Lee Young-ho was flung away, his body still twitching with residual lightning bolts. He crashed to the ground, creating one final energy explosion. Shin Menchul approached the defeated Lee Young-ho, who could only utter a weak question. He explained that the idea of using his power was sound, but the quality of Lee Young-ho's dark magic was weaker than before, and it conflicted with his own power. Lee Young-ho listened in horror as Shin Menchul stated that the conflict broke the balance, then sarcastically asked about his opponent's primary weapon being his head. In his dying throes, Lee Young-ho desperately wondered what kind of person Shin Menchul truly was. Shin Menchul turned his back, offering to answer his questions. However, he turned back with a sinister smile, saying that first, he needed to fix Lee Young-ho. A scream echoed as Shin Menchul decisively took action. Shim Unseo appeared, quietly observing the scene. She spoke up, asking General Shin Menchul what he had done to leave Lee Young-ho in such a state. Shin Menchul casually admitted that he might have overdone it slightly when hitting him. Shim Unseo angrily reminded him that if Lee Young-ho died, they would have to start over, yet he had turned him into a pile of rags. She sighed, complaining that this wasn't the first time she had to clean up the mess he made. Shin Menchul reassured her that Lee Young-ho would not die, revealing that his body was wrapped in a blood-soaked, rune-covered sealing cloth, and he would wake up in a few days. Park Moo-young stood nearby, announcing over the comms that Katherine Johnson was calling. Via the communication device, Shin Menchul reported that he had sealed Lee Young-ho and inquired about the situation on their end. At another facility, a man reported that everyone was safe thanks to him, while tending to the injured Miss Wang. Shin Menchul demanded that a transport plane be prepared immediately, declaring that Lee Young-ho's interrogation would be conducted in Korea. Miss Wang objected, arguing that their facilities were far superior. Shin Menchul firmly stated that he could not leave Korea unguarded, as capturing Lee Young-ho was not the end. He explained that the enemy organization was larger than they imagined, and no one knew when or where those strange individuals would appear. Miss Wang proposed sending their hunters to Korea, provided the interrogation took place in the U.S., but Shin Menchul countered that the captor had the right to decide. Shin Menchul issued an ultimatum, demanding the plane be prepared immediately, or their cooperation would cease. Finally, Miss Wang conceded, saying that this time, she would heed the words of the one holding the sword. Via the communication device, Miss Wang announced that she and her team would also arrive in Korea as soon as their current task was finished. Shin Menchul coldly replied that she should do as she pleased, and that he would use her until he captured Ghost. He then turned to Shim Unseo and Park Moo-young, who was carrying the sealed Lee Young-ho, and declared that they were going home. An aircraft took off, soaring into the clear blue sky. During the flight, Shim Unseo was standing in the beverage preparation area. Shin Menchul approached her and called her by name, Unseo. He said that it was time for her to tell them her story. Shim Unseo admitted that she knew the general had figured it out, but she needed time to organize her thoughts. Shin Menchul emphasized that someone who had once managed the entire Phantom organization couldn't possibly follow Park Moo-young without a special reason. Standing before a glowing polyhedron, Shin Menchul wondered if his return to Earth had affected the Angeles continent. He turned and directly asked Shim Unseo what had happened there. Shim Unseo confessed that she sincerely wished him peace and did not want him involved in this matter. She began her story by pointing to a region named Amir on the map of Angeles, a place no one cared about throughout the Great War. It was an uninhabitable land, with more than half of its territory covered by dense jungle. During the time of Zeroth, the area was used as a place of exile for dangerous criminals. Prisoners were released into the forest, teeming with magical beasts, turning the outskirts into a natural prison. Shim Unseo explained that something had been discovered there after Shin Menchul left. 30 years after his return to Earth, Emperor Arslan ordered the development of the Amir region. However, his soldiers discovered a cave filled with human bones, which they initially assumed were the remains of the criminals from Zeroth's era. The lord in charge of the development later reported that he had been attacked by monsters in the forest. Shin Menchul listened as Shim Unseo explained that the incident in Amir was not caused by monsters. She recounted that they found a cave with a skull-shaped entrance, and the deeper they went, the more human bones they discovered. The massive quantity of remains, including the bones of a giant monster, forced the investigation team to seek the accounts of the elders in the nearby village. An elder explained that throughout the 200 years of war, Amir's residents frequently disappeared, believing that those possessed by a god had willingly entered the cave. Doubting this story, Sir Jerome decided to conduct a thorough investigation himself. Returning to the present, Shin Menchul curiously asked Shim Unseo what Jerome had found. Shim Unseo revealed a horrifying truth. The skeletons were not the victims of monsters, but of biological experiments. Shin Menchul sarcastically thought to himself that a god conducting biological experiments certainly had sophisticated tastes. Shim Unseo continued, saying she had reviewed all the records and found a suspect, prompting Shin Menchul to ask who it was. She revealed the name Idris, a mysterious figure depicted in a hooded robe. Idris was believed to be one of the first three, and the first sorcerer on the Angeles continent, standing alongside two other powerful beings. Shin Menchul wondered why he had never heard of such a person, and Shim Unseo explained that they belonged to different generations. She recounted that Idris had been betrayed and imprisoned in Amir by his two comrades from the first three. When Shin Menchul asked about Idris's crime, Shim Unseo stated that, according to the records, the person had researched forbidden magic. That forbidden magic was the draining of mana from living creatures for personal use. Shin Menchul nodded, but Shim Unseo suggested that this wasn't a sufficient reason for Idris to seek out Earth. She further explained that, believing Idris was still alive, she had dispatched an elite phantom unit to investigate. Shin Menchul immediately asked what else they had found. The investigation team discovered 3 massive bone tombs the size of hills in the middle of the jungle, along with an ancient inscription carved into the ground. However, Shim Unseo admitted that despite these findings, Jerome and her team had not found Idris himself. Jerome explained that the problem lay in the ancient script, which was similar to the summoning technique used on General Shin Menchul. He had replaced the magic stones with countless corpses to perform the ritual. Although some wondered if Idris had already arrived on Earth, Jerome stated that most imperial sorcerers believed the summoning had failed. The reason was that the ancient scripts used were incomplete. However, Jerome held a different opinion from the majority. He believed there was still a possibility that the summoning technique had succeeded. Upon hearing this, Shin Menchul immediately deduced that Ghost's true identity was Idris. Shim Unseo confirmed that this possibility was very high, and they would uncover the truth by interrogating Lee Young-ho, who was tightly bound by the seals. Elsewhere, an aircraft landed in a modern city. Inside a luxurious skyscraper, a party was taking place. Guests were whispering about Vice Chairman Kim Jong-ho, suggesting he had become strange after his business trip to Mexico. They rumored that Kim Jong-ho had been eliminated from the race for the Daehan Group succession, which explained his behavior. Suddenly, a beautiful white-haired woman approached and confirmed Kim Jong-ho's identity. He irritably asked what she wanted. The woman introduced herself as Lee So-an, president of Hansung Construction, and offered him a business card. Kim Jong-ho scornfully said he had never heard of her company, while Lee So-an suggested a private conversation. With an arrogant expression, Kim Jong-ho crumpled the business card in his hand. He threw it away and dismissed Lee So-an, telling her to go socialize with people of her own standing. Kim Jong-ho glared at her with eyes full of rage. Nevertheless, Lee So-an calmly commented on his boorish attitude, and warned that speaking with her was the only way he would survive. Kim Jong-ho confusedly asked the identity of the white-haired woman who had just appeared. Lee So-an, the elder, smiled meaningfully, and reprimanded him for neglecting his assigned duties simply because Lee Young-ho was absent. Recognizing her identity, Kim Jong-ho immediately knelt down, stammering a greeting to the elder. Lee So-an questioned what he had been doing while his master was being apprehended by a national intelligence service, NIS, hunter. When Kim Jong-ho hesitated, she ordered him to look around. He widened his eyes in astonishment, scanning the entire hall. All the guests at the party were staring intently at them. The attendees of the event were all witnessing this spectacle. In the middle of the banquet hall, Kim Jong-ho was kneeling subserviently at Lee So-an's feet. Overwhelmed by terror, he slammed his head onto the floor and screamed for mercy. Kim Jong-ho trembled, realizing that this woman's power far surpassed even his master's, and any excuse would only lead to death. Lee So-an ordered him to raise his head, stating that the vice chairman of the Daehan Group should not have scars on his forehead. She coldly declared that Lee Young-ho was no longer his master. Kim Jong-ho frantically asked what that meant. Lee So-an explained that they had no need for a failure who was captured by the enemy and brought shame upon the elders. Kim Jong-ho nervously asked if she would be in charge of South Korea from now on, and she confirmed it, requesting his assistance. She revealed that thanks to Lee Young-ho's commotion, South Korea had attracted attention, and the Council of Elders was considering moving their operational center there. A map appeared, showing that the elders would converge in South Korea within 1 month. Her eyes shone with determination, thinking that, if this operation succeeded, the organization's entire power structure would be centralized in South Korea. Meanwhile, Lee Young-ho, tightly bound by the ancient rune's talismans, challenged his captors, claiming everything they did was futile. At a secret NIS location in Paju, Shin Menchul and Shim Unseo confronted the sealed Lee Young-ho. Shin Menchul asked Lee Young-ho if he believed in the metal shard embedded in his heart, stunning him because this secret had been exposed. Shin Menchul revealed that they had deliberately allowed Lee Young-ho freedom to gather information and to let him deal with Solarte. He continued the interrogation, demanding Lee Young-ho disclose the locations of the elders and Ghost. Lee Young-ho sneered, challenging that even the elders did not know Ghost's location. Shin Menchul then asked if Hyper was the final version of the elixir, but Lee Young-ho merely replied that he did not know. When Shin Menchul asked about the number of elders and his own rank, Lee Young-ho dismissed it as a meaningless question. Shin Menchul tried asking directly if Ghost's name was Idris, but Lee Young-ho insisted it was the first time he had heard that name. Seeing the interrogation was fruitless, Shim Unseo began gathering energy around her hand. She threatened to make Lee Young-ho endure agony for days until they received an answer, ensuring he would be unable to die. Lee Young-ho remained unfazed, smiling as he replied that he looked forward to it. Meanwhile, at Woojin Transport, an NIS front company, someone was frustrated by Kim Jung-ho's movements. In the control room, a silver-haired technician reported to his superior that there were no issues with the equipment or signals. He explained that only Kim Jung-ho had unusually vanished from the surveillance screen. The superior with the goatee requested reports from the agents on site. The technician reported that Park So-young and Kim Min-wook were in the main lobby. He further updated that Si-hyung had brought Tae-young into the banquet hall. Suddenly, Lee Jong-sung, who was monitoring the situation, exclaimed that the target had been found. He announced that Kim Jung-ho was in the VIP elevator, where Park So-young and Kim Min-wook were waiting. Lee Jong-sung immediately ordered a call to Park So-young and Kim Min-wook. In the command room, Lee Jong-sung complained that he hadn't been home in 3 days, while an assistant teased that no one was waiting for him there anyway. Brushing aside the joke, Lee Jong-sung seriously demanded everyone focus, emphasizing the mission was to capture alive the individual connected to the laboratory case. Meanwhile, at the scene, Park So-young reported that she and Kim Min-wook had reached the designated waiting position outside the VIP elevator. The elevator screen displayed the 82nd floor, along with a warning that the connection to target Kim Jung-ho had been severed and he must not be allowed to escape. Elsewhere, Lee Young-ho was gritting his teeth, enduring painful torture from the energy-emitting runic strips. Shim Unseo questioned if a new elder had been sent to replace him, but Lee Young-ho only replied that he didn't know. When pressed for the location of his associates, Lee Young-ho could only groan in agony. Shim Unseo intensified the power, warning that the more he tried to endure, the more painful it would become. Suddenly, Lee Young-ho smirked, revealing that the Council of Elders must have sent a replacement immediately after his capture. He continued that if the person sent was who he suspected, they would abandon him to die. Shin Menchul smiled, confirming that they now understood each other. Lee Young-ho challenged them, asking who could possibly know Ghost's location when it was beyond the Elder's control. Suddenly, he fell silent and slumped his head forward. Lee Young-ho's head exploded in a pool of blood, leaving Shin Menchul and Shim Unseo stunned. His voice still echoed, warning that this was not what they should be worried about right now. He prophesied the emergence of Mikhail Vaskov, a being who had surpassed the limits of both humans and hunters. Lee Young-ho's final words were regret that he would not be able to witness Mikhail's transformation. A silver-haired woman suddenly appeared, frantically shouting questions about Lee Young-ho's death. The woman realized that Lee Young-ho had prepared a countermeasure to protect information, a hidden function within the artifact that bound him. An accompanying bald man explained that the mechanism functioned similarly to a suicide capsule embedded in the head. Shin Menchul deduced from the clues that the number of elders was not limited to just 1 or 2. He speculated that a new elder might have been established in Korea to replace Lee Young-ho. Meanwhile, Park So-young and Kim Min-wook led another NIS team in a raid, pointing their guns and shouting Kim Jung-ho's name. Lee So-en stood next to Kim Min-wook with a sinister smile. Kim Min-wook was stunned as he realized the danger. Instantly, a flash of light appeared, and Kim Min-wook's arm was severed in a pool of blood. Both Park So-young and Lee So-an were splattered with blood, but Lee So-an maintained her cruel smile. Lee So-an unleashed an invisible energy strike, blasting Park So-young away. Park So-young lay unconscious on the floor, as Kim Jung-ho appeared and suggested they should keep one person alive. Kim Jung-ho asked if Lee So-an intended to use the hostage for threats, but she dismissed the idea, saying it would be useless. Lee So-an asserted that they would all be killed regardless. She revealed her cruel intention was to snap Park So-young's neck, right in front of the Korean hunters. Back at the base, Shin Menchul decided they needed to launch an operation to lure the enemy out. He explained that since the enemy was unaware of Lee Young-ho's death, they had to fully exploit that information. Looking at Lee Young-ho's hanging corpse, Shin Menchul declared that this time, they would set a trap. On a city street, a red car was moving. Inside the car, Lee So-an was looking at her phone with a smug expression. She was on the phone, scolding Kim Jung-ho for contacting her directly. From the other end of the line, Kim Jung-ho explained that he had no choice, as he had just received critical information. He revealed that he had heard news that they were moving Lee Young-ho. Park So-young's face appeared, unconscious after the attack. At the scene, Lee Jong-sung stood amidst a pool of blood with the surviving agents, including Kim Min-wook, who had lost an arm, and others. Lee Jong-sung angrily shouted, questioning his subordinates why they allowed this tragedy to happen. Just then, Shin Menchul arrived with Shim Un-seo and Jerome, advising Lee Jong-sung that blaming his subordinates now was pointless. He revealed the crucial information that the person who replaced Lee Young-ho was currently tailing Kim Jung-ho. Lee Jong-sung deduced that in this operation using Lee Young-ho as bait, the enemy might also be spreading false information to mislead them. Shin Menchul declared that although he didn't know the enemy organization well, he was certain the elder title was highly important and was determined to extract information at all costs, even if it was a trap. He also warned that the enemy might use Park So-young as a shield in a critical situation. Lee Jong-sung recalled that both Min-wook and So-young had been extremely determined when they joined the National Intelligence Service. He silently swore to make the perpetrators pay for harming his valuable personnel. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lee So-an stood on a rooftop, asking about the situation and receiving the reply that everything was ready. She ordered over the phone that they must eliminate Lee Young-ho today, no matter the cost. She issued a ruthless threat. If they failed, they shouldn't even think about returning, but should die there instead. At a parking lot, Miss Wang and her two subordinates replied that she would remember the order. A convoy of black escort vehicles was moving along the highway at night. The man with the goatee was focused on driving the lead vehicle. The convoy suddenly braked sharply as Miss Wang's group appeared, blocking the road. The man with the goatee stepped out of the car, astonished by their appearance. Immediately afterward, Park Moo-young and a blonde female warrior also stepped out, ready for combat. Park Moo-young warned his comrades not to drop their guard, stating that if the enemy was smart, they would have sent someone superior to Lee Young-ho. Shim Un-seo glanced at her comrade with a serious expression. She smiled condescendingly, mocking Park Moo-young as the least intelligent one, which angered him. Facing Miss Wang and her two subordinates, Park Moo-young questioned their actions. He challenged them, gathering a blue energy sphere in his hand, and asked if they intended to stand still forever. Immediately after, Park Moo-young unleashed a powerful shockwave, throwing all three women backward. Shim Un-seo instantly rushed in to attack the momentarily distracted Miss Wang. Miss Wang quickly sensed the approaching danger. She slammed her hand onto the ground, generating a red energy explosion that flung Shim Un-seo away. Witnessing this, their comrade wearing a hoodie shouted anxiously, "Un-seo!" Seizing the opportunity, Miss Wang delivered a punch straight to Park Moo-young's face. Despite the surprise attack, Park Moo-young gritted his teeth and endured the blow with a resolute expression. He once again gathered blue electrical energy into his fist, preparing to counterattack. Park Moo-young launched another energy strike, knocking one of Miss Wang's subordinates away. He smirked and muttered, "Oopsie," then secretly thought he was in trouble for overdoing it. From atop a lamppost, a figure wearing a red hoodie observed and realized that Park Moo-young's skills had suddenly improved. The blonde woman in the hoodie assessed that he was an evolving hunter, and any delay could ruin the entire operation. Two blindfolded female warriors suddenly appeared, their eyes flashing white light behind the cloth. They rushed toward the truck, causing Park Moo-young to shout that their target was Lee Young-ho. The woman in the red hoodie calmly declared it was too late. Lee Young-ho would certainly die today. One of the blindfolded female warriors immediately opened fire, shooting two destructive energy beams from her eyes. The vehicle carrying Lee Young-ho exploded in a fierce sea of flames. From a distance, Shim Un-seo observed and determined that Lee Young-ho was currently unable to use mana. She was certain that there was no way he could have survived that terrifying explosion. At another location, a stern, bespectacled agent reported that the transfer operation was complete. Park Moo-young confidently placed his hands behind his head, suggesting they only needed to rely on Ki-hyuk now, while Shim Un-seo affirmed that Ki-hyuk was the most skilled among the NIS agents. On the rooftop of Hansung Construction Headquarters, Lee So-un stood alone and remarked that everyone had done well. She was on the phone with Dara, contemplating how the elders were seeking to increase the organization's power through autonomous competition. Lee So-an smiled contentedly, believing this was the most pleasant day since she arrived in Korea, as Lee Young-ho, the man who had monopolized the great elder's favor, had finally been dealt with. In a dark room, Shin Menchul looked at a screen and asked if they were certain this was the location, and a voice confirmed it was the last signal from their private communication satellite. With a determined expression, Shin Menchul declared that he would see the face of the person who kidnapped So Young. A voice revealed it was Lee So-an, the president of Hansung Construction, who had just taken office after her father's death. The information continued, stating that she had worked in Dubai for 4 years, and someone in the group asked about the person accompanying her in the photo. That person was identified as Kim Dara, the general manager of Hansung Construction, but in reality, she was merely an assistant secretary. The investigator announced that evidence had been found. Lee So-an and Kim Dara had attended a business meeting at the jail hotel. The person continued reporting that they seemed to have met Kim Jung-ho there, but there was no footage recording the strange events that occurred. Shin Menchul suddenly turned to ask Shim Unseo for her opinion, startling Lee Jong-sung, who had just been teleported in. Shim Unseo explained that concealing things with mana was common, but this case likely involved Lee So-an's special ability. Lee Jong-sung was still confused, thinking to himself that he could never get used to this type of teleportation. When Shin Menchul suggested attacking immediately, Lee Jong-sung quickly stopped him, saying that for now, they would only observe. Shin Menchul agreed, explaining that they were one step ahead and still didn't know So Young's location, so acting rashly now would be a waste. Lee Jong-sung ordered that every communication signal from the Hansung construction building must be checked, and nothing should be missed. Meanwhile, at another location, the Lauren Cafe, a man in a suit walked in and was greeted by Dongun. Immediately afterward, a woman appeared and asked if the owner of this cafe was named Shin Menchul. The woman with blonde hair and a red hoodie smiled meaningfully. Back at the command center, Lee Ki-hyuk suddenly yelled, demanding everyone stop. Lee Jong-sung and Shin Menchul turned around, asking what was happening. Lee Ki-hyuk reported in shock that those people knew Menchul and Moo Young's names. He explained that he had hacked into the Hansung construction database and found both names mentioned within it. Shin Menchul scratched his head and admitted that it was probably his fault. When Lee Jong-sung questioned him, Shin Menchul confessed that he had given his name to Lee Young-ho at the research center. He explained that at the time, he knew he would capture Lee Young-ho immediately. Lee Jong-sung was furious at Shin Menchul's recklessness, while the latter maintained a smug expression. Lee Jong-sung warned that things would become complicated, and Shin Menchul was lucky he didn't have a family. Hearing this, Shin Menchul became serious and suggested they ask Katherine Johnson to protect Chairman Park Byung-ki. He turned and ordered Shim Un-seo to go to Chairman Park immediately and told Myung-hwan to keep the law firm employees from coming to work. Then, Shin Menchul told Park Moo-young to follow him. Shin Menchul kicked open the door of a building and shouted Dongun's name. Inside the cafe, he confronted Dongun and asked why his phone wasn't working, while Park Moo-young stood right behind him. Dongun explained that he hadn't heard the call because he was busy roasting coffee. Shin Menchul asked again, confused, because Dongun was clearly talking about someone else who couldn't be reached. Suddenly, Oh Myung-hwan spoke up, stating that he had been waiting there for 30 minutes. Myung-hwan added that someone had just come looking for Shin Menchul. When Myung-hwan described her as a beautiful woman wearing a hoodie, Park Moo-young immediately teased Shin Menchul. Suddenly, Shin Menchul yelled Park Moo-young's name and lunged forward, pushing him away. Instantly, a terrifying explosion erupted right where they had been standing. Fierce flames engulfed the entire cafe momentarily. However, all three men were safely protected inside a spiderweb-shaped energy barrier. Shin Menchul roared in anger, swearing he would tear Lee So-an apart. Amidst the chaotic scene, his charging phone suddenly rang. He answered the call and heard a voice asking about the young woman he had sent. On the other end of the line, Park Byung-ki expressed skepticism when Shin Menchul introduced Shim Un-seo as a hunter. He insisted that he had lived a long time and knew all the hunters, but he had never seen this girl. Park Byung-ki anxiously asked if Shin Menchul was putting him in danger. Shin Menchul asserted that his bodyguards could not withstand the coming threat. When Park Byung-ki demanded direct protection, Shin Menchul refused, citing that he was busy saving the world. Hanging up, Park Byung-ki grumbled angrily about Shin Menchul's attitude. He turned to Shim Un-seo and complained, but she merely smiled and replied that she was doing this for fun. Park Byung-ki thought to himself that Shim Un-seo was certainly not an ordinary person either. Meanwhile, Shin Menchul instructed Dongun and Oh Myung-hwan to stay and wait while he discussed the situation. The three individuals were discussing their plans in a dark room. Oh Myung-hwan asked Shin Menchul about their next course of action. Park Moo-young asserted that they would attack Lee Seo-an as soon as they were ready. Suddenly, a technician reported that Lee Seo-an's vehicle was leaving the building, startling Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul immediately ordered the covert team to follow and deploy the drones. Lee Seo-an's motorcade proceeded toward a factory complex on the outskirts of Paju. There, Lee Seo-an and a woman in a red hood appeared before a crowd of supporters. She introduced herself as Elder Lee Seo-an and began her speech to the crowd. When asked if they were ready to rebuild this rotten world, the blindfolded followers responded with fanatical unanimity. Lee Seo-an continued her sermon, stating that this society was beyond saving, and that they would never escape their status as slaves. She asserted that the current system was only for the victors, and encouraging others to try harder was merely a lie to maintain their servitude. With a savage smile, Lee Seo-an declared that the harder the slaves worked, the more the puppet masters would benefit. She promised to grant them the power to break the chains of slavery today. Lee Seo-an urged them to use that power to crush the corrupt system and become warriors of a new world. The crowd of followers erupted once again in excited cheers. Lee Seo-an wore a satisfied smile at their reaction. She then asked if they were ready to be utterly shattered by her own hand. From her position, Lee Seo-an observed Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young standing on an elevated factory walkway. Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young looked down, acknowledging the enemy's presence. Beside Lee Seo-an, the woman in the red hood also wore a smug smile. The woman in the red hood shouted an order for the blindfolded followers to charge, demanding they allow no one to interrupt the ceremony. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted directly beneath the two men's position. Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young were thrown off the railing by the blast force. Both landed safely on the ground, where the woman in the red hood was waiting. Park Moo-young stood firm, ready for combat. Shrouded in a dark aura, the woman in the red hood mocked Shin Menchul about the gift she had sent and threatened his loved ones. Shin Menchul replied coldly, recognizing her as the one who destroyed the cafe and swearing to make her pay. The woman in the red hood was stunned by his defiant attitude. Without warning, Park Moo-young unleashed an extremely powerful punch onto the ground. The shockwave from the attack unbalanced the woman in the red hood, who wondered in astonishment if his power had suddenly surged or if he had been hiding his true strength all along. She couldn't hide her look of panic at this unexpected power. Park Moo-young charged forward, throwing another punch toward her. He growled, telling her to move aside because he didn't have time for games. With terrifying speed, Park Moo-young zipped past her and rushed straight inside the building. Inside, a crowd of blindfolded followers were raising their hands to the sky in a state of frenzy. They snarled wildly, tears and drool streaming down their faces as they awaited the enemy. A powerful impact created a large cloud of smoke as the battle erupted. Park Moo-young punched one of the blindfolded followers high into the air. However, he was also attacked, and deep, bloody claw marks across his chest astonished him. He immediately counterattacked with a blue energy-enhanced punch. After the brief skirmish, Park Moo-young looked at his bloody hand and realized something. He commented to Shin Menchul that these followers were stronger than any hyper-addict they had ever faced. Shin Menchul explained that the enemy was constantly improving the hyperdrug, citing Lee Young-ho's elixir as an example. He added that each elder used a unique, customized version of the enhanced hyperdrug. From above, Lee Seo-an observed, knowing that using dark magic for self-destruction was also a feature of this hyper-variant. Aware of the threat, Shin Menchul worried about the danger if they all detonated simultaneously. Shin Menchul turned to look at Park Moo-young with a determined gaze. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-an maintained her smug smile, completely confident in the situation. Below, the followers trembled in a state of frenzy, ready to charge. Shin Menchul ordered Park Moo-young to capture Lee Seo-an, noting that she didn't seem to have full control over the followers. Park Moo-young replied, telling Shin Menchul not to hold back and to wipe them all out, while Shin Menchul summoned an energy sword. With his glowing heterochromatic eyes, Shin Menchul charged forward. He swung the sword of light, preparing to cut a path through the crowd. Immediately afterward, Park Moo-young also rushed in, delivering a powerful punch. Witnessing the full-force attack, the smug look on Lee Seo-an's face momentarily faltered. Lee Seo-an thought to herself that she had used too much energy in the previous battle. A subordinate in a red hoodie knelt down, calling Lee Seo-an master, and asking to sacrifice herself. The subordinate pulled out a syringe filled with black liquid. Lee Seo-an accepted the offer, promising to personally avenge this sacrifice. With a satisfied smile, the subordinate pleaded with her master to open a new world for them. The person's eyes turned a brilliant purple as their body began to transform in agony. Immediately afterward, the subordinate's body was ripped apart by a fierce purple energy explosion. Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young were caught in the monstrous energy wave from the explosion. a massive column of black smoke rose, engulfing the entire area. Amidst the devastation, Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young stood firm, completely unharmed. Shin Menchul immediately contacted his team, asking if any drones had located Lee Seo-an. Oh Myung-hwan reported that the reconnaissance drone signal had been cut off by the explosion, confirming that Lee Seo-an herself had caused it. Shin Menchul immediately ordered a change of target, declaring that he would deal with Kim Jung-ho instead. Oh Myung-hwan warned that Kim Jung-ho was the vice chairman of the Daehan Group, and arresting him would send shockwaves through the political and business spheres. Shin Menchul dismissed the warning, threatening to kill Oh Myung-hwan if he failed to comply. However, Oh Myung-hwan insisted that they must go through their NIS superiors to arrange a meeting. Shin Menchul snapped, frustrated by the complexity of arresting a villain. Oh Myung-hwan explained that the Daehan Group was the second largest in the country, and had deep ties to the political establishment. Arresting Kim Jung-ho without clear evidence would turn all of Korea upside down. Finally, Oh Myung-hwan reminded Shin Menchul that they were neither police nor prosecutors. Shin Menchul wondered if these wicked individuals were committing crimes while still adhering to the law. He angrily brushed aside Oh Myung-hwan's words, deeming them mere sophistry and unnecessary worries. Over the comms, Shin Menchul challenged him, asking if any sophistry had mattered when So-young was kidnapped. He declared that he would not be lenient with those who played dirty and resolved to act on his own terms. 2 days later, in the Namyang suburbs, a woman recovering in a liquid tank complained to her subordinate for allowing others inside. The subordinate reported that there was a call from the organization. The woman stepped out of the recovery tank, her body enveloped in steam. She sat down and answered the phone, identifying herself as Elder Lee So-an. The person on the other end complained that the situation in Korea had been too noisy recently and asked if the work was overwhelming her. Lee So-an flinched upon hearing her superior's strict tone. She quickly reassured them that things were only slightly complicated and that she would soon resolve the situation. The superior announced that Duncan would arrive in Korea in 1 month, causing Lee So-an to ask in astonishment if they meant Andrew Duncan. She tried to argue that it was unnecessary for Inspector Elder Duncan to come here. However, the superior ordered that when Duncan arrived, she must present the head of the Korean hunter to pass the inspection. Lee So-an stared intently at the phone screen after the call ended. She quickly prepared to make another call. Lee So-an gave an order to someone she called Master, informing them that in 2 days, that person would fully recover their strength. She further ordered contact with Rosales to come to Korea immediately and summoned all her disciples. Meanwhile, in an office, a blonde woman spoke to Lee Jong-sung, asking others to be understanding of his position. Shin Menchul admitted that sometimes he felt unbearably frustrated. The blonde woman explained that manager Lee Jong-sung also faced many difficulties, being stuck between her and his superiors. In a different context, Lee So-an remarked that the number of these organizations was vast, and cooperating with the NIS would ultimately be beneficial. The blonde woman told Park Byung-ki that it would be inconvenient if only she and Park Moo-young acted, as this was Earth, and they needed the NIS's organization and equipment. Shin Menchul mused that the United States seemed more compliant than the NIS recently. The blonde woman continued that now that the problems involved them, the American side was finally starting to help, which prompted Park Byung-ki to angrily ask how long she intended to detain him. She dismissed him, arguing that the situation in Korea was another country's problem, and they would turn their backs if there was no benefit. Meanwhile, Park Moo-young asked Shin Menchul what he thought about revealing their identities to some extent. Shin Menchul countered by asking if Park Moo-young wanted him to tell them about their mana. Park Moo-young clarified that there was no need to explain mana, only to provide a simple explanation of their abilities. Standing before the NIS agents, Shin Menchul declared that what he was about to say was top secret. Lee Jong-sung wondered why Shin Menchul was trying so hard to be serious, making the atmosphere strange. Shin Menchul began by acknowledging that in the agent's eyes, he, Park Moo-young, and Shim Un-so probably looked very strange. From the computer screen, a silver-haired female analyst commented that they seemed to be at the level of sorcerers and questioned whether they were truly Earthlings. Shin Menchul replied that he was also surprised by their limitless mode, and that, naturally, they had spent a lot of money developing it. Lee Jong-sung asked if Shin Menchul intended to tell them his true identity, but he replied that it was a bit difficult. When Lee Jong-sung pressed him, Shin Menchul declared that he would tell them the identity and abilities of their enemy. Both Lee Jong-sung and the female analyst were utterly astonished by this offer. Shin Menchul added that he and Park Moo-young had some information regarding the power the enemy was using, which might be what they already knew as hyper. Shin Menchul explained that hyper was not a power amplification technology, as everyone believed. Instead, It was a technology used to inject power directly into the human body. Park Moo-young gravely pointed out that the real problem lay in the source of that power. This power source was revealed to come directly from the life force of other human beings. Lee Jong-sung reported that the enemy's executives could amplify the power received from other hyper-addicts tenfold. Park Chul-jung looked confused by the concept of other addicts. This absorbed power not only helped them surpass physical limits and heal injuries, but also allowed them to control the addicts like puppets. Its effectiveness depended on the undiluted hyper-solution, which was the substance that caused the remote explosion earlier. Despite Lee Jong-sung's skepticism, Shin Menchul asserted that Lee Young-ho, Solarte, and Lee Sao-an had all utilized power absorbed from other people. Lee Jong-sung confirmed this information was accurate, as he, Moo-young, and Shim Un-seo had witnessed it firsthand at the scene. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired analyst admitted that she was starting to feel afraid. Shin Menchul reiterated that the reason he recruited Lee Jong-sung was precisely because of a new drug created from the enhanced hyperdrug. Lee Jong-sung froze as he realized the horrifying truth. He yelled furiously, understanding that the enemy was deliberately distributing this new drug. Their goal was to create human batteries that could be utilized anywhere in the world. Elsewhere, Katherine Johnson assessed that the situation had exceeded all imagination, and that global intelligence agencies must cooperate to capture Ghost. After providing all the information, Shin Menchul declared that the rest was up to them. He warned Lee Jong-sung to report carefully to his superiors, because if they failed, a terrible catastrophe would ensue. The scene then shifted to the Daehan Group headquarters. At the Daehan Group headquarters, the security leader intercepted the uninvited guests and demanded to know who they were. Yoo Si-hyung coldly held up his badge, announcing they were agents of the National Intelligence Service, NIS. The security leader questioned why they had arrived without prior notice, arguing that this action would cause trouble. Yoo Si-hyung replied that they had a job to do, and sarcastically asked about a search warrant. The leader asserted that this was an emergency arrest, and therefore required no warrant, but warned the NIS not to act recklessly. He emphasized that this was the Daehan Group, and demanded the agents leave before the chairman arrived for work. Yoo Si-hyung ignored him, clarifying that their target was the vice chairman. The leader recognized Yoo Si-hyung and warned that causing a disturbance would only make things worse. A massive bodyguard with a star-shaped scar on his forehead stepped forward, threatening to humiliate Yoo Si-hyung if he didn't retreat. Yoo Si-hyung retorted sharply that he would arrest anyone who stood in his way. Immediately, he struck the bodyguard's leg, causing the man to scream in surprise. Yoo Si-hyung smirked, declaring that from this moment forward, all his actions were self-defense. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-yong had reached Vice Chairman Kim Jung-ho and ordered him to follow. Kim Jung-ho sneered, challenging that the NIS would be unable to bear the consequences of an emergency arrest without a warrant. Kim Tae-yong immediately grabbed Kim Jung-ho by the collar, causing him to yell in outrage. Just then, Chairman Kim Jae-sik appeared, roaring in fury upon seeing his son being apprehended. He angrily shouted at the agents, demanding they call the NIS director, and wanting to know what crime his son had committed. A voice rang out, beginning to list the charges: murder and illegal drug manufacturing. Shin Menchul stepped out from behind, continuing the list with assassination and terrorism, then coldly asked Kim Jae-sik if he wished to hear more. Kim Jae-sik angrily questioned the newcomer. The man smiled, introducing himself as Shin Menchul, the one who would arrest Kim Jung-ho. Kim Jae-sik scoffed, suggesting the NIS director had failed to teach his subordinates proper manners. Shin Menchul pointed directly at him, warning that a mad dog might bite back. A subordinate quickly intervened, reminding Kim Jae-sik that many people were watching. While Kim Tae-yong supervised, Kim Jae-sik was escorted inside by his subordinates. Kim Jae-sik immediately ordered his staff to contact high-ranking officials and use their influence to threaten the media. He also demanded an immediate investigation into all information regarding Shin Menchul. At the NIS headquarters, Shin Menchul and Kim Tae-yong monitored the interrogation from the control room. In the interrogation room, Kim Jung-ho appeared smug, mocking the ridiculous accusations. An NIS investigator confirmed they were confident in securing an arrest warrant, but first wanted to offer a deal. The unexpected proposal stunned Kim Jung-ho. The investigator explained that if Kim Jung-ho handed over the information, they would reduce his sentence. The death penalty would be reduced to life imprisonment, but Kim Jung-ho still refused and demanded to see his lawyer. The investigator asserted that Kim Jung-ho would change his mind after seeing the evidence. He revealed that the NIS had recovered a smartphone containing a lot of interesting information from the Paju factory. Kim Jung-ho's expression changed drastically upon hearing the phone belonged to Lee Seo-an, the president of Hansung Construction. The investigator made a final offer: hand over the information in exchange for leniency on some minor charges. Completely defeated, Kim Jung-ho asked what information they wanted, and was told it concerned Lee Seo-an. The investigator leaned forward, pressuring Kim Jung-ho to reveal Lee Seo-an's current whereabouts. Meanwhile, a Daehan Group executive smirked. He mocked Shin Menchul, calling him a fool who watched too many movies. The smug executive asked Shin Menchul if he still didn't understand the true power of money. In the NIS control room, a purple-haired agent reported to Shin Menchul that the media's movements were highly unusual. The agent explained that despite the chaotic situation, no articles were being published, and social media posts were being deleted instantly. Back in the group's lobby, the executive announced that the Daehan Group had also begun to act. He flashed a sinister smile, confident in his power. A subordinate with a goatee rushed over to report that the director was calling. The subordinate added, with a tense expression, that they had received a call from the senior secretary for civil affairs. In the control room, other NIS agents began to feel the pressure, complaining that the situation was giving them a headache, and they just wanted to maintain the scene for as long as possible. Elsewhere, Lawyer Park was on a call, reporting that he was on his way back after interviewing the vice chairman. The person on the other end ordered that Kim Jung-ho must be released, promising a life of wealth without worry. Lawyer Park stated that the NIS claimed to have evidence but hadn't presented it, making him suspect foul play. He decided to delve deeper into the matter, believing the evidence was likely obtained illegally. The lawyer emphasized his client's importance, asserting that the NIS couldn't ignore the media either. In his office, Chairman Kim Jae-sik ordered that they must shock the NIS director, the Blue House, and the media. Confident that there wasn't a single media company in Korea his group couldn't influence, another executive walked in, carrying information about Shin Menchul. Kim Jae-sik squinted as he examined the report. He asked if the information had been confirmed, and received an affirmative answer. The executive revealed that Cheil Group chairman Park Byung-ki cherished Shin Menchul like his own son, while a past image showed Shin Menchul having been arrested. Meanwhile, Daehan Group chairman Kim Jae-sik was informed that Chairman Park Byung-ki had personally called the prosecution. A female secretary entered the office and reported that the article about the vice chairman had been published in the media. Kim Jae-sik looked at his phone, saw the news about Kim Jung-ho's arrest, and angrily cursed Shin Menchul under his breath. He gritted his teeth, realizing the news outlet was a subsidiary of the Cheil Group, and blamed the crazy old man, Park Byung-ki. Kim Jae-sik immediately ordered his car prepared to go meet Chairman Park, while also instructing the PR team to start manipulating online comments. In the NIS control room, agents monitored a series of comments supporting Daehan and criticizing the government. Yoo Si-young angrily asked if the commenters were all idiots. The purple-haired agent noted the suspicious activity, and Kim Tae-young confirmed that if they traced the IP addresses, most belonged to Daehan Group employees. Immediately afterward, Kim Jae-sik stormed straight into the Cheil Group chairman's office. He furiously questioned Park Byung-ki, who calmly chastised Kim Jae-sik's hot temper. Kim Jae-sik threatened to show Park Byung-ki what true rage looked like. Park Byung-ki maintained his dignity, coldly ordering him to sit down. Kim Jae-sik stood before him, accusing Park Byung-ki of ordering the article published to fan the flames. Park Byung-ki casually questioned him back, looking as if he had no time for such matters. He denied responsibility, saying the company was managed by CEO Sun Ki-young. But Kim Jae-sik dismissed this, arguing that he should have prevented it. Kim Jae-sik angrily brought up Sun Ki-young, the man who had previously exposed the group's internal issues to the news. He swore he wouldn't let Sun Ki-young get away with it. Park Byung-ki advised Kim Jae-sik to restrain himself, warning that Sun Ki-young might become a media target, then shifted the topic to the skilled lawyer Kim Jae-sik had hired. Kim Jae-sik brushed aside the matter of Sun Ki-young, declaring that the real reason he came was because someone else needed to be dealt with. When Park Byung-ki asked who it was, Kim Jae-sik spoke the name Shin Menchul, leaving the other man stunned. Kim Jae-sik warned Park Byung-ki not to get involved with Shin Menchul and asked if he was protecting him. He threatened that if Park Byung-ki did not yield, an all-out war would erupt, causing severe damage to the Cheil Group. Park Byung-ki casually declared that his corporation would not interfere in anything related to Shin Menchul. Kim Jae-sik smiled in satisfaction, praising it as a smart choice. He then stated that he had one more thing he wanted Park Byung-ki to know. Kim Jae-sik revealed that Shin Menchul was a hunter, stunning Park Byung-ki. He added that Shin Menchul was an S-rank hunter. Park Byung-ki expressed skepticism, arguing that it was absurd since the US only had a single S-rank hunter. Park Byung-ki suggested that Kim Jae-sik should have his people investigate Shin Menchul's information more thoroughly. Kim Jae-sik responded with sincere advice, revealing that Shin Menchul had just single-handedly crushed both the Dongun faction and the international faction. He asserted that even mobilizing their entire military force couldn't stop Shin Menchul, causing Park Byung-ki to ask in astonishment how he knew such a person. Kim Jae-sik explained that Shin Menchul had once saved his life. After issuing a final warning, Kim Jae-sik left the office. Park Byung-ki immediately made a phone call, speaking to someone he referred to as the kid. The person on the other end was Shin Menchul. Park Byung-ki sarcastically asked if Shin Menchul wanted to torment a father who had just lost his son, but Shin Menchul merely replied that the old man seemed to be in good spirits. Park Byung-ki admitted that seeing that bastard suffer and die brought him relief, as his family had caused him too much trouble. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-sik was also on the phone, explaining that one of his subsidiaries was running an exclusive story, and other media outlets would automatically follow suit. He concluded that one cannot cover the sky with a single hand. Returning to Park Byung-ki, he suddenly wondered where the girl named Yoon-soo had gone, remarking that she was too unpredictable. At the Young & Kim law firm, lawyer Park Myung-hun reassured someone that he was certain the opposing side had illegally wiretapped the vice chairman and showed signs of fabricating evidence, so there was no need to worry. Inside his office, lawyer Park Myung-hun slammed his desk in anger, complaining about how his son was being treated. He ground his teeth and cursed some old man. Suddenly, Shim Eun-seo appeared from behind, pressing a glowing device against his temple and ordering him to stay still. She warned that even a slight movement would blind him permanently and demanded that he drop the defense of Kim Jung-ho if he wanted to live. Trembling, lawyer Park tried to invoke Chairman Kim Jae-sik's name to threaten her back. Shim Eun-seo merely smirked, asking if that was better than dying right here, causing the lawyer to stammer that he had already accepted the retainer fee. She offered to pay double that amount if he cancelled the contract and abandoned the case. Shim Eun-seo concluded with a chilling warning. If they met again, it would be the last time he was alive. At a secret NIS base in Itaewon, Kim Jung-ho questioned Shin Menchul about where he had been taken, but only received the reply that he wouldn't have an easy life in prison. Shin Menchul coldly announced that Kim Jung-ho's life was over. Enraged, Kim Jung-ho demanded to call his lawyer immediately. Shin Menchul revealed that lawyer Park Myung-hun had abandoned his defense and fled abroad, leaving him alone. He further mocked that any new lawyer hired would meet the same fate. Desperate, Kim Jung-ho screamed, accusing the NIS of ignoring the law. Shin Menchul sarcastically retorted that Kim Jung-ho himself had spent his life disregarding the law, so why couldn't they do the same? As Kim Jung-ho frantically screamed for the door to be opened, he was unaware that someone had entered the room. He turned around and was horrified to see Shim Eun-seo, then lunged forward, attempting to grab her. With a mere blink, Shim Eun-seo released energy from her hand, causing Kim Jung-ho to scream in agony. Completely subdued, Kim Jung-ho collapsed onto the table while Shin Menchul reminded him that he should learn to listen. With her hand still glowing, Shim Eun-seo smiled and asked if he was ready to talk now. Despite the torture, Kim Jung-ho still managed to scream that he remembered their faces and would take revenge if he ever got out. A piercing scream echoed as Shim Eun-seo continued to use her power. Kim Jung-ho collapsed, his legs unable to support him. The NIS interrogator coldly asked if he was finished, then demanded the location of Lee Seo-an. After obtaining the information, Shin Menchul decisively ordered the entire team to head to Pohang. At a warehouse complex in Pohang, Lee Seo-an's subordinates had gathered. Rosales, the first disciple from Spain, stated that the master had abandoned all business territories to summon them immediately. Fu Dong-an, the third disciple from Vietnam, had heard that Korea would become the center of all operations. Yu Kyung-jin, the second disciple from the Philippines, wondered about the hunters in Korea and the NIS agents. Rosales warned that the NIS agents were all A rank, comparable to Section Team 2, and one of them had even single-handedly overwhelmed Elder Lee Young-ho. Yu Kyung-jin scoffed, suggesting that Lee Young-ho was only called an elder due to his ability to develop hyper, and his power was weaker than the disciples. Fu Dong-an asked about a new disciple who seemed to be late for the discussion. Suddenly, Lee Seo-an appeared right behind her, terrifying Fu Dong-an. Inside a massive cultivation facility, all three disciples looked up in astonishment. Lee Seo-an stood with another person and greeted the disciples, who all respectfully chorused, "Greetings, Master." The person accompanying Lee Seo-an was Park So-young, who was introduced as the fourth disciple. Meanwhile, in Siberia, Russia, a blond young man wearing a baseball cap called out Mikhail Vaskov's name. That person smiled mockingly, asking if it seemed Mikhail had been enjoying himself greatly recently. Mikhail Vaskov stood shirtless amidst the snowy mountains, silently confronting the newcomer. Simultaneously, in Ulsan, Korea, a subordinate reported that the organization had lost contact since Kim Jung-ho was apprehended by the NIS. Elsewhere, a muscular man worried that the situation would become dire if Kim Jung-ho revealed their names, admitting that the organization could not be trusted at this moment. A man in a white suit appeared, remarking that Korea had too many problems and criticizing elder Lee Young-ho for poorly managing her disciples. The muscular man turned, stating he had never encountered this strange guest, and asked if he had been invited. The strange guest smiled, introducing himself as Duke Duncan's butler. Meanwhile, at the Seven Club in Pohang, the party atmosphere was reaching its peak. A man with a buzz cut showed off a strange packet of drugs, questioning how his friend managed to acquire it. He boasted that this was a rare and hard-to-find item, provided by a private source, and urged everyone to enjoy the night. After he poured a small amount of black powder onto the table, a woman questioned whether such a tiny dose would be enough. Another red-haired man gave a sinister smile, suggesting they only needed a taste since he heard this new strain was extremely potent. Immediately after snorting the powder, both men felt the effects take hold. The entire group quickly collapsed, lying unconscious and scattered across the VIP room table. Night fell over the Pohang police station. Inside, a detective with a goatee complained about having to drink too much coffee. His colleague quipped that their profession essentially ran on caffeine and nicotine, while the detective worried about the compensation scheme. Suddenly, an emergency call came in, reporting that approximately 30 people had suddenly collapsed and were convulsing at the Seven Club. Immediately afterward, a barrage of similar calls flooded in from other clubs, leaving the two detectives stunned and bewildered by the unfolding events. A map displayed the incidents erupting simultaneously across the entire region. Upon arriving at the scene, the detective with the goatee rushed to check the scattered victims, asking if there were any fatalities. He breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming they were still breathing, and ordered them to be rushed to the hospital immediately. However, a junior officer ran up to report that the chief had ordered all emergency personnel to withdraw and the club to be sealed off, prompting his colleague to snatch the phone in disbelief. Over the phone, an enraged chief barked orders for his subordinate to immediately retreat from the dangerous zone. The detective with the goatee hesitated, gazing at the chaotic scene before him with a deeply troubled expression. Meanwhile, curious onlookers standing nearby began whispering about the incident. He was surprised to see a heavily armed tactical unit, led by Sergeant Kang, had also arrived at the scene. The tactical officer explained that this was a grave incident requiring the mobilization of the entire Mobile Unit 2, while another police officer knelt to check an unconscious victim. The officer attempted to rouse the girl lying on the ground, asking if she was going to wake up. Suddenly, the girl jolted and sat bolt upright, her eyes wide with terror. She let out a piercing shriek, causing the officer on the phone to jump back in fright. Immediately afterward, the officer kneeling beside the girl was brutally slain, and the other unconscious victims simultaneously rose, their eyes glowing devilishly red. The surrounding civilians screamed in panic, wondering if those people were high on drugs. The entire horde of mutated individuals let out a unified, insane roar, spreading terror. The chief roared over the phone, ordering them to take the targets down, but a young officer hesitated, arguing that they were still civilians. "Do they look like civilians? Shoot!" he yelled as the monstrous crowd charged toward the police barricade. A voice rang out, revealing that soon, Pohang would be flooded with hyper-addicts. Fu Dongun smiled wickedly, declaring that Pohang would become an uninterrupted mana center. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. "Hey!" Shin Menchul hovered on a stream of blue energy, declaring that he didn't have time to deal with them, and demanded to be taken to Lee So-an. Fu Dong-an looked up, smirking as she mocked Shin Menchul about his unemployment status. Shin Menchul sneered in response, asking if she expected him to sit idly by while trash soiled his home. With that, he summoned a crackling blue energy sword into his hand, ready for combat. A red-haired stranger with a sinister smile appeared, enveloped in a stream of purple dark energy. Instantly, he was struck by a surprise attack, causing the surrounding energy to violently ripple. Shin Menchul had closed the distance, delivering a blue energy-enhanced punch straight into his opponent. With his glowing heterochromatic eyes, Shin Menchul smiled triumphantly as his strike connected. The red-haired man was astonished as he absorbed the full force of the powerful attack, which generated a massive shockwave. Unable to withstand the punch's power, he coughed up blood. Shin Menchul followed up with a kick, sending the enemy flying away amidst a cloud of black smoke. He then faced the enemy and remarked that their mana emitted a foul stench. The red-haired man was unfazed, beginning to cast a complex purple magic circle. From the magic circle, a surging torrent of dark energy billowed upward. The energy quickly condensed, forming a ferocious dark spirit beast. In retaliation, Shin Menchul summoned a gigantic longsword made of blue energy. He proceeded to generate 9 more swords, creating a hovering rain of blades in the air. Shin Menchul noted to himself that his power had fully recovered, surpassing his previous limits to manifest 10 longswords. He swung his hand, issuing the command, and all 10 swords hurtled toward the enemy with terrifying speed. The dark spirit beast roared and lunged forward, but was instantly targeted by the blades. The blue energy blades easily pierced and tore apart the monster's energy body. Its summoner did not escape. He was impaled by a sword and screamed in agony. The rain of blades continued its sweep, striking both the red-haired man and his subordinates. In the midst of the battle, Shin Menchul suddenly realized something was amiss. He felt he had been deliberately lured further into the trap. Injured, the red-haired mage cried out in pain. With eyes full of hatred, he gritted his teeth and called Shin Menchul's name. A drop of blood tear fell as he prepared for his final attack. Roaring wildly, he unleashed Fu Dong-an's power, the Banshee's cry. Shin Menchul noticed the density of dark magic surrounding them had increased dramatically. The mage grinned sinisterly, ordering the enhanced dark spirit beast to charge. In midair, Shin Menchul retaliated by summoning countless energy swords aimed at the monster. He realized this technique was activated by the deaths of the subordinates. Shin Menchul began concentrating his energy, forming a brilliant light sword hilt. He recalled that the great sword used to destroy Zeros still had a limit. His eyes blazed brightly as he poured all his strength into the attack. Using both hands, he extended the hilt into a gigantic greatsword of light. With a confident smile, Shin Menchul swung the destructive weapon down. The mage watched in horror as the gigantic blade of light hurtled toward him. The greatsword easily sliced through the dark spirit beast and swept away everything in its path. Defeated, the mage revealed that his master was waiting at the abandoned Pohang factory complex. Shin Menchul sarcastically asked if he should thank him for saving him time. The mage laughed maniacally, mocking that it would be Shin Menchul's grave. He emphasized his warning with a sinister smirk. Without hesitation, Shin Menchul unleashed a vortex of dark magic, completely engulfing the enemy. The dark magic completely consumed the red-haired mage. From afar, Fu Dong-an watched the scene with a sinister smile. One of the enemies was struck down by a beam of light energy amidst the chaos. Shin Menchul's hand flashed with blue light, dispelling the last remnants of the dark sorcery. He stood there as the purple smoke completely dissipated. Shim Unseo appeared beside him and asked if the general was all right. Shin Menchul replied that he was fine, though he felt as if he had been covered in mud. Shim Unseo explained that if he were a normal hunter, he would have been dissolved by the dark magic, and it was fortunate that his power countered it. Shin Menchul changed the subject, asking about the situation below. Shim Unseo reported that the police riot squad was using rubber bullets against the hyper-addicts, and civilians were also caught up in the conflict. Shin Menchul observed that now, their superiors would have to reconsider their priorities, instead of just focusing on Ghost's hideout and the hyper-drug. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Li Jongsong was clutching his head in panic, as Shin Menchul silently wished the opponent peace. Noticing Shim Unseo smiling, Shin Menchul looked amused. He congratulated her, noting that she seemed to be in high spirits. At a command center, Si-hyung complained that nearly an hour had passed since their arrival without any movement, suggesting the enemy was waiting for them to attack first. Another agent agreed, stating that the intelligence gathered at the scene was too scarce. Meanwhile, Shin Menchul received information that the enemy had organized fake recruitment sessions to lure foreign workers. He initially thought the matter wasn't too serious, until he learned that over 200 people had attended. Recalling Lee Seoan's subordinates who came from the Philippines, Shin Menchul concluded this was the largest-scale battle they had ever faced. Si-hyung looked at the monitoring screen and scoffed. Stupid monkeys. At the scene, Ethan Mark reassured his teammate Rick Blaze that there was nothing to worry about now that they had been called in. Meanwhile, at the command center, an agent expressed concern over the overwhelming number of enemies. However, the bald commander confidently declared that the hyper-addicts were no match for their elite hunter unit. Another agent, looking weary, asked about the control situation at the scene. SWAT police units and mobile forces had completely sealed off the factory area, allowing no one in or out. Elsewhere, Shin Menchul told Shim Unseo that he was concerned Lee So and wasn't just relying on sheer numbers, but also had a plan to trap them. He believed there was only one logical explanation for Lee So-on's actions. Shin Menchul concluded that this time, she was determined to use this opportunity to kill him at all costs. Shim Unseo looked delighted by the prospect, which surprised Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul confirmed to her that if Lee So-on was that determined, she wouldn't flee, and they had to end everything today. Back at the command center, the commander announced that the deployment of the Special Operations Unit was complete, vowing to avenge Min Wook. Suddenly, a group of women appeared before Ethan Mark's team. Their leader confidently stated that their master wouldn't need to lift a finger. While Rick Blaze was still bewildered, the black-haired woman radiated energy, preparing to attack. Instantly, Rick Blaze was struck down by a fatal blow, causing Ethan Mark to scream his name in horror. Ethan Mark's eyes flashed with angry yellow light as he activated his power. He lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch, sending the black-haired woman flying backward. Looking at the fallen Rick Blaze, Ethan Mark called him an idiot and deemed the situation a disgrace from the start. He realized that, if the woman had attacked him instead of Rick, the entire team would have had to retreat. The black-haired woman landed steadily after being knocked away. She introduced herself as Rosales, the first disciple of Elder Lee Seoan, with the blindfolded female warriors standing behind her. Ethan Mark introduced himself as belonging to CIA Section Team 2, pointing to his injured teammate and stating his name was Rick. Rosales remarked that Rick possessed an interesting ability, and she could imagine the sacrifices required to develop that genetic technology. Without hesitation, Ethan Mark and the two agents on his team raised their rifles, preparing to attack. Rosales smirked confidently, asserting that conventional ammunition would be useless against her followers. Immediately, a volley of rounds was fired from the assault rifles. However, a blindfolded female follower easily stopped the incoming bullet with her bare hand. The two remaining CIA agents were suddenly struck by a counterattack and screamed in pain. Ethan Mark explained that these were heavy armor-piercing hunter rounds, each one more expensive than gold. Rosales held a syringe, declaring that since they had defeated Solarte, she would treat them as warriors. She injected the liquid directly into her arm, activating a glowing symbol on her skin. The empty syringes dropped to the ground, signaling that the power enhancement process was complete. Now, Rosales and her female followers, surging with energy, were ready for a real fight. Rick Blaze worriedly stated that bullets would no longer work, and Ethan Mark confirmed they had used enhancement drugs. From a distance, Shin Menchul observed and assessed that every enemy now possessed power equivalent to an A-rank hunter. Ethan Mark sneered, suggesting that even within the A rank, there were different levels, and mocked the observer's naivety. Suddenly, a blue energy field enveloped Ethan Mark's entire team. The entire team of CIA agents was stunned to realize they had been teleported inside a massive factory. Ethan Mark roared in anger, unable to understand why they were here when they had just been outside. He turned and questioned a mysterious hooded figure, asking if that person had teleported them. The person revealed herself to be Shim Unseo, who looked at them with cold, sharp eyes. Ethan Mark recognized Shim Unseo from Lee Young-ho's laboratory, and commented on her resilience after being kidnapped by Lee So-an. Shim Unseo coldly told him that her comrades were waiting outside and urged him to come along. She silently turned away, waiting. Seeing Ethan Mark hesitate, Shim Unseo reached out her hand and asked why he was stalling. Unexpectedly, Lee So-an appeared behind them, sarcastically remarking that if she wanted to take disciples, she should consult their master first. Immediately afterward, Ethan Mark was lifted into the air by an invisible force. From afar, Shin Menchul and a blonde woman commented that the power displayed was completely different from the previous enemies. The blonde woman analyzed that it was neither Lee Young-ho's dark magic nor the general's combat skills. She suddenly realized, visualizing a priestess, and identified it as divine power. The woman advised Shin Menchul to maintain distance because Lee So-an's abilities were an unknown variable. However, Shin Menchul merely smiled confidently, saying he had a better idea. He faced another black-haired female disciple and the group of blindfolded followers, proposing to beat them within an inch of their lives for interrogation. The black-haired female disciple sneered, asserting that a warrior would never betray her master. Shin Menchul then proposed a one-on-one duel, where the loser must answer all the winner's questions. The female disciple remained silent, seemingly considering the challenge. Shin Menchul provoked her, asking if she lacked confidence and stating that he had already figured out what he wanted to ask. She smiled back, saying she had also remembered what she wanted. Her condition was to extract all information about the NIS's front company, then dump the hyperdrug into the water supply to turn everyone into addicts. A purple energy blade materialized from the sword hilt, and she suggested they swear on a warrior's honor. Shin Menchul looked directly at his opponent, resolutely accepting the oath. The black-haired swordswoman smiled confidently, swinging her purple energy blade. Amidst a vast purple aura, she faced Shin Menchul to perform the Oath of the Severed Heart. Shin Menchul appeared confused by the ongoing ritual. The swordswoman explained that anyone who broke the oath would die in agony as their internal organs were ripped apart. Inside an abandoned factory, Ethan Mark, Rick Blaze, and a mysterious white-haired man were gathered. A soldier in black armor with glowing eye slits aimed his weapon at them. The weapon was revealed to fire special spiral rounds capable of piercing dark mana, manufactured based on Lee Young-ho's combat data. The white-haired man was unexpectedly struck by an attack from the armored soldiers. He was surprised to see the entire squad closing in. With an extremely fast movement, the white-haired man created an explosion amidst the enemy ranks. Two soldiers screamed in terror. Instantly, their bodies were torn apart by an invisible force. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The white-haired man stood tall amidst the pool of blood, while Ethan Mark and Rick Blaze watched from behind. Ethan Mark complained that every time he opened his eyes, that person appeared right in front of him. He deduced that sheer speed could not explain how the entire hunter unit was teleported inside the building. Ethan Mark concluded that their opponent definitely possessed the ability of instantaneous displacement. The white-haired man also realized the same thing, understanding that this was how Rosales had appeared behind them and brought the entire group inside. Suddenly, another silver-haired person appeared, causing Ethan Mark to shout a warning to Rick Blaze that the new opponent also had the ability to change position instantly. Ethan Mark's eyes glowed yellow as he prepared for battle. The battle concluded when the silver-haired individual coughed up blood after taking the hit. Meanwhile, at an abandoned factory, a sword was knocked away into the darkness. Shin Menchul choked the black-haired female disciple, forcing her to reveal Lee So-an's abilities. He coldly reminded her of her oath, stating that betrayal would lead to a painful death. Shin Menchul announced that all of her subordinates had already been subdued by his dark energy. He turned to the blonde female disciple, questioning her silence. Still held tightly, the black-haired female disciple coughed up blood, unable to resist. Immediately afterward, her body disintegrated in a blinding flash of light, having broken her oath. Another disciple, Yu Kyung-jin, appeared with purple energy in her hands and apologized to Rosales. Simultaneously, a muscular, dark-skinned man with glowing eyes also entered the fray. This man looked down at Shin Menchul amidst the ruins and suggested ending the futile attacks. Shin Menchul confidently replied that those attacks couldn't harm him, only make him feel dirty. Witnessing that power, Yu Kyung-jin remarked that the power of the Soul Entity Project was far from meaningless. Shin Menchul appeared confused, not understanding what the power of the Soul Entity was, and was astonished by the existence of such an evolved being. He looked toward the crowd of mind-controlled foreign workers and asked if this was all they had prepared. The crowd was reduced to soulless shadows with glowing purple eyes. Yu Kyung-jin replied that this group was not prepared to deal with him. The dark-skinned man explained that he was late because it took time to control them. Shin Menchul replied that he had arrived just in time, as both looked up in astonishment at a massive structure overhead. Shin Menchul and his blonde companion faced Lee So-an, Yu Kyung-jin, and the army of brainwashed workers. Lee So-an smiled, complimenting Yu Kyung-jin on a job well done. Yu Kyung-jin reported that while she was preparing, Rosales had sacrificed herself, Lee So, and coldly thought about her fallen subordinates, from Dara to Rosales, as purple energy gathered in her hand. Rick Blaze, covered in blood, suddenly appeared and shouted a warning to Shin Menchul about Lee So-an. Instantly, an invisible force brutally snapped Rick Blaze's neck. Shin Menchul calmly watched Rick's body fall and confirmed that he was dead. However, Shin Menchul believed that Rick would likely revive. He turned back to face Lee So-an and asked if she had killed Rosales. Shin Menchul stated that he had only beaten Rosales to death, but the true killer was standing right next to Yu Kyung-jin. Yu Kyung-jin angrily called Shin Menchul heartless, while Lee So-an calmly asked about the person standing next to her. Lee So-an told Yu Kyung-jin that only she was beside her, just as Shin Menchul pointed directly at Lee So-an. Without warning, Shin Menchul lunged forward with terrifying speed. Lee So-an reacted instantly, swinging her arm to gather dark magic and block the attack. With glowing golden eyes and a smug smile, Lee So-an prepared to launch a counterattack. Shin Menchul used his bare hand, enveloped in dark energy, to stop her magical attack. The two powerful energy streams collided, creating a fierce shockwave. Lee So-an blocked Shin Menchul's strike, mocking that he didn't care about his comrades and was only focused on completing his mission. Shin Menchul retorted, asking how she could say that when she was the one who kidnapped them, while simultaneously releasing a surge of energy from his chest. Shin Menchul charged, unleashing an energy attack toward Lee So-an. Lee So-an smirked as she released her dark magic, which seemed to be causing pain to Shin Menchul's distant comrades. A violent energy explosion erupted from Shin Menchul's attack. After the smoke cleared, Shin Menchul calmly declared that the NIS agents were nothing more than his loyal slaves. He countered Lee So-an by asking if a master would care if a few slaves died, leaving her stunned. In the control room, Kim Tae-young and Si-hyung heard those words and furiously yelled, asking if he had always considered them pawns. However, a lilac-haired agent calmly suggested that the statement might create an opportunity to save So-young. The agent smiled, adding that he believed Shin Menchul truly thought that way. Returning to the battle, Shin Menchul easily blocked an invisible attack with his hand. His eyes flashed blue light as he focused on his opponent. Lee So-an said, good with satisfaction as a new disciple, with silver hair and a smug smile appeared beside her. She expressed her fondness for another new disciple, a long-haired individual wielding a greatsword. In the control room, the agents were astonished to see the image of the new disciple, while Lee So-an mused about nominating this person as the new elder once she conquered Korea. The sword-wielding disciple moved with terrifying speed, leaving a blur in their wake. That person instantly appeared next to Lee So-an, ready for combat. This individual's ability was revealed to be spatial folding. Facing the two enemies, Shin Menchul created a gigantic greatsword made of pure light energy. He wondered if this all-out attack style was perhaps too much. Meanwhile, Lee So-an began to move, accumulating energy for her next technique. A skill was activated. Spatial folding. Shin Menchul remained vigilant as fierce blue energy surges erupted. He glanced to the side, where a streak of purple energy had just flashed past. A new blonde disciple of Lee So-an smiled, creating a flower made of light energy. She unleashed the falling flower technique, firing countless streams of light bullets. The white-haired disciple moved at terrifying speed, intercepting Shin Menchul's counterattack. She once again used her space-folding ability. While Lee So-an launched her attack, the white-haired disciple teleported her blonde teammate out of danger. She continued to use herself as a shield while Lee So-an attacked with purple energy tendrils. Lee So-an scoffed, saying she preferred all-out attacks, and questioned how many times Shin Menchul could use his own skills. A third disciple emerged from the shadows, declaring that their mana source was inexhaustible. Shin Menchul was stunned to now be facing all three disciples simultaneously. The three coordinated to launch a combined dark energy attack. A massive explosion erupted, and the white-haired disciple calmly observed the result. Lee So-an declared that the battle had turned into 3 against 1, and that Shin Menchul would not be able to escape. Shin Menchul retorted sharply that it was 2 against 3, then referred to the one still standing as a tenacious bastard. Ethan Mark appeared, and Shin Menchul told him to kill whomever he pleased. Confident in Ethan's top-tier defensive capabilities, Shin Menchul asked Ethan Mark if he knew the white-haired disciple's ability, confirming it was the power of free positional manipulation. Ethan Mark analyzed that she could teleport anyone, multiple people at once, and seemingly without limits. The white-haired disciple confidently thought that teleporting both of them would consume too much mana. Shin Menchul asserted that every ability, after everything he had experienced, had its limits. The white-haired woman provoked them, asking if they were deciding who would die first. Without warning, Shin Menchul lunged forward with a fist blazing with blue energy. Ethan Mark simultaneously entered an attack stance, aiming directly at the disciple. Struck by surprise, the white-haired disciple screamed in astonishment. A massive explosion erupted from the coordinated attack by Shin Menchul and Ethan Mark. Witnessing the scene, another male disciple frantically shouted for his master. Amidst the smoke, the white-haired disciple was bewildered, wondering why she couldn't activate her skill. She was stunned as she realized something was fundamentally wrong. All three were suddenly enveloped in a blue cylindrical space, the absolute domain. Ethan Mark smirked, asking how it felt to be trapped in a cage. He explained that this domain nullified all abilities within it. Outside, the male disciple panicked, realizing his master's mana connection had been severed. His energy sword struck the barrier uselessly. He frantically slashed repeatedly at the absolute domain, but to no avail. Finally, the disciple realized that the barrier could not be broken unless the user was defeated. Inside, Shin Menchul and Ethan Mark prepared to confront the isolated disciple. Ethan Mark calculated that if Lee So-an intervened, her immense mana reserves might overwhelm the absolute domain. Ethan Mark internally urged Shin Menchul to finish the fight quickly inside the absolute domain. Inside, the white-haired disciple began to gasp, feeling suffocated. She realized in horror that Ethan Mark's ability even blocked oxygen. Unaffected, Shin Menchul cracked his knuckles and declared he would fight using pure physical strength. Immediately, he lunged forward with terrifying speed, giving the disciple no time to react. Shin Menchul unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast attacks on his opponent. However, the disciple managed to land a hook kick to his chin, sending him flying upward. She looked down with disdain and began to mock him, but Shin Menchul stood firm, asking in return if his opponent knew how to fight without her abilities. He channeled power into his fist, his eyes flashing with white light as he prepared for the next attack. The disciple hastily raised her arms to block, struggling against his continuous barrage of punches. She couldn't believe that, even though her physical strength far surpassed that of a normal person, she was being completely overwhelmed. Changing tactics, the disciple shifted her center of gravity to her feet. Suddenly, a stream of purple dark energy enveloped her arm. She slammed her hand onto the ground, releasing the energy to form a defensive barrier inscribed with ancient runes. Realizing his opponent was trying to buy time by converting all her absorbed mana into defense, Shin Menchul smirked. He tensed his body, preparing to launch a punch directly at the magic wall. Shin Menchul's fist struck hard, causing the energy wall to shatter instantly. The disciple could only stare in horror as her final defense was easily destroyed. The white-haired disciple realized that if the absolute domain blocked oxygen, the user himself was no exception. She wondered how long Ethan Mark could endure the lack of oxygen, estimating about 2 minutes. As she continued to speculate up to 5 minutes, Shin Menchul grabbed her tightly from behind. The disciple attempted to counterattack with her remaining mana. However, Ethan Mark easily threw her away. Ethan Mark watched her go with a determined expression. The female disciple seized Ethan Mark, boasting that her dark magic-enhanced body could hold out for 30 minutes. A piercing sound rang out as the absolute domain began to shatter. The space surrounding the female disciple cracked and broke into pieces. She staggered to her feet, realizing the skill had been neutralized. Injured, she coughed up a mouthful of blood while Shin Menchul stood watching. The brown-haired male disciple rushed over to support his master. Shin Menchul stood opposite her, blue energy gathering in his hands. He concentrated his power, preparing for the next attack. Shin Menchul told Ethan Mark that his role was finished, and Ethan agreed to withdraw. Facing the female disciple, Shin Menchul told himself he needed to buy time to unleash the finishing blow. Meanwhile, Lee So-an decided to absorb the life force from the controlled workers. She ordered her disciples to share their strength, unleashing a massive surge of dark energy. Shin Menchul realized that Lee So-an had played her trump card. Shim Unseo announced that she had finished recovering her mana. She identified her opponent as Park So-young, Lee So-an's fourth disciple, who had become unpredictably stronger. Shim Unseo told Shin Menchul that he was the only one who could deal with Lee So-an, and urged him to focus on recovering. She promised to do her best to buy time, transforming her fingertips into sharp crystal claws. For a moment, she recalled Kim Tae-young and thought that protection was supposed to be his specialty. Memories flooded back of Kim Tae-young, angrily demanding she stay behind to protect the NIS. Returning to reality, Shim Unseo charged into battle with renewed determination. Shin Menchul watched Park So-young, who was brandishing her greatsword, ready to engage in combat. Meanwhile, Lee So-an hovered in the air, beginning to absorb the life force from the crowd of controlled workers. Shin Menchul immediately took a stance, gathering blue energy in preparation to intervene. Shim Unseo faced the enemy with a piercing gaze. Suddenly, Yu Kyung-jin, the second disciple, lunged forward, attacking with a purple energy sword. Park So-young's sword violently clashed with Yu Kyung-jin's weapon. Shim Unseo also unleashed her full power, creating winding blue energy ribbons. She told herself this was no time to conserve mana. She concentrated intensely, skillfully manipulating the energy ribbons. Her weapons were 2 batons, which helped guide the flow of energy. Park So-young lunged forward, swinging her sword aimed at Shim Unseo. However, Shim Unseo's energy ribbons instantly formed a solid shield, blocking Park So-young's attack. Shim Unseo stared fiercely. A streak of blood smeared across her cheek. Park So-young's sword flashed brightly as it was blocked. Yu Kyung-jin suddenly appeared, using her 2 purple energy swords to intercept Park So-young's attack. Without hesitation, Shim Unseo used her bare hands to stop the sharp blade, creating a shower of sparks. All 3 plunged into a fierce melee, their weapons constantly clashing. Park So-young asked worriedly, but Shim Unseo merely smiled, admitting that it had been a long time since she felt this excited. Shim Unseo turned to question Yu Kyung-jin, but the brown-haired woman confidently asserted that she knew better. Better than me? Yu Kyung-jin frowned and asked back skeptically. Immediately afterward, Yu Kyung-jin burst into maniacal laughter. She began to tell a story, recalling the moment hunters first appeared to prevent the 9/11 disaster, shocking the global intelligence community. Yu Kyung-jin explained that the rise of these superhumans had rocked the entire intelligence community. In particular, S-rank hunters were considered a strategic threat, no different from a sentient nuclear weapon. When news spread that North Korea and China were cooperating to develop hunter technology, South Korea's NIS fell into a critical situation. Therefore, the NIS launched the One's Power Project, recruiting candidates to create their own hunters. Yu Kyung-jin revealed that these candidates were often social outcasts, such as orphaned soldiers with no family background. In the flashback, a young Yu Kyung-jin declared to a recruiter that she accepted because she craved the wealth and fame that becoming South Korea's first hunter would bring. She explained that the core of this technology was genetic modification, posing a question about the result of combining human and gorilla genes. The result of that brutal experiment was a single survivor standing over the corpse of a minotaur-like creature. The young Yu Kyung-jin stood on the monster's body, holding a sword, while scientists quietly observed from behind. Yu Kyung-jin recounted her painful past, when the project failed, and she, the only successful test subject, fled to the Philippines. When the administration changed, the entire project was completely scrapped. The One's Power project, which had the ambition of unifying the military, was ultimately forgotten. In a fit of rage, someone vented their anger with a powerful punch. However, one person did not forget, Yu Kyung-jin, who stood there with a bloodied fist and a determined gaze. Returning to the present, Yu Kyung-jin said that she initially thought Shim Unseo was just another sacrifice of the One's Power project, but she realized their technology was completely different from One's Power or any other hunter technology in the world. Shim Unseo immediately questioned whether they were Earthlings, brandishing an energy weapon. Yu Kyung-jin replied that she would find the answer by dissecting their corpses, while also wondering about Shim Unseo's weapon, without a fixed form. The battle reignited as Yu Kyung-jin charged, attacking Park So-young with her pair of purple energy swords. Shim Unseo immediately intervened, sparking a fierce three-way melee. Amidst the clash, Shim Unseo managed to slash and injure Park So-young. Yu Kyung-jin seized the opportunity to continue her relentless assault. Shim Unseo then unleashed a powerful surge of energy, asserting that her mana reserves were on an entirely different level. Despite having blood smeared across her face, Shim Unseo maintained a resolute expression. She explained that her weapon was a disposable type, capable of amplifying power by synthesizing memorized forms before dissolving. Shim Unseo declared that she was out of energy and would not fight further unless Park So-young desired a battle to the death. The two stood facing each other in an atmosphere of extreme tension. However, Shim Unseo suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, revealing that her injuries were far more severe than they appeared. Park So-young was astonished, wondering if this was the effect of Lee Seo-on's power. She pointed her bloodied sword at the kneeling Shim Unseo, who could only groan in pain. Without hesitation, Park So-young focused her blue energy, preparing for another attack. Unexpectedly, Shin Menchul appeared and caught the collapsing Shim Unseo. Shim Unseo weakly addressed him as general. With his eyes glowing blue, Shin Menchul complimented her, saying she had done very well. Park So-young silently observed the situation. She heard Shin Menchul order her to step back. He warned that if she took another step, he would not hold back. Meanwhile, one of Park So-young's subordinates, Kim Tae-young, was enveloped by a surge of purple dark energy. His body began to contort under the terrifying power. Park So-young watched as her subordinates were being consumed by the dark energy. Shin Menchul scoffed, asking if she only acted when her subordinates were in danger. Park So-young stepped forward, declaring that mobilizing so many people just to capture him was already an honor. Shin Menchul smirked, replying that he considered it a glory as well. Suddenly, Lee So-an emerged from the shadows, stating that Shin Menchul would soon realize how pathetic his easily acquired power truly was. Her eyes glowed purple as she confidently declared that she could even face Andrew Duncan. Lee So-an unleashed a massive surge of dark red energy. The dark energy enveloped her like a spectral cloak. Shin Menchul summoned a great sword of light, ready to confront Lee So-an's colossal descending dark energy. With his eyes blazing blue, he calmly observed the destructive attack rushing toward him. He swung his sword, and a blinding slash of light effortlessly cut the dark energy surge in half. From behind, Shin Menchul used his sword to block the energy tentacles attempting to close in. However, the dark tentacles continued their relentless barrage, giving him no moment of rest. Surrounded on all sides, Shin Menchul continuously parried, neutralizing every sharp attack. He stomped his foot down hard, causing the ground beneath him to crack open. Immediately afterward, Shin Menchul punched the ground, releasing a wave of blue lightning energy that repelled all the dark magic. His eyes flashed as he activated a new skill, Great Lightning Blade Type 3. A brilliant blue lightning bolt formed, carrying terrifying power. Lee So-an attempted to use dark magic to defend, but Shin Menchul's lightning bolts pierced through her defenses nonetheless. Despite this, she merely sneered and mocked that if that was all he had, it was truly disappointing. Shin Menchul countered with a dense network of lightning, the surging thunder field technique. This time, Lee So-an could not fully defend herself and was injured, with blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Realizing the attack was still not fatal enough, Shin Menchul decided he had to abandon the intention of capturing her alive for information. Lee So-an confidently declared that he could not kill her unless her mana source was completely depleted. Shin Menchul smiled in response, saying it was too early to be disappointed because he still had much left to show. He asserted that she lacked judgment and would die by his hand today. Shin Menchul continued to provoke her, calling the dark magic Lee So-an used garbage that had corrupted her mind. Shin Menchul confidently declared that Lee So-an could never defeat him with her trash power, warning that denying reality would only lead to despair. Ignoring the provocation, Lee So-an launched an attack using sharp dark tentacles. Shin Menchul moved at terrifying speed, using his light greatsword to slice the tentacles apart. With glowing eyes, he maintained intense focus on the battle. He continued to use the light greatsword to shatter Lee So-an's dark attacks. Lee So-an looked up as a massive sphere of lightning formed above her, the result of Shin Menchul's counterattack. Shin Menchul used his sword to block another wave of dark tentacles. Suddenly, he realized there was something unusual about the attack's trajectory. Lee So-an directed countless dark tentacles to rush toward Shin Menchul. However, their true target was not him, but the injured and collapsing Shim Unseo behind him. Shim Unseo looked up with a pained and panicked expression as she sensed the impending danger. A barrage of dark tentacles hurtled toward her. Immediately, Shin Menchul appeared right in front of Shim Unseo, raising his sword to protect her. He swung a powerful strike, slicing apart the incoming tentacles. Shin Menchul continuously swung his sword at blinding speed, forming a solid defensive barrier against the rain of attacks. Seeing her sneak attack fail, Lee So-an began concentrating a massive amount of dark magic. Shin Menchul clenched his fist, preparing to counter the impending skill. All the dark energy condensed into a gigantic, grotesque sphere of flesh. Lee So-an spread her arms, proudly introducing her skill, the Hafgufa's Maw. A sudden slash of light tore through space. Lee So-an was stunned as she felt the attack graze past her. Shin Menchul had moved at unimaginable speed, slashing straight through her body. Black blood gushed from the wound on Lee So-an's chest. Shin Menchul scoffed, asking how she still hadn't realized. He asserted that not only her mind but also her eyes were clouded, because the technique she used was merely a clumsy copy that could never defeat the original. Despite being wounded, Lee So-an smiled with delight, excited to finally have a proper fight after so long. Shin Menchul declared that he had charged enough mana and would show her an interesting technique. Lee So-an ground her teeth in fury at his arrogant words. Shim Unseo nervously recognized the technique her general was about to use. Shin Menchul explained that thanks to Unseo, he was able to unlock it sooner than anticipated. Lightning energy erupted around him as Tier 4 was unlocked. Third type lightning greatsword. He unleashed the technique, Relampago Eterno, the eternal lightning flash. Lee So-an was horrified by the massive surge of mana being released. She wondered why she, great elder Lee So-an, who had never bowed to anyone, could feel such fear. She let out a piercing scream in her rage. Lee So-an roared Shin Menchul's name as the gigantic dark mass lunged forward. Facing the attack, Shin Menchul simply stood still within his lightning aura. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, preparing for battle. A destructive bolt of lightning shot straight up into the sky, piercing the dark tentacles. Nearby, tactical forces felt the shockwave, frantically wondering if it was an earthquake. With blazing eyes, Shin Menchul stood firm in the eye of the lightning energy storm. His spear of light continued to tear through the darkness created by Lee So-an's magic. Witnessing this, Lee So-an mocked Shin Menchul for thinking that dark magic sourced from 200 people was limited. She laughed at his narrow perspective, revealing that she had absorbed 200 mana batteries today alone. Lee So-an declared that the total number of people she had absorbed since arriving in Korea was around 700. With that immense energy source, she could create countless tentacles. The exact number she cited was 200 million. Lee So-an confidently proclaimed that no matter how many times they were destroyed, her mana would never run out. Elsewhere, Shim Unseo realized Shin Menchul had changed the battle location for her and the others' sake. She was horrified to understand he did this, fearing they would be caught in the eternal lightning flash attack. Lee So-an flashed a sinister smile and announced that she had changed her mind. She explained that the original plan was only to kill those who stood in her way and spare the rest to serve as mana batteries. Two nearby agents looked at each other in terror, one desperately asking if this was the end of the world. Now, Lee So-an decided she would cover the entire surface of Pohang with her tentacles. She screamed maniacally that no living creature, not even insects, would survive. Lee So-an declared she would turn this land into a dead zone to make an example of those who dared oppose her. Her dark magic began to converge, ready to swallow the entire city. Gigantic dark energy tentacles stretched out from a central point, engulfing the night sky. They spread, plunging the entire factory district into deadly darkness. Suddenly, a figure radiating brilliant blue light appeared in mid-air. Shin Menchul wondered if the number was truly only 200 million, a number far too small. He challenged her, asking if anyone had ever counted the stars in the night sky, then unleashed his full power. An intricate network of light, the infinite stars technique, was formed. The image of the constellation of light reflected in Lee So-an's astonished eyes. Standing alongside Park So-young, Shin Menchul launched a gigantic pillar of light into the sky. Lee So-on's dark magic began to crack under the overwhelming power. The entirety of the dark magic shattered into pieces. The terrifying explosion threw Lee So-on, Shim Un-seo, and Kim Tae-young backward. Standing next to Shim Un-seo, Kim Tae-young looked at the motionless Lee So-on and asked if she could be saved. Shim Un-seo replied that it was too late, because even without the general's attack, she wouldn't have lived much longer. She explained that the dark magic had destroyed Lee So-on's internal organs from the inside. Shim Un-seo confirmed that even if left alone, Lee So-on would not have survived for more than a year. A bald NIS commander grabbed Kim Tae-young, furious about the delay, and the fact that Lee So-on had died before they could find the Great Elder. A younger agent reassured the commander, stating that it was not yet time to despair since someone was still breathing. Lee So-on's sword lay abandoned on the ground. Lee So-on lay there, eyes closed, utterly defeated. Park So-young woke up, clenching her fists. Shin Menchul asked about Park So-young's condition. She was confused and didn't understand what had happened. She could only recall the last moment she remembered, waiting with Kim Min-wook for Kim Jung-ho. Shin Menchul advised her not to dwell on it, while hinting at the dangerous power she had utilized. A terrifying memory flashed through Park So-young's mind, an image of herself coughing up blood. The group realized that this was Lee So-on's power. They wondered if it was simply the power that Lee So-on had bestowed upon Park So-young. If not, a more worrying possibility might have occurred. Kim Tae-young angrily worried that the enemy would infiltrate again, but Shin Menchul believed they wouldn't give up so easily. Feeling overwhelmed, Kim Min-wook declared he wanted to leave, prompting Shin Menchul to tease him in return. Kim Min-wook turned to reassure Kim Tae-young, telling him to calm down. Shin Menchul asserted that he would not remain passive and would launch an attack as soon as they had information about the Great Elder. He thought to himself that the time for the counterattack would soon begin. Suddenly, a strange man in a white suit appeared, suggesting that the organization needed to reflect on this failure. The man revealed that Lee So-on had acted because Lee Young-ho was in trouble, and her ambitions extended beyond Southeast Asia. He admitted that Lee So-on had once been considered a top talent within the organization. He then angrily stomped his foot heavily on the ground, causing the surface to shatter. He looked down at Lee So-on's motionless body. With a scornful smile, he mocked that she was ultimately just trash-obsessed with dark magic. An enigmatic, powerful figure landed at Incheon International Airport. The figure was a large man, accompanied by his subordinate, Duncan Butler. When asked about the flight, the man complained that air travel service was no longer as good as it used to be. Duncan Butler explained that they had avoided using a private jet to prevent attracting unnecessary attention. Afterward, the two entered a waiting black car. Inside the car, Duncan inquired about Lee So-on's situation and learned that she had been attacked by Korean hunters. Duncan smirked, suggesting that this outcome was inevitable ever since Lee So-on began using the forbidden elixir. Upon hearing that Yoo Kyung-jin had been captured, the powerful man coldly ordered that the useless subordinate must be dealt with. As the car drove off, Duncan announced that everyone was awaiting the Duke's arrival. In a luxurious room, Kim Il-young, the vice-chairman of the Jungang Group, was waiting. He was joined by Kim Byung-do, the president of Daeyoung Heavy Industry. Also present was Lee Jae-ho, the CEO of Daehan Daily, who spoke up to welcome the guests to Korea. The three corporate leaders stood before the seated Duke and Duncan Butler, wondering about the reason for the meeting. Duncan Butler stated that, due to the long journey, he had brought a precious gift from the United Kingdom. Kim Byung-do accepted the box on everyone's behalf and offered his thanks. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find only a black necklace and a black bracelet inside. Duncan Butler smiled meaningfully, urging them to wear the gifts that the Duke himself had brought. Kim Il-young nervously complied, taking the necklace. He reluctantly placed the black jewelry around his neck. The Duke finally spoke, revealing that the items had been used since the time of the East India Company 400 years ago, and were originally treasures from the British Imperial Museum. Kim Il-young and Kim Byung-do thanked him, but the Duke coldly revealed that he could detonate their necklaces and bracelets at any moment. Both chairmen were stunned by the declaration. The Duke asserted that as long as they obeyed his orders, the bombs would not explode, prompting Kim Il-young to desperately ask if they would be removed afterward. The Duke merely snorted in contempt at their question. Kim Byung-do, realizing their predicament, told the others that, if they were obedient, they might only lose an arm, which was still better than losing their lives. With a sinister smile, the Duke commanded them to submit. At this point, Duncan Butler placed an ornate box on the table. Duncan announced that to commemorate the Duke's visit, he had also prepared two gifts. The Duke showed amusement at Duncan's introduction. The first gift was revealed to be Yoo Kyung-jin, suspended in a web-like structure, and Duncan explained that she was a potential warrior discovered by Lee So-on. The Duke asked about the second gift, and Duncan handed him a tablet. On the screen was an investigative report by the Daehan Daily regarding suspicions of inhumane experiments conducted by the National Intelligence Service, NIS, in Pohang. The Duke realized this was the very experiment Yu Kyung-jin had undergone. Duncan confirmed that another woman, Park So-young, was also involved in the experiment, leading the Duke to conclude that the NIS had overstepped its bounds. The Duke remarked that even the greatest empires collapse due to internal enemies, not external ones. He then asked Duncan about the Great Elder's status, and Duncan replied that he had spoken with the Elder 2 days before arriving in Korea. Meanwhile, in a building in Berlin, Germany, an elderly man with long silver hair was seated when he was approached by an aide. The aide reported that this was a message from Elder Lloyd in England, who was shocked by the news of Lee Seoin's death in Korea. She added that everyone was already connected, and only awaiting the Great Elder. In a dark space, the Great Elder stood before the busts, representing the organization's members. He questioned why they wished to meet him, believing everyone was busy with their assigned tasks. A member of the Round Table asked if it was true that Andrew had been dispatched to Korea. The member continued, stating that their goal was not to capture Shin Menchul, but due to him, the organization's resources were being unnecessarily wasted. The member suggested they should consider abandoning the strategy concerning Korea, which was initially only a stepping stone to attack China and Japan. The Great Elder grew furious, his eyes flashing red as he asked if they were all opposing his decision. Another Round Table member retorted that even the Great Elder could not ignore their will, as Andrew was the de facto master of the Round Table. The Great Elder scoffed, asking if they distrusted Andrew Duncan, and implying that the Round Table's master couldn't handle an anomaly in Korea. A member demanded that the Great Elder stop beating around the bush. The Great Elder sneered, wondering what expression Andrew would make upon learning how the Round Table viewed him. The Round Table members unanimously declared they had no intention of obeying the Great Elder's orders. The Great Elder sternly warned that any further opposition would be considered treason against the organization, and he would cut off all technical support. He emphasized that without his funding, the completion of their research would be delayed. The Round Table members fell silent in the face of the threat. The Great Elder thought to himself, "It is unbelievable to witness this. The moment the master loses power, the dogs bare their fangs." Nevertheless, he declared that he could not allow the organization's forces to be scattered in Korea. He decided to send the Highlander Knights as reinforcements. Later, in a grand hall, the Great Elder told an associate that this was not entirely his own decision. He revealed that Andrew himself had requested the resources, and told the associate to trust Andrew and him more. The Great Elder declared the meeting adjourned and departed with his associate. A red-haired woman asked the Great Elder if it was acceptable to simply ignore the members of the Round Table. She worried that they had become the largest faction within the organization and were plotting their own schemes. The Great Elder calmly replied that it was fine. He confidently asserted that regardless of their actions, Andrew Duncan would not be returning from Korea. Meanwhile, at the CIA Special Operations Team office in Itaewon, Shin Menchul confronted Park Moo-young. Park Moo-young massaged his aching shoulder and asked Shin Menchul if the training wasn't a bit too intense. He complained about having to train even on a Sunday. Shin Menchul retorted sharply, asking if he planned to refuse to fight just because the enemy chose to invade on a Sunday. Park Moo-young wondered if he was being punished for skipping the previous training session, but Shin Menchul stated that the intensity was due to Yoon Seo. Shin Menchul seriously warned him not to underestimate the enemy's capabilities, as the situation had changed drastically. In a flashback, Duncan Butler mocked that Lee So-on was merely trash-obsessed with dark mana, despite having exhausted everyone. The flashback showed Duncan quickly subduing Park So-young before vanishing with her. Returning to the present, Park Moo-young trained and noted that the enemies didn't need to adapt to mana through rigorous training like they did. Shin Menchul agreed, explaining that despite the side effects causing physical imbalance, the enemies could rapidly increase their mana output for combat. The two began their sparring session, gripping each other's hands tightly. Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young lunged at each other, exchanging the first blows. Their training intensified into a fierce exchange of high-speed punches. Park Moo-young added that there was also a technology called a booster, so they had to account for the possibility of an opponent's abilities instantly spiking several ranks. Shin Menchul asked about Park Moo-young's current rank, and he replied that he would reach rank 4 within a week. Hearing this, Shin Menchul ordered him to achieve that rank in 3 days, leaving Park Moo-young stunned. Shin Menchul gave a sinister smile and declared that Park Moo-young would soon reach rank 4 despite his panicked protests. Elsewhere, Shim Unseo irritably called someone an idiot. Meanwhile, in the Situation Room of the CIA Special Operations Division, an alarm suddenly blared. Katherine Johnson asked for the situation report, and a technician reported that the motion detector on the second basement floor had detected an intruder. As the rapid response team was deployed, Catherine ordered the second floor sealed off and the intruder tracked via camera. Catherine asked for the intruder's location, but the technician reported that they couldn't find any trace. Catherine likened the intruder to a ghost, just as the technician suddenly noticed something. The intruder was none other than Shin Menchul, who materialized right in the room and explained her actions were merely a security test. With a smile, Shin Menchul suggested they talk somewhere quieter. Catherine sternly demanded an explanation, warning that the consequences would be severe if she wasn't convinced. Shin Menchul unexpectedly proposed that Catherine form a team with her. Catherine refused, asserting that the elite hunter unit of Section Team 2 was already strong enough. Shin Menchul explained that the team she proposed had a different nature, which immediately made Catherine suspicious. Catherine questioned whether Shin Menchul was suggesting an assassination squad, something the United States did not officially acknowledge. Shin Menchul revealed her knowledge of an unofficial assassination team called Orion, and suggested recruiting members from it to form a new squad. Catherine was astonished by the dangerous proposal, revealing that the existence of the Orion team was a top-level secret known only to a select few. She emphasized that this secret was so tightly guarded that even the members of Section Team 2 were unaware of it. Catherine demanded Shin Menchul explain the reasoning behind this sudden proposal. Shin Menchul decisively stated that they needed to change their strategy and could no longer afford to remain passive. Catherine warned of the immense burden and political risk if Shin Menchul ran an assassination team herself, as any mistake would fall directly onto her government. Shin Menchul confidently proposed establishing a special task force led by herself. She explained that if the mission failed, she would take the fall, shielding the U.S. government from criticism, since no one could trace any information back to her. Catherine Johnson reluctantly accepted Shin Menchul's offer. As Shin Menchul turned to leave, Catherine hastily asked for the name of the new team. Shin Menchul replied simply, "Phantom," and instantly vanished. Catherine muttered in annoyance that Shin Menchul was just as arbitrary and prone to vanishing as Shin Menchul. In Sinsadong, Lee Jae-ho, the CEO of Daehan Daily, was sitting back and relaxing. Kim Byung-do, chairman of Daeung Heavy Industry, walked in and complained about being summoned only to find Lee Jae-ho drinking alcohol in the middle of the day. Kim Byung-do threatened to leave if there was nothing important to discuss. Lee Jae-ho sneered at Kim Byung-do, asking if he was angry about the current situation. Kim Byung-do was confused, not understanding what Lee Jae-ho was referring to. Lee Jae-ho grabbed Kim Byung-do's tie, stating that he had become a slave without even realizing it. Kim Byung-do was stunned by the sudden accusation. Lee Jae-ho declared that he had no intention of following the orders of a man named Andrew Duncan. He asserted that he would break free from their control, causing Kim Byung-do to panic and call him crazy. Kim Byung-do tried to justify the situation, arguing that Andrew Duncan was different and that Lee Young-ho had previously treated them kindly. Lee Jae-ho dismissed this, saying Andrew Duncan viewed them as insects and swearing he would stab them in the back if they dared touch him. Kim Byung-do tried to brush off the conversation, but Lee Jae-ho insisted he would rather die than live like this and vowed to expose everything. Lee Jae-ho boasted about the power of the Daehan Daily newspaper, revealing that he was the one who leaked the article about the National Intelligence Service last time. In a fit of rage, Lee Jae-ho smashed his wine glass and yelled that he could take down Andrew Duncan, just as he had done with the National Intelligence Service. Following Lee Jae-ho's challenge, a horrified scream calling Da-jung's name echoed amidst a pool of blood. Duncan Butler coldly observed Da-jung's corpse stuck fast in a web of threads, telling Kim Byung-do that he didn't want to turn a beautiful lady into a rag. He smiled maliciously, stating that Kim Byung-do clearly didn't understand obedience, and that he had only come for a brief greeting today. Duncan Butler warned that if Kim Byung-do displeased the Duke again, he would face serious trouble. Kim Byung-do froze, his face contorted by fear and resentment. Seeing this, Duncan Butler threatened to gouge out Kim Byung-do's eyes if he dared to look at the Duke with such an expression again. He smiled, saying there was still one more thing he wanted to show him. Duncan Butler held up a photo of a young girl, commenting that Kim Byung-do's youngest daughter was very beautiful, and that they would be taking her away. The image of his daughter was reflected in Kim Byung-do's horrified eyes. Completely broken, Kim Byung-do knelt on the ground, begging for the return of his daughter, Ju-eun, and promising unconditional obedience. Duncan Butler merely looked down in silence at the man desperately pleading. Later, on a rooftop, a hooded subordinate reported to Duncan Butler that they had located the target thanks to the chip implanted in Yu Kyung-jin's heart. Duncan Butler smiled with satisfaction, confirming that they had finally found it. He asked about the location for the surveillance team, and the subordinate replied that they were still searching. The subordinate stated that moving within a 2-block radius was too risky. Duncan Butler ordered that the matter be handled quickly so the Duke could proceed with the next phase of his plan. The subordinate promised to find a way to infiltrate as soon as possible, while Duncan Butler confidently stated that the American Hunter Team 2 was not a concern since they hadn't recovered. However, he clenched his fist, admitting that the Korean hunters might prove to be a problem. Suddenly, Duncan Butler showed annoyance as he was questioned by someone accusing him of deceiving them. The caller revealed himself, angrily shouting that Duncan Butler had failed to mention the side effects of the hyper-enhancement drug he had sent. Chen Liangmin furiously stated that although he had won the internal competition, his forces had been reduced by a third. Duncan Butler sneered in response that, if that were the case, Chen Liangmin would need more hyper-enhancement drugs, and he would be adequately compensated if he provided the contracted troops. Duncan asserted that the drug was more than capable of compensating for the losses incurred. Duncan then turned to a hooded subordinate, remarking that Chen Liangmin was becoming increasingly spoiled and perhaps needed to be taught a lesson. He confidently mused that Chen Liangmin was completely unaware that even the opposition faction in Beijing was cooperating with them. Meanwhile, at an NIS facility, Lee Ki-hyuk informed Park Moo-young and Shim Un-seo that he had just received intelligence from the NSA. Park Moo-young was surprised, asking about the involvement of the Chinese. Shin Menchul stepped in to explain that Chinese hunters were expected to arrive at Incheon port within the hour, and this must be related to the newcomer in Korea. With a determined expression, Shin Menchul ordered Un-seo and Moo-young to get ready. He declared that it was time to show the results of their special training, which excited Park Moo-young because he would finally get to use his techniques again. As night fell, the white car carrying Shin Menchul's team departed from the building. From a nearby rooftop, observers confirmed that the Korean hunters had left and decided this was the perfect opportunity. A group of hooded assassins with glowing eyes received the order to move inside. Immediately, white smoke began to be pumped into the facility's corridors. The dense smoke quickly enveloped the entire area, obscuring visibility. The assassination squad silently moved through the smoke-filled corridors. One member of the group drew a pair of pink energy twin blades, ready for combat. They shattered a security door to enter the intelligence sector. Inside, the assassination squad quickly overwhelmed and took down the NIS security personnel. After neutralizing all the guards, the intruders stood in the middle of the silent corridor. One of the hooded assassins unleashed a purple energy strike, taking down an NIS security agent. Immediately afterward, another one used a sharp weapon to pierce through a different guard. The leading assassin glared forward, his glowing eyes filled with murderous intent. Unexpectedly, a brown-haired man, Rick Blaze, rushed forward to block the path of one of the assassins. The assassin recognized Rick and mocked him as the most useless member of Team 2. Rick Blaze coldly warned them to retreat if they wanted to live, but received only a challenge in return. The assassin threatened that even if Rick didn't die, everyone around him would, and advised him to surrender. In response, the assassin sarcastically asked if Rick had hit his head somewhere. Rick clenched his fist, questioning what made them so confident and arrogant. Just then, Shin Menchul appeared behind Rick with a confident smile, implying that he was Rick's backup. In a flashback to 30 minutes earlier, Duncan Butler was discussing with his subordinate how Chen Liangmin was becoming increasingly spoiled and needed to be taught a lesson. Duncan thought to himself that Chen Liangmin was completely unaware that even the opposition faction in Beijing was cooperating with them. Returning to the present, someone was observing the battle from afar on a tall building. Shin Menchul and Shim Un-seo watched from above, and he remarked that the enemy's stealth skills were quite effective, around level 2. Shim Un-seo looked worried, wondering if Team 2 could hold out. Shin Menchul reassured her, saying they had Rick, an expert at stalling for time. 15 minutes earlier, Shin Menchul had ordered Yunso and Moo-young to get ready. The three stood together, with Shin Menchul declaring it was time to show the results of their special training, while Park Moo-young was eager to use his crushing techniques. A luxurious white car pulled up in front of a building. Inside, a teammate handed over equipment and asked if Park Moo-young and Shim Un-seo alone were strong enough to handle the Chinese hunter group. Shin Menchul confidently asked about Yu Kyung-jin's status. Katherine Johnson reported that the target had been moved to a secure shelter on the 5th basement level. She asserted that this shelter was prepared for North Korean nuclear attacks and was impenetrable from the outside. Shin Menchul smiled, declaring that today they would become true hunters, and any rat attempting to escape would die. Facing a hooded assassin, Shin Menchul coldly stated that none of them were necessary to him. The assassin desperately thought they had no chance of victory, as even Elder Lee Young-ho and Great Elder Lee So-eun had fallen to this enemy. Instantly, Shin Menchul lunged forward with terrifying speed. Realizing the situation, the assassin decided that at least one person must escape to report the status. Suddenly, Park Moo-young appeared and stomped the ground, unleashing a surge of blue electrical energy. The powerful current spread, sweeping through the entire group of assassins. One of the assassins screamed in pain as the electric current violently threw him away. Park Moo-young stood amidst the neutralized enemies. Shin Menchul ordered the captured individuals to be taken to the detention room. Yu Kyung-jin, with a bruised face, grumbled that sometimes she felt Shin Menchul forgot she also had human rights. In the CIA Special Activities Division Situation Room, an agent nervously asked if Park Moo-young truly intended to face the Chinese hunters alone. Katherine Johnson confirmed that there were over 40 hunters, and they had brought their toys. A technician reported the presence of a high-grade hunter drone named HC, warning that they wouldn't be able to handle things quietly if it escaped. At the scene, Park Moo-young ordered Shim Un-seo not to interfere. The CIA Rapid Response Team received orders to prepare backup, ready to move in immediately after the two of them acted. Suddenly, the entire team was startled by an unexpected development. A massive blue energy pillar unexpectedly erupted skyward from the ground. Immediately afterward, the energy pillar violently exploded, creating a fireball and black smoke that engulfed the area. Two soldiers in red armor confusedly wondered what was happening, suspecting it was an enemy bomb. A muscular man with markings on his face emerged from the smoke and fire, smirking and mocking that they were still unprepared. A soldier urged his comrade to put on his armor, because reinforcements were arriving soon, while the man casually told them to take their time preparing. The man cracked his knuckles, saying his general always taught that if you curse, the punishment will be harsher. Enraged, the soldiers in red armor roared, ordering him to be torn apart, starting with his mouth. The man delivered an extremely powerful punch to a soldier's face. The punch sent the soldier flying, demonstrating his overwhelming strength. Another soldier drew a knife. Astonished to realize his opponent was an S-rank hunter, the soldier holding the knife charged forward to attack, aiming directly at the man. He easily stopped the sharp blade with his bare hand. The remaining soldiers were stunned to see him catch the knife, quickly shouting for the drone. A heavy combat drone appeared in the sky, controlled by a technician wearing a lab coat. The technician boasted that the device was built at immense cost just to capture A-rank hunters, and it had already taken down two. From afar, Katherine Johnson warned Park Moo-young that the HC-004 drone had killed A-rank hunters before and was a joint product of China and Russia. The man held the captured knife reversed, calmly facing the drone. The drone opened fire, creating a terrifying explosion exactly where he stood, while the technician watched smugly. Katherine Johnson was aghast at the destructive power of the explosion. Amidst the dissipating smoke, the man stood firm and unharmed, surrounded by the defeated soldiers in red armor. A combat drone roared, its eyes glowing bright white. Meanwhile, a hidden enemy ordered the deployment of more drones and preparation to attack Incheon Port after dealing with Park Moo-young. Park Moo-young exerted his strength, punched the ground, and unleashed the Pillar of the Heavenly Wave technique. A massive blue energy column shot straight into the sky, causing a horrific explosion. From a distance, flames and thick black smoke billowed upward, illuminating the night sky. Shim Un-seo and her two soldiers in black silently observed the scene of destruction. In the middle of the port area, Park Moo-young charged forward with sharp blades extending from his forearms. He stopped, calmly observing the fiery wreckage he had created. Park Moo-young muttered to himself that he was still unaccustomed to controlling this technique and would surely be reprimanded by the general. In a control room, Katherine Johnson questioned Shin Menchul about Park Moo-young's actions. Shin Menchul countered by asking why she was surprised, and if she thought he had concealed his comrade's strength. He asserted that he hid nothing, reiterating his prediction that Moo-young and Yun-seo would grow stronger after every battle, and requested her trust. Katherine Johnson coldly asked about the plan after capturing Ghost. Shin Menchul dismissed the question, replying that they would cross that bridge when they came to it. Suddenly, a painful scream echoed from another room. In the detention room, Shim Un-seo threatened a hooded prisoner who was bound by sealing talismans. The prisoner asked what she wanted, and Shim Un-seo replied that she wanted the identity of the elder who had come to Korea. The stubborn prisoner refused to answer. Shim Un-seo coldly expressed regret before activating the talismans, causing the prisoner to scream in agony. She ruthlessly announced that this torture process could last for days until she obtained the elder's identity and location. In extreme agony, the prisoner screamed that the Duke would not forgive him. He desperately begged the Duke for his life. Shim Un-seo coldly tightened the talisman, finishing off the prisoner. Shin Menchul approached and announced that the man's brain had melted. He stated that he had checked all of their corpses. Shim Un-seo observed that the method they used operated on the same principle as Lee Young-ho's. Shin Menchul found it strange to hear the title Duke on Earth, concluding that the newly arrived elder must be European. He further explained that in some European nations, royalty and nobility still exist. Meanwhile, In a forest in Misiones province, Argentina, a wounded man with dreadlocks was confronting 3 armored knights. The man gritted his teeth, warning them to clean up the area and leave. He furiously cursed the bastards. Immediately, one of the knights swung his sword and struck him down. The commanding knight, Lampard, received an urgent message from Korea. Duncan Butler appeared via a communication device, asking Director Lampard about the operation's progress, and was informed that they had just finished clearing 3 locations. Lampard presented the plan to clear out the drug manufacturing facilities and deal with PCC leader Aurelio in Brazil. But Duncan interrupted, demanding that the task be postponed. Duncan conveyed that the Duke had issued an emergency summons, requiring Lampard to travel to Korea as soon as possible. Lampard showed annoyance, sarcastically remarking that their talented butler seemed incapable of serving the Duke properly. Duncan explained that there had been a setback in the Korean operation, prompting Lampard to ask if it was caused by the rumored Korean hunter. Duncan confirmed that his subordinates had fallen victim to Shin Menchul, astonishing Lampard, as all 7 of Steve Daines' subordinates were knight rank. Duncan Butler continued to explain that his forces possessed the best stealth capabilities in the world, enough to rival even Section Team 2, the strongest A-rank hunter group. Meanwhile, in Argentina, Lampard asked a subordinate named Whedon about the situation, and was informed that everything had been neatly cleared up. Immediately afterward, Lampard ordered a private jet prepared in Buenos Aires for a direct flight to Korea. He announced that this was an emergency summons from the Duke. Back in a luxurious room, Duncan Butler asked his black-clad associate if Lampard would be able to capture Shin Menchul. The mysterious associate replied that guaranteeing victory in a direct confrontation would be difficult. Duncan looked surprised, asking if that was his assessment of Shin Menchul's skill. The associate explained that Shin Menchul's actions far exceeded the standards of a normal hunter. He then moved a piece on the chessboard and asked Duncan about the progress of the other plans. Duncan reported that they had secured sufficient funds, and that negotiations with the ruling party were in the final stages, adding that a man named Kim Se-jin had just arrived at the airport. A voice rang out, requesting that the newcomer remove his blindfold. Duncan looked at the man who had just appeared, and sarcastically asked if he understood what was happening. The man was Kim Se-jin, an elderly politician who looked extremely confused and anxious. The black-clad associate welcomed Kim Se-jin back to Korea after 2 years, while a gigantic dark serpent illusion manifested behind him. Kim Se-jin fearfully wondered if the other man's eyes were human, while the associate stated that his presence indicated his resolve. Kim Se-jin thanked him for the choice, but excused himself by saying it had been over 4 years since he left politics. He pessimistically suggested that no one would remember him, and that running for president was unrealistic. However, the associate countered, arguing that the opposition lacked candidates, and this was the golden opportunity. Kim Se-jin remained hesitant, thinking to himself that he lacked both the organization and the funding necessary to compete. As if reading his mind, the black-clad associate snapped his fingers decisively. Kim Se-jin suddenly turned around, facing his potential allies. The mysterious associate declared that Jungang Group and Daeyoung Heavy Industry would provide financial support, while the Daehan Daily newspaper would shape public opinion for him. He continued to explain that the most terrifying thing in politics was the shifting tide of public opinion. Kim Se-jin still hesitated, expressing concern that many in the party disliked him after the last Seoul mayoral election, and that securing the support of party members was crucial. The associate revealed that the true power in the Korean Republican Party lay with Chairman Park Sang-chun, who was nicknamed the Kingmaker. He affirmed that he had met with Park Sang-chun and reached an agreement. Within the next few days, Park Sang-chun's entire faction would align with Kim Se-jin. Overwhelmed, Kim Se-jin stammered, asking what he had to do in return. The mysterious associate presented a pair of glasses in the darkness. Kim Se-jin looked up at the offered item with ambitious eyes. Finally, he bowed in acceptance, officially joining the ranks of this power. Meanwhile, an emergency meeting was taking place at the CIA Special Activities Center safe house in Itaewon. An agent reported that they had heard the word Duke mentioned. Manager Lee Jong-sung asked in surprise. While the other agents listened intently, Lee Jong-sung immediately ordered an agent named Ki Hyuk to establish surveillance, stating that the Duke of Bedford from England had entered Korea. At another location, a man in a sharp suit stood looking out the window. Lee Jong-sung identified this man as Andrew Duncan, the Duke of Bedford, and founder of the global company Origin. Intelligence indicated that Andrew Duncan was a major figure, having previously served as a commander in the Royal Navy Special Forces and Director of Naval Intelligence. Lee Jong-sung wanted to arrest Andrew immediately, but the younger agent intervened, arguing that they could not touch such an important figure without evidence. The agent smiled and decided, "In that case, we will go meet him." Lee Jong-sung expressed concern about approaching such a high-profile figure, especially given the NIS's currently poor public image. The agent in the fur-collared jacket, Shin Menchul, suggested they would have to employ a force that the opponent could not refuse. Katherine Johnson suddenly appeared, dismissing their concerns and announcing that Andrew Duncan was at the Daehan Hotel, with a meeting scheduled in 1 hour. The agent was surprised by the speed of events, noting that they should have discussed the plan from the beginning. Katherine further explained Andrew Duncan's background, noting that he was a former president of the British Senate and had cooperated with the CIA since his military service. The agent revealed that he had arranged the meeting by requesting advice on the situation in England, and as a precaution, the hunters from the Special Operations Unit would accompany them. He maintained a determined expression, ready for the impending confrontation. At the luxurious Daehan Hotel, the meeting was about to begin. A refined man bowed and introduced himself as Steve Daines, the Duke of Bedford's personal assistant, welcoming Katherine from the CIA's Special Operations Division. Steve Daines announced that the Duke was waiting and led the way for Katherine. Steve led Katherine's group, which included the agent in the fur-collared jacket and a muscular, bearded man, down the corridor. Through internal communication, the agent warned Katherine that Steve was the one who had kidnapped Park So-young, and that he was already wearing his hunter gear as a precaution. Katherine reassured him, noting that the opponent could not act without clear evidence either. She noticed the excessive confidence emanating from Steve Daines' self-satisfied smile. Finally, they met Andrew Duncan, who welcomed them with a compliment regarding Katherine's beauty. Katherine responded formally, but Andrew suggested they speak naturally, without using honorifics. Andrew politely invited his guests to partake in the tea already set on the table. While enjoying the tea, Andrew recounted that it was brewed traditionally, dating back to his time with the East India Company, and Katherine politely thanked him. Andrew glanced at the agent, and asked Katherine if these were the hunters the United States was so proud of. She confirmed they were her bodyguards. Andrew remarked that the CIA must have changed significantly since his time, when the agency was exclusively white. In response to Andrew Duncan, Katherine Johnson noted that now there were female directors and Asian agents, then smiled and said she wouldn't take offense. Duncan Butler, in the role of the butler, merely laughed and said it was just the nostalgia of an old man. Katherine calmly replied that she understood. The man impersonating Andrew Duncan continued the conversation, saying that it was easy to lose track of time in old age, prompting Katherine to ask directly if he had any advice for her. Katherine got straight to the point, stating that they had been tracking a terrorist organization for the past few months. The Duncan impersonator wondered why she hadn't consulted the British MI6 regarding such matters. Katherine explained that since some members of the organization originated from Bedford, his estate, she had come to ask the Duke of Bedford directly. As the meeting concluded and Katherine's group prepared to leave, the Duncan impersonator asked if there was anything else he could do to help. He thanked Katherine for her time and offered to invite her to dinner if she ever visited England in the future. However, the agent in the fur-collared jacket interjected, saying that perhaps a trip to England wouldn't be necessary and that they would meet again soon. After Katherine's group departed, they were escorted out of the room. The Andrew Duncan impersonator silently watched them disappear. Duncan Butler approached, thanking the stand-in for his hard work and praising his acting skills. He addressed the stand-in as Mr. Henry. Mr. Henry replied that it had been a decade since he last played the role, while Duncan Butler admitted that even he was almost fooled by the performance. Duncan Butler deduced that Katherine, being accompanied by Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young, indicated that the enemy already knew they belonged to the organization. He was also aware that an entire CIA hunter team was waiting on the lower floors. Duncan Butler concluded that some of his men had been captured alive during the previous infiltration, and they were the ones who leaked the information about the Duke. Having successfully deceived the enemy, he believed the Duke was now free to operate in the shadows. The next day, a new scene opened in the VIP room of a Japanese restaurant in Cheongdam-dong. At the luxurious restaurant, Kim Se-jin told the corporate leaders that for the greater good, they needed to prepare a large sum of money. Kim Il-young looked stunned upon seeing the requested amount displayed on his phone. He protested, arguing that Kim Se-jin was too greedy when the official election campaign hadn't even begun. Kim Se-jin retorted that, as a latecomer, he required a large amount of capital to quickly secure enough seats in the National Assembly. Lee Jae-ho was cautious, stating that they needed to calculate carefully since the fund preparation had to be handled internally within the party. Lee Jae-ho warned that mobilizing such a massive slush fund in a short period would cause them trouble. Kim Se-jin confidently reassured them, promising that once he entered the Blue House, he would repay the amount many times over, viewing it as an investment. In his mind, Kim Se-jin was smug about his ability to grasp the status of others, viewing these men as nothing more than dogs. just like Andrew Duncan's subordinates. He inwardly affirmed that merely being able to control them like dogs was sufficient. Lee Jae-ho revealed his plan, stating that once Chairman Park Sung-chan announced his support, they would immediately launch a media war using pre-prepared articles. When asked about the importance of online portals, Lee Jae-ho confidently told them not to worry about that aspect. He explained that once they posted their articles, the online news sites would immediately write critical follow-up pieces. Lee Jae-ho continued that those news sites would copy their articles, causing news about the candidate to instantly flood all the major portals. Kim Se-jin smiled in satisfaction, praising Lee Jae-ho as expected from the head of Daehan Daily. The meeting concluded, and night fell outside the restaurant. After the meal, the corporate chairman departed, while two aides bowed in farewell. As Kim Se-jin prepared to enter his car, Kim Byung-do suddenly spoke up, cautioning him to be wary of Steve Daines. With a serious expression, Kim Byung-do stressed that the man was a devil. Sitting in the car, Kim Se-jin dismissed the warning, assuming it was merely because Kim Byung-do disliked a butler from the Duncan family. Kim Se-jin's car drove away from the restaurant, leaving the warning behind. Inside a vehicle on assignment, a brown-haired, slicked-back agent drove, while his ponytail-wearing colleague sat in the back seat. The driving agent ordered his colleague not to act rashly and merely observe from a distance. At the CIA Special Activities Center headquarters in Itaewon, Shin Menchul announced that the real Andrew Duncan was heading in the same direction as Kim Se-jin. From inside the car, the ponytail agent grumbled irritably about being nagged. From the command room, Shin Menchul scoffed back, confirming he had heard his subordinate's complaint. The narrative flashed back to the previous day, at the Grand Hotel, where Shin Menchul was thinking to himself, unsure if the meeting with the man would be helpful. The man impersonating Andrew Duncan, Mr. Henry, thanked Katherine Johnson and extended an invitation for her to visit England in the future. Katherine replied cryptically that perhaps she wouldn't need to travel that far, as they would meet again soon. As the group walked away, they saw Mr. Henry off as he departed the luxurious hotel lobby. Mr. Henry turned his head for one last look before leaving. Shin Menchul thought to himself that he hadn't expected their identities to be exposed so easily. He turned and told Katherine that the man was an imposter, completely unlike the enemies they usually faced. Katherine confirmed he was a double, and the real Andrew Duncan had gone into hiding. The bearded bodyguard accompanying them admitted that he hadn't sensed anything unusual. Shin Menchul insisted his intuition was correct, but they couldn't act yet, due to lack of evidence. He asserted that these were the very people who had devastated Pohang City, and they could not be allowed to walk free without punishment. The bodyguard and Katherine were stunned, questioning Shin Menchul because his decision was based solely on intuition. Returning to the present, Katherine revealed that the glasses she wore during the meeting had a hidden camera. Facial analysis results from the camera showed a match rate of 99.9%. Standing with the team, Shin Menchul concluded that even plastic surgery couldn't achieve such a high number. Shin Menchul firmly stated that they were making a mistake. An agent countered that they needed a legitimate reason to act, as they were not a gangster organization, even if the culprit from Pohang was standing right next to their target. Suddenly, Katherine Johnson appeared, and reported to Lee Jong-sung that she had found evidence the man at the Daehan Hotel was merely a double. When Lee Jong-sung asked about the source, Katherine revealed the information came from the British intelligence agency. Lee Jong-sung was furious that Katherine had acted unilaterally, but she calmly advised him to review the contents first. The documents revealed shocking information. Andrew Duncan had an identical twin brother named Henry Duncan. However, official records stated that Henry Duncan had died in childhood, and this information was completely absent from their data. Katherine wondered why a person who didn't exist on paper would do this. Lee Jong-sung explained that even intelligence data lacked detail, and everything related to the royal family had been erased. Katherine argued that if Henry were alive, it would explain why the facial recognition results matched 99%. Another agent expressed skepticism, calling it mere speculation and demanding proof. Lee Jong-sung confidently declared he could prove it. He presented the first piece of evidence, a photo from an official schedule in Spain showing Andrew Duncan. The second piece of evidence was another photo found on the social media account of an American couple in Argentina. When zoomed in, Andrew Duncan's face appeared again, and Lee Jong-sung pointed out the absurdity that the two photos were taken only 2 hours apart in two vastly distant locations. Just then, another agent brought additional documents to Lee Jong-sung. It was a list of people Andrew Duncan had met, including politicians from the ruling party involved in the presidential election. A young agent recognized one of the individuals as Kim Se-jin. He recalled that Kim Se-jin was a figure who had failed in his bid for re-election as Seoul mayor and had withdrawn from politics. Another agent added a suspicious detail. Kim Se-jin had only just arrived today. After a moment of silence, the entire NIS team reviewed the situation together. Lee Jong-sung asked if everyone understood the full picture, but a silver-haired agent stated they still lacked authorization for a preemptive strike. The brown-haired ponytail agent firmly declared they would focus on monitoring Kim Se-jin. Shin Menchul reiterated his warning about a dangerous figure orchestrating everything behind the scenes. He announced that it was time for their faction to become the Hunters. The scene shifted to the new CIA office in Jongno. There, Ethan Mark unexpectedly ran into an old teammate and asked what he was doing there, mentioning Catherine in the process. The dark-haired agent explained that he and Shim Un-seo had been transferred there. Shim Un-seo revealed they would be forming a new team called Phantom, noting how much things had changed during her absence. Ethan Mark questioned the capabilities of the Korean hunters, while the male teammate admitted that Shim Un-seo seemed highly skilled. Their attention was interrupted by a blonde woman, irritating Ethan Mark because she was using her powers without support gear. He grumbled, wondering why she couldn't simply walk normally inside a secure facility. The three individuals, Shim Un-seo, the male teammate, and the blonde woman faced each other in a training area. The blonde woman curiously asked about Shim Un-seo's suit, wondering if it had cloaking capabilities. Shim Un-seo explained that it was a multi-billion-dollar product provided by Catherine. The male agent announced they would begin the assessment, and Shim Un-seo volunteered to go first. However, the blonde woman smirked, suggesting they couldn't conduct a proper assessment by attacking one by one. She confidently demanded that both of them attack her simultaneously. Shim Un-seo accepted the challenge, stating that her opponent had severely underestimated them, and she would respond with full force. The blonde woman unleashed a powerful aura, declaring she would make them regret their arrogance. Immediately, Shim Un-seo charged forward with astonishing speed. Her male teammate simultaneously rushed in from another direction. However, the blonde woman merely slipped away, moving like a phantom. She leaped into the air, flying over the heads of both attackers. The moment she landed, she prepared for a counterattack. Shim Un-seo exclaimed in shock, unable to believe the opponent could evade mid-air. The blonde woman mocked that it was a rookie mistake as she spun around to attack. She unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast strikes, forcing Shim Un-seo onto the defensive. Meanwhile, the male teammate noticed a fatal opening. He immediately lunged forward, aiming a punch directly at the opponent's back. However, the punch struck empty air as the blonde woman suddenly vanished, leaving both stunned at missing the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, energy daggers appeared, and her voice echoed, criticizing their poor skills and demanding they restart their training. The blonde woman reappeared at a safe distance, surrounded by hovering weapons, ready to strike. The male teammate angrily remarked that aside from her weapons and speed, she seemed to possess no other talent. In response, the blonde woman simply offered a mysterious smile. Elsewhere, in a magnificent hall, the Highlander Knights knelt, announcing their presence to their master. Duncan Butler, standing on a high platform with a masked subordinate, ordered them to rise. He looked down and addressed them formally. Highlander Knights. These warriors were originally Scottish soldiers who resisted the English invasion. After their homeland was annexed, they became a notorious mercenary army throughout Europe. Some Highlander Knights made a pact with Duncan 300 years ago, and began serving as guardian knights for the family. The Duke revived their lineage in the modern era. The Duke asked a knight if the situation in Argentina had been properly resolved. The knight reported that they had wiped out all the drug production facilities of the PCC, Brazil's largest criminal organization, but unfortunately lacked the time to deal with their leader. The Duke explained that they had no choice, as the situation in Korea was urgent. He warned that the target this time was not an easy opponent, causing a knight to ask if he was being deemed incompetent. The Duke frankly admitted that he could not guarantee victory in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, the target was not alone, as Shin Menchul's subordinates and a unit of American hunters were also moving with him. Shin Menchul's subordinates were assessed to be on par with Section Team 2, a group composed entirely of top-tier A-rank hunters. A knight wondered how strong Shin Menchul himself must be if his subordinates were already at that level. The Duke confirmed that without a doubt, Shin Menchul was currently the only S-rank hunter, alongside the Infinite Hunter. The Highlander Knights were stunned upon hearing the S-rank designation. One of them clenched his fist, showing fierce determination. The knight declared that his desire was to fight an S-rank hunter at least once in his life. Another knight asked if the mission would be difficult, even with their rook-level rank. The Duke challenged the knight's confidence, asking if he could guarantee victory against Lee So-an, and received the reply that she was no match for him. The Duke continued his interrogation, reiterating that Lee So-an had absorbed the dark mana of 700 people. He emphasized that this mission held great significance, going beyond merely capturing Shin Menchul. Their second objective was to secure victory in the election for Kim Se-jin, which was the Great Elder's will for dominating Korea. Meanwhile, at his mansion, Kim Byung-do, the CEO of Daeung Heavy Industry, sat deep in thought. Kim Byung-do held the pistol, telling himself it was useless against his enemies, but the only thing that helped him sleep soundly. Painful memories of a man and a woman from the past constantly haunted him. Suddenly, Kim Byung-do's eyes widened in terror as he sensed an unfamiliar presence. Two figures in black, wearing white masks, suddenly appeared, causing him to frantically point his gun and demand to know who they were. Kim Byung-do cocked the pistol, questioning whether they had been sent by Steve Daines. Realizing they knew about Steve Daines, he asserted that the conversation would be easier, and deduced that they also knew about Andrew Duncan. Kim Byung-do growled, demanding the whereabouts of those two individuals. Instead of answering, the male agent countered by asking why he was hunting Steve Daines and Andrew Duncan, and ordered him to drop his inquisitive attitude. The female agent coldly warned that if Kim Byung-do tried to discover their identities, he would die. Kim Byung-do scrutinized them, concluding they were more ruthless than they appeared, given they were willing to oppose the one who murdered their master's lover. He gritted his teeth, his heart swelling with resentment. With fiery eyes, Kim Byung-do declared he would cooperate on the condition that they promised to kill Steve Daines. Meanwhile, a notification stated that the item requested by the Great Elder, a chained entity, had arrived at the airport. Elsewhere, Duncan Butler suggested to the Masked Duke that they needed to distract public opinion and ordered contact with Lee Jae-ho of the Daehan Daily newspaper. Duncan instructed that the prepared article must be published immediately, and the Masked Duke agreed. Back at NIS headquarters, Shin Menchul complained that his stomach was about to be perforated from drinking too much coffee. Lee Jong-sung worriedly stated that they couldn't get more support because of Kim Se-jin, and if things continued this way, they would all die. Shin Menchul immediately teased, suggesting they brew a traditional herbal tonic for his superior. Lee Jong-sung irritably dismissed the idea, saying he knew Shin Menchul would just make everyone overwork even after taking the tonic. Shin Menchul merely smirked, replying that since they were going to overwork anyway, taking a little extra tonic wouldn't hurt. Shin Menchul suggested sending agents to pressure Kim Il-young and Lee Jae-ho to extract information. Lee Jong-sung angrily retorted, asking if Shin Menchul had forgotten whose mistake had landed them in this difficult situation in the first place. Just then, a frantic agent rushed in, calling for Shin Menchul, interrupting his warning about interfering with the media. The panicked agent reported that the Daehan Daily newspaper had just published a damaging article about Kim Se-jin and the NIS. The exclusive article accused the NIS of interfering in the presidential election and illegally surveilling candidate K. Overwhelmed by panic, Lee Jong-sung immediately ordered the field teams to retreat and erase all traces of surveillance. Contrary to everyone's anxiety, Shin Menchul smiled, declaring this an act of war and predicting that the opposition would soon release more news. He calmly stated that since the enemy had initiated a war of public opinion, they should respond in kind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Duncan Butler reported to his superior that public sentiment was exploding just hours later. He noted that civilian groups had seized the opportunity presented by the Pohang incident to demand accountability from the NIS. Simultaneously, Republican Party Chairman Park Sung-cheon acted according to plan, convening an emergency meeting. He and his legislators were demanding the launch of a special investigation targeting the NIS. Recognizing the opportune moment, the Masked Duke ordered his subordinates to publicly reveal Shin Menchul's identity and instructed Lee Jae-ho to publish a follow-up article. Duncan Butler worried that the NIS had discovered their connection to Lee Jae-ho and suggested sending knights for protection. However, Duncan coldly dismissed the idea, deciding to abandon Lee Jae-ho. Back at the NIS, Lee Jong-sung worried about Lee Jae-ho's next move. He insisted that they must arrest Lee Jae-ho immediately, but Shin Menchul responded with a loaded, rhetorical question. Lee Jong-sung irritably explained that touching a media figure right now would only further enrage the public. Shin Menchul then revealed his true plan. They would secretly abduct Lee Jae-ho instead of publicly arresting him. He concluded that they would use Lee Jae-ho's testimony to turn the tide in this war of public opinion. Shim Un-seo felt a chill at the thought of prioritizing the CIA over the NIS. Meanwhile, the Duke moved a chess piece, revealing that the next article would confirm Shin Menchul as the head of the NIS's secret operations team. Duncan Butler explained that once Shin Menchul acted against Lee Jae-ho, all the Daehan Daily articles would become undeniable truth. The Duke continued his analysis, arguing that even if the NIS obtained a confession, Park Sang-cheon would cover it up, and Kim Se-jin would emerge as a politician fighting against the NIS conspiracy. With glowing eyes, the Duke smugly remarked that Shin Menchul was acting exactly as he had predicted. He crushed the white chess piece in his hand, causing it to disintegrate into dark purple energy. The Duke smiled maliciously, declaring that figures like Lee Jae-ho and Kim Byung-do were merely easily replaceable pawns. A new scene was set in the underground parking lot of a luxury apartment complex in Seongsu-dong. A tense phone call took place in the parking lot, with a voice expressing frustration with Chairman Kim. A manager was irritably talking on the phone inside the car, complaining that a person named Seon was becoming increasingly arrogant and demanding acting roles. The manager hastily promised to discipline her, but the person on the other end coldly stated they would not meet again and told him to handle it himself. In desperation, the manager promised to send Seon to a facility in Japan and prepare a more obedient replacement. However, the person on the other end replied that they already had an obedient person ready, just as a mysterious gloved hand appeared inside the car. The manager turned around in horror and discovered that Shim Unseo had suddenly appeared in the driver's seat. He stammered, asking for the identity of the newcomer. Suddenly, Shin Menchul, who had taken over the call, spoke through the manager's phone, saying, "Oh, Chairman Kim, this guy." Shin Menchul continued to mock him, complimenting the chairman's handling of the situation, leaving the manager utterly confused. Still failing to grasp the situation, the manager tried to end the call, saying he trusted the chairman to protect him. Shim Unso coldly asked if an introduction was necessary, while simultaneously reminding the manager of his insolent attitude. She closed her eyes and delivered a final warning, stating that he didn't seem to understand his predicament yet. Shim Unso ordered the manager to remain silent until she gave him permission to speak. She threatened that if he opened his mouth again, she would start by severing his fingers. Shin Menchul thought to himself that Chairman Kim had understood his preferences perfectly this time. Seeing the man completely subdued, terrified to the extreme, the manager screamed, begging for his life. Bound tightly to the seat, he promised to give them everything they wanted in exchange for his life. Shin Menchul approached, mocking the manager as an interesting fool for daring to publish such an article without knowing his face. He smiled and introduced himself as Shin Min-cheol. Realizing who he was facing, the manager stammered, asking if the NIS could get away with kidnapping the head of a media company. Shin Menchul sneered, asking in return if they looked like NIS agents. He revealed that they were a secret U.S. assassination squad, while Shim Unseo held a knife to the manager's neck with a terrifying smile. The manager was stunned by the word assassination, and Shin Menchul confirmed that this squad would eliminate anyone deemed a threat to U.S. security. Upon learning he had been placed on a dangerous list by the U.S. government, the manager screamed that it was absurd. He questioned the U.S. military assassinating Korean civilians, but Shin Menchul replied that those who collaborate with Andrew Duncan have no regard for civilians. Shin Menchul explained that Andrew Duncan's organization had committed acts of terrorism in both countries, and the manager's name had been on the U.S. assassination list since the moment he agreed to cooperate. Shin Menchul leaned in close, asked if he wanted to live, and promised to show him a path to survival. Afterward, Shin Menchul received a call reporting that the mission had been completed without obstacles and asking about his situation. The blonde woman reported that the chief of staff and the NIS director were deadlocked, unable to approve the operation due to political pressure. Shin Menchul decided to send her a video clip, instructing her to present it to the chief of staff and the NIS director. Elsewhere, Kim Byung-do, who was watching the video clip, spoke up. The video contained the confessions of Lee Jae-ho and Kim Byung-do himself, detailing their collaboration with Andrew Duncan, their support for Kim Se-jin, and the provision of illegal election funds. A female voice rang out, asking Shin Menchul if he had used violence to extract the testimony, warning that it could complicate matters. Shin Menchul replied, asserting that he wasn't so foolish, and that he had offered them assistance instead of resorting to force. As they walked, he ordered his blonde colleague to submit the video evidence for mission approval and prepare for the arrest of Kim Il-young. The woman questioned why the video hadn't been released publicly, assuming their superiors would demand immediate disclosure. She explained that public sentiment was inflamed following the Daehan Daily article, and Shin Menchul's name had also been exposed in a subsequent report. Shin Menchul calmly replied that everything has its proper timing, and releasing the video later would yield greater benefits. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-sung spoke on the phone with a tense expression, unsure if he could convince the chief of staff. Shin Menchul instructed him to promise the ruling party a guaranteed victory in the election, causing Lee Jong-sung to ask in surprise how that was possible. Shin Menchul confidently declared he would provide financial backing, promising to give them double the amount they requested, despite Lee Jong-sung's skepticism. He stated he would send the account information managed by the Quantum Fund as proof of his commitment. Following the call, Lee Jong-sung ordered Kang Dae-ji to use that evidence to persuade their superiors and arrange further discussion at the safe house. Turning back to Shin Menchul, the blonde colleague remarked that removing the collars from the targets was a critical step in securing their testimony. She smiled, acknowledging that they couldn't pull that trick again in front of the enemy. When asked about the next step, Shin Menchul stated they must await Andrew Duncan's move and maintain maximum vigilance. He asserted that, since they had severed the enemy's hands and feet, they were guaranteed to retaliate. The scene shifted to Andrew Duncan's mansion in Gyeonggi Province, where a voice asked if they had been followed. Inside, Duncan Butler and an associate followed Andrew Duncan into the luxurious main hall. Duncan happily reported that, thanks to the Daehan Daily article, all NIS personnel had withdrawn from the area. However, a powerful figure in the shadows, referred to as the Duke, warned that someone might still be lurking nearby. Duncan confidently replied that they had changed vehicles twice and used mana to sweep the area, ensuring they were not tracked. A masked man declared that the time had come, and the party would begin in 10 hours. Duncan and an associate expressed surprise, believing the timing was too soon. Duncan explained that the NIS had been stripped of all authority, and Shin Menchul had only managed to advance this far due to their backing. He reiterated that both Lee Young-ho and Lee Seoan had underestimated Shin Menchul and failed to eliminate him. A silver-haired woman asserted that once the next phase of the plan is activated, the CIA will also cut their support, leaving Shin Menchul unable to fight the world alone. The masked man smirked, stating that the place Shin Menchul would fall was not the ground, but the abyss beneath it. At the CIA Special Operations Division headquarters in Jongno, everything appeared quiet. Shin Menchul was holding a cup of coffee. Lee Jong-sung wondered why he was drinking coffee, given that it was bad for his stomach. Lee Jong-sung happily drank his own cup, mentioning that brewing two at once was routine, and that the caffeine would help Shin Menchul stay alert. Shin Menchul silently gazed into the coffee cup, briefly recalling the flavor of the coffee Dongun used to brew. In the control room, a female agent asked her colleague if Shin Menchul was frustrated about being unable to leave the base. Lee Jong-sung attempted to reassure Shin Menchul, reminding him that they had successfully captured Vice Chairman Kim Il-young and secured his testimony. However, Shin Menchul remained worried by the enemy's suspicious silence. Lee Jong-sung listed the testimonies they had acquired from Kim Byung-do, Lee Jae-ho, and Kim Il-young, believing that Kim Se-jin would inevitably fall. Shin Menchul replied that this was precisely why he was more concerned, because Andrew Duncan was no fool. He believed they were planning something far greater than merely interfering with the presidential election. Suddenly, the silver-haired female agent burst into the room, reporting that they had detected movement from Andrew Duncan. Shin Menchul immediately asked if they had confirmed his location, but she replied that they were not entirely certain yet. A female agent informed Shin Menchul about a terrorist warning issued by the NSA, and he immediately inquired about its contents. She explained that it was a manifesto detailing a plot to assassinate Kim Se-jin, but it deliberately implicated Shin Menchul by name. Shin Menchul asked if the information had been leaked publicly, and was told that the enemy planned to release it immediately after Kim Se-jin was killed. He smiled, realizing this was, in fact, an invitation specifically targeting him. The two accompanying agents were utterly astonished by his reaction. Shin Menchul explained that the enemy had set a trap, sending an invitation that specified the time and location for tomorrow morning. He understood clearly, if he failed to show up, they would kill Kim Se-jin and use the manifesto to frame him. The female agent warned that if that scheme succeeded, Shin Menchul would no longer be able to remain in Korea. However, Shin Menchul countered that this blatant invitation proved the enemy's immense confidence. Simultaneously, he deduced that this aggressive move indicated they were being cornered. He viewed this as a prime opportunity, as capturing Kim Se-jin alive would complete the necessary testimony against the hostile forces. The male agent delivered bad news. Due to other concurrent terrorist warnings, neither the Special Forces nor Team 2 could provide backup. Shin Menchul asked about Jennifer and Michael, who were currently engaged in fierce combat. Jennifer confidently declared that in this situation, having her and Michael was superior to having Team 2. With determined eyes, Shin Menchul affirmed that they were extremely close to capturing the entire organization. He was resolute that this would be the last time this hostile power could run rampant in Korea. In the suburbs of Gyeonggi Province, Shin Menchul arrived and observed Andrew Duncan's mansion from an elevated position. Jennifer appeared beside him, and Shin Menchul immediately inquired about Kim Se-jin's location. She confirmed that the target was definitely inside the building. Jennifer focused her senses and reported that there were 4 individuals underground, 2 of whom possessed dark mana. Shin Menchul smiled, realizing that Andrew Duncan and Steve Daines were using Kim Se-jin as bait, while also identifying the remaining 2 individuals as Park So-young and 1 other person. Jennifer warned that she sensed something alien within the mansion grounds, an energy signature that did not belong to a living creature. Seeing Shin Menchul hesitate, Jennifer immediately asked why he wasn't acting right away. Standing beneath a tree branch, Park Moo-young also looked up and said he thought they would attack as soon as they arrived. Park Moo-young explained that the issue wasn't these enemies, but rather Shin Menchul's concern regarding Park So-young and Kim Se-jin. He questioned Kim Se-jin's importance, but Jennifer replied that this was an issue concerning a presidential candidate. Park Moo-young stressed that this was Korea, not Angeles, and if political chaos erupted, they would no longer receive cooperation from the NIS and the CIA. After hearing the explanation, Shin Menchul decided to act, leaping down from above. He rushed toward the mansion while the others watched from a distance. Shin Menchul placed his hand on the mansion's large door, preparing to enter. Inside, a man in a red coat greeted him, saying that although they had sent an invitation, he didn't expect Shin Menchul to arrive so quickly. Two fully armored knights stepped out. One introduced himself as Went of the Highlander Knights, and the other as Jedin. Shin Menchul looked confused and asked, "Which knights, exactly?" He smirked, mocking them by asking if they were confused about the current era, or if they were still at the age where they enjoyed playing dress-up. Offended, the knights roared that they would make this lunatic regret his words, as their bodies began to emit purple energy. Suddenly, Park Moo-young shot past Shin Menchul, his two fists blazing with blue energy, shouting for him to get out of the way. Park Moo-young unleashed an extremely powerful energy punch toward the knights. After the attack landed, he stood firm in a ready stance. The knights' armor was damaged, and one furiously yelled that their knight uniform had been ruined. An unknown voice ordered Went and Team 2 to deal with the strong yet foolish intruder. Obeying the command, Went landed decisively on the ground. The other Highlander knights simultaneously raised their purple energy swords. A commander wearing a distinctive helmet stepped forward, declaring that he would personally handle Shin Menchul. Immediately, he began gathering a surging torrent of dark energy. The commander poured all his strength into the sword held in both hands. The blade erupted in a brilliant orange-yellow energy flame. Facing that powerful presence, Shin Menchul remained calm, standing still with his light sword. He simply curled his lip into a confident smirk. Shin Menchul charged forward, swinging his sword to meet the commander in combat. The two swords clashed, creating a blinding explosion of energy. The knight commander was secretly astonished, realizing that the Duke's warning about Shin Menchul's power was true. Although pushed back, he roared and swung his blazing sword to attack again. A powerful slash descended straight down from above. The fiery blade traced a deadly arc through the air. However, Shin Menchul easily blocked the attack. He continued to effortlessly neutralize all of his opponent's successive strikes. Shin Menchul looked down at his enemy, mocked their pathetic swordsmanship, and set the price for the upcoming lesson at one arm each. With those words, he swung his sword in a counterattack at astonishing speed. His face was cold, and focused on every sword stroke. Shin Menchul's attack sent the Knight Commander flying backward, completely losing the initiative. The Knight Commander launched a fiery attack, creating a massive orange-red energy streak. Shin Menchul rushed forward, his blue energy sword easily cleaving the opponent's attack in two. The two streams of power collided, generating a fierce shockwave. Having blocked the move, Shin Menchul closed the distance, and remarked that his opponent was sharper than he had expected. He explained that if the battle continued like this, the commander's body would be riddled with holes like a honeycomb. Shin Menchul began analyzing the ranks, stating that Li Young-ho, in Mexico, was only at the bishop level. He added that, judged by hunter standards, Li Young-ho hadn't even reached A rank, and only held the elder position due to his research capabilities. Meanwhile, Solarte was at the knight level, equivalent to a top-tier hunter in their field. The commander strained within the dark aura, introducing himself as Lampard, captain of the Highlander Knights. Shin Menchul sneered, mocking that Lampard's level was barely adequate, and that he would need another 500 years just to hope to catch up. Enraged, Lampard clenched his fist, and a blazing red energy flame enveloped his hand. Suddenly, another knight with strange armor and a weapon appeared, declaring his rank as Rook. The knight further explained that his rank was equivalent to S rank among hunters. At that very moment, a large fissure suddenly appeared on Lampard's helmet, stunning him. Shin Menchul's energy sword had pierced straight through Lampard's head, ending him in the blink of an eye. Shin Menchul stood coldly watching as the captain's body disintegrated. He turned back, his eyes glowing, and issued a challenge, telling Lampard he would see him again in 500 years. The remaining Highlander knights screamed in terror upon witnessing their captain's death. Shin Menchul casually turned to the knights and told them not to just stand there, but to slowly advance. He smiled, revealing that his true target was Inspector Elder Andrew Duncan. From the shadows, a wheelchair slowly rolled out. Shin Menchul narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. The brown-haired man in the wheelchair spoke, asking who Shin Menchul was. A Highlander knight was astonished, having not expected Shin Menchul to come here personally. The knights simultaneously pointed their swords, surrounding the man in the wheelchair as if presenting him to their lord. Shin Menchul was surprised by the title of Lord the knights had just used. The frail man looked up and asked if Shin Menchul was Andrew Duncan. Shin Menchul immediately reported via radio that Andrew Duncan had appeared, but another voice confirmed that only Steve Daines was underground. Park Moo-young suddenly appeared, clapped Shin Menchul on the shoulder, and complained that he was too late, resulting in many subordinates being injured. The Highlander Knights roared in fury at Park Moo-young's insolent attitude right in front of their lord. Park Moo-young looked at Steve Daines's immobile legs, wondering if it was a side effect of dark magic. Shin Menchul smiled, offering to spare Steve Daines's life if he revealed everything about the elders. Steve Daines ignored him, slowly raising his hand. A magic circle inscribed with ancient purple runes began to glow in his palm. The magic circle rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire surrounding area. Violent purple dark energy erupted from the ground. From the surge of energy, a magic staff topped with a ferocious beast head gradually materialized. Steve Daines flashed a sinister smile, completely transforming into a figure of immense authority. Shin Menchul recognized the power, asking if Daines had taken it from Ghost, and if he even knew how to use it. Steve Daines gripped the dark staff, preparing for the coming battle. Steve Daines roared an ancient incantation, unleashing the full extent of the dark power. Shin Menchul muttered a reply in the same mysterious language. With a maniacal grin, Steve Daines reveled in his newfound power. A Highlander knight stepped forward and commanded everyone to bow. As the knights knelt, the figure declared that the King of England had returned, referring to Steve Daines. Steve Daines stood proudly amidst the dark energy surge, completely shedding his frail appearance. Park Moo-young warned Shin Menchul that this power seemed too dangerous for his current level. Steve Daines scoffed, saying his opponent did not understand the value of the artifact he possessed. Immediately afterward, a gigantic purple energy pillar erupted from the ground. Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young were stunned just before the destructive energy surge rushed toward them. Shin Menchul was thrown backward by the force of the explosion. Park Moo-young was also unable to resist and was blown away. In the critical moment, Park Moo-young raised his glowing arm to shield Shin Menchul, realizing something in astonishment. The energy blast consumed everything in a blinding sphere of light. When the light dissipated, a complex magic formation appeared at the epicenter of the blast. A purple magic coffer, wrapped in chains, slowly emerged from the formation. The entire hall collapsed from the shockwave, shattering stone and debris. Amidst the devastation, Shin Menchul stood firm, his broken sword still in hand. In the air, Steve Daines hovered with 4 Highlander knights, holding a new magic sword. He looked down and challenged Shin Menchul to come up and face him. Shin Menchul realized the trap before him was an artifact originating from Angeles. Park Moo-young also sensed the danger, warning that this was an artifact even he had never encountered. He emphasized that the upcoming battle would be a completely new experience for them. In the underground space of the mansion, a surge of energy dissipated. Steve Daines revealed himself, standing before a giant spider web that imprisoned 2 people wrapped in cocoons. He sneered, demanding that his opponents stop using cheap stealth tricks. 2 warriors, 1 male and 1 female, materialized, looking astonished at being discovered. Daines smugly declared that even his subordinates could use that level of invisibility skill. He glanced at the 2 cocoons and confirmed that the captives were still alive. Suddenly, Jennifer appeared and began rescuing the imprisoned individuals. A swift blue energy slash severed the spider silk threads. The white-haired disciple was the first to be freed and landed on the ground. Immediately afterward, the man wearing glasses was also freed, still looking dazed. Daines turned, mocking Jennifer by recalling their failure in Pohang. Jennifer confidently retorted that they had been exhausted last time, but today was different. Daines angrily threatened to make sure she could no longer utter such arrogant words. Instantly, a gigantic purple pillar wrapped in chains appeared out of thin air. Park Moo-young recognized the object in astonishment and asked Shin Menchul if he had ever seen it. Shin Menchul replied that he had only seen it through illustrations in books. He recalled that it was an item used during the battle in Tern Valley, the largest battlefield of the First Great War. Park Moo-young observed the new enemies, realizing they weren't solely using dark magic. Meanwhile, Shin Menchul mused that he never imagined seeing magic and ancient runes on Earth. Now, the true identity of the Phantom, one of the first 3 of Black Alchemy, was confirmed as Idris. Suddenly, a pair of massive, pure white wings unfurled from the enemy's back. A winged knight tightly gripped a sword, blazing with purple energy. An entire legion of winged knights descended from the sky, launching an assault on Shin Menchul. Park Moo-young watched the spectacle with a resolute expression. He charged forward, intercepting the knight's assault. One of them commanded his comrades to establish a blade array, declaring he would take the place of the fallen captain. The knights swiftly moved into position, preparing for a coordinated strike aimed at Park Mu-young. Park Mu-young calmly faced the enemy's formation. Seeing the battle approaching its climax, Shin Menchul turned toward his primary opponent. He offered Duncan Butler one final opportunity to surrender peacefully. Duncan proudly declared that the Duncan lineage had never bowed before an enemy for centuries. Shin Menchul smirked, dismissing it as foolishness rather than courage. Duncan suddenly recalled the past, when he was confined to a wheelchair and, thanks to Idris, was able to stand for the first time. He reminisced about the agonizing pain of having everything, yet being utterly powerless. He likened himself to a hawk born to soar, yet shackled to the ground. The anguish surged as he thought that if he had never been able to fly in the first place, he wouldn't have had to endure this hell. Returning to reality, Duncan stood up proudly, asserting that his ability to stand and arrive in Korea was entirely due to his own will. Duncan Butler declared that fighting here was purely a result of his own will and power. Both faced each other in the space known as the hunting ground. Duncan Butler charged, swinging his dark sword. Shin Menchul noted that this was a type of sharp blade he had never encountered on Earth. Duncan continued his relentless chain of attacks. Shin Menchul realized that every thrust contained enough power to shred a hunter's armor. He analyzed that the purpose of the stone stele was to enhance the strength and speed of his allies. A classic yet effective tactic. Duncan let out a long breath, preparing for a new strike. He unleashed the crimson fire aura, a deep red flame that enveloped his body. Shin Menchul wondered if his opponent's power amplification was complete. Duncan's sword, now wreathed in red flame, slashed down with immense force. Shin Menchul parried the fiery attack, resulting in a blazing collision. He was astonished to encounter a human capable of wielding sword aura right there on Earth. Shin Menchul retaliated, his sword erupting with blue energy. He landed a powerful kick squarely on Duncan's chest. The kick sent Duncan hurtling backward, shattering his offensive posture. Duncan coughed up blood, feeling his internal organs twist with every strike. Knocked far back, he dropped to his knees amidst the rubble. He took a deep breath, his eyes beginning to emit an azure light. Duncan Butler unleashed the azure fire aura, a blue flame engulfing him. A surge of blue energy erupted as the two opponents clashed. Shin Menchul and Duncan Butler locked blades, their powers colliding violently. Duncan Butler perceived his opponent's strength to be truly astonishing. Shin Menchul mused that due to the nature of Earth's mana, hunter evolution should be impossible, which is why no one believed that he, Mu-young, and Yunseo had achieved it. Duncan skillfully deflected Shin Menchul's powerful strike. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength to resist. Shin Menchul realized something ominous. His opponent was evolving right in the middle of this brief battle. With blazing eyes, Duncan lunged forward, preparing a new attack. A streak of blood suddenly sprayed into the air. Duncan Butler was repelled by a lightning-fast counterattack. He screamed in agony as blood poured from the wound. Shin Menchul smirked, his energy blade embedded deep in Duncan's shoulder. He realized that this very area, amplified by the two sacred artifacts, was unlocking all hidden potential. However, Duncan knew his current strength was still insufficient. He muttered that this wouldn't be enough to finish Shin Menchul, then offered his black blood and everything he possessed to the sword. He commanded the sword to likewise offer everything it possessed to him. The dark sword responded, erupting with furious purple lightning bolts. A colossal demonic head made of dark energy manifested behind Duncan, leaving Shin Menchul stunned. Duncan began absorbing the swirling torrent of dark energy surrounding him. He unleashed his full new power, the black fire aura. His eyes now deep, black abysses. Duncan Butler moved at blinding speed, creating afterimages to launch his attack. He swung blades of dark energy, surrounding Shin Menchul from all directions. Shin Menchul remained calm, his blue energy blade ready in his hand. The dark blades and the luminous sword clashed, sending blinding sparks flying. He effortlessly blocked every one of Duncan's relentless attacks. To change the tide of battle, Duncan summoned a colossal stone stele chained by dark energy. Immediately, purple magical chains shot out, binding Shin Menchul tightly. Seizing the opportunity, Duncan lunged forward, intending to deliver the finishing blow. However, a massive surge of blue energy erupted from Shin Menchul's sword. He easily shattered the binding chains. Duncan was astonished, unable to believe that even the dark fire energy had been neutralized. Shin Menchul smiled, mocking him that the technique was useless, since he had already faced similar magic before. He declared that he would grant Duncan one final mercy before his death. That stele possessed the power to enhance allies and heal, a comprehensive ability, but it was also a cursed item, gradually draining the life force of its user. Duncan suddenly questioned Shin Menchul about his sword, asking if he had received it from Idris. Shin Menchul fell silent, his expression turning thoughtful at the unexpected question. Duncan smirked, deducing that this meant Idris wanted Shin Menchul to die right here. In a fleeting thought, Idris denied the accusation. Shin Menchul smiled meaningfully, asking Duncan in return if he truly didn't know the truth. Duncan Butler ground his teeth in absolute fury. He roared that he would tear Shin Menchul's mouth apart, simultaneously swinging a sword forged from darkness. With his eyes flashing purple light, he poured all his strength into the attack. A massive, cross-shaped dark energy slash was unleashed, while he wondered why things had come to this. In a flashback, the Great Elder stood behind a frail Duncan Butler, who was confined to a wheelchair. Duncan looked up in despair, silently asking why. In response, the Great Elder merely offered a cryptic smile. Duncan questioned why the Elder had granted him life, only to try and take it away again. Returning to the present, a terrifying explosion combining fire and dark energy engulfed the battlefield. Duncan stood at the epicenter, his power causing the surrounding ground to shatter. The earth cracked open into large fragments beneath his feet. Amidst the destruction, Shin Menchul stood firm and unharmed, asking if Duncan was finished. He smiled, admitting that Duncan was the first opponent on Earth with whom he could truly exchange sword blows. Duncan realized with shock that Shin Menchul's power might even surpass the Great Elders, and that he could not possibly win. Nevertheless, he decided to launch a final attack, transforming his body into a mass of darkness with purple tentacles. He roared that he would take at least one of Shin Menchul's arms. The mass of darkness charged straight ahead in a desperate effort. Immediately afterward, Duncan Butler was struck down, lying motionless on the ravaged ground. Suddenly, Park Moo-young was surrounded by 3 winged knights hovering in the air. The knights simultaneously swooped down, swinging purple energy swords toward him. Facing the knights, Park Moo-young encased his arms in blue energy, perplexed by the situation. He narrowed his eyes, wary of the enemies suspended in the air. Park Moo-young questioned one of the winged knights about their sudden appearance. The knight coldly replied that this battle no longer held any meaning. Unexpectedly, a man in a white suit appeared from a purple teleportation gate, near where Duncan Butler lay unconscious. The strange man, with purple hair and cold, yellow-green eyes, surveyed the scene. He gently lifted the unconscious Duncan Butler, while the winged knights stood guard around them. The man looked down at Duncan and whispered the name Lord Andrew. One of the winged knights stood silently, awaiting the next command. The strange man turned to Shin Menchul's group, declaring that their organization would withdraw from Korea immediately. He also announced that the Highlander Knights would be disbanded. Park Moo-young angrily moved to stop them, but Shin Menchul held him back and told him to let them go. Shin Menchul asserted to everyone that he was not the one who killed Andrew. The strange man turned away, declaring that the Great Elder would pay for his actions. Shin Menchul mentioned the NWO, leaving Park Moo-young confused. Before leaving, the strange man left a message that the rest was up to them, standing next to 2 chained stone pillars radiating dark energy. Shin Menchul realized that Duncan's staff was a rare cursed artifact, even on the Angeles continent. Park Moo-young suggested that such a dangerous item should not exist in this world, and proposed storing it in the inventory. Just as Park Moo-young reached out toward the staff, Shin Menchul shouted a warning not to touch it. Instantly, the cursed artifact erupted with a fierce surge of dark energy. As the dark energy erupted, Shin Menchul swung a purple energy sword slash in response. He faced the incoming torrent of cursed magic head-on. By manifesting a great sword of light, Shin Menchul successfully blocked the attack. The collision between the 2 opposing powers generated a violent shockwave. A massive purple energy explosion engulfed the entire area, destroying everything. After the battle, Shin Menchul stood unsteadily, seemingly affected by the curse. A blonde ally quickly rushed to support him, while Shin Menchul realized this was Andrew Duncan's final act of resolve. He pushed his ally's hand away, warning Shim Unseo that this curse affected the soul itself. Seeing Park Moo-young blame himself, Shin Menchul reassured him that the curse would have targeted him sooner or later anyway. Meanwhile, Shim Unseo and Kim Tae-young successfully rescued Kim Se-jin and Park So-young, taking them to a CIA safe house. An emergency meeting was underway at the CIA's Special Operations Room in Jongno. The topic of the meeting was an organization called the New World Order, NW, which had previously been dismissed as a conspiracy theory. Lee Kyuk explained that according to an intelligence file, this organization was real. The organization was believed to be a secret society of elites, aiming to restructure the world. The NWO's ultimate goal was to establish a completely new world order. The author of the file was an investigative journalist who had gained access to the NWO's leaders. However, the journalist was reported to have committed suicide 2 years prior. Upon deeper investigation, his fiancée insisted that he had been murdered. Lee Ki-hyuk revealed the woman's name was Amelia May, just as a strange young man appeared. Katherine Johnson was astonished to recognize the newcomer, calling him Kyle and questioning him about his disappearance. Kyle warned Katherine that they needed to keep an eye on more than just the NWO. Later, in a snowy mountain region of Siberia, Russia, Kyle greeted a man named Mikhail Vasilyev. The man smiled and commented that Mikhail seemed to be doing well. Mikhail Voskov, a muscular blond man, responded with a cold gaze. Suddenly, the ground beneath Mikhail shook violently as giant stone hands erupted. Kyle calmly glided away on a flying boulder to evade them. Mikhail stood firm amidst the tremor, observing his opponent. He unleashed an air-ripping energy attack. The attack sliced through a large rock behind Kyle. Mikhail continued to swing his arm, shattering the surrounding rocks. He stared ahead with a gaze full of killing intent. A streak of blood splattered, signaling that an attack had landed. However, Kyle continued to walk calmly across the snow, completely unscathed. He looked back with a composed expression. Behind him, Mikhail's headless body was trembling, prompting Kyle to comment that the body had long since given up on being human. From the wound on Mikhail's neck, wriggling fleshy fibers regenerated his head, and he admitted that Kyle had surpassed the limits of humanity long ago. Back in the meeting room, Katherine asked Kyle if he had gone to Siberia just to find Vasilyev. Kyle confirmed, revealing that others, including Lee Seo-an, were also searching for Mikhail. Katherine seriously asked if Kyle had killed Mikhail Vasilyev. When Kyle replied no, Katherine asked again in astonishment, "Did you fail?" Kyle explained that Mikhail Vasilyev was severely injured, but his goal did not seem to be to destroy them. He continued his analysis, stating that the enemy organization was still not unified. Kyle cited Mikhail's independent actions as an example and revealed that Andrew Duncan had been sent here to die alongside him. Therefore, he asserted that this was the most opportune moment to strike at their core. A worried agent asked Kyle if he was all right, and he confidently replied that he had even survived being pierced by Zeros's greatsword. Katherine Johnson showed frustration, demanding Kyle say something more understandable and asking who Zeros was. Just then, Shin Menchul appeared and promised to reveal the secret they had always wanted to know. Ethan Mark bluntly asked if they were aliens, but Shin Menchul denied that he was from Earth. However, he added that the assessment might be true for Unso and Mu Young. Shin Menchul revealed that they came from Angeles, causing Ethan to confusedly repeat the unfamiliar name. He explained that it was a nation from another dimension, leaving the assembled agents dumbfounded. Ethan, still unconvinced, asked Shin Menchul when he started using hyper. Shin Menchul merely smiled, asking in return if they had never found his group strange. He then summoned a brilliant sword of light and asked if this was still considered normal. Katherine admitted that they had simply assumed it was cutting-edge nanotechnology. Shin Menchul raised the sword, asserting that they did not use Earth technology, but rather mana. A flashback appeared, showing a desolate battlefield in another world. Amidst the chaos, a younger, blonde-haired Shin Menchul smirked arrogantly despite having a sword pierced through his hip. Beside him was Jerome, a lilac-haired mage, smiling gently. And Arslan, a long, blonde-haired figure, was looking at Shin Menchul with utter astonishment. Shin Menchul concluded his explanation while standing before a gigantic polyhedron emitting a turquoise light. In the conference room, high-ranking CIA agents, including the department head, Katherine Johnson, Ethan Mark, and Joseph Kyle, were listening. Shin Menchul's group, including Shim Unseo and Park Mu Young, were also present to give their presentation. Katherine questioned why the other two had come to Earth if the war was over, and Shin Menchul replied that there was no way left to return to Angeles. He revealed that he had a hunch that the enemy named Ghost was actually a sorcerer from Angeles named Idris. A subordinate agent asked the department head if he truly believed this crazy story, but the department head replied that they already knew Shin Menchul's group was not ordinary. Katherine continued by asking if Ghost's organization used mana like they did, and Shin Menchul explained that the nature of their power was different. It was dark mana. He clarified that regular mana came from nature, while dark mana was generated from human life force. Shin Menchul asserted that the possibility of more people from Angeles arriving here was virtually zero, as his own teleportation had consumed the energy of multiple cities for centuries. He added that the same applied to Park Mu Young and Shim Unseo. The department head noted that the fact that Ghost had managed to cross over showed it wasn't entirely impossible, but Shin Menchul told him not to worry. He explained that upon arriving on Earth, they would lose most of their mana, so the troops for the European operation needed to be meticulously selected. Joseph Kyle warned Katherine that B-rank hunters would be useless, and they needed to gather all the A-rank hunters they had available. Catherine realized this was an unprecedented event in American history, and they would essentially have to declare war on the intelligence agencies of all involved nations. Shin Menchul asserted that if they didn't start the war, disaster would find them instead. The scene shifted to a street in Berlin, Germany. In a dark alley, the Great Elder stood amidst his defeated winged subordinates. A surviving winged knight looked up in astonishment and called his name. The knight challenged him, asking if the Great Elder truly thought he didn't know what they were plotting. The Great Elder scoffed, asking if they intended to change the leadership in his absence, and calling it a foolish act. The knight told the Great Elder that Andrew had trusted him until the very end. Showing contempt, the Great Elder clicked his tongue and pulled his sword out of the fallen knight. He coldly declared that the loser had no right to speak, and plunged the finishing blow into his subordinate. After executing them all, the Great Elder realized Steve Danes had escaped but reasoned that the Round Table had collapsed because Andrew was dead. He was confident that Steve alone could do nothing. With a triumphant smile, the Great Elder declared that the organization would now be unified. The scene shifted to the Regent's Canal in the Islington district of London. The people living on the houseboats here were neither homeless nor poor. They chose this life to avoid the exorbitant rental prices in London, and two strange men were searching for someone among them. One of the two men approached and reached for the door of a boat. The door opened, revealing a large, muscular man standing inside. Immediately, the man inside cocked a pistol. A red-haired woman named Vanessa pointed a gun at the arriving man, but he introduced himself as Mark from CIA Section Team 2. Mark explained that they had confirmed her laser signal via satellite, and that Catherine Johnson was also in London, making Vanessa suspicious about whether they were truly CIA. To test them, Vanessa asked Mark for details about the operation they had conducted in Ukraine. Mark calmly recounted that MI6 had received intelligence regarding nuclear mines dating back to the former Soviet Union. He continued that the CIA and MI6 had conducted a joint operation to recover those mines before they could be sold to a terrorist organization. Seemingly convinced, Vanessa asked if they were in disguise. Mark confirmed it and said they could show her their true faces. He raised his hand to his face and began peeling off the disguise mask. After removing the disguise, Ethan Mark and Joseph Kyle revealed their true faces. Breathing a sigh of relief, Vanessa wondered what the hell was going on. She began recounting that under orders from MI6, she had approached Nicholas, an investigative reporting specialist, and soon after, they began dating. Vanessa denied having genuine feelings for Nicholas, explaining that he had known about her identity from the start. He was also aware of the possibility that he would be assassinated because of the information he possessed. Joseph Kyle said they had thought she loved Nicholas and betrayed MI6, but Vanessa explained that Nicholas accepted her because he needed someone to safely entrust the information to before he died. She asserted the opposite. MI6 had betrayed her. Vanessa recalled the horrifying moment she saw her captain at the scene of Nicholas's murder. That was why she immediately cut off contact with the organization and went into hiding. Joseph Kyle immediately asked about the NWO intelligence Nicholas had given her. Vanessa picked up a tablet, declaring that this information was even more crucial than the NWO. She revealed it was about an organization called the Round Table. Vanessa explained that the Round Table, with the NWO at its core, was an organization directly connected to the Great Elder. Joseph Kyle wondered how an ordinary investigative journalist could uncover such things, suspecting Nicholas was also affiliated with an intelligence agency. Vanessa insisted he was just a reporter. She revealed the shocking truth. Nicholas's father was a member of the Round Table. Elsewhere, in the central mountains of Scotland, a group of men were hunting beneath the star-filled night sky. Michael Howard, Count Suffolk, smiled and warned that, at their age, a fall would be difficult to recover from. A companion told him not to worry about them, but to look after Richard. Michael Howard remarked that Richard was the weakest in the group, and the only one injured during the previous hunt. He asked Richard if he needed rest, but Richard insisted that he was fine. To prove his point, Richard declared he would take the lead and urged everyone to follow him. As the group continued forward, Michael Howard pressed them to hurry so they wouldn't miss the prey. Michael Howard smiled quietly, full of hidden meaning. Suddenly, they discovered the corpses of wolves in the snow, and one member of the group wondered what was happening. Richard frowned, asserting that this hunting ground should have been restricted to outsiders. Just then, a dart projectile unexpectedly struck Richard's neck, leaving him stunned. The remaining companions were also successively struck down and fell. A soldier in full armor reported over the radio that the target had been neutralized, and they were establishing a perimeter lockdown. Michael Howard was stunned as he sensed Richard's presence had completely vanished. Sensing something ominous, Michael Howard abruptly turned around. A deadly stream of purple energy flashed right past his face. The snowy mountain landscape became eerily silent. Michael Howard looked up, astonished to see Park Moo-young standing tall before him. With eyes blazing in fury, Michael Howard demanded to know Richard's whereabouts. Shin Menchul appeared alongside Park Moo-young, and Park Moo-young sarcastically remarked that Michael Howard seemed very concerned about his friend. Shin Menchul casually announced that his friends were being safely transported to MiG headquarters. He continued to provoke, asking if Michael Howard's strange expression was because the traitor within MiG failed to warn him beforehand. Shin Menchul declared that those people would never be able to make contact again, causing Michael Howard to wonder if his opponent was an American hunter. Shin Menchul scoffed that the Round Table's intelligence network was pathetic, as he thought Michael Howard should at least recognize his face. Michael Howard ground his teeth in rage. He roared, realizing that Shin Menchul was the one who killed Andrew, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of dark purple energy. The explosive energy caused the ground beneath Michael Howard's feet to crack open. A fierce tremor spread, forcing Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young to retreat. Witnessing the sight, Shin Menchul wondered if this was magic. Park Moo-young looked confused, knowing that Michael Howard did not possess an artifact like the one Andrew Duncan once had. He questioned how Michael Howard was able to use magic. A voice explained that this entire hunting ground was essentially an artifact. From the fractured earth, a gigantic, demonic hand emerged. A massive red creature appeared, speaking up to demand that everyone listen. It commanded that all must absolutely follow its instructions. The monster roared, demanding that the Special Forces hunters immediately leave the hunting ground and re-establish the perimeter, forbidding entry without orders. Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young stood amidst the devastation, realizing they still had much work to do. The colossal creature let out an earth-shattering roar directed at the two men. Shin Menchul immediately made contact and asked Shim Unseo if she had found Michael Howard yet. Standing on a cliff face, Shim Unseo received instructions from Shin Menchul that the summoner could not be far, and she needed to find Michael Howard, while he and Park Moo-young kept the monster occupied. The scene shifted to a vast mountainous region under a starry night sky. Elsewhere, Michael Howard stood alone, his mind still haunted by Shin Menchul killing Andrew. He looked at the A-rank artifact, the red dragon heart, in his hand, admitting that even with this power, victory was far from certain. Michael Howard believed this was a heaven-sent opportunity, as the fog in Suffolk would weaken outsiders. With the red dragon heart in hand, he believed his monster was invincible, and planned to hide and wait for his opponents to exhaust themselves. With a determined expression, Michael Howard prepared to execute his plan. However, a sudden attack tore through space, forcing him to dodge hastily. Shim Unseo had appeared, causing Howard to exclaim that she was truly an assassin-type hunter. He acknowledged Shim Unseo's skill in tracking him down. Shim Unseo warned Michael Howard that if he surrendered now, he might be allowed to live. Howard sneered, arguing that Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young could not sense mana as accurately as she could. He declared that he would eliminate Shim Unseo first, then leave the remaining two to destroy themselves fighting the Red Dragon. Immediately, Shim Unseo unleashed a barrage of energy attacks in response. In the blink of an eye, Michael Howard was kneeling on the ground, severely wounded in a pool of blood. His red dragon heart artifact shattered completely. Howard looked up, unable to believe what had just transpired. Shim Unseo coldly explained that even though it was a treasure-grade artifact, relying solely on it was useless. Howard angrily growled, astonished that she knew about both the artifact and the magic. Shim Unseo smiled, saying those questions could wait. She called Shin Menchul over to look at the arm of a downed soldier. Shim Unseo pointed out the dense ancient runes, explaining that the enemy used them to replace magic circles and compensate for their inability to use mana. In another room, Lee Ki-hyuk commented that although this method relied on artifacts, it still had its own advantages. Shin Menchul agreed, concluding that as long as the artifact was powerful enough, this was an effective way to increase troop numbers. Si-hyung curiously asked if they could become as strong as hunters if they carved those ancient runes onto their bodies. Shin Menchul looked exhausted, wondering how many more times he had to explain this. He sternly explained that Earthlings' bodies cannot naturally absorb mana, which is why the enemy must use dark magic based on life force, and threatened to kill anyone who dared to try it. Scolded, Si-hyung scratched his head awkwardly, protesting that he hadn't done anything yet. Kim Tae-yong immediately teased him, saying that Si-hyung looked greedy, as if he harbored dark intentions, causing the latter to shout a denial. Shin Menchul looked at the arm bearing the ancient runes, and thought to himself that he understood Si-hyung's feelings. He mused that Si-hyung was originally an elite NIS agent, always carrying immense pride. However, after the hunters and dark magic-using enemies appeared, Si-hyung had essentially become a reserve agent. Shim Unseo commented that Ghost was very clever, noting that, if this hyper-technology was tempting enough for Si-hyung, many others would certainly be interested. 3 days later, At Count Lloyd's castle in eastern England, night fell. Inside, Count Macmillan started, demanding to know how the intruder had entered. Shin Menchul, who had just appeared, identified him as Count Macmillan, based on the intricate tattoo on the back of his hand. He went on to reveal that Macmillan was also a member of the Round Table, leaving the Count utterly astonished. Count Macmillan was stunned, unable to believe that his identity had been exposed. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion shook the room, throwing Macmillan backward. Amidst the wreckage, Shin Menchul smiled and asked his comrade, Park Moo-young, where Lloyd was. On the stairs, a man in a brown jacket confidently warned Park Moo-young to surrender to avoid injury, but received only a curse in return. Park Moo-young flexed his fist, enveloping it in a fierce blue electrical energy. He unleashed a powerful punch, creating an energy explosion upon impact. Standing amidst the smoke, Park Moo-young declared that his general always had a familiar saying. Park Moo-young smiled, warning his enemy that if he cursed, he would be hit even harder. He stated that the enemy should consider himself lucky, because without the general's orders, he would already be dead. At a CIA Special Operations Center safehouse in Camden, operations were underway. Katherine Johnson reminded Shin Menchul that one thing needed to be clarified before the interrogation began. A silver-haired woman reported that a problem had arisen during the interrogation in Korea. If they tried to extract information about the Great Elder or Ghost, the subjects might die. Shin Menchul announced he had a plan, suggesting they start the experiment since they had 3 prisoners. He whispered his plan into the silver-haired woman's ear, causing her to ask him back in astonishment. Shin Menchul explained that if the plan failed, at least one of them would die. While asserting that these men gained their power by sacrificing the innocent, he said he felt no guilt whatsoever, while a prisoner was tightly bound by strips of cloth inscribed with ancient runes. A colleague informed Catherine that she had a visitor, prompting her curiosity. An older man introduced himself as Director Aronson, the head of MI6. Catherine, acting as the interim leader of Section Team 2, questioned Aronson about why he had arrived unannounced. Director Aronson stated that he wanted to speak with Count Lloyd. He also added that he wanted to speak with Catherine's friend, his gaze directed toward Shin Menchul. Aronson directly asked Shin Menchul about obtaining British citizenship. Shin Menchul flatly refused, asserting that he was a Korean citizen and was satisfied with his life there. Aronson persisted, promising to meet all his demands and that the king would grant him the title of Baron if he agreed. Shin Menchul smirked, asking Aronson if he had forgotten who they had captured during this operation. He revealed that they were holding 1 Baron and 2 Counts in the second basement cell, where Count Macmillan was currently bound. Shin Menchul coldly declared that after dealing with Duke Duncan in Korea, he was truly sick of the nobility. Director Aronson ignored him, saying that the 3 captured men had forfeited their honor, and that this was Shin Menchul's chance for him and his children to join the British aristocracy. Aronson was stunned when Shin Menchul replied that his king meant very little to him. With a sneer, Shin Menchul added that the king was merely someone lucky enough to be born into a powerful family and was playing a game of royalty. Aronson regained his composure, suggesting that Shin Menchul didn't understand because he was a foreigner, and asserted that the king and the aristocracy were the pillars of England. Standing next to Katherine Johnson, Shin Menchul countered that the people who truly supported the nation were those who did their jobs, and asked Aronson if he had ever heard the word democracy. Aronson warned that if he refused, the British government would cease assistance, and demanded they release Lloyd, Macmillan, and Michael Howard. Shin Menchul replied that Director Aronson was mistaken about something. Releasing a powerful energy aura, Shin Menchul clarified that they were not protecting England. Facing Aronson's astonished expression, he asked if MI6 truly thought they could handle Ghost's organization without his help. Pushed back by the energy, Aronson confidently stated that if they mobilized the military, those criminals would be annihilated. Shin Menchul conjured the image of a dark force, saying the military could fight but would suffer heavy losses, and asked Aronson how he would feel if the Pohang incident recurred in London. He reminded him that the tragedy in Pohang, where Fu Dong'an single-handedly caused devastation, was caused by a member of that organization. Aronson sweated, asking if Shin Menchul was threatening him, but he merely replied that he only threatened people from whom he could gain something. Shin Menchul bluntly asked if Aronson thought they genuinely needed help from MI6 or the British government. He sighed, saying Aronson shouldn't waste time trying to recruit him right now. Aronson adjusted his glasses, asking Shin Menchul if he still didn't grasp the situation, and revealed that he knew what the CIA was discussing. He revealed shocking information. Once the Ghost operation concluded, the CIA was discussing the elimination of Shin Menchul, Shim Un-seo, and Park Moo-young. Shin Menchul and Katherine Johnson were both stunned, and he asked Aronson if that was true. Shin Menchul thought to himself, that this was the first time he had heard about the Pentagon's plan. He confidently reassured Director Aronson that they could handle themselves. Aronson warned him to be careful of a hunter codenamed Limitless, who would be sent by the US to personally eliminate him. Shin Menchul interrupted, directly asking Aronson about his plans for Count Lloyd, and whether this was just a pretext to meet him. Director Aronson explained that his relationship with Lloyd spanned generations. He reminisced that they had studied together at Eton and Oxford, even fighting side by side in the Falklands War, and stated that he would persuade Lloyd himself. In a dark room, Aronson spoke up, asking his old friend what had happened. He confronted the bound Count Lloyd, criticizing him for allying with the Americans and betraying the king. Lloyd raised his head, contemptuously declaring that the current king was unworthy of the throne. He continued that Britain had weakened since the king ascended and had overshadowed the entire British Empire. Aronson countered that times had changed and questioned their achievements since the Queen was no longer in power. Lloyd sharply retorted that successive royal scandals had eroded the throne's authority, further weakening Britain. He boldly declared that what they needed now was a new, powerful dynasty. Aronson was skeptical of this insane idea, but Lloyd insisted that everyone bowed before power, just as they were doing with the Americans. Lloyd cited the devastation across the continents as proof of American power. He concluded that as long as they possessed enough power to subdue others, as a certain blonde female hunter demonstrated, nothing was impossible. Aronson coldly announced that His Majesty and the Prime Minister had decided the fate of Lloyd and his associates. They would be stripped of their titles and citizenship. Aronson then revealed that they would be handed over to the United States. Lloyd sneered, asking Aronson if he had no shame in selling out his countrymen to those fools and disgracing MI6. Director Aronson fiercely stated that Count Lloyd's faction were the true traitors to the nation, but Lloyd merely scoffed, replying that they were the real patriots. Elsewhere, Shin Menchul flinched, sensing something unusual. She turned and asked Shin Menchul if he could sense the enemy's presence. Shin Menchul confirmed it, guessing that Director Aronson had brought a few friends along. In a nearby alley, 3 hooded figures were lurking. One of them, Manuel Hugo, wondered why they hadn't received word from Thomas or James yet. Suddenly, Shin Menchul appeared before them, asking if they were talking about Count Macmillan's son. He continued, deducing that James must be Count Lloyd's son. Meanwhile, at another location, a man and a woman were moving at high speed, warned that a devil-like entity was approaching them. Back in the alley, Manuel Hugo removed his goggles, realizing he was facing the famous Korean hunter. He introduced himself as Manuel Hugo, a knight-rank elder of the Round Table, before unleashing a purple aura and threatening Shin Menchul. Another associate, Javier Paco, also appeared and declared that everyone here would die. Shin Menchul merely scoffed, stating that they were pathetic compared to Andrew Duncan and were fools who failed to recognize the power difference. Hearing the Duke's name, both Manuel Hugo and Javier Paco grew furious, their eyes blazing with dark energy. They charged forward together, swearing to tear Shin Menchul apart to avenge their master. Both knights continued their terrifyingly fast charge, determined to eliminate the target. Shin Menchul calmly called out Mu Young's name, and instantly, Park Mu Young appeared, intercepting their attack. Park Mu Young stood firm with a resolute expression, ready to face the 2 enemies. He unleashed a powerful strike, sending both Manuel Hugo and Javier Paco flying back, making them scream in pain. Manuel Hugo realized that all the information from the organization was wrong. He sensed power equivalent to a rook rank from the enemy. Meanwhile, Michael Howard, bound by runic strips, angrily demanded to know where he had been taken. Shin Menchul coldly announced that this was the MI6 headquarters, sarcastically noting that Aronson had abandoned his honor to side with the Americans. Director Aronson corrected him, stating that he was Korean, and both Korea and Japan always followed the United States' lead. He expressed astonishment that these 2 nations would copy American hunter technology to create mutants. Despite the situation, Michael Howard remained defiant, calling them laboratory rats. Shin Menchul smirked, suggesting that Howard seemed to enjoy pain. He twisted the knife, asking Howard if he had enjoyed killing his own son, Nicholas. Immediately afterward, the runic script on the strips glowed blue, beginning to torture Howard. Michael Howard screamed in agonizing pain, finally submitting and asking what they wanted. When asked about the Great Elder's whereabouts, Howard hesitated, about to answer. Suddenly, he choked, the veins in his neck bulging as a curse was activated. Michael Howard collapsed, and Director Aronson called out his name in horror. Aronson turned to the silver-haired woman with an angry look, questioning the confidence she had displayed earlier. Shin Menchul calmly remarked that this method was different from Lee Young-ho's. Director Aronson rushed forward, shouting for the interrogation to stop. However, Shin Menchul ignored him, insisting that they would continue. He explained to Shim Unso that they only needed to avoid asking about the Great Elder's location to extract other information. Director Aronson looked at Shin Menchul skeptically, asking if he was certain. Shin Menchul declared that they would have to experiment to find the location of the enemy's laboratory, as he needed something to present at the meeting with the European intelligence agencies. Katherine Johnson crossed her arms, asking who the next person to be interrogated would be. The target was Macmillan, who was tightly bound by runic strips, defiantly challenging that he would not reveal any information, even under torture. Shin Menchul smirked, saying he had prepared a gift instead of torture, causing Macmillan to lower his head. Park Moo-young entered the room, carrying an unconscious man over his shoulder. He slammed the man onto the floor, causing Macmillan to scream his son's name, Thomas, in horror. Shin Menchul explained that Thomas foolishly clung to Director Aronson, revealing the location of the safe house and helping them capture the last two members of the Round Table, Manuel and Javier. Macmillan furiously cursed his son as an idiot before asking if Michael Howard was still alive. Shin Menchul coldly confirmed that Howard was dead. He added that Howard had died right in the chair Macmillan was sitting in, calling the elder man a worthless curse. Macmillan insisted that the Great Elder himself had killed Howard, but Shin Menchul dismissed the claim as nonsense. Shin Menchul revealed that the Great Elder had planted a bomb inside every Round Table member, a spell that would use dark magic to tear their hearts apart if they tried to reveal his whereabouts. He further analyzed that the Great Elder had intentionally sacrificed them, knowing that his group would come to England in pursuit of Andrew Duncan. Macmillan broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the bitter truth that the Great Elder had sent no reinforcements and was abandoning all of them. Shin Menchul seized upon Macmillan's hesitation, demanding information about the laboratory specializing in dark magic production. Shim Unseo lightly tapped Thomas on the head with a pen, to wake him up. Thomas woke up in a panic, calling for his father and asking where he was. Shin Menchul manifested a sort of light, stating that he knew the Round Table members were loyal like dogs, and wondered if that loyalty extended to family. He held the blade against Thomas, threatening to make Macmillan watch his son be chopped into pieces. Count Macmillan thought to himself that Round Table members could share dark mana, and since he couldn't sense Michael's mana, he concluded the opponent was bluffing. He decided to reveal the location of the organization's laboratory in Lyon, France, which supplied dark mana to the Round Table. In Lyon, the headquarters of the Liberty Union Party, a far-right political party, stood tall beneath the night sky. Established about 10 years prior, the party had risen to become a formidable political force. Initially only attracting the elderly and farmers, the party gained popularity among the youth after a change in leadership. This rise stemmed from addressing youth grievances regarding the wealth gap. But a helicopter suddenly approached their headquarters. From above, Special Forces soldiers rappelled down, receiving orders to land and proceed inside. A soldier kicked the door open, clearing the way for the raid. Inside, the commander received a report that both sides were secure, with no unusual activity. The commander ordered his team to check every corner to gather evidence. They quickly discovered Mayor Morris hiding in a panic behind a large desk. With gun barrels pointed at him, Mayor Morris screamed for them to surrender. He realized in terror that he was facing a special unit, and asked if they were the Action Squad. The commander confirmed they were the DGSE Special Forces, and addressed Mayor Morris by name. Based on intelligence from the CIA and MI6 regarding a malicious group, they had launched the raid, prompting an angry interrogation from Mayor Morris. Morris yelled that the international media would bury them alive for this action. The commander calmly wiped his face, admitting that the operation carried immense political weight. Ignoring the mayor's demand to leave, he ordered his team to proceed downstairs to join forces with the underground team. Finally, the commander instructed an agent to escort the mayor away and demanded it be done quickly. The DGSE commander sternly asked the mayor if he realized the significance of the Action Squad being present here. Mayor Morris gritted his teeth, replying that they had better hope they found evidence, or else he would create some himself. The commander turned away, ordering all teams to join the underground search party, convinced that the target was down there. He coldly reiterated the demand for the mayor to leave, and warned that if he refused to cooperate, they might have to arrest him. Suddenly, a DGSE agent was impaled by a purple shadow tentacle, stunning the commander. Amidst the surge of dark energy, Morris, with glowing eyes, revealed his true identity as Senior Elder Edouard Morris, Rook rank, demanding they get out of his laboratory. Meanwhile, downstairs, an agent called out to his captain as they proceeded deeper inside. The Special Forces team unexpectedly encountered 3 knights in full armor, wielding purple energy swords. An agent exclaimed in shock upon seeing the blades. Without warning, the knights charged to attack with terrifying speed. Realizing the opponents had no intention of surrendering, an agent immediately opened fire in a barrage. However, One of the knights effortlessly generated a purple energy shield, blocking the entire volley of bullets. Immediately afterward, the knight swung his sword, slicing the agent who had fired the shots. Another agent realized in horror that these were hunters, but couldn't understand why they weren't wearing specialized gear. He wondered how hunters could appear in France, just before a comrade next to him was impaled. The slaughter was instantaneous, as the knights easily overwhelmed the Special Forces team, forcing them to order a desperate retreat. An agent grasped the harsh reality. If the opponents were truly hunters, their conventional firearms were completely useless. A knight leaped over the railing, charging straight toward an agent who was looking up. The agent could only widen his eyes in terror as the purple energy blade aimed directly at him. A brilliant blue lightning bolt flashed, signaling an unexpected intervention. Shin Menchul suddenly appeared amidst the chaotic battle between the knights and the French special forces. He angrily thought about the hesitation of the politicians who had sent their soldiers to their deaths. Deciding to act on his own, Shin Menchul approached the astonished special forces commander and declared he would no longer indulge their wishes. However, a muscular bald man suddenly appeared, blocking him and announcing that the operation was starting immediately. That man was Ethan Mark, the CIA hunter known as Black Golem, and he ordered the French special forces to retreat because they were not strong enough for this fight. The commander hesitated because he had not received the order, while Ethan Mark worried that Shin Menchul had lost his patience. Just as predicted, Shin Menchul plunged into the slaughter of the knights, leading Ethan Mark to comment that if he wasn't stopped, he would go all the way to Paris to purge the politicians. From afar, Shim Unseo and Li Ki-hyuk observed the scene, and Li Ki-hyuk seemed amused by the chaos. Meanwhile, casualties among the French special forces continued to rise. Elsewhere in the building, Mayor Moras and his subordinate were monitoring the situation. The subordinate reported on the danger posed by the intruders, specifically mentioning the presence of CIA hunters and American forces outside. Despite the subordinate suggesting they close the laboratory and retreat, Mayor Moras merely muttered that the man was an idiot. With a malicious glint in his eyes, he contemptuously dismissed his subordinate's cowardice. As the two descended the stairs, the subordinate nervously asked if Moras truly intended to confront them. Mayor Moras confidently affirmed this, revealing his ambition to use the deaths of Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young to advance to the rank of Inspector Elder, despite the fact that they had already defeated Andrew Duncan. Even when reminded that the Highlander Knights had also failed, he arrogantly declared that this was his home turf. Alone in the main hall, Mayor Moras unleashed a powerful surge of dark energy. He stood before his ultimate weapon, a colossal combat machine, and told himself that danger was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young forcefully cleared their path forward. Park Moo-young sensed something unusual, and Shin Menchul confirmed to the general that the concentration of black magic was growing denser. Realizing Edouard Moras was stronger than anticipated, Shin Menchul contacted Shim Unseo and learned the target was located on the third basement level. Meanwhile, Mayor Moras was waiting in the main hall when three high-ranking hunters, including one wearing a beaked mask and a blonde woman, broke in. The hunter in the beaked mask was astonished at being detected so quickly, but Moras calmly remarked that the three must be assassin-class hunters. Immediately, two of the assassins lunged to attack Moras from both sides. Moras simply stood still, taking a deep breath to gather his strength. With a sinister smile, he unleashed a massive surge of purple dark energy around him. The force of the blast shook the entire building. The ceilings and walls began to crumble. Sensing the danger, Shin Menchul immediately ordered Park Moo-young to instruct all forces to evacuate the collapsing building. He realized a gigantic magic circle was forming, a spell far exceeding the level Moras had previously demonstrated. Outside, the DGSE Special Forces could only shout a warning as a terrifying explosion engulfed the building. The entire building was consumed by a brilliant sphere of fire. Amidst the chaos, a hand rose, generating an energy shield, and the person inside realized the laboratory was not confined solely to that building. Protected by the shield, the DGSE commander and a soldier watched the scene of destruction in shock. It turned out that the entire surrounding village was the true laboratory. On the streets, two men who appeared to be civilians were standing guard. Suddenly, their eyes flashed with purple light as dark energy began to pour forth. Observing from a rooftop, Park Moo-young explained to Shin Menchul that all the villagers had been infected with hyper, allowing the enemy to harness black magic at any moment. Shin Menchul deduced that the enemy had not used conventional means to distribute the drug, as addicting an entire village would be impossible. Meanwhile, at a command center, Catherine Johnson, along with Park Moo-young and other specialists, monitored the situation and concluded that the enemy's methods were evolving. At the scene, the CIA mobile strike team led by James Miller quickly deployed, establishing a secure zone and a defensive base. James Miller continued to direct teams to take up firing positions on the rooftops and seal off all entry and exit points. A soldier reported to James Miller that they had finished setting the explosives and erecting barricades. James Miller, the CIA mobile strike team lead and an A-rank hunter, praised their work. A team member still couldn't believe that an entire village could turn into attacking zombies. The soldier's eyes widened in horror at the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, a purple dark mist began to envelop the streets. The setting was identified as Lyon, France, the country's third-largest city and the birthplace of the author of The Little Prince. From within the mist, a horde of transformed villagers with glowing purple eyes growled as they advanced. The entire population of 13,000 inches, the village had been transformed into bloodthirsty creatures. A hesitant CIA agent shouted that they couldn't open fire on people who still looked like civilians. Instantly, one of the creatures lunged to attack the Special Forces team. A gunshot rang out, and blood splattered. James Miller coldly struck down the creature and ordered his team that these were merely empty shells, and they must aim for the head. Amidst the battle, Ethan Mark stated that, at this rate, the assault would never end. Shin Menchul, covered in enemy blood, agreed that the attack wouldn't stop unless they dealt with Edouard Moras. Ethan Mark immediately questioned why Shin Menchul didn't just go, but then conceded that reaching Moras right now was too difficult. Shin Menchul admitted that within the confines of this city, Edouard Moras was genuinely stronger than him. Ethan Mark was astonished, while Shin Menchul explained that it was due to a unique artifact Moras was utilizing. Surrounded by the frenzied horde, James Miller concluded that they must retreat immediately, or the mobile strike team would be wiped out. Shin Menchul revealed his plan. Moras' power stemmed from all the villagers being infected with hyper. If they severed that link by eliminating the hosts, Morris's power would vanish. An infected civilian was immediately shot down, illustrating the ruthless plan. Ethan Mark looked disturbed, saying he understood but wished he hadn't heard it. Shin Menchul continued fighting, and explained that without the artifact, Moras wouldn't be able to affect all of Lyon, but if the battle dragged on, they would have to face the city's entire population. Suddenly, he turned, sensing a shift, and wondered what was happening in the distance. At the command center, Katherine Johnson watched the panicked French politicians on screen and remarked that they had completely lost their minds. Back on the battlefield, Shin Menchul proposed an extreme solution: to detonate the area and wipe out the entire village, causing Ethan Mark to recoil and call him insane. As the CIA strike team opened fire, Shin Menchul explained that there was no time left because Moras had activated a wide area magic circle. He asserted that the villagers were already dead, and if they hesitated, they would all rise as the undead. Shin Menchul insisted that they had to detonate the entire area, and Katherine Johnson, observing remotely, realized that the French president would try to have her killed for this decision. A massive explosion erupted, as Shin Menchul warned that if Moras wasn't stopped immediately, his power would grow uncontrollably, and Lyon would be wiped off the map by tomorrow. Shim Unseo cheerfully patted a resigned-looking Katherine Johnson, joking that she was about to be fired by the CIA. Park Moo-young called out to Katherine. Katherine Johnson flinched upon hearing her title of team leader being called out. Standing in the middle of a massive, spiral-shaped crater, Park Moo-young declared that as a senior CIA operative, he would take full responsibility for this decision. High above Lyon, Joseph Kyle gathered a colossal mass of earth and rock, suspending it in midair. Inside the mass of earth and rock, Ethan Mark and countless infected civilians were trapped and screaming. The mass of earth and rock was ruthlessly crushed, with blood splattering everywhere, signaling complete annihilation. Joseph Kyle coldly ordered Katherine Johnson to proceed, declaring that he would take all responsibility if anyone was fired. From the command center, Katherine reassured him that no one on Earth could fire him. She announced that she would dispatch fighter jets immediately and urged them to hold the line. Meanwhile, on the ground, the frenzied, transformed villagers broke through the defensive perimeter. The soldiers of the CIA strike team were fiercely attacked, their screams echoing amidst the melee. The situation devolved into chaos, as the CIA's elite forces were overwhelmed by the hysterical horde. Amidst the gunfire, James Miller roared in frustration, wondering why the Situation Room was silent. Ethan Mark gasped for breath, surrounded by a sea of infected people slowly closing in on him. He desperately yelled, asking for air support, revealing that he had lost contact with the command center. Suddenly, Ethan was stabbed from behind by a member of his own team, and he bitterly realized they were all about to be annihilated. Another soldier screamed in despair as the right flank's perimeter was breached, reporting that they could no longer hold out. Shin Menchul appeared, angrily questioning Katherine why the bombers had arrived 20 minutes ago, yet still hadn't acted. A fighter jet was still circling in the sky, awaiting the final decision from the French president. With cold eyes, Shin Menchul demanded that Catherine ignore the president and initiate the airstrike immediately. He warned that while he and Park Moo-young might survive, the mobile strike team was at its limit and risked complete annihilation. Catherine replied sternly, explaining that political matters were not so simple. Shin Menchul yelled, demanding that Catherine be decisive. He angrily questioned how long she would let politics kill her comrades, while Catherine tried to explain that the French president was stalling. Gritting his teeth, Shin Menchul issued an ultimatum. If the airstrike wasn't approved within 5 minutes, they would immediately retreat. He warned that Europe would be wiped out by Ghost, and France would be the first nation to fall. Finally, Catherine declared the joint operation terminated, deciding to act unilaterally alongside Shin Menchul, Park Moo-young, and the other comrades. Shin Menchul ordered Ethan Mark to move toward the mobile strike team, while he and Park Moo-young would hold back the transformed horde. Ethan Mark remarked that continuing to fight inside the magic circle was foolish. The group realized that the only way to defeat Mayor Morris was to stop the flow of dark magic pouring into him. Surrounded by enemies, Shin Menchul turned to Park Moo-young and jokingly asked if he was tired, receiving the reply that it was a terrible joke. Park Moo-young generated an energy blade on his forearm and introduced himself as the general's right-hand man. Shin Menchul immediately teased that Shim Unseo was actually his right-hand woman, causing Park Moo-young to look annoyed. Summoning a colossal light greatsword, Shin Menchul commanded them to prepare the smash and shatter technique with full power to clear a path. He swung his sword, creating a devastating shockwave that swept away all enemies within a vast radius. Suddenly, both Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young were startled and looked up at the sky. A fighter jet streaked across the night sky. A close-up shot showed the jet fully equipped with missiles. The jet opened fire, launching all its missiles toward the ground. Mayor Morris watched in astonishment as deep purple energy explosions flared brightly in the sky. He furiously wondered if the cowardly president had actually approved the airstrike, but then dismissed the thought and declared that he had gathered enough mana to activate the behemoth. A mysterious mage explains the papal grave magic circle, which has the power to resurrect the dead. Its power is amplified by an A-rank artifact named 10x. This artifact is capable of increasing the magic's range tenfold. This is a treasure that every elder longs to possess. However, an observer reveals that thanks to Shin Menchul, the ritual is about to be stopped. Suddenly, a voice rings out, mocking that merely cutting off the mana supply is insufficient. The voice declares that the papal grave and 10x were merely preparations for the next step. A gigantic armored entity, the incarnation of greed, suddenly appears. The soldiers on the ground look up in horror at the colossal creature towering before them. James Miller, the mobile strike team commander, calmly identifies it as the enemy. He immediately orders his team to open fire on the massive target. Yet, the incarnation of greed easily uses its hand to block the entire volley of bullets. It swings its arm, effortlessly tossing a soldier aside. It then slams down onto the ground, generating purple energy explosions that shatter the entire formation. Amidst the chaos, Ethan Mark rushes forward and lands a punch on the enemy. He is stunned to realize his attack had no effect. The incarnation of greed retaliates with a devastating punch, bursting with purple energy. Ethan Mark is sent flying, astonished by the extraordinary speed of a creature that size. He coughs up blood, realizing in shock that his hunter suit was shattered after just a single blow. Towering over the injured Ethan Mark, the incarnation of greed demonstrates its overwhelming power. Shin Menchul unleashes his distant rock giant needle skill. The incarnation of greed easily blocks the energy needle with its armored arm. It grabs the attack barehanded, radiating a surge of dark aura. The greedy hand crushes the light energy, completely absorbing its power. Immediately, the giant entity fires a purple dark energy beam back toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul hastily creates a fist-shaped blue energy barrier for defense. However, the attack was too powerful, shattering the barrier and sending both Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young flying. Shin Menchul is astonished to realize his distant rock giant needle attack had been reversed. A bald commander orders Ethan Mark to withdraw the mobile strike team, stating that Edward Morris's magic circle has been destroyed and they are only getting in the way. Ethan Mark looks at the enemy and admits that with his suit damaged, he cannot use infinite mode and is completely helpless. From the command center, Katherine Johnson orders Mark to return to base because the mobile strike team has suffered too many casualties. She looks at the image of the giant entity and wonders if it is some kind of magic or an artifact. Elsewhere, Park Moo-young confirms to Shin Menchul that it is not an artifact he recognizes. A blonde woman appears next to Shin Menchul, noting that the thing does not originate from Anhelas and has a structure similar to a hunter suit. The incarnation of greed turns to the blonde woman and suggests she looks useful. It creates a purple energy circle, mocking that Andrew Duncan and the Round Table rely only on power granted by the Great Elder. The entity clenches its fist, declaring that it is different. Surrounded by magical script, it reveals that its power is a combination of the organization's authority and the latest hunter technology, surpassing even 10x. Shin Menchul asks the blonde woman about the location of Jennifer and Michael, and she replies that they are protecting the injured soldiers. The scene shows that the bodies created before the magic circle was destroyed have now been reanimated and are wandering everywhere. Katherine Johnson reports that the team leader will take a while to join them, as he is busy dealing with the horde of undead. Meanwhile, Park Moo-young confidently declares that he and the blonde companion are enough to handle the situation here. The blonde woman stands next to Shin Menchul, both looking toward the enemy. She smiles, saying she also wants to take this opportunity to test out a new technique. Her two hands create a gigantic flower of brilliant blue energy. She soars into the air, unleashing the heavenly cloud-falling flower technique toward the incarnation of greed. The giant entity looks up at the mist and the falling energy petals, wondering what they are. The petals transform into countless streams of blue energy, raining down. The attack engulfs the incarnation of greed, creating a massive explosion. Although pushed back, the entity remains standing against the technique's power. It begins to absorb all the energy from the attack into its body. The energy smoke dissipates, leaving behind a quiet space. The incarnation of greed stands tall amidst the fading smoke, completely unharmed. It recognizes Park Moo-young's skill as one meant for destruction and crushing. Park Moo-young immediately retaliates by punching the ground, summoning the heavenly wave pillar. A colossal pillar of energy erupts from the ground, swallowing the incarnation of greed and tearing apart its armor. Having lost an arm, it mocks that this is still not enough to win, as it can replace its parts using materials from the city. A purple energy sphere is fired, and Park Moo-young raises his hand to block the attack head-on. He proceeds to endure another powerful attack to his torso. The incarnation of greed decides to change tactics, charging forward and declaring it will finish off the girl first because she is weaker. Quick as lightning, the blonde woman slashed a line of purple energy at the enemy. However, the incarnation of greed was only grazed, easily dodging the attack. It mocked that the head was merely a component, while the main body remained completely unharmed. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped Park Moo-young and his female ally. The incarnation of greed was also affected, astonished to see its body wrapped in streaks of purple lightning. It wondered why its speed had suddenly slowed down. The blonde woman smiled, explaining that if the armor operated on the principles of hunter gear, it would certainly possess similar weaknesses. She confidently asserted that they were already too familiar with such suits. Meanwhile, Park Moo-young slammed his fist into his palm. He admitted that in a one-on-one fight, he wasn't sure he could win. His eyes flashed with determination as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. He gathered his strength, activating the skill, Piercing Abyss Castle. A colossal structure of energy, filled with gears and machinery, roared to life and began crushing the incarnation of greed. Park Moo-young and the blonde woman stood watching the results of their efforts. Trapped within the destructive attack, the incarnation of greed screamed in pain and plummeted from above. Watching the enemy fall, Park Moo-young realized he looked different from the Edouard Moras in the photo, which astonished the blonde woman as well. A severely wounded person appeared and revealed that the enemy they had just defeated was actually Morris's secretary. Just then, Shin Menchul arrived, looking at his two comrades and cursing Edouard Moras. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Lyon, the real Mayor Moras was panting heavily after escaping through a tunnel. He smugly thought about the emergency sewer line and was delighted to have collected new combat data. Mayor Moras vowed to take revenge with the next version of the incarnation of greed, confident that all crucial data was stored on his phone. At the ruined scene, Shin Menchul inquired about the status of the mobile strike team. A CIA commander reported that 12 people were wounded, and 5 severely injured individuals would be evacuated shortly. Looking out at the devastated landscape where thousands of villagers had perished, everyone felt the place was nothing short of hell. From afar, Katherine Johnson sighed in relief, saying they were lucky to have prevented the entire Lyon region from turning into hell. Shin Menchul smiled, stating that even though Moras escaped, they still gained something, as Moras seemed not to have anticipated the ambush. He held up a phone and explained that he had found it in the rubble of the government building where Moras was located. Meanwhile, Moras frantically searched himself, realizing he had lost the most important item. The scene shifted to Bamberg, Germany, on a star-filled night. There, a white-haired man arrived to deliver urgent news to the blonde Great Elder. The man reported that Edouard Moras's laboratory had been destroyed. The Great Elder angrily asked if Shin Menchul's group was responsible again, and the subordinate confirmed that the situation had changed. The Great Elder began to reflect, admitting that he had previously underestimated Shin Menchul and the operations in Korea. He had considered them mere side business, not worth worrying about even upon hearing that Menchul's group had arrived in Europe. He had been confident he could easily eliminate them, and had even planned to use this conflict to purge the internal ranks of the Round Table. His plan was to let Shin Menchul and the Round Table, who always harbored their own schemes, weaken each other. He believed that regardless of the outcome, his organization would benefit. However, the Great Elder now faced a harsh reality. The one he once dismissed as a bothersome insect had now become the greatest threat, forcing him to re-evaluate all information regarding Shin Menchul, Park Moo-young, and Shim Eun-seo. His thoughts turned to Menchul's allies, starting with the fact that CIA Section Team 2 possessed the Black Golem, a top A-rank hunter. The Great Elder assessed that Park Moo-young and Shim Eun-seo were both stronger than his subordinates, ranking them at Rook rank after they had both defeated a senior elder. He further speculated that Shin Menchul's power surpassed that of the other two combined. The white-haired associate agreed that Shin Menchul was definitely an S-rank hunter. However, the man remained skeptical of the Great Elder's words, thinking that, if that were true, this trio would possess power equivalent to the entire American hunter force. Unable to believe it, the associate turned and asked if Shin Menchul was truly stronger than himself. The Great Elder calmly confirmed that in a one-on-one fight, the answer was yes. The associate angrily roared that it was impossible. He insisted that there must be information they were missing, and demanded that the group's identities be investigated again from scratch. The Great Elder then asked if he had any specific premonition. The associate was stunned by a terrifying hypothesis. Perhaps they were not from Earth. The Great Elder confirmed, his red eyes blazing as he revealed that they might hail from a place called Angelis. He believed they had come here to pursue him and one other person. Meanwhile, at the CIA's temporary situation room in the DGSE's Lyon branch, France, Lee Ki-hyuk joyfully announced that the mission was complete in front of his comrades. The dark-haired comrade asked if that was good news, and Lee Ki-hyuk confirmed he had successfully cracked the phone's password. The data showed that the enemy had created new technology, but it wasn't very effective. They had to use a massive amount of the drug, and spent 2 months just to infect the villagers. The team determined that counterattacking would now be easier. They only needed to send troops to the water supply facilities in major cities to stop them. The bald warrior noted that Moras could act easily because he was the mayor of Lyon, but it would be harder in other areas, while the dark-haired comrade had his cheek pinched, while speculating about the scale of their production facility. The silver-haired woman suggested that they could easily locate the drug manufacturing facilities by cooperating with the intelligence agencies of European nations. Suddenly, Lee Ki-hyuk interrupted her in a panic. He revealed that there was an upgraded version of the drug, which confused the entire group. The new information displayed on the laptop screen astonished everyone. The bald warrior angrily wondered what those crazy bastards were plotting. The dark-skinned comrade realized that their experiment was no longer on the scale of villages or cities, but powerful enough to wipe out an entire nation. The silver-haired woman deduced that in order to infect so many people, they would have to disseminate it through the air. However, the blonde woman expressed doubt, arguing that Morris had taken 2 months to infect a few thousand people via the water supply. She concluded that airborne infection would take even longer. The dark-haired man immediately interjected, stating that there was a faster and easier way. He revealed that the method was a virus. Meanwhile, Shin Menchul was dealing with a different situation. He stood before 3 large screens displaying the images of high-ranking officials. A metallic-jawed official coldly announced that the destruction of downtown Lyon was due to his efforts. Another official with a goatee added that they were discussing compensation for damages and beginning to make demands. Shin Menchul cut him off, saying that they were seriously mistaken. He declared that his side was the one that needed compensation, not theirs. Shin Menchul continued, explaining that due to their interference in the operation, he had suffered heavy losses, with about 20 hunters from the mobile strike team injured. He reminded them of the time and money invested in training a single hunter. While the image of a downed team leader appeared on screen, one of the officials angrily yelled back, questioning the damage suffered by France, and revealing that thousands of French civilians had died in the suburban village outside Lyon. Shin Menchul coldly stated that, if they had followed his team's original plan, thousands of lives would not have been sacrificed. He added that they could have quickly apprehended Edouard Moras, causing an angry official to ask if he was blaming them. When Shin Menchul confirmed it, the goatee official furiously called him a crazy bastard. Shin Menchul simply sighed and turned his back to the screen. However, he quickly turned back with a sharp gaze, warning that the initiative now belonged to him. The goatee official was stunned by this sudden change in attitude. Shin Menchul threatened that if they mentioned damages or compensation again, he would disclose everything that happened in that village to the press. He emphasized the reaction of the entire French nation upon learning that thousands of villagers had died due to the government's obstinance. Mentioning the upcoming election, Shin Menchul successfully broke the will of the female official, who had no choice but to admit fault and withdraw the compensation request. The call ended decisively. Leaving the meeting room, Shin Menchul grumbled that these meetings were truly bothersome. At the U.S. Ramstein Air Base in Germany, fighter jets soared through the sky. A dark-skinned serviceman curiously asked his comrade about the newly arrived group, pointing out that they wore neither uniforms nor insignia. The blonde comrade explained that they were a group of hunters belonging to the Special Operations Command, astonishing the other man when he realized they were all A-rank hunters. Meanwhile, Shin Menchul's group was striding forward, and the bald warrior anxiously asked if they were about to start a war with the Russians. Shin Menchul ignored the question and turned to ask if the intruders' locations had been determined. The silver-haired woman reported that 2 of them were on the rooftop of the building behind them. She continued the report, pointing out on the map that 2 others were hiding near the main gate, and expressed admiration for their infiltration capabilities. The blonde woman commented that their combat skills were negligible, but their stealth capabilities were highly sophisticated, specializing in espionage and surveillance. The bald warrior wondered if it was all right to leave them be, but Shin Menchul replied that they couldn't do anything until Ki-hyuk finished his work. Lee Ki-hyuk began his report, recalling that the first time they detected the enemy was while fighting Moras in Lyon. He continued that they had tried to pursue and extract information, but the signal was too weak, allowing them only to determine that the receiver was located in Germany. However, now that they had moved to Ramstein base, the situation had changed because they could utilize all of the Americans' cutting-edge equipment. Specifically, the Echelon system of the U.S. National Security Agency, a global signals intelligence collection network. Lee Ki-hyuk explained that there was a reason for them to base themselves in Europe, which possesses the world's most advanced bioengineering technology. The silver-haired woman followed up, emphasizing that Germany, in particular, had accumulated this technology since World War II. As a fighter jet zoomed past, she said she had a question. She wondered why those individuals were trying to collect so much mana, and Shin Menchul replied that it was what he wanted to know as well. Shin Menchul analyzed that, even when enhancing the body with hypertechnology, there was a limit to the amount of mana that could be used. Injecting a large amount of mana does not equate to power. Instead, it would cause them to die from rampant energy, similar to the case of Lee So-an. The silver-haired woman asked if that meant they had another plan. Shin Menchul confirmed that was why they were heading to Romania to find the answer. Meanwhile, Si-hyung excitedly talked about Pele's castle, suggesting that those individuals needed to catch up with the times. Shin Menchul felt a bad omen, but Si-hyung was excited and said that since they were civil servants, they had to follow orders. Si-hyung continued to show eagerness, saying his adrenaline was spiking at the thought of finally getting into action. Kim Tae-young sighed that the peaceful days were over, but Shin Menchul reminded him that their goal was only to provide support. He announced that the mobile strike team's weapons had been modified for their use, but only in case of an emergency. Shin Menchul ordered them to split into 2 teams. One team would head to Germany, the other team would go to Romania, where the enemy was conducting their final experiment. Based on the collected information, Shin Menchul confidently declared that Ghost and Black Iron Idris would definitely be in one of those 2 locations. 2 days later, in the Sinaya Mountains of Romania, a voice reported that all units had landed safely. The soldiers were ordered to quickly gather their gear and begin moving. Reconnaissance of the area via satellite and drone was complete, detecting no suspicious activity. The team arrived at the rendezvous point, a castle-like building hidden deep within the mountains. The white-haired man remarked that the location was treacherous, and Si-hyung agreed that the enemy had planned meticulously this time. Si-hyung observed that the guards were wearing Russian gear, distinctly different from the enemies they usually faced. The white-haired man ordered them to simply secure the surveillance point and monitor the situation, waiting for Priscilla and Rick of Section Team 2 to join them before taking action. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lee Ki-hyuk excitedly reported news to Shin Menchul. Lee Ki-hyuk announced that he had successfully infiltrated their communication network and discovered that the primary recipient, the Great Elder, Idris, was currently in Bamberg, Germany. Shin Menchul smiled, realizing they had finally located him after a grueling year. Lee Ki-hyuk immediately posed a critical question. If the Great Elder was in Germany, what exactly was happening in Romania? Returning to Romania, just as the white-haired man was deep in thought, black blood splattered onto a soldier's shield. He felt guilty towards Si-hyung for anticipating a fight, secretly planning to retreat soon. His plan was to order Si-hyung and Tae-young to withdraw as soon as Priscilla and Rick arrived for backup. Suddenly, a heavy machine gun clattered to the ground, signaling an ambush. A severely wounded soldier named Anderson stumbled toward them, desperately trying to warn everyone to flee the enemy. The white-haired man and Si-hyung were stunned by Anderson's attack, and their attempts to contact him via radio were futile. Si-hyung frantically reported that Kim Tae-young was in critical condition and would not survive without immediate emergency aid. With a final scream, Anderson's helmet shattered under the finishing blow. As Anderson's body fell, a mysterious attacker stood over him, coldly declaring that calling for help was pointless because everyone was already dead. Amidst the wreckage, James Miller and the 2 remaining soldiers stood firm as he furiously cursed the enemy. Wounded and filled with rage, James Miller spat his half-smoked cigar onto the ground. He ordered the reddish-haired agent to take Tae-young away, while he stayed behind to hold them off. The agent hesitated, but James Miller insisted it was an order and that he must survive to report the situation. An attacker clad in black tactical gear with a T-shaped visor emerged from the shadows, mocking their futile efforts. A streak of black smoke shot toward the reddish-haired agent attempting to flee. The mysterious attacker instantly materialized right behind the agent. He grabbed the agent, threatening to capture the fleeing men and decapitate them right in front of James. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from a distance. Elsewhere, a hooded subordinate was making an urgent report from Romania to his master. The blonde, great elder, Idris, showed annoyance upon hearing that American hunters had been spotted near Pele's castle. He turned abruptly, demanding to know how they managed to reach that location. The subordinate reported confirming 10 individuals, apparently reconnaissance hunters, and that Steiner had already departed to deal with them. The great elder ordered Pele's castle to be immediately sealed off, and preparations for relocation to begin, even though the subordinate requested more time. The subordinate worried that acting hastily might force them to confront even more enemy forces. The great elder explained that in the worst-case scenario, they could be shelled, so they must leave immediately. When the subordinate asked if they were being eavesdropped on, the great elder also prepared himself for movement. He deduced that the exposure of Pele's castle meant their location had also been compromised, and decided to convene an emergency elder meeting. Returning to the forest, a familiar voice rang out, calling James's name. James Miller looked up, recognizing the newcomer. Bloodied, James Miller wiped his face in his final moments. At the scene, not a single member of the mobile strike team remained alive. In the command center, Katherine Johnson was stunned, wondering how such a tragedy could have occurred. A reddish-haired female hunter arrived, realizing that even James Miller had fallen, and questioned what had transpired. She anxiously inquired about the whereabouts of Si-hyung and Tae-young, but silence was the only answer. She couldn't find them. While another voice asked Rick about the situation inside Pele's castle. From inside the castle, Rick Blaze reported that the target had vanished, seemingly having departed in a hurry. He suddenly expressed surprise at an unexpected development. Meanwhile, Ethan Mark reported from a different position that smoke was rising from behind the castle. The investigation team found the wreckage of a drone that an NIS agent had been using. Rick Blaze inspected it and concluded that it had been shot down. Shin Menchul observed silently, ordering a temporary halt. He deduced that the enemy had used an ice weapon and requested a re-examination of the drone crash site. A flashback showed Yu Si-hyung deliberately shooting down the drone himself at a location far from the surveillance point. He did this to send a final message while under ambush. In his desperation, he knew that every second was precious. Following Shin Menchul's command, Rick Blaze immediately went to re-examine the drone crash site. He was astonished to discover a gigantic, brightly glowing red magic circle beneath the ground. Shin Menchul and his blonde companion also arrived at the scene, equally stunned by the sight. The companion recognized it as Idris's magic circle, the same one they had seen in the Amir forest. Rick Blaze reported that he had found 3 glass containers installed at the center of each machine. Park Moo-young and the blonde companion grew serious upon hearing the news. Realizing the box behind was connected to the glass container, the blonde companion deduced that if mana stones were placed on both sides, this must be a life support device. Park Moo-young confirmed this, explaining that it requires a colossal amount of mana and is exclusively for high-ranking individuals. He added that the device could only be used by those originating from Angeles, while a man floated suspended inside the cocoon. The entire team realized that if their deduction was correct, Idris himself was the one utilizing the machine. Suddenly, Rick Blaze shouted over the comms that he had found Yu Si-hyung and Kim Tae-young. A redhead hunter reported that both of them were still alive. She reported that they were both unconscious and requested an immediate extraction team. Immediately afterward, a figure quickly descended upon the scene. At the command center, Shin Menchul ordered Park Moo-young and Shim Un-seo to prepare for immediate deployment to Bamberg. Shim Un-seo questioned his hasty decision, warning that they might lose the Great Elder if they delayed. She stressed that Idris had vanished, and the Great Elder was their only lead, necessitating a meeting with the German government. Shim Un-seo further asked if he intended to provoke all European governments after already antagonizing France. Shin Menchul brushed her off, declaring that he didn't care about meetings. He roared that those very people were responsible for putting Taeyong and Sihyung in this state. With a vicious smile, he declared he would bring Idris a gift, the Great Elder's head. 2 helicopters took off, soaring into the night sky. From the command center, a voice reported the bad news that patrol drones indicated the target had already left the castle. However, another person reported that Ki-hyuk fortunately spotted several vehicles moving in an unusual convoy formation. Shin Menchul ordered the convoy's location to be sent immediately. Without a moment of hesitation, he prepared to leap from the flying helicopter. With sharp eyes, he muttered that he had missed this enemy greatly. The helicopter zoomed through the twilight sky, closing in rapidly on the target below. Shin Menchul launched himself from the aircraft, blue energy jetting from his feet like thrusters. He held the blonde companion, plummeting straight toward the convoy at terrifying speed. His impact with the ground created an explosion, launching one of the cars high into the air. From the overturned vehicle, a figure dressed in black, wearing a fedora and a white masked enforcers, fedora, stepped out. Shin Menchul and his companion faced 3 enemies who had just emerged from the wrecked vehicles. A streak of blue light flashed. Shin Menchul delivered an energy slash that struck one enemy, causing him to scream in agony. Another car in the convoy screeched to a halt. 2 other masked figures blocked the road, declaring that they would deal with the attackers. A figure stepped out of the newly stopped car. A red-hair woman with glasses reported to a hooded figure that the enemy was extremely powerful. The masked figures urged the Great Elder to leave first, stating they would sacrifice themselves to hold off the opponent. The red-hair woman objected, arguing that the major domo was the one who needed to escape to protect the organization's data. The cloaked figure called out the name of another subordinate, Lucas. The Great Elder ordered Lucas to ensure the major domo's safe escape and deliver the data to Poland, even if it cost him his life. Lucas accepted the command, turned to the elderly man wearing a monocle, major domo, and told him they should leave. Shin Menchul commented that the masked subordinates possessed fierce devotion to the Great Elder. The blonde companion sensed their energy suddenly surging. Shin Menchul warned his companion that the Great Elder's power was second only to Idris, and they must proceed with extreme caution. He ordered Mark, Jennifer, and Michael to circle around and pursue the fleeing individuals. Shin Menchul deduced that the 2 who had just split off were certainly carrying vital information, and the Great Elder was trying to buy them time. With a confident smile, Shin Menchul swung his energy sword and declared it was time for some fun. The Great Elder stood alone on the road, his entire body enveloped in a terrifying purple aura. Beneath the hood, a sinister smile emerged from the shadows. Shin Menchul smiled in return, secretly marveling at the colossal amount of radiating mana. The blonde companion anxiously noted that the Great Elder's energy was steadily rising. Suddenly, a gigantic, fiery red magic array inscribed with complex runes appeared, covering the entire road surface. It was the Hollow Circus. One of the masked subordinates coughed up blood, whispering that he had waited his entire life for this moment. Shin Menchul recognized this as the magic Andrew Duncan had once utilized. The blonde companion commented that this magic was on a completely different level, perhaps the original version, and was being cast without an artifact. Shin Menchul raised his hand, ordering Unso and Mu-young not to rush in. He warned that they could be swallowed by the magic array, just as a gigantic armored monster, Hollow Circus monster, erupted from it. With a grave expression, Shin Menchul admitted that this battle would not be easy. Park Mu-young, without hesitation, gathered blue electrical energy into his fist. The summoned creature roared and charged forward. Park Mu-young charged forward as well, directly confronting the colossal monster. Park Mu-young blocked the summoned monster's purple energy sword with his bare hands. Gritting his teeth, he realized their power was amplified by the Great Elder's magic circle. Park Mu-young judged these foes to be even tougher than the Highlander Knights as another winged monster lunged forward. Immediately, he released a blue electrical energy field to protect his blonde companion. Park Mu-young was frustrated because the monster's defensive capabilities were far higher than anticipated. The blonde companion warned that if they were in Yahello's, the Great Elder could absorb natural mana to become even stronger. Facing an army of monsters, Park Mu-young realized they might have to fight with everything they had. Meanwhile, the hooded Great Elder confronted Shin Menchul, astonished to meet an Earthling who knew about Anhellesian technology. He assumed Idris had told Shin Menchul and extended an invitation for him to join their faction. Shin Menchul scornfully rejected the offer to become the new Inspector Elder while his comrades were promoted. The Great Elder questioned why Shin Menchul served the United States, and Shin Menchul retorted by asking why the Elder was a puppet for Idris. When asked for his reason for resisting, Shin Menchul declared that they were the ones who shattered his peaceful life and harmed those around him. Rejected, the Great Elder unleashed a dark aura and threatened that Shin Menchul would regret his choice. Shin Menchul smiled back, stating that the one who would regret it was the Elder himself. The Great Elder declared he would kill him before Idris could awaken. Enraged that his opponent knew too much, the Great Elder began casting a powerful spell. A gigantic purple magic circle spread across the sky. From above, a massive dark hand named Angradon's Twisted Hand descended. But before the attack could land, Shin Menchul used terrifying speed to close the distance and choke the Great Elder. He tightened his grip, causing the Great Elder's dark energy to violently destabilize. Even facing magical power he had never witnessed on Angeles, Shin Menchul remained unfazed. From within the purple smoke, the Great Elder announced he was giving up on recruiting them. Instead, the hooded figure offered a dark proposition for eternal life. The disguise vanished, revealing his true identity as Idris, one of the first 3 beings of Angeles, who threatened to turn everyone into black iron statues. The blonde woman and Park Mu-young were stunned, wondering who the real ghost was if this man was Idris. Shin Menchul remained calm, challenging Idris on whether he could face him while maintaining the magic circle. Idris arrogantly declared that he was the one who taught magic to the elders within the organization. He corrected himself, raising his glowing hand, preparing to demonstrate his true power. A destructive stream of purple magical energy shot straight toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul swung his sword, countering with a powerful white-blue light slash. His attack easily cleaved and dissipated Idris's magical stream. The dark energy was completely repelled by Shin Menchul's power. Idris then revealed a more terrifying truth. He was the creator of magic itself, simultaneously activating the space-folding technique. Shin Menchul lunged to attack, swinging his sword forward, but he suddenly realized he could not get any closer to Idris. A strange spatial distortion appeared on the car behind him. Shin Menchul's slash was inexplicably redirected, cutting the car in half instead of his target. He was astonished as he recognized the nature of this magic. Shin Menchul identified this as Lee So-an's signature ability. Idris proudly asserted his identity, a being born human yet possessing the power to punish even the gods. Idris unleashed the true dark fire aura, a stream of dark energy enveloping his body. He summoned the sword of Angradon, a weapon encased in purple energy. Gripping the sword tightly, Idris faced Shin Menchul on the deserted road. Immediately, Idris charged forward to attack with terrifying speed. Shin Menchul was stunned to see a mage actively closing the distance first. The 2 swords clashed violently, as Shin Menchul ducked to evade. He maintained his defensive stance, his sword still emitting a brilliant blue light. Shin Menchul used energy projected from his foot to block another attack, creating an energy collision. Nevertheless, a streak of blood still flew from his temple after the exchange of blows. Idris scoffed that later generations of mages only knew how to hide behind warriors, a luxury in his era. He proudly declared that this magic allowed him to confront even the greatest warriors. In a flashback, Idris recalled telling the elders that magic must be used in its own unique way. Returning to the present, Idris proved his words by summoning a multitude of swords of Angradon hovering in the air. He charged forward once more, preparing for an all-out assault. Idris unleashed a rain of slashes from the purple energy swords. Shin Menchul moved swiftly, attempting to fend off the barrage of continuous attacks. He even used energy projected from his feet to maintain balance and defense. The force of the assault caused the ground beneath Shin Menchul's feet to crack. He raised his sword, blocking countless slashes that rushed toward him like a storm. Shin Menchul tightened his grip on the hilt, focusing his entire spirit on the battle. Shin Menchul unexpectedly threw his sword, transforming it into a rapidly spinning energy disc. Idris watched, questioning the strange tactic of his opponent discarding his weapon. The blue energy disc violently collided with Idris's dark defense barrier. Idris showed annoyance at this sudden attack. Exploiting the moment his opponent was distracted, Shin Menchul charged forward empty-handed. He launched a powerful kick, but Idris managed to raise his arm to block the blow. Immediately, Shin Menchul reached out with a different objective. He firmly grasped Idris's wrist with a confident smile. Purple dark energy immediately erupted from Idris's arm in retaliation. Idris scoffed, believing Shin Menchul could not win a mana clash. He was confident that no matter what Shin Menchul did, he would utterly crush him. A terrifying energy explosion occurred as the two began a direct mana confrontation. Idris roared, unleashing his overwhelming power. Shin Menchul immediately coughed up blood, his body enduring tremendous pressure. Idris coldly remarked that it was a grave mistake for Shin Menchul. He declared that even with the little mana he had left after arriving on Earth, he could still easily subdue him. Overwhelmed by the power, Shin Menchul spat out another mouthful of blood. Nevertheless, his eyes flashed, revealing an unyielding will. He used his remaining hand to tightly grasp Idris's arm. With a powerful tug, Shin Menchul pulled Idris close to him, catching him by surprise. Idris angrily asked if Shin Menchul still intended to continue this pointless mana battle, simultaneously declaring the fight over. Suddenly, a massive surge of blue energy erupted from Shin Menchul. Amidst the shock, Idris realized his opponent's mana level had skyrocketed unbelievably. He was utterly horrified when he understood that Shin Menchul had not only grown stronger but had absorbed all the mana he had just unleashed. With a sinister smile, Shin Menchul thanked Idris for demonstrating his outdated magic. He mocked Idris as a stagnant fool, relying only on old knowledge, then introduced a new form of magic. That magic was the result of the efforts of Jerome, who was dubbed the craziest man in Anhelus. Returning to reality, Shin Menchul delivered a thunderous punch to Idris's abdomen. He explained that this body, modified by Jerome, would only grow stronger the more he fought. A glowing sword flew toward Shin Menchul from the void. He reached out and firmly grasped the hilt of the sword. Instantly, his hair turned spiky yellow, and his body was enveloped in lightning as he declared he had unlocked level 8. Idris, sword in hand, charged forward to confront this new power. He attempted to use his signature spatial magic, space folding. However, Idris only had time to show utter horror on his face. Because Shin Menchul's speed now transcended space itself, he appeared directly in front of Idris and plunged his sword through his chest. In disbelief, Idris could only mutter the name of his skill. Both lunged at each other with terrifying speed, leaving countless afterimages in the air. An earth-shattering energy collision erupted between the two. Idris admitted his weakness. He could not travel long distances while casting the space-folding spell. Shin Menchul prepared to unleash the ultimate technique, Ryo Greatsword, third form. A slash of extraordinary speed shot forth like an arrow. Idris tried to defend himself but was still engulfed by lightning and energy. He unleashed the magic Laramfargo Devenanti, a raging thunderstorm. Despite his counterattack, blood still gushed from Idris's shoulder. Shin Menchul challenged Idris, suggesting he mistakenly believed speed and power were everything in close combat. He explained that peak warriors could predict their opponent's movements, and questioned whether magic could replicate that. Idris was horrified to realize that Shin Menchul was not only keeping up, but was also predicting where he was about to move. Feeling humiliated, Idris's sword-wielding hand began to tremble. Idris wondered how a warrior as strong as Angradon could exist on Earth upon seeing Shin Menchul summon a sword of light. From a distance, Park Mu-young watched Shin Menchul prepare to unleash the fourth form. Park Mu-young was astonished, wondering if that light was what he thought it was. Shin Menchul unleashed Laramfargo Eterno, generating countless eternal thunder swords that flew toward Idris. Overwhelmed, Idris utilized dark magic, with ancient runes surrounding his hands. He cast a gigantic defensive magic circle beneath his feet, the Abyssal Net Barrier. Both warriors were injured but still stared at each other with fierce determination. The first sword of light violently struck the magical barrier. Countless other slashes continuously hammered the barrier, creating a series of blinding explosions. Idris coughed up blood, straining to withstand the relentless assault. Shin Menchul was determined that even if his opponent was a legendary sorcerer, these sword strikes would not cease until the enemy was annihilated. Shin Menchul charged forward, piercing through Idris's defensive magic circle. Idris watched in horror as the blade pressed against his neck. Shin Menchul challenged Idris to resurrect even without his head. However, a sudden burst of dark energy erupted, halting his sword strike. Shin Menchul was stunned to see his left arm bubbling with dark magic. An apparition of Andrew Duncan appeared, threatening to tear his mouth apart. A voice echoed, warning Shim Unseo not to touch the curse, as it affected both body and soul. Shin Menchul's arm exploded, and he realized this was Andrew Duncan's curse, activated the moment he attacked the Great Elder. Idris muttered an incantation in an ancient language. He activated the infinite space-folding magic, opening a spatial gate to escape. Before vanishing completely, Idris shot a hateful glance back and issued a threat. He swore he would show them all what true hell was before dissolving into nothingness. Shin Menchul swung his sword into the empty space, where only the residual energy of Idris remained. He clicked his tongue in frustration as he watched the magical residue dissipate. Looking at his injured arm, Shin Menchul surmised this was Andrew Duncan's final act of defiance. Immediately afterward, he contacted Shim Unseo to check on her status. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Park Mu-young repeatedly delivered finishing blows to an enemy. He stood next to a blonde ally as the enemy collapsed to the ground. Park Moo-young announced that the mission was complete, noting that the enemy had weakened significantly when the Great Elder vanished. He inquired about Ethan Mark's status, who reported back that they had dealt with one target but lost the other. A man in a suit with dark purple hair reported that the escapee likely held all the information they needed. Elsewhere, Park Moo-young was stunned, wondering if the Great Elder was Idris, then who was Ghost, and believing they had missed something during their investigation in the Amir forest. The blonde woman accompanying him asked what he was talking about. Park Moo-young explained that Idris had not come to Earth alone. He concluded seriously that they needed to completely readjust their strategy. Meanwhile, a meeting was underway at the U.S. Ramstein Air Base in Germany. A voice rang out, asking if anyone had noticed anything unusual. In the command room, Shin Menchul told his team that he had just recalled something Jerome had said. A blonde female team member deduced that the amount of dark magic Idris extracted from the Amir forest was likely far greater than the energy required to send Shin Menchul back to Earth. A dark-haired male teammate asked in astonishment if that meant Ghost also came from Anhelis. A flashback showed that teleporting Shin Menchul back to Earth required Jerome and half of the Imperial Court mages to prepare for 15 days. The fact that Idris and Ghost used an even greater amount of energy for their journey proved that both possessed extraordinary power. The dark-haired teammate remarked that the situation had become much more complicated now that they faced both Idris and Ghost. Shin Menchul asked if they had found anything else in the Amir forest, but the blonde woman confirmed there was no new information. She recalled that the Amir forest was a deadly place, infested with demonic beasts and prisoners, wearing magic suppression collars so they couldn't die easily. That forest was a prison created by a man named Zeros to torment those who opposed him. Shin Menchul speculated that Ghost might have been one of the rebels who rose against Zeros during the Great War long ago. He turned and told the entire team, including the blonde woman, the dark-haired man, a silver-haired man wearing glasses, and a bald warrior, that the enemy they were about to face would be extremely difficult. Shin Menchul explained that Ghost had broken the magic suppression collar on his own, survived nearly 100 years in the Amir forest, and lost the ability to use natural mana upon arriving on Earth. However, by utilizing hyper-technology, Ghost was now able to use dark magic. Shin Menchul deduced that if Idris was loyal to Ghost, then Ghost must be even stronger than Idris. Jennifer asserted that Idris alone possessed the power to wipe out an entire city, meaning no one on Earth could stand against Ghost. Katherine Johnson conceded that the enemy's previous boasts had turned out to be true. They concluded that Ghost was attempting to become a god right there on Earth. Shin Menchul confidently declared that was only true before he showed up, causing Katherine to simply sigh. She reported that satellites from the U.S., France, the U.K., and Germany had been deployed to track them down. Tracking data showed the target heading toward the national border, likely intending to cross into Poland. Shin Menchul decisively ordered the entire team to immediately set out in pursuit. However, he grew angry upon learning that the director was currently negotiating with the Polish government, fearing the target would escape again due to political procedures. Katherine explained that the issue was complex because it involved accepting a power strong enough to conquer the world's capitals, and it also implicated Russia and China. She further clarified that Eastern European nations, including Poland, relied more heavily on Russia and China than on the United States. Russia provided military might while China poured in investment capital, and if U.S. forces entered Poland, China would immediately cut off financial support. Amidst the deadlock, Lee Ki-hyuk called Shin Menchul over, saying he had found something worth seeing. He explained that he was recovering communication files detected through the NSA's echelon system. Shin Menchul immediately asked if it was communication between Bamberg and Romania and what Lee Ki-hyuk had found. Lee Ki-hyuk revealed that he had found a name, but it didn't appear in any of their programs. Shin Menchul quickly typed on the keyboard to access the information. The data displayed a warning that sudden movement would cause strain on the body of someone named Lord Ashimoda, astonishing Jennifer and another dark-skinned teammate. Shin Menchul turned back, puzzled by their expressions, and asked why they recognized that name. Jennifer hesitated, struggling to find an explanation. The story flashes back to the Amir forest, a time before Shin Menchul returned to Earth. Inside a magic circle, a muscular blonde man named Ashimoda was bound by countless chains and asked the newcomer who he was. Mistaking the visitor for an acquaintance named Adetto, Ashimoda showed relief. He was confident he would be rescued and reiterated his previous warning about Angradon's betrayal. Still believing he was speaking to Adetto, Ashimoda promised to forgive all his past transgressions if he was freed. The stranger smiled, realizing that the names Adetto and Angradon only existed in legends. Realizing the mistake, Ashimoda immediately asked if the person was Black Iron Idris, one of the first three beings. The stranger revealed himself to be a young, black-haired man, Lee Young-ho, and offered to help Ashimoda escape. Ashimoda skeptically asked Lee Young-ho what he wanted in return. Lee Young-ho coldly dismissed him, forcing Ashimoda to explain the power of the chains. He asserted that these chains were forged from the blood and scales of Angradon, making them unbreakable by anyone. Ignoring the warning, Lee Young-ho swung his sword, creating a blinding white streak of light. The sword collided directly with the chains, causing an explosion of light. The seemingly indestructible chains began to shatter into pieces. Ashimoda sneered, still disbelieving his eyes and assuming Lee Young-ho's effort was futile. But then, his eyes widened in astonishment as he sensed the change. The sound of shattering metal echoed as the golden chains snapped one by one. Ashimoda fell to the ground, completely freed from his confinement. In shock, he looked at the stranger and once again asked for his identity. Lee Young-ho revealed that both Adeto and Angradon had been destroyed by an incarnated god, and his sword dropped to the ground. He declared himself to be a descendant of that god and asked again. Lee Young-ho stood above, asking the kneeling Ashimoda what he could offer him. Ashimoda resolutely replied that he would offer anything the man desired. Lee Young-ho smiled, commenting that this was the first time he had met someone who shared his goal. He revealed his ambition was to seize this entire world, while Ashimoda's identity was clarified as the son of Zeros. Returning to the present, Shin Menchul confirmed that he had killed Zeros's eldest son in the Battle of Medain and did not recall the name Ashimoda. The blonde woman explained that Ashimoda was Zeros's illegitimate son, and everyone previously believed he had been killed by his own father. She revealed the truth that the person Shin Menchul had killed on the Medain plains was actually Zeros's second son. Shin Menchul began piecing the events together, deducing that Ashimoda had taken advantage of the war and chaos to stage a rebellion. He concluded that the result of that rebellion was Ashimoda being expelled from the court and exiled to the Amir forest. The bearded comrade wondered why everyone was acting so seriously, and if Ashimoda was truly that dangerous. The blonde woman emphasized that the problem lay in the fact that Ashimoda carried the bloodline of Zeros. When the bald warrior questioned this, Shin Menchul explained that his power on Earth had significantly diminished compared to when he was on Angeles. He estimated that his and Idris's current power level was only around level 8. The silver-haired man wearing glasses revealed shocking information. Zeros was the first warrior in Angeles history to reach level 100. Shin Menchul realized in astonishment that Zeros was truly an incarnated god. He deduced that the enemy was plotting to use the dark mana harvested from Ashimoda to recreate the power of Angeles right here on Earth. The scene shifts to a building in Borne-Sulanowo, Poland. A massive surge of purple dark mana violently erupted inside an ancient building. The hooded subordinates realized in horror that something was wrong with the Great Elder. The dark energy swirled, forming a chaotic spatial gate. A subordinate anxiously shouted the Great Elder's name. An exhausted Idris stepped out of the spatial gate, urgently asking for news about a person named Lucas. A cloaked elder reported the situation, and Idris requested to be connected with the senior elders. Meanwhile, Idris sat down to rest beside a glass of wine. He reassured his subordinates that he had fought Shin Menchul, Park Mu-young, and Shim Unseo on his way back. Idris revealed that all three of them, as well as himself and Ashimoda, originated from Angeles. He ordered the mobilization of all European forces to protect a final testing site. Elsewhere, Ethan Mark, with a lost and bandaged leg, was using crutches. He helped the injured Park Mu-young walk, but Mu-young brushed him off, insisting he was fine. Ethan Mark reminded him that Mu-young needed at least a month of rest, but he refused, unable to stand staying put. Ethan laughed loudly, declaring he would rather die on the battlefield. He even asked Park Mu-young to put in a good word with Catherine to get a robotic leg, making Mu-young secretly think he should have just let him die. When Catherine Johnson appeared, Ethan Mark cheerfully tried to strike up a conversation with her. However, Catherine looked extremely annoyed and frustrated. She snapped that she had had a difficult time, and it was all Ethan's fault. Shin Menchul appeared with a smug smile, asking if the higher-ups were angry again. Catherine Johnson irritably complained that her warnings about Ashimoda's danger had been ignored. Meanwhile, a U.S. official announced that the president had decided to take action after a tense meeting. The conclusion was that they could not allow someone more dangerous than a nuclear weapon to exist. Amidst a city watching the breaking news, the operation was declared to have escalated into a full-scale military action, potentially involving the use of tactical nuclear weapons. The blonde companion skeptically questioned Shin Menchul about the severity of the situation, and he simply confirmed it. Catherine Johnson asserted that even if it meant sacrificing Poland, they had to eliminate Ashimoda. She revealed that the U.S.'s newest tactical nuclear bomber, the Pac-Man, would arrive at Ramstein Air Base by the end of the day. Catherine explained to Shin Menchul that the enemy organization was deeply entrenched worldwide and that terror warnings were flooding Europe. She emphasized that every intelligence agency in Europe had declared a state of emergency. Shin Menchul countered that it was merely a trap designed to lure them out, and they should not react to every provocation. Catherine challenged him, warning that ignoring these alerts would cost them cooperation from other nations. Shin Menchul coldly dismissed her, stating they should let the enemy do as they pleased, which greatly frustrated Catherine. She warned that his actions could make it difficult even for their own government to support them, but Shin Menchul firmly refused to back down, asserting that his priority was Ashimoda and Idris, regardless of the political complications. Catherine was stunned, seemingly realizing his true intentions. Shin Menchul declared that in the worst-case scenario, he would terminate his partnership with them and the United States, forcing Catherine to reluctantly agree. Afterward, she wearily wondered if he knew what their superiors were plotting. Simultaneously, at a high-level meeting, a U.S. general announced that the Infinite Hunter would not be participating in the battle, greatly astonishing a subordinate female official. Catherine revealed the leadership's true intention. The best-case scenario for them was for both Shin Menchul and Ashimoda to be severely wounded after the fight. Katherine Johnson suggested that the Infinite Hunter might be their final trump card in preparation for that situation. She sighed, trying to convince Shin Menchul that they could not ignore the terror warnings from their perspective. Catherine revealed shocking information. An individual named Omar was making a move, causing Shin Menchul to ask in surprise. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Odessa, Ukraine, two heavily armed agents prepared for a nighttime mission. One of them, MI6 agent Anderson Spinell, calmly took a sip from his hip flask. Anderson asked his T-visor masked comrade if this Omar was truly that dangerous. An explanation revealed that Omar had unified most terrorist and insurgent organizations in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan, including ISIS and the Taliban, in just 5 years. The T-visor agent nervously suggested they review the contract terms once more. Simultaneously, at another location, a follower of Omar declared that the moment of God's descent was imminent. Omar, proclaiming himself the messenger of God, swore upon the sword of the holy war in front of his subordinates. He announced his intention to destroy the 3 traitors who defied God: Shin Menchul, Park Mu-young, and Shim Un-seo. Omar placed a $50 million bounty on each of their heads, along with the promise of God's blessing. Back in Ukraine, a suited handler assured the agents that their superiors would reward them handsomely and could relocate their entire families to England. Anderson Spinell smirked, warning the handler not to go back on his word. The moment he finished speaking, a shadow tentacle suddenly appeared and constricted Anderson's neck, causing blood to spurt out. The tentacle ruthlessly ripped off Anderson's head right in front of the handler, who was frozen in horror. A voice emanated from a nearby ornate chair, identifying itself as Steiner and demanding the handler state his identity. The handler trembled, unable to speak as shadow tentacles surrounded him. The attacker, Steiner, revealed himself, his white glasses glowing brightly, and contemptuously called the handler a rude human. A shadow tentacle tightened around the handler's arm as Steiner coldly demanded an answer. Steiner threatened to break the man's left arm, and then his leg, if he continued to remain silent. In agony, the handler stumbled backward, introducing himself as Mig Anderson. Steiner recognized him as a British spy and asked if he had reported this location to his superiors. Mig Anderson smirked, confirming that he had, and now there was no escape. Steiner retorted that he never intended to flee, as he himself had chosen this battlefield. Mig Anderson's smug expression vanished, replaced by utter astonishment as he began to curse. Steiner finished off Mig Anderson, considering it a reward for luring the enemy into his trap. Meanwhile, a helicopter flew through the sky. Inside, Katherine Johnson informed Shin Menchul, Park Mu-young, and Shim Un-seo that their images were circulating throughout Islamic terrorist networks. At a command center, Catherine and Ethan Mark observed the screen, and she explained that the massive bounty had incited countless individuals ready for martyrdom. Shin Menchul asserted that this was precisely why they had to take action themselves to eliminate Omar. Catherine secretly thought this was fortunate, as Omar was a problem the CIA couldn't solve. She smiled, believing that if Menchul succeeded, their superiors would have to change their attitude. However, Shin Menchul saw through her intentions, stating plainly that he knew she was trying to use them to resolve the situation. He narrowed his eyes, declaring that he would overlook it this time. Elsewhere, Yu Si-hyung stood amidst the ghosts, swearing he would not forgive those who harmed Si-hyung and Tae-young. Near Odessa, Ukraine, a helicopter hovered over the gloomy forest. On the ground, the group advanced into the mist, with Ethan Mark supporting the injured Park Mu-young, while someone inquired about the status of the MI6 agent. Catherine Johnson reported remotely, concluding that the MI6 agent had definitely been killed. This information momentarily stunned a team member. Park Moo-young turned to question Shin Menchul, who was unusually silent. A voice over the radio announced that the situation had changed. The helicopter had been shot down because the enemy had set up an ambush. Shin Menchul asked about satellite surveillance, but was told the dense fog obscured everything. He ordered Jennifer and Michael to scout the perimeter, emphasizing that the top priority was locating Omar and avoiding engagement. Shim Unseo and Michael dashed forward at terrifying speed, traversing the gloomy forest. When they returned, Park Moo-young asked about the reconnaissance results, and Jennifer reported that no enemy troops or unusual movements had been detected. Shin Menchul continued to inquire about objects that seemed out of place in the surrounding environment. Jennifer suddenly recalled the image of Michael moving during the reconnaissance. She also remembered Shin Menchul's focused gaze when he posed the question. She realized with a start, and said that she had seen an object resembling a stake. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, a young man frantically recalled being in Russia, captured by two armored figures. He remembered his body drenched in blood, and the sound of his agonizing screams while enduring the torture. He wondered how many times he had died and come back to life, and glumly considered finding a different line of work. Returning to reality, the young man abruptly stopped in the fog, prompting one of his escorts to speak up and ask what was wrong. The armored figures noticed the fog thickening rapidly, and their communication signals being jammed. A glowing yellow stake planted in the ground was revealed, seemingly the cause of everything. One of the armored soldiers confusedly wondered who the enemy was. Suffering from hallucinations, Rick Blaze opened fire on his comrades, calling them insane fanatics and blaming them for the deaths of many. He screamed, "Die!" as the bullet struck the soldier's head, splattering blood everywhere. Rick watched in horror as the corpses of the armored soldiers lay scattered across the ground. When another armored soldier approached, Rick angrily aimed his rifle at him and called them useless scum. Another gunshot echoed through the fog. The armored soldier remained standing, calmly remarking that Rick's words were nonsense. Suddenly, Priscilla Venya appeared, aiming her gun and ordering everyone to calm down. Rick recognized Priscilla and frantically asked why she was there. Priscilla explained that Catherine had called for backup immediately after the helicopter was shot down, while holding up a metal stake. She revealed that these very stakes were being used by the enemy to generate illusions. Seeing Rick still hesitant, Priscilla delivered a sharp slap to his head. She sternly demanded that Rick pull himself together and stop needing her to watch over him. Priscilla reminded him of the team's dire situation. Ryan was dead, Turner had retired, and their leader was out of the fight. Rick finally regained his composure, agreeing with Priscilla that they were now America's strongest hunter force. Priscilla worriedly wondered where Shin Menchul was, guessing that he was in a similar predicament. Rick turned back and inquired about Shim Unseo's status. Suddenly, three mysterious figures with glowing white eyes appeared before them. The blonde woman coldly ordered her comrades, "Kill them." Priscilla recognized her former teammate, Jennifer, and remarked that she looked well since the Lee Young-ho incident. Before she could even process what was happening, she looked utterly confused. Rick desperately shouted a warning for Priscilla to dodge, explaining that Unseo was not in her right mind. Suddenly, Jennifer coldly plunged her hand straight into Priscilla's abdomen, causing her to cough up blood. Witnessing the scene, Rick screamed Priscilla's name in horror. Restrained by Ethan Mark and Shim Unseo, Rick realized that his own teammates were attacking them. He struggled in vain, yelling for Unseo to snap out of it. Jennifer smirked maliciously as she held Priscilla tightly, while the latter pleaded in agony. Suddenly, a strange entity with a swirling body appeared, claiming that it had mastered the art of mimicry. Having spoken, the entity immediately leaped into the air. It hovered high above, while the controlled hunters stood motionless below. The entity landed in front of a stunned Rick and contemptuously called out Solarte's name. It declared that Solarte had disgraced the name of the Shadow Dancers. Immediately afterward, a powerful attack struck the entity, creating a massive explosion. Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young had arrived, and the entity challenged them to bring more friends if they had any. Shin Menchul immediately ordered Unseo, Rick, and the mobile strike team to retreat, explaining that the magic circle had only been weakened. Jennifer informed Rick that they would find Omar after escaping this place, and he agreed. The entity impatiently asked if they were finished talking. Shin Menchul confronted it, noting that allowing the mobile strike team to leave showed great confidence in its power. The entity began channeling its power, preparing to unleash the Shadow Seal technique with surging purple energy. Park Moo-young asked Shin Menchul about the identity of the newly appeared enemies. Shin Menchul recognized them as Shadow Dancers, Zeros's personal bodyguards. He deduced that they could not have come from Angelis but must have received the technique from Idris. Instantly, a Shadow Dancer was sliced in half by Shin Menchul's strike. Park Moo-young also entered the fray, his fists blazing with lightning energy. He charged into combat, his lightning punches fiercely colliding with the shadow dancers. Exploiting an opening, Park Moo-young delivered a high-speed punch. The attack pierced straight through the body of a shadow dancer. Shin Menchul followed up with a light blade strike, shattering another enemy. He smiled confidently after defeating his opponent. A remaining shadow dancer commented that Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young were quite interesting. Shin Menchul retorted that they were only being complacent because both heroes were currently inside their shadow realm. He turned and called out to Park Moo-young, preparing to give the next instruction. Shin Menchul commanded them not to take prisoners, but to wipe out all the enemies. Upon hearing the order, Park Moo-young immediately concentrated electrical energy into both hands. He unleashed the colossal metal golem technique, firing a gigantic energy beam. The attack struck a shadow dancer, causing it to scream in agony. The body of the shadowy entity was completely engulfed by the blue energy stream. The two remaining shadow dancers began emitting a dark purple aura. The leading entity declared that it would leave the two heroes to its subordinates, while Shin Menchul confidently stated that the new enemies were the ones trapped in a cage. Shin Menchul's energy sword shattered a shadow dancer. He swung his sword, easily dodging and counterattacking another entity's strike. With a confident smirk, Shin Menchul warned that even if he was crazy, his sword remained incredibly sharp. He declared that the enemies would not escape punishment after harming his people. Suddenly, a surge of dark purple energy billowed up from the ground, and Shin Menchul merely chuckled. A gigantic, muscular, shadowy entity emerged from the purple smoke. It confidently declared that attacking inside the shadow seal was futile. But mid-sentence, Shin Menchul's sword pierced straight through its head. The gigantic entity let out a terrifying scream of pain. Shin Menchul explained that even shadow must materialize to attack, and that was the moment to destroy their core. Standing amidst the dissolving shadow realm, he asked the remaining shadow dancer if it finally understood. Shin Menchul then revealed a shocking truth. He, Unseo, and Moo-young all originated from Angeles, just like Idris. Meanwhile, their leader stood atop a rock outcrop, silently observing the battlefield where the magic circle had been broken. At a different location, Park Moo-young reassured his subordinates that the destruction of the circle was only Phase 1 of the plan. He decisively ordered the immediate activation of Phase 2. Suddenly, a voice echoed that it was too late, as a figure gently landed nearby. A new group of 4 appeared, led by a blonde woman with an overwhelming presence. They advanced to confront Park Moo-young's team. Park Moo-young recognized the woman and speculated that she must also be from Angeles to be so familiar with illusion magic. The blonde woman merely smirked, confidently asserting that no one had more experience with such things than she did. Park Moo-young smirked, stating that his opponent surely knew his next technique. He immediately activated the dark prison, instantly creating a dark spatial domain. Rick Blaze and Jennifer were dragged inside, suspended in a hazy void. From outside, a terrified teammate screamed the names of Michael and Jennifer. That person couldn't believe that even the mobile strike team had been captured. Inside, Park Moo-young declared that within this space, he was the absolute master. He threatened that both of them would suffer eternal hellish pain, but Jennifer coldly challenged him to try. Park Moo-young grew furious when Jennifer dared to speak Ashimoto's name, asserting that hell was where she and Ashimoto belonged. Jennifer turned and called out to Rick, who responded, ready for action. Suddenly, a muscular horned warrior appeared, drawing his sword and ordering Rick to step back. The warrior declared he did not wish to harm a child, as children were precious sacrifices for the Lord. Rick sneered, remarking that their actions weren't terrorism, but merely the work of a cult. The horned warrior roared, stating that Rick could not harm an elder rank being like him. He swung his sword, unleashing a cross-shaped energy slash called the Hook Cross Slash. Rick attempted to evade the terrifyingly fast incoming attack. However, the slash grazed him, and he screamed in agony. The immense impact force hurled Rick backward. The horned warrior raised his hand, declaring he would cast a curse upon Rick's immortal body. A gigantic, thorny energy cross was summoned, piercing straight through Rick. Despite his face being covered in blood, Rick's eyes glowed with furious, unyielding white light. The story flashed back to 1 hour earlier, when Jennifer asked the brown-haired youth about what he intended to say before they left. The youth held up a syringe, making Jennifer curious about its contents. He explained that they were temporarily calling it a booster shot. It was a drug designed to temporarily enhance a hunter's physical abilities, with effects lasting approximately 2 hours. Hearing this, Shin Menchul immediately questioned him, demanding confirmation that they were not using the enemy's hyper-technology. He sternly warned that he had already told Catherine, and if he caught anyone researching hyper, he would personally destroy them all. The youth quickly reassured him that this was not the case, They had only applied the concept from the enemy's technology. He asserted that this drug was created based on their own genetic technology and contained absolutely no dark mana. Park Moo-young expressed suspicion, believing that a short-term power boost method would certainly carry dangerous side effects. Shin Menchul and Jennifer also looked at the youth with angry eyes, but he explained that this was not an order from above, but a request from Section Team 2. He said they reached this conclusion after realizing the war would only become harder if they continued to face those enemies. With that, the youth suddenly grabbed 3 syringes, declaring that this dangerous item would erode the lifespan of any hunter after just one use. But his case was different. He decisively plunged all 3 needles into his leg. The red-orange liquid was rapidly injected into his body. The youth threw his head back and screamed in pain as the drug began to take effect. Inside his body, his blood cells began to transform violently. They exploded and regenerated, releasing a massive surge of energy. The empty syringes clattered to the ground. The youth stood up, his entire body enveloped in a blazing red aura, activating the booster shot overdrive state. Returning to the present, Park Moo-young unleashed a devastating purple lightning attack from above. The horned warrior swung his purple energy-enhanced scimitar. In a flashback panel, the brown-haired youth, in his overdrive state with blazing red hair, confronted Jennifer amidst a red energy explosion. He gritted his teeth, enduring as an energy slash swept past him. Back in the present, the horned warrior struggled to defend against the relentless barrage of attacks. Nevertheless, the red-haired youth was struck by an attack and sent flying into the air. Though defeated, he still challenged his opponent, telling him to wait for Ashimoda in hell. He stood up, staggering toward the kneeling horned warrior. The horned warrior let out one final scream during the fierce battle. Suddenly, the space shifted, and the horned warrior found himself standing alone in a dark, trembling dimension. The red-haired youth was also trapped inside the dark prison labyrinth. He attempted to punch the invisible wall of the prison. Realizing his efforts were futile, he stopped in confusion. From outside, the horned warrior smirked, explaining that the prison could not be deactivated from within, and no one could escape for the next 3 days. He revealed this was a technique personally taught by the Great Elder, and once it ended, the final test would begin. Unexpectedly, a gigantic purple magic circle, which sustained the prison, began to crack from an external impact. The magic circle shattered into pieces. The horned warrior watched in astonishment as his technique was destroyed. Immediately afterward, an eye-patch warrior suddenly appeared behind him and pressed a blade against his neck. Fresh blood spurted out. The horned warrior's corpse collapsed onto the ground before a man in a suit holding a blood-soaked dagger. The man wearing the eye-patch cleaned his weapon, causing Shin Menchul to exclaim Steve Daines' name in surprise. Steve Daines faced Jennifer and the redhead youth, declaring that introductions were unnecessary this time. He straightforwardly offered to help them take down Idris. Just then, Shin Menchul and Park Moo-young approached, greeted by the title General. Shin Menchul mocked Steve Daines, calling him a loyal dog who had lost his master, Andrew Duncan. He questioned why they should accept help when Idris had already been defeated by him, and Steve Daines would eventually die anyway. Steve Daines countered by piquing Shin Menchul's curiosity about the enemy's final testing ground. After a moment of consideration, Shin Menchul agreed to the deal. However, he warned that he could not guarantee Steve Daines' safety after Idris was eliminated. Steve Daines merely hoped that Shin Menchul wouldn't be the one to lose his head first. Meanwhile, at Ramstein Base in Germany, Catherine Johnson reported to Ethan Mark and Lee Ki-hyuk that Ashimoda and Idris had left Eastern Europe. Steve Daines, now present at the base, revealed that Idris's final test would target at least 50 to 100 million people. He ruled out the Middle Eastern and Central Asian nations, narrowing the target down to Russia, China, or India. Yu Si-hyung and another injured survivor listened as Steve Daines explained that the enemy had been cooperating with a certain nation for a long time. Yu Si-hyung argued that Russia would not sacrifice more than a third of its population. Shin Menchul smiled confidently, concluding that the only remaining option was China. The scene shifted to the U.S. Air Force Base in Okinawa. Shin Menchul looked surprised by the appearance of an uninvited guest. An older man with a goatee chastised him for failing to greet his senior. Shin Menchul sighed in annoyance as the man continued to complain about his increasingly disrespectful attitude. Lee Jong-sung turned to Chairman Park Byung-ki and asked for his opinion. Shin Menchul asked in surprise why they were there, and Chairman Park Byung-ki explained that the mess Andrew Duncan had caused back home had been resolved. Lee Jong-sung added that it was now time for them to support Shin Menchul's team. Shin Menchul snapped back skeptically, asking how they planned to offer support when they didn't have any hunters. Lee Jong-sung explained that the NIS, National Intelligence Service, is an intelligence agency specializing in China, and military intelligence agents have also been operating there for a long time. Chairman Park Byung-ki told Shin Menchul that dealing with China was completely different, but he could handle the ruling party there. Shin Menchul asked doubtfully if he truly possessed such immense influence. Chairman Park Byung-ki confidently asserted that leveraging his connections would make things easier, leaving Shin Menchul silently wondering. He said that first, he wanted to introduce them to a man named Han Jung, the chairman of an energy company. Chairman Park Byung-ki further revealed that Han Jung was also the eldest son of the Chinese chairman and wielded even greater influence than most party leaders. Lee Jong-song added intelligence, suggesting that Han Jung was highly interested in Shin Menchul, Park Moo-young, and Shim Un-so, prompting Shin Menchul to immediately demand that Chairman Park Byung-ki return home. Although Shin Menchul stated they would handle things themselves, Chairman Park Byung-ki firmly declared that he would accompany them. Shin Menchul angrily scolded him to stop being stubborn, pointing out that human lives were at stake and this wasn't about money. Chairman Park Byung-ki coldly called Shin Menchul an idiot and declared that, for him, money was more important than life itself. He explained that Han Jung himself had personally requested that he introduce all of them to him. Shin Menchul turned and asked Chairman Park Byung-ki if he had known about this beforehand, and the chairman casually confirmed it. Shin Menchul angrily questioned him, unable to believe that an NIS official would simply stand by and do nothing. Lee Jong-sung reassured him not to worry, stating that, unless he was insane, Han Jung would never dare to touch Chairman Park Byung-ki. Shin Menchul turned to Katherine Johnson and asked about the CIA's stance on the matter. Katherine Johnson agreed to cooperate, saying they had no reason to refuse, and that contacting the Chinese government themselves would be a waste of time. Katherine Johnson explained that, due to the tense situation between the U.S. and China, the CIA required concrete evidence to operate there. A blonde woman confirmed to the group that the event would take place in 2 days. The tall, muscular blonde woman stood observing the discussion. 2 days later in Macau, the scene shifted to the opulent Grand Sintra Hotel at night. A man introduced himself as Elvin, the hotel's general manager. Elvin expressed his honor at hosting the distinguished guests, Park Byung-ki, Shin Menchul, and Park Moo-young. Elvin and his team of bodyguards led Park Byung-ki's group down a luxurious corridor. The bald bodyguards, sporting neck tattoos and sunglasses, walked with an overwhelming presence. Shin Menchul's group followed behind, starting to sense something unusual. Shin Menchul turned and asked Park Moo-young if he sensed the same thing. Park Moo-young confirmed with a serious expression that he felt it too. As they continued walking, Park Moo-young whispered his discovery. He asserted that everyone in the hotel was an A-rank hunter, proven by the purple aura emanating from the people ahead. Shin Menchul noted that he didn't detect any dark magic, speculating that China had developed its own technology to create hunters. An aide to Han Jung opened the door to a private room and formally welcomed Chairman Park Byung-ki. The aide thanked Park Byung-ki for traveling such a long distance to attend. Han Jung appeared and stated that since Park Byung-ki had made the request, he naturally had to make time. Han Jung noticed Shin Menchul's displeased expression. Shin Menchul replied that he disliked formal ceremonies, then commented on Han Jung's humility despite his immense wealth. Shin Menchul concluded that Han Jung must be very interested in him to know so much information, and Han Jung admitted he was a fan. Shin Menchul remarked that Han Jung seemed quite knowledgeable, to which Han Jung replied that it was thanks to his powerful father. Han Jung got straight to the point, asking Shin Menchul what he wanted from him. Shin Menchul expressed his desire to meet Han Jung's father and the party leaders. Han Jung scoffed, suggesting Shin Menchul was overestimating his own worth. Shin Menchul explained that he could help them deal with the conspirators operating within China itself. Han Jung growled, asserting that they could handle their own affairs. But Shin Menchul countered that this caliber of opponent was beyond their capabilities. Shin Menchul snapped his fingers. Immediately, Han Jung's bodyguards rushed forward, while Han Jung angrily asked if Shin Menchul was trying to provoke him. Han Jung warned that even as a fan, he would not tolerate such disrespectful remarks. Shin Menchul seriously warned that if their plan wasn't stopped, half the population of Guangdong would be wiped out. He added that, in the worst-case scenario, the casualty count could reach 100 million people, leaving Han Jung and his bodyguards stunned. Suddenly, the space around them collapsed, transforming into a terrifying crimson chasm. Elsewhere, Park Moo-young, Shim Un-so, and Jennifer were simultaneously horrified, wondering what those lunatics were doing. From a distance, Han Jung thought to himself that today's meeting was truly disappointing. Back in the room, Shin Menchul declared that he wasn't finished speaking and demanded everyone sit down. Han Jung dismissed him, saying he had no intention of listening to any more nonsense. Shin Menchul growled, repeating his demand that Han Jung sit down. Then, a confident smile appeared on Shin Menchul's lips. Han Jung turned to Park Byung-ki, skeptically asking if Shin Menchul could truly bear the responsibility for his life. Just then, Steve Daines suddenly appeared right next to Shin Menchul. Steve Daines dropped empty shell casings onto the floor, announcing that the snipers had been dealt with. He added that the hidden lurkers had also been cleaned up, causing Shin Menchul to smile in satisfaction. Han Jung mocked him, saying that Park Mu-young could easily take them down too. Shin Menchul immediately challenged Han Jung to give the signal, but warned that he would bear all the subsequent consequences. He bluntly asked if Han Jung wanted to start a war with China. Shin Menchul continued his threat, stating that while he, Shim Eun-seo, and Park Mu-young would remain unharmed, he guaranteed that everyone associated with Han Jung would die. He pointed directly at Han Jung and emphasized his guarantee. Shin Menchul concluded the threat by declaring that Han Jung would be the first to die. After instilling fear, Shin Menchul suddenly softened his tone, saying he only wanted to negotiate and asked Han Jung to sit down. Unexpectedly, Han Jung smirked at Shin Menchul's change in attitude. Sitting down with Park Byung-ki, Han Jung remarked that the rumors about Shin Menchul's stubborn personality were indeed true. Park Byung-ki turned to Han Jung and said he had warned him, then politely apologized to Shin Menchul for targeting him. With a smile, Park Byung-ki asked what the issue was, acting as if they held no animosity whatsoever. Han Jung thought to himself that the old man Park Byung-ki was as terrifying as ever, capable of brushing everything aside so casually. Park Byung-ki stipulated that Shin Menchul must convince him first before he could meet the party leaders, and began talking about the enemies they had been pursuing for the past year. The luxurious space of the room was highlighted by a magnificent chandelier. Shin Menchul offered to provide evidence from the CIA, and asserted that Han Jung's intelligence agency could cross-reference the information. He added that MI6 and DGSE could also verify this information, causing Han Jung to fall silent in contemplation. Park Byung-ki then placed a tablet on the table, saying he was about to show a video clip that Shim Eun-seo had just sent from Shenzhen. Han Jung frowned while watching the video on the tablet, his two bodyguards standing guard behind him. Meanwhile, in Guangzhou, Guangdong Province, two men were discussing matters in a dark room. The younger man, Wang Yang of the Taizifang faction, worried that if this mission failed, they would also die. The other man, Zhang Wei, replied bitterly that they were going to die anyway. Zhang Wei added that their comrades had suffered too much over the past year. A flashback image appeared, showing the bloody scene following the failure of the mission in Korea. Subsequently, the party leaders quickly purged the Shanghai faction and the Taizifang members, but this time, everything was orchestrated by Han Jung, who had seized control of the Ministry of State Security. Returning to the present, Wang Yang asked if Idris's plan would succeed, and Zhang Wei recalled the feats Ashimoda had performed. Other Taizifang members realized they had no other choice, as all power had fallen into Beijing's hands. However, Wang Yang was concerned that they would have to sacrifice the people of Guangdong. He questioned whether the people would support them, but Zhang Wei dismissed it, saying they didn't need that support. Zhang Wei furiously declared that those who sold themselves to Beijing must die to become fertilizer for the new world. After that, Zhang Wei inquired about the situation in other cities. A report stated that their forces had advanced into Shenzhen, Dongguan, and Foshan, and were about to declare martial law. Zhang Wei asserted confidently that they would be safe once they dealt with that bastard. Back in the negotiation room, Han Jung told Shin Menchul that this evidence was insufficient to convince the party. An aide suddenly approached and whispered something into Han Jung's ear. Shin Menchul looked over curiously, wondering about the sudden exchange. He immediately asked directly what was happening on their end. A silver-haired woman reported to Shin Menchul that the Macau garrison forces were mobilizing, which surprised him. The scene shifted to a luxurious hall, where blood was splattered everywhere. There, one of Elvin's bodyguards stood among the corpses, questioning the enemy about why they were forcing Chinese people to turn their weapons on each other. A red-armored soldier replied that they were protecting the successor to the great chairman. The bodyguard leader warned them not to expect an easy victory. Immediately afterward, a red-armored soldier raised a syringe containing a performance-enhancing drug. He did not hesitate to inject the drug directly into his neck. Instantly, the red-armored soldiers roared as their bodies steamed, their power surging dramatically. The bodyguard leader and his men gnashed their teeth in fury at the actions of those bastards. Suddenly, Elvin appeared, mocking the drug that Idris had given them before unleashing a king's wrath demonic fist, heaven-shattering earth shock that blew away one of the soldiers. Another red-armored soldier was terrified, recognizing the attacker. He panicked upon realizing it was Elvin, the leader of the Nine Dragons clan, a top-tier warrior about whom they had no intelligence. Elvin was identified as an anomalous rank A warrior, an unusual existence. He calmly ordered his bodyguards to hold their formation. The bodyguard leader quickly assigned tasks, One group was to destroy the elevators, another was to block the emergency exits, and the rest would deal with the enemies on the spot alongside him. Elsewhere, someone explained that according to Shin Menchul, their drug technology was incomplete and had a time limit. Elvin declared that he would wait for the drug's effects to wear off before breaking the siege with reinforcements, then stomped his foot down, causing a massive ground tremor. The red-armored soldiers were confused by the shaking and the blinding cloud of dust. A soldier raised his knife, pointed toward the smoke, and told his comrades to pay attention. However, Elvin suddenly coughed up blood after executing the attack. One of the red-armored soldiers stabbed Elvin through the body. The soldier's helmet fell off after the attack. The attacker was revealed to be a blond, blue-eyed man named Mikhail Vasiliev. A bald bodyguard shouted, urging his boss to escape immediately. The other bodyguards and Shin Menchul watched the scene in horror. Shin Menchul assessed that Elvin was already in a different league among rank A hunters, so the person who defeated him so quickly must be a senior elder. Shin Menchul also realized that fighting while protecting two ordinary civilians would not be easy. The red-armored army simultaneously fired a beam of energy toward them. Unexpectedly, Park Moo-young rushed out and blocked the attack. The collision resulted in a terrifying explosion. Park Moo-young stood firm after the blast, protecting those behind him. Shin Menchul warned Han Zheng that their entire operation in China would end if he died. A bodyguard reported that the enemy had seized control of the airport. Shin Menchul proposed an escape route. An offshore CIA vessel would take them to a submarine in international waters, and Han Zheng must go to Okinawa if he wanted to live. Han Zheng was astonished to be told to go to an American military base, but Shin Menchul asserted that he had no other choice. When Han Zheng hesitated due to his father's honor, Shin Menchul dismissed it, telling him to forget about honor. Shin Menchul grabbed Han Zheng, declaring that the pursuers are always the ones who die first. Park Moo-young announced that Han Zheng would have to abandon his private jet, but they were planning to replace it anyway. The loyal bodyguards declared they would risk their lives to hold off the enemy, but Shin Menchul stopped them. Shin Menchul ordered the bodyguards simply to hold out until he escaped, and then surrender. Immediately, Shin Menchul grabbed Han Zheng and an aide, and leaped high into the air to escape. He realized the danger of the situation when a new enemy appeared. A blond man wearing red and black armor stood amidst the smoke, the very person who had just attacked. The attacker stared with a cold expression, ready for the next strike. Han Zheng was stunned, recognizing the enemy as Mikhail Vasiliev. Mikhail unleashed a gigantic energy slash, destroying everything in its path. Shin Menchul quickly pulled Han Zheng away, dodging the destructive attack. Mikhail's attack created a terrifying explosion, obliterating the entire area. From a distance, columns of fire and smoke rose sky-high, demonstrating the horrific destructive power. Shin Menchul and Han Zheng safely landed on the roof of a nearby building. Standing on the rooftop, Han Zheng painfully thought of those who had sacrificed themselves so he could escape. Shin Menchul looked toward the city, engulfed in flames, asserting that many more would die if they failed to stop Ashimoda and Idris. He gripped Han Zheng's hand, instructing him that everything that followed depended on him, and demanding that he speak with his father immediately upon reaching Okinawa. Their destination was the U.S. Air Force Base in Okinawa. There, an elderly American official angrily questioned Han Zheng, asking if he had lost his mind by contacting a U.S. military base. Han Zheng explained that he had no other choice, as both the Shanghai faction and the Crown Prince faction were hunting him, and he would die without the Americans. The official grumbled, asking if Han Zheng realized this could be part of a CIA plot to destabilize China. He continued, saying Han Zheng didn't need to worry about them, as everyone was already blaming him and the Americans. The official revealed that public opinion was accusing Han Zheng of collaborating with a terrorist group to overthrow the regime. He concluded with shocking news. The Shanghai faction had declared martial law in Macau and major cities in Guangdong, completely cutting off Han Zheng's retreat. The American official explained that the Shanghai faction and the Taizi Fong were building an image for themselves as protectors of the people against terrorism. During a call, Han Zheng desperately asked his father if he believed the propaganda, but his father coldly replied that his opinion was less important than the belief of the masses. Han Zheng angrily suggested sending troops to Guangdong, but his father pointed out that public opinion had already turned against him the moment he fled with the Americans. He warned that deploying troops now would ignite a civil war and could end Han Zheng's political career. Criticized and powerless, Han Zheng could only grind his teeth in fury. Back in Okinawa, the American official announced that the enemy's plan had already begun in Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and other cities. Horrifying Han Zheng, he warned that half of Guangdong's population would be wiped out if they failed to act, and Han Zheng promised to explain the details further upon arriving in Beijing. Han Jung declared that he would bring Shin Menchul and the CIA's Katherine Johnson with him. The American official became enraged, shouting and asking if Han Jung had lost his mind. He continued to question the wisdom of dragging the CIA into China's internal conflict. Meanwhile, in a laboratory in Guangdong, Idris's base was revealed. Inside, a gray-haired man remarked that choosing China as the location for the final experiment was a brilliant move that Shin Menchul would struggle to anticipate. Idris added that the CIA, Shin Menchul's strongest ally, had now become an obstacle to him. The gray-haired man expressed surprise that Lee Young-ho's test subject was being utilized in this manner. An image showed the test subject, a muscular blonde man, a dark magic genius created through the sacrifice of countless lives. Idris warned that the test subject was still unstable and must never be allowed to act alone. The gray-haired man immediately ordered them to call for a person named Jur Young. A stealth aircraft soared through the night sky, carrying Shin Menchul's group toward China. On the plane, Shin Menchul worried about whether they could convince the Chinese authorities, as he understood they were under immense political pressure. The silver-haired aide agreed, pointing out that their deployment would only legitimize the accusations made by the Shanghai faction and the Taizifang. The silver-haired aide refuted this, stating that she was worried about an entirely different matter. Shin Menchul irritably reminded her not to forget the instructions he had given before they departed. She tried to reassure him, saying that Omar had been eliminated and the CIA was gradually changing its stance, while Shin Menchul thought they couldn't just sit and wait. Throughout the flight to China, the two continued to argue incessantly. Upon arrival, a high-ranking Chinese official warmly greeted them and extended his hand in welcome. He specifically welcomed Shin Menchul by name, surprising both him and his aide. In the meeting room, the official expressed skepticism upon hearing about things like mana and magic. The bodyguard standing behind him also spoke up, asking if they truly expected China to approve an operation based on such absurdities. He argued that even if the US and the CIA believed this story, the European intelligence agencies certainly would not. The official asked about their plan, and Shin Menchul replied that, fortunately, the enemy's final experiment had not yet been initiated. He explained that they must destroy the artifacts being manufactured in Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Dongguan, and Foshan, or 1.4 billion people would be converted into mana batteries. Following the terrifying warning, a tense silence filled the room as the official considered the situation. Suddenly, he slammed his hand onto the table and decisively agreed. The official declared that he would allow the United States to operate within Guangdong province. The bodyguard, surprised, asked for the reason behind this sudden decision. He chastised his subordinate as a fool for failing to see the bigger picture, despite the bodyguard's concerns about public reaction. The official revealed his plan. He would use the pretext of a spreading deadly pathogen to legitimize accepting the American-funded vaccine. He argued that the public would have to accept the risks associated with such a potent vaccine. With a calculating smile, the official revealed his true ambition. Once everything was over, China's hunters would become unrivaled. Furthermore, he declared that he would use this opportunity to eliminate his domestic political rivals, the Shanghai faction and the Taizifang. On social media, Shin Menchul's group was praised as anti-terrorism heroes, but a Chinese official secretly thought that only fools loved heroes. With a self-satisfied smirk, he asserted that he preferred survivors. Meanwhile, at the U.S. airbase in Okinawa, the silver-haired aide warned Shin Menchul that Chairman Han Gang intended to use them as sacrificial pawns. Shin Menchul casually replied that he already knew, and was tired of the nagging. He just hadn't expected the chairman to use his own son as the liaison. Han Jung reassured himself that his lack of an official title would avoid political trouble, and eventually, he would transform from a traitor into a national hero. Nevertheless, Han Jung had to admit that his father, Chairman Han Gang, was as cunning as a snake. Shin Menchul felt relieved upon realizing that Andrew Duncan's curse had finally been lifted. Seeing this, the silver-haired aide immediately asked if he was ready. Shin Menchul silently turned around, preparing for the upcoming strategy meeting. He gathered with his key allies, including Park Mu-young, Steve Daines, and Shim Un-so, around a table displaying a regional map. Shin Menchul began explaining that the enemy's plan was to addict the population to hyper in order to conduct the final experiment, as they could not sacrifice 50 million people using only Idris magic circle. He revealed that, according to Ki-hyuk's intelligence, the virus-carrying trucks had begun moving through major cities in Guangdong. The team, consisting of Shim Un-seo, Michael, and Jennifer, was assigned to Shenzhen, a mission Michael believed would go down in history. Meanwhile, Rick, Priscilla, and Mark would head to Dongguan with the objective of eliminating Idris once and for all. The Chinese government would handle Foshan, while a hunter named Bai Jingzheng was dispatched to deal with other issues. Shin Menchul declared that he, Park Moo-young, and Steve Daines, would go to Guangzhou, the most populous area, with the goal of completely destroying the virus-carrying trucks. With fierce eyes, he ordered the entire team to wipe them out of existence. Immediately afterward, in downtown Guangzhou, the streets were completely deserted. Park Moo-young commented on the emptiness, and Shin Menchul explained that it was due to the declaration of martial law. On a deserted street, Steve Daines asked if this was the location they were looking for, sensing the dark mana radiating from underground. Shin Menchul narrowed his eyes and stated that he would double-check. A brief vision flashed, showing Shin Menchul, Park Moo-young, and Steve Daines fighting an army of suited assassins. Shin Menchul smiled confidently, assuring Catherine via comms that everything was fine, and they had confirmed the location. Steve Daines and Park Moo-young assumed their combat stances. Shin Menchul summoned a great sword of light energy. Immediately afterward, a blue energy blast swept through all 100 assassins, causing their bodies to disintegrate and scatter. Steve Daines broke out in a cold sweat, stunned by the sight he had just witnessed. He wondered in astonishment how Shin Menchul could defeat 100 A-rank hunters in just 2 seconds. Shin Menchul looked at the residual energy on his hand, musing that, although he had heard he grew stronger after every battle, this was unbelievable, and it was going to be a race against time. He stepped forward, walking past the remnants of the enemy horde. A man with ash-gray hair emerged from the shadows, declaring that they had finally met face to face. Shin Menchul coldly demanded the man's identity. The strange man began to introduce himself as Kane, the first senior elder. Wasting no time, Shin Menchul lunged forward and stabbed the man through the chest, declaring that he had no time for introductions. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a hooded subordinate asked Idris if the first senior elder could handle Shin Menchul alone, but Idris replied that they were all ready to provide support. Idris explained that Shin Menchul was not someone who could be defeated merely by overwhelming numbers. He told his subordinates to trust Kane, revealing that Kane held a very special position within their organization. Back in the battle, the stabbed Kane roared as an orange flame erupted from his wound, admitting that even Idris did not know his full power. Idris's subordinate asked back in astonishment, having thought that all the elders learned their skills from him. From another location, Idris commented that Kane could be considered on par with Ashimoda, or even himself. Idris continued to muse that although they were cooperating for a common goal, no one knew what would happen once the final test was complete, while Kane's flames raged fiercely. Shin Menchul was surprised to see flames erupting from Kane's body. Shin Menchul ordered Park Moo-young to accompany Steve Daines to track down the trucks, and Park Moo-young immediately agreed. Park Moo-young and Steve Daines quickly departed, leaving Shin Menchul and Kane facing each other on the deserted road. While moving, Park Moo-young muttered to himself that he always followed orders, but he was surprised that Steve Daines agreed without complaint. Steve Daines replied that he didn't blindly trust his comrades like Park Moo-young did, but that didn't mean he doubted them. Meanwhile, Shin Menchul transformed, his hair turning brilliant gold as he unleashed a massive blue energy aura and summoned the Great Sword of Light. With the sword in hand, Shin Menchul was identified as the only one capable of stopping Idris. Kane asked Shin Menchul why he hadn't pursued those who just left. He declared that his target was Shin Menchul, not the virus. Kane generated a fireball in his palm to prove his point. Shin Menchul realized that Kane had only used the virus as bait to lure him here. Immediately afterward, Kane unleashed a massive torrent of fire. The fierce flames surged directly toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul swung his sword, preparing to face the terrifying explosion. He charged forward, using his energy sword to cleave through the stream of fire. Kane raised his hand, preparing for another fire attack. Shin Menchul stood firm and calm, his sword still carrying residual embers from the previous attack. Shin Menchul roared in anger, saying that Kane was crossing the line. In response, Kane launched a gigantic fire explosion that engulfed the entire area. Shin Menchul gripped his greatsword tightly amidst the sea of fire. He plunged his weapon forcefully into the ground, creating a shockwave to extinguish the flames. However, he realized that his sword energy could not completely extinguish these flames, as they were not generated by mana or magic. Kane asked Shin Menchul if he was curious why he couldn't put out the fire. Shin Menchul said that he initially thought Kane was from Angelis when he saw him use fire magic, but then he dismissed that speculation. Kane replied seriously that many things had happened on Earth as well. He explained that humanity had committed many inhumane acts during the Cold War era between the United States and the Soviet Union. Kane cited the Defense Intelligence Agency's Project Stargate as an example. Shin Menchul realized Kane was a survivor of that project, and mocked that his group was full of failures, just like Li Xiuan's disciples. He curled his lip into a sneer of contempt. In a flashback, Project Stargate was revealed to be aimed at developing psychic abilities through human experimentation. Although the test subjects were similar to modern hunters, they were still considered failures by the scientists. Their powers were either fake or deemed useless in combat. However, one scientist unexpectedly witnessed a strange phenomenon. They accidentally discovered an ability that they had initially considered completely useless. That ability could connect through spatial rifts, astonishing the scientists. In the flashback, a Project Stargate scientist was utterly horrified. He had witnessed terrifying shadowy entities being summoned from the spatial rift. Returning to the present, Kane snapped his fingers lightly. He smiled smugly as a gigantic fireball appeared and hurtled toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul immediately swung his sword at blinding speed to defend himself. The attack collided with the sword, creating a fierce explosion. Kane watched with amusement as the special flame burned in his palm. With a loud laugh, he unleashed multiple streams of fire toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul moved incredibly fast, dodging the rapid-fire attacks. However, he couldn't help but be astonished when a stream of fire narrowly grazed him. The inextinguishable flame caught his shoulder, making Shin Menchul wince in pain. Witnessing this, Kane curled his lip into a satisfied smirk. A flash of light erupted as Shin Menchul was engulfed by the power of the flame. A terrifying explosion burst forth, destroying everything nearby. Not far away, Park Moo-young and Steve Daines felt the violent tremor. Amidst the smoke, Shin Menchul licked the blood from his lip, his eyes still filled with determination. He stood firm amidst the wreckage, his body beginning to radiate energy. Kane began to explain that ordinary fire requires 3 elements to ignite. As he leaped into the air to evade Shin Menchul's counterattack, he boasted that his flame only needed oxygen to burn anywhere. Kane smugly declared that with his power, he could accomplish this, and then snapped his fingers. Shin Menchul's eyes widened in shock and agony. Instantly, the flame erupted from within Shin Menchul's body, causing him to scream in extreme pain. Kane mocked him, asking what it felt like to be burned from the inside, and asserting that Shin Menchul's internal organs would turn to ash in less than a minute. Suddenly, a spray of blood splattered directly onto the smug Kane's face. Shin Menchul spat out a mouthful of blood, contemptuously questioning the 1-minute time frame Kane had given him. In a flash, Shin Menchul swung his sword, severing Kane's head in a single strike. He stated coldly that it only took him 1 second to take his opponent's head. The never-ending flame on Shin Menchul's shoulder finally faded, as its creator perished. After the battle, Shin Menchul called to check on Park Moo-young, who reported that they had successfully detonated the truck under their charge. Meanwhile, Lee Ki-hyuk reported that Shim Unseo and the Phantom Squad had neutralized all the virus-carrying trucks in Shenzhen. Ethan Mark announced that an enemy had appeared in Foshan and Dongguan. That enemy was Mikhail Vaskov, his eyes glowing menacingly. Ethan Mark immediately activated Limitless Mode, Absolute Domain. He mocked Mikhail, asking if this was the first time he had been in a place devoid of oxygen. Mikhail Vaskov remained calm, adopting a stance ready for a counterattack. He lunged forward at terrifying speed, delivering a punch straight to Ethan Mark's face. Ethan Mark leaned back, narrowly dodging the lightning-fast attack. However, Mikhail immediately unleashed a flurry of blows, raining continuous punches onto Ethan's body. Ethan Mark was stunned, wondering why his absolute domain was ineffective against Mikhail. He was even more horrified when he realized Mikhail seemingly did not need to breathe. Ethan concluded that the enemy had surpassed the limits of a living being, just before Mikhail launched a brutal attack. A powerful slash sent Ethan's blood flying amidst his scream of pain. Suddenly, Tono Sandhagen appeared, activating Limitless Mode and summoning all his weapons. A terrifying explosion engulfed the area as Tono's firepower simultaneously unleashed. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Priscilla Venya landed on the ground. She gasped, muttering that this was the price they had to pay. A bald, goatee-wearing teammate carrying the unconscious, Rick Blaze, coldly told Ethan that this was the consequence of overestimating his own strength. Suddenly, the brown-haired youth screamed Priscilla's name in horror. Mikhail Vaskov had moved at unbelievable speed and appeared right in front of her. A streak of red light flashed, carving a deep gash across Priscilla's chest. Witnessing this, the brown-haired youth immediately injected a vial of medicine into his neck. Blood spurted as the needle was pulled from his neck. The youth stood up, his hair turning bright red as he activated the booster shot overdrive state. He charged forward, his eyes burning with hatred. Mikhail also turned around, ready to engage in battle. The two rushed toward each other, unleashing a flurry of blows at breakneck speed. Their fierce engagement created a powerful shockwave, astonishing their teammates who watched. Priscilla Venya wondered in amazement when Rick had become so powerful. She shook the injured Ethan Mark, reminding him that Rick's booster shot only lasted for 5 minutes. While Rick Blaze collapsed from exhaustion, Priscilla stressed that they must destroy the virus-carrying truck before it was too late. Suddenly, the entire team froze as a horde of reanimated corpses with glowing red eyes appeared, blocking their path. From the midst of the undead horde, a mysterious woman declared that they would not be leaving alive. Priscilla yelled that they were already familiar with necromancy tricks, then opened fire alongside Ethan Mark. Ethan Mark rushed forward and delivered a punch that exploded the head of a reanimated corpse. However, the headless corpse remained standing and let out a gruesome roar. The woman scoffed, saying she couldn't be compared to a low-level necromancer. She was Jor-young, a queen-rank necromancer. Sensing the terrifying energy flow, Ethan Mark stated that this was no time to conserve the booster drug. Hearing this, Priscilla decisively pulled out a syringe. The booster shot was quickly injected into her body. Jor-young watched curiously, wondering if this was a new American invention. She commented that it didn't seem much different from the hyperdrug. Immediately, Priscilla tensed up as a surge of dark energy enveloped her body. The empty syringe slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. A fierce explosion of dark energy erupted from Priscilla, blowing away the entire horde of reanimated corpses. The reanimated corpses screamed as the dark energy tore them to shreds. A terrifying explosion occurred, creating a powerful shockwave. The shockwave swept across the battlefield, blowing away everything in its path. Amidst the smoke and dust, Jor-young appeared, wielding purple dark energy with a wave of her hand. Immediately, a new army of reanimated corpses rose up, growling and charging forward with glowing red eyes. One of Jor-young's massive golem servants asked for permission to devour the enemies. Jor-young refused, ordering it only to kill them and bring the bodies back to be turned into new friends. With tears streaming down its face, the golem declared its master was its best friend, and that it would kill for her. Priscilla Venya, despite her injuries, stood firm against the golem and the army of reanimated corpses. In another corner, Rick Blaze, his hair blazing red, desperately called out Priscilla and Ethan Mark's names. He realized the effects of the booster drug were fading, and his body was dissolving faster than his regeneration could keep up. Suddenly, Mikhail Vaskov appeared right in front of Rick. Mikhail delivered a devastating punch to the weakened Rick. Sent flying, Rick coughed up blood and desperately realized his time was up. His body began an uncontrollable disintegration process due to the drug's side effects. Just then, Tono Sandhagen appeared, his eyes filled with determination. He steadily stepped into the battle. Priscilla looked worriedly at the condition of Rick and Ethan Mark. With a challenging smile, she ordered both of them to leave so she could hold off the enemy alone. However, Ethan Mark warned that she could only use limitless mode once a day, and questioned if she knew the consequences of pushing herself too far. A power hierarchy chart showed the position of individuals within an organization, ranking Priscilla Venya as a rook. With a blood-stained face and a challenging smile, Priscilla Venya ordered her two teammates to leave, asserting that she would handle everything alone. In his golem form, Ethan Mark warned that she could only use limitless mode once a day and reminded her of the consequences of pushing herself too far. Suddenly, Priscilla delivered a powerful punch to Ethan's chest, generating a shockwave. Ethan Mark was pushed back, sliding across the ground due to the force of the attack. Amidst the horde of reanimated corpses, a new enemy appeared. A massive, fully armored leader with glowing eye slits, radiating a purple aura. Priscilla angrily ordered Ethan to get Rick out of there immediately. Standing opposite Priscilla amidst the controlled crowd, the armored leader declared his intention to destroy the trucks carrying the virus. He further warned Priscilla that her body was deteriorating faster than it could recover, and she would soon be exhausted. Ethan desperately called Priscilla's name, but she brushed him off, telling him to stop lecturing her. Priscilla chastised Ethan for always acting like a senior, causing Ethan to internally note that he had only joined Section Team 2 1 month after her. Priscilla then turned to look at the injured Rick Blaze. With vacant eyes, Rick looked up and weakly called Priscilla's name in confusion. Priscilla reassured Rick that he had the potential to become stronger than anyone, while her body began to radiate blue energy. She activated limitless mode, causing a gigantic energy pistol to materialize and hover before her. Countless other weapon components simultaneously manifested from the blue energy, floating around her. Combining all the weapons with a booster shot, the components began to rush together and assemble. They locked together with a resounding clang, forming the barrel of a colossal weapon. Standing atop the completed structure, Priscilla aimed her gigantic railgun at the horde of enemies below. Priscilla's railgun accumulated a massive surge of blue energy. While Ethan Mark held on to Rick Blaze, the panicked teammates screamed Priscilla's name as she gritted her teeth and fired. A destructive beam of light shot out, creating a terrifying explosion that swept across the streets. Simultaneously, at the Pentagon in the United States, a man wearing a blue baseball cap stood alone in a dark room. Under the full moon, the scene shifted. The man in the blue cap suddenly turned around, looking alert, as if he had just realized something. At the Taizifang headquarters in central Guangzhou, a flash of purple energy emanated from a building window. Inside, two men reported to a glowing cross-shaped magic circle that they had lost all the virus-carrying trucks in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. One of the subordinates reported that Shin Menchul and Park Muyang had appeared in Guangzhou, and Shim Unso in Shenzhen, supported by the U.S. Air Force. A mysterious voice from the magic circle questioned how their infiltration went unnoticed. The subordinate bowed and apologized for his failure. When asked about Dongun, the subordinate stated that the two individuals sent there had dealt with Priscilla Venya's team. However, he explained that Priscilla's final explosion destroyed half of the virus-carrying trucks. The other man added that fortunately, none of the Beijing agents who infiltrated Foshan survived. The voice from the magic circle ordered them to abandon Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Dongguan. The next command was to relocate the entire army to Foshan, causing the subordinate to anxiously ask if that would be sufficient. The voice reassured him that there was no need to worry. The other man smirked, explaining to his subordinate that the final experiment was always planned to be carried out in a single city. Idris materialized, revealing that the amount of mana needed to restore Ashimoda could be gathered from just one city, and the other locations were merely decoys. Idris still remarked that it would be a pity to lose all three locations. Meanwhile, at a national security intelligence safe house in Guangzhou, a discussion was underway. Han Zheng asked Wang Yang if they should return to the area to deal with the virus remnants. Wang Yang replied that they only had one chance for a surprise attack. He analyzed that the enemy would concentrate their forces in Dongguan and Foshan, making an attack now pointless since their defenses had been reinforced. Han Zheng grimly admitted that they would be unable to avoid civilian casualties in those two cities, and could only focus on minimizing the damage. He turned to ask Wang Yang if they could handle Ashimoda once he was fully recovered. Wang Yang replied that it depended on the amount of dark mana the enemy managed to collect. He warned that if they failed, Ashimoda would continue to grow stronger by absorbing the life force of 1.4 billion people. With a resolute expression, Wang Yang instructed that if he were defeated, they must convince the Beijing agents and Catherine Johnson to use nuclear weapons to destroy Foshan and Dongguan as a last resort. Han Zheng felt uneasy and said he did not want to hear such jokes. Wang Yang insisted he was being completely serious and ordered Han Zheng not to forget what he had said. Just then, Li Kehyuk rushed over to inform Shin Menchul that there was a call from Foshan. A hologram of the man wearing an eye patch and a lab coat appeared. Shin Menchul realized the situation must be dire and deduced that Idris had targeted Foshan from the beginning. The man via the hologram reported that he had confirmed the construction of 4 artifacts, which would be completed in 1 or 2 days. He added that they were too large to handle alone and asked if there was any way to destroy them. Back at the safe house, Shin Menchul calmly suggested a bombing run. Steve Daines immediately dismissed the idea, arguing that the method would be ineffective. Idris explained that the artifacts were surrounded by a mana barrier he had personally erected, which was far more durable than Omar's shadow prison. Jennifer redirected the discussion, emphasizing that they needed to focus on locating the virus-carrying trucks, as the enemy required the hyper-addicts to extract dark mana. Steve Daines agreed, stating that even if the artifacts were completed, they would be useless without those trucks. Suddenly, Li Kehyuk flinched as an emergency alert flashed across his screen. He frantically reported that the mobile strike unit and the Chinese hunters they were supposed to meet on the outskirts of Foshan had been ambushed. His bald teammate expressed skepticism, asserting that they couldn't have missed anything since they had been monitoring the city closely using satellites and drones. Massive enemy forces, led by Joryong and Ashimoda, had appeared, proving that Idris had opened a gate for them to teleport through. Jennifer immediately gave the order, tasking Shim Unseo with focusing on locating and destroying the trucks. Shin Menchul declared that from this moment on, this was an all-out war, and everyone would converge on Foshan. At the teleportation gate on the outskirts of Foshan, a man screamed in utter horror. A horde of reanimated corpses with glowing eyes stumbled forward, enveloped in a cloud of purple magical smoke. A gigantic hand formed from countless bodies reached out from the crowd. That creature, a giant hunger, towered over them with immense size. Shin Menchul stood calmly facing it, recognizing it as one of the highest-level skills of a necromancer. He muttered to himself that he never expected to encounter such a monster on Earth instead of Anhales, then grasped the hilt of a forming light sword. As the sword was fully drawn, Shin Menchul's hair turned brilliant gold, unleashing his latent power. The giant hunger monster roared and lunged to attack. Shin Menchul stomped his foot down, cracking the ground as he prepared to meet the charge. Shin Menchul unleashed a massive light slash, cleaving the giant hunger monster in two. Simultaneously, elsewhere, Joryong screamed in pain as a large wound appeared on her chest. A muscular servant quickly caught the staggering Joryong and anxiously inquired about her condition. As the servant supported Joryong, a spatial gate opened, and Idris stepped through. Idris asked the servant, whom he addressed as Great Elder, how it felt to face Shin Menchul. Joryong, despite her injury, merely smiled and confirmed that the rumors about Shin Menchul were true. She remarked with delight that this was the first time she had seen such a fascinating specimen. Idris mused, noting that Joryong was unlike others who typically trembled when facing Shin Menchul. Joryong confidently declared that she would turn Shin Menchul into part of her collection in the next battle. Idris promised to provide her with as many corpses as she desired, stating that they only needed to hold out for 2 more days to secure victory. Joryong reminded Idris of their agreement. She said that once Ashimoto recovers, all of southern China will belong to them. At the joint US and Chinese base outside Foshan, the situation was being reassessed. Park Mu-young quickly approached Shin Menchul in the camp area. He asked Shin Menchul if he had detected any suspicious activity recently. Shin Menchul replied no, then noticed Park Mu-young looked exhausted and asked about his condition. Park Mu-young explained that he had used too many powerful skills consecutively and that the enemy would not stop sending reinforcements until the gate was destroyed. Shin Menchul agreed, noting that the enemy was stronger than anticipated and possessed a highly skilled necromancer. He concluded that this necromancer was responsible for summoning an entire giant hunger. Park Mu-young stressed that they needed to deal with the necromancer before an all-out war erupted, even suggesting they recall Yunso. However, Shin Menchul immediately dismissed the idea, arguing that recalling Yunso would ruin their plan. Katherine Johnson appeared, asking in astonishment if it was true that a single necromancer had taken down so many of their forces. Park Mu-young confirmed that the undead were on a completely different level compared to what they had faced in Europe, prompting Katherine to suggest forming a new support team. Shin Menchul smirked, asserting that this was exactly what the enemy wanted them to do. He warned that if they continued to waste time, they would face a fully recovered Ashimoto, causing Katherine to groan in frustration. In the infirmary, a doctor reported to Katherine that they were running low on personnel, further escalating the tension. Meanwhile, at Idris's base in Foshan, a subordinate rushed in to report to the Great Elder. Idris calmly turned around and asked what was happening. The subordinate reported that CIA and Beijing agents were advancing eastward, but Idris dismissed it as merely a probing maneuver. The subordinate anxiously stated that they initially thought the same. But the situation changed when Shin Menchul, standing atop a military vehicle, was revealed to be leading the force. Idris mused, analyzing that among the enemy forces, the American hunter unit on the front lines was the most dangerous. He explained that this was why Joryong and Lee Young-ho's test subjects were deployed there. But now Shin Menchul's move had overturned everything. The subordinate suggested mobilizing Joryong's unit, but Idris worried this might be a feint designed to collapse their front line. When the subordinate confusedly asked who would deal with Shin Menchul, Idris ordered the mobilization of the garrison forces inside the city. With his eyes flashing with menacing purple light, Idris declared he would personally lead the assault. He commanded his subordinate not to worry about the external situation and to proceed with the plan to release the virus when the time was right. Smoke from a snuffed-out cigar lingered in the air, signaling that a fierce battle was about to begin. A massive explosion rocked the city in the night. At the epicenter, Shin Menchul landed, blasting away a group of enemy subordinates. From a dark spatial gate, Idris appeared alongside a loyal subordinate. Idris called out Shin Menchul's name, while his subordinate fearfully addressed the Great Elder. Shin Menchul smiled in response, holding his light energy sword, and called Idris by name, acknowledging that it had been a long time. Jennifer stood beside Shin Menchul, expressing doubt about dividing their forces, but he insisted he had anticipated Idris's move. Shin Menchul charged forward to attack, declaring that this time he would finish Idris. He swung his sword with terrifying speed, forcing Idris to narrowly dodge the strike. The shockwave from the slash threw the subordinates flying, surprising even Idris himself. In the sky, a drone was recording the entire battle sequence. Elsewhere, someone was monitoring the screen and confirmed that Menchul had engaged Idris. Park Mu-young and his 2 comrades also signaled that it was time for them to act. Meanwhile, a report sent to Wang Yang indicated that U.S. forces and Beijing agents were advancing on the front line. Wang Yang observed the situation, warning his subordinates not to be careless, as the enemy was running out of time. He deduced that the opponent was trying to rely on sheer numbers to weaken his forces. Wang Yang sneered, scorning the enemy's outdated tactics, believing they were acting out of desperation. He was confident, because his side had Joryong, who was standing with a golem servant inside the base. The golem servants reported to Joryong, requesting permission to eliminate the escapee. With glowing eyes and a mysterious smile, Joryong ordered them to wait, stating that it was not yet time to act. Amidst the ruins, Rick Blaze faced Elvin's bodyguards alone. Rick lunged forward with terrifying speed, unleashing a lightning-fast strike. A bald bodyguard gritted his teeth and raised his staff to block the attack, but blood still splattered. The bodyguard was horrified as he felt Rick's blood corroding his face. Another shouted a warning to his comrades that Rick's blood was poisonous. Despite the danger, the entire group of bodyguards charged forward simultaneously to attack Rick. From a distance, Wang Yong observed through binoculars and noted that Rick was not using a booster shot. He smugly deduced that Rick clearly had not recovered since his battle with Yor Yong. Suddenly, Park Mu-young appeared and slammed his hand onto the ground. He unleashed the Heavenly Wave Pillar technique, generating a terrifying energy explosion. The bodyguards braced themselves to resist, one of them yelling out the plan to attack immediately once the technique subsided. Wang Yong was astonished, unable to believe that Park Mu-young still had enough strength to unleash such a massive technique. When the energy wave dissipated, only plumes of black smoke remained. Two bodyguards looked around blankly, realizing their target had vanished. The entire group was stunned, refusing to believe their opponent had escaped. An enraged bodyguard screamed into the empty space, cursing those who had fled. Their anger quickly turned into mocking laughter. From her position, Joryung also smiled as she watched Wang Yong and his subordinates. Joryung mocked the enemy's foolishness in front of her golem servants. On an eastern road leading into Foshan, the bodyguards reported their success to Great Elder Idris. Wang Yong reported that the American hunters and the Beijing faction who invaded the main base had suffered heavy losses and fled, then inquired about Joryung. Idris dismissed the question, stating that Joryung did not need to intervene, and wondered how the Taizifang faction managed to repel Park Mu-young and Section Team 2 on their own. Suddenly, Shin Menchul appeared, facing Idris, holding a brightly glowing energy sword. Shin Menchul simply offered a confident smile. Immediately afterward, a terrifying explosion erupted. A radiation warning symbol appeared at the epicenter of the destructive blast. Idris was stunned, sweat pouring down his face as he couldn't believe what he was witnessing. He ground his teeth in absolute fury. Idris roared in hatred, screaming Shin Menchul's name. 10 minutes earlier in Nanhai District, Foshan, Jennifer, and agents in protective gear located a warehouse filled with trucks. Chinese Ministry of State Security agent Zhang Shuiying confirmed that approximately 100 trucks carrying the virus were concentrated there. Jennifer held the detonator in her hand, asking if everything was ready. A block of explosives had been set, all waiting for the signal. Meanwhile, a figure in a fully hooded protective suit stood silently among the trucks. Another agent impatiently asked why they were hesitating when time was running out. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, with terrifying speed, unleashing a stream of purple energy. Jennifer and a dark-haired male comrade screamed in terror at the sudden raid. When the smoke cleared, Jennifer was stunned to see Mikhail Vaskov standing tall. Mikhail Vaskov, identified, stood amidst radiating blue electrical currents. Everyone realized in shock that he was using his energy to neutralize the bombs they had planted on the trucks. Zhang Shuiying hastily ordered everyone to evacuate the building. Jennifer asserted that they could not waste any more time, the detonator already in her hand. Without hesitation, she pressed the activation button. A fierce explosion erupted, destroying a section of the warehouse. From afar, Shin Menchul silently watched the pillar of fire rising from the scene. He contacted Shim Unseo via radio, asking about the situation. Shim Unseo reported that they detonated the explosives just before Mikhail Vaskov appeared, but about 20 trucks remained undestroyed. Shin Menchul hovered amidst the energy swords, telling himself that 20 trucks would not be enough for Ashimoda to unleash his full power. Jennifer looked toward him and offered praise. Zhang Shuiying appeared, thanked all three of them, and declared that China would never forget their assistance. Jennifer replied modestly, acknowledging the sacrifice of the Chinese agents who contributed to the mission's success. She thought silently about Mikhail Vaskov. Jennifer admitted that even seeing him for only a few seconds, Mikhail's killing intent made her unsure if she could face him. Shin Menchul declared the situation under control and prepared to leave, but Idris challenged him from a distance. Idris glared furiously, provoking Shin Menchul to try if he wanted one last desperate act. Shin Menchul swung his energy sword, ready to confront Idris directly. One of Idris's subordinates questioned the situation, but Shin Menchul explained that if he fought with his full power, both sides would suffer damage. He concluded that this was the best they could do today, just as a pitch-black spatial gate opened. At Idris's laboratory in Foshan, a voice commented that he did not look well at all. Idris stood in the middle of the laboratory, bowing his head in apology and taking full responsibility for the failure. A mysterious voice echoed, advising Idris not to blame himself. The voice asserted that they would not have survived without Idris, as memories surfaced of him fighting a monster alongside a younger comrade. The comrade in the flashback recalled that during the final test, they had encountered the worst-case scenario they had anticipated. A sharp cracking sound echoed within the chaotic memory. As the sky trembled, the mysterious voice reassured Idris that he had done everything he could. That person firmly stated that from now on, they would take charge of the situation. Returning to the present, Catherine Johnson praised Shin Menchul for successfully completing the mission. Shin Menchul humbly replied that the success was entirely thanks to Unseo, Shim Unseo, and the national security agents, while he had merely bought them time. Catherine suggested they proceed immediately into Foshan, but Menchul explained that he was completely drained of mana after confronting both the necromancer and Idris. He stressed that he needed at least a day to recover, as he was the only one capable of facing both Idris and Mikhail Vaskov. In another room, Jennifer poured a drink and commented on the surprising drinking capacity of the person across from her. Her comrade, Zhang Shuiying, explained that Earth's liquor was much weaker than that of Angelis, while Park Mu-young and Shim Unseo were already asleep nearby. Jennifer took a sip, conceding that at least the Chinese liquor tasted quite potent. Zhang Shuiying smiled, promising to treat Jennifer to proper baijiu once the situation in Foshan was resolved. She added that that type of liquor was far stronger, while Jennifer glanced at their two sleeping comrades. Jennifer happily agreed, and the two raised their glasses, deciding to drink until morning, regardless of where the mission took them. Suddenly, a piercing, shattering sound startled Jennifer, her eyes widening in alarm. She turned to Zhang Shuiying and urgently asked if she had heard the noise. On the floor, Zhang Shuiying's cup had shattered into pieces. Zhang Shuiying suddenly began convulsing violently, blood pouring from her mouth while her face started to crack open, causing Jennifer to scream her name in horror. Jennifer abruptly jumped up, blood gushing from her abdomen, as she cried out in pain. Her comrades, Michael and Shim Unseo, also screamed in terror as they were struck by an invisible attack. Shim Unseo's eyes were wide with extreme agony, blood streaming down her face. A shard from the broken cup was deeply embedded in Shim Unseo's chest. Jennifer watched in horror as both of her comrades collapsed onto the table. With her last ounce of strength, Shim Unseo's trembling hand reached out and grabbed Park Mu-young's shoulder. That hand clenched into a fist, serving as a final warning. Sensing the imminent danger, Jennifer immediately rushed out of the room. She ran out onto the building's balcony and found herself surrounded by streams of dark purple energy. Jennifer was stunned, realizing the entire team had fallen into an ambush. Immediately afterward, a gigantic vortex of dark energy erupted from a magic circle below. The vortex grew larger, drawing energy from the glowing ancient runes. In the center of the magic circle, Shin Menchul slowly ascended into the air. Idris appeared, anxiously stating that casting magic in his unstable condition would cause great harm to Shin Menchul's body. Shin Menchul replied that the situation allowed for no other choice and that he could endure it. Idris remained concerned, suggesting they could not guarantee the purity of the dark sorcery and might fail to stop the enemy. However, Shin Menchul merely smiled faintly, declaring that he had no intention of retreating. He would rather die fighting. He held out his hand and commanded, "Bring me my sword." Idris immediately objected, pleading with Shin Menchul to allow himself more time to recover. Shin Menchul dismissed the plea, asserting that he knew his body better than anyone and needed the sword to maintain his state. Idris nodded, and a subordinate stood behind him, amidst the dark tentacles. The subordinate presented an ancient sword with a cross-shaped hilt. Shin Menchul gripped the sword tightly, and dark sorcery began to surge. Steve Danes, his mechanical eye glowing, broke out in a cold sweat as he sensed the energy flow. Lee Ki-hyuk also appeared anxious about the power being unleashed. Another bald ally gritted his teeth, strained by the pressure. Michael, a hunter, also felt the energy shockwave. Park Mu-young turned, recognizing the momentous event taking place. A young comrade screamed the name of the threat in horror, Ashumoda. Shin Menchul gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands. The entire group of allies felt the terrifying surge of power emanating from Shin Menchul. Standing alone amidst the desolate land, Shin Menchul unleashed a colossal pillar of dark energy. In a high-tech conference room, Steve Danes asked the others if they could feel it. Park Mu-young suggested pausing the meeting, while Shim Unseo confusedly wondered what was happening. A translucent image of a white-haired woman appeared, announcing that Ashumoda had awakened and the situation was compromised, likely because the hyper-addiction had begun days ago. Over 100,000 units of dark mana had been drawn into a magic formation, and the number was still rising. The ethereal woman explained that the virus was likely used to suppress the protesters, which is why so many people were infected despite the trucks being destroyed. A subordinate rushed in to report that Jennifer and Michael had been neutralized. The subordinate was incredulous, wondering if Ashimoto's resurrection truly possessed enough power to take down top-tier A-rank hunters. The image of the white-haired woman confirmed that they must surely be feeling his power right now. Meanwhile, in China, anti-government protests have erupted over the past few days. The authorities used tear gas laced with a small amount of hyper to disperse the crowd, exposing hundreds of thousands of people in central Foshan. Joryung smirked, wondering if they had fallen into the enemy's trap after all their sacrifices. However, an ally asserted that Idris's rage during the distraction was genuine. Elsewhere, Shin Menchul deduced that mixing hyper into the tear gas was both a test and a contingency plan for them. A comrade worried that Ashimoto was stronger than anticipated, but Shin Menchul reassured him that the enemy faction was also being cornered. Nevertheless, he warned that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would become, as the pillar of dark energy continued to surge fiercely. They only had a maximum of 24 hours before Ashimoto completely absorbed that power, and they had to defeat him before the deadline. If they couldn't eliminate him in time, Shin Menchul had prepared a final option. That was to use a nuclear bomb to destroy both of them. At the Taizifang faction's base in Foshan, Idris informed Joryung that the enemy would arrive within the hour. Joryung showed delight, saying that things were finally getting interesting, while Idris inquired about the undead army. She confidently replied that they were dormant and could be summoned with a mere snap of her fingers. Idris declared that Lee Young-ho's test subject, Ashimoto, would handle Shin Menchul. He also ordered his subordinates to focus on Park Mu-young and Shim Unseo. Joryung noted that while they wouldn't lose an all-out battle, it would be a different matter if the enemy's goal was to breach their defenses. She believed there was a high probability their defensive line would be broken. Idris agreed, saying that was why he had prepared a gift, and then snapped his fingers. Immediately, 4 hooded elders appeared. Idris asked Joryung if she was certain, as they were future elders, but she coldly replied that they were useless while alive. 2 of the hooded elders declared they knew what they had signed up for and simultaneously committed suicide with daggers. Their blood splattered, marking the completion of the sacrificial ritual. Idris coldly watched one elder's body fall, saying they shouldn't let their sacrifice go to waste. Joryung smiled as she felt the power surge from the ritual. A massive purple pillar of dark energy shot up into the sky from the ground. Meanwhile, Shin Menchul and his comrades stood before an army of the undead. The horde of undead screamed and charged madly toward them. The team realized that Joryung's location was completely concealed by Idris' magic circle. One of Shin Menchul's comrades leaped high into the air. That person soared high above the heads of the undead horde. With a determined expression, that person plunged straight down, generating an electrical energy explosion. Their body radiated fierce lightning bolts. An area of effect skill called Ground Shockwave Landmine was activated, leveling the ground. An undead creature was blasted backward by the shockwave. Shin Menchul told his comrades not to worry about conserving mana. He ordered all allied forces to advance into Foshan as quickly as possible. The bald bodyguards and armed soldiers shouted in unison and charged forward. A bodyguard used a club to smash the head of an undead creature. However, the black-clad soldiers suddenly opened fire on their own allied bodyguards. Shin Menchul's dark-skinned comrade gathered energy in his hand and remarked that the enemies just kept coming. Shin Menchul asked Park Mu-young if he was tired, but the man only sneered in response. Identifying himself as Park Mu-young, Angelus's best unit commander, he gathered electrical energy into his fists. A massive blue energy surge was unleashed, wiping out rows of black-suited enemies. Suddenly, Shin Menchul sensed another presence and grew wary. He ordered Park Mu-young to cooperate with Rick to eliminate the necromancer. Then, Shin Menchul turned to face Ashimoto and declared he would handle Idris himself. Ashimoto immediately struck, punching one of the black-clad soldiers away. Nearby, a terrifying explosion erupted, illuminating the night sky. Amidst the chaotic battle, the black-clad soldiers were constantly being shot down. A massive army of the undead with crazed, glowing eyes surged forward. A soldier cried out in horror that the enemy numbers were overwhelming. His comrade added that the cloaked assailants were even stronger than A-rank hunters. 2 of the cloaked attackers rushed forward at terrifying speed, grinning savagely. They quickly closed the distance and slashed and tore apart the soldiers attempting to hold their formation. Another soldier screamed in terror as his arm was brutally attacked. Another cloaked assailant slashed toward Michael, who was being supported by a comrade. Michael quickly dodged the attack and aimed his pistol at the assailant. He emptied an entire magazine into the cloaked figure. Standing among the corpses, Michael explained that simply decapitating the undead horde would prevent their resurrection. He then decisively declared that he would handle the cloaked assailants himself. Michael faced 2 mysterious hooded figures. They revealed themselves to be 2 giant golems, stating that Joryung wanted to capture Michael intact because he had escaped last time. One golem asserted that they would not forgive Michael, as they were Joryong's only friends. Elsewhere, Rick Blaze tightened his grip around an enemy's neck, remarking that it was good they had something in common. With blazing red hair and aura, Rick held a knife and syringes, roaring that he would never forgive them either. At another location, a man in dark blue, black attire commented that the enemy forces had been split, and the presence of Shin Menchul, Park Moo-young, and Rick proved they were the greatest threat. His bald associate confidently replied that the enemies were surrounded by an army of the undead and could not escape without sustaining damage. The man in dark blue, black attire smirked, believing that simply wearing down the opponent's strength like this was already a victory. He stood alongside his subordinates, including Joryong, who was silently observing. Joryong maintained a calm expression. Suddenly, a streak of white light shot forth, piercing between the two commanders. Jennifer appeared, slicing the enemy to shreds in a flash attack. The subordinates screamed Joryong's name in horror as Jennifer suddenly closed in on her. Blood splattered everywhere after Jennifer's attack. Watching the drops of blood fall, Jennifer asserted that she had known this would happen. She realized the enemy's goal was not merely to defend, but to completely annihilate her faction from the start. In response, Joryong summoned 2 purple energy weapons, declaring that her faction's goal was the same. Returning to Michael's battle, the 2 golems roared in fury. Michael leaped high into the air, silhouetted against the moonlight. He plunged straight down, unleashing a powerful attack on one of the 2 giant golems. Amidst the battle, Park Moo-young stood firm, his eyes blazing. The 2 golem guardians growled, announcing that this was their first time cooperating. Standing next to Michael, Rick Blaze affirmed that he would not lose anyone else. A golem guardian roared as it was struck by Michael's punch. Both Michael and Rick Blaze charged forward simultaneously, radiating blue and red auras. Michael launched a cross-shaped energy attack directly into the golem's chest. Immediately afterward, he followed up with another powerful punch. Meanwhile, Rick Blaze smoothly dodged the swing of the remaining golem's arm. He immediately countered with a fierce kick to the opponent's head. With fiery eyes, Rick drew a dagger. He lunged forward and delivered a powerful slash. Injured, the golem guardian was stunned to recognize the knife, recalling that it had nearly been defeated by an American female hunter using the very same weapon. Rick Blaze was astonished, wondering if Priscilla was still alive. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion shook the entire area. Amidst the rubble, Rick Blaze collapsed, motionless. The golem guardian saw this and confirmed that his heart had stopped beating. A golem grabbed Rick's head, intending to bring him to Joryong. Abruptly, Rick Blaze's eyes flared back to life. He sprang up, unleashing 2 energy slashes at the golem holding him. Rick thought angrily to himself that he had wasted his ultimate attack, which was meant for the necromancer. Rick Blaze fell to the ground in front of one of the golem guardians. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an undead creature was sliced in half amidst its horde. The man in the tight suit was astonished when the undead creature's upper body continued to move. The creature opened its mouth wide, attempting to bite the man, but the man was faster, crushing its head with his bare hands. At the same time, the injured golem guardian received a mental command to protect Joryong at all costs. In another corner of the battlefield, an ally's sword shattered completely. Clenching his knife, Rick Blaze prepared to counterattack. He roared, releasing a stream of blazing red energy from his body. With terrifying speed, Rick charged straight toward the golem guardian. The golem tried to clap its hands together to crush him, but Rick blocked the attack. Trapped between the 2 massive hands, Rick channeled all his power into the blade. He unleashed a vertical energy slash, tearing the golem's body apart. The giant creature collapsed as its body was split in 2. However, the remaining golem guardian unexpectedly grabbed Michael from behind. Rick spun around in shock when he heard the loud noise. Michael threw a punch at the golem holding him, but the golem blocked the attack, and its body began to regenerate by absorbing the surrounding dark energy. Rick realized that it was consuming the undead to restore itself. He yelled to Park Moo-young that they had to destroy all of them in a single blow, unable to let it consume any more corpses. Park Moo-young confidently declared that his specialty was wiping out enemies, simultaneously gathering electrical energy in both hands. He unleashed the massive stone-shattering kick, a powerful strike that pierced through and disintegrated the enemies. An undead creature screamed as its body was torn apart by the destructive attack. The remaining undead could not escape their fate, staggering and falling before the might of the technique. Rick Blaze commented that the golems had now run out of food sources, and saying they had killed these undead wasn't entirely accurate. He searched for another way to describe their actions. Rick concluded that they had simply erased their existence entirely. Suddenly, the smoky dust from the destroyed corpses began to coalesce. The remaining golem guardian opened its mouth, swallowing the entirety of the smoke. Park Moo-young was stunned by this unbelievable sight. The creature roared wildly, as its body was enveloped in a stream of purple energy. After absorbing the energy, it stood up in a new, stronger form, now possessing 3 glowing eyes. Park Moo-young commented in astonishment that this was the first time he had seen a corpse grow stronger in this manner. The creature smirked, mocking the word stronger. It declared that death was only the end for humans, but they had surpassed that limit. It asserted that they were a form of existence that continued to evolve after death, an evolution. It proclaimed that they would be the new rulers of this planet, and the self-proclaimed Giant Hunger Alpha announced that everything would begin with him. Hearing this, Park Moo-young immediately channeled his power, his entire body wrapped in blue electrical energy. He and the Giant Hunger Alpha clashed head-on, 2 powerful energy streams colliding and sparking. Rick Blaze rushed forward, provoking the opponent not to complain about fighting 2 against 1. He continued to mock that the enemy actually had 2 more allies on their side. However, the Giant Hunger Alpha easily shattered the attack, his expression completely unaffected. With just a single punch, he sent Rick Blaze flying backward. Rick angrily cursed the Giant Hunger Alpha, telling him not to claim to be the new ruler of Earth just because he had stopped stuttering. Just then, Park Moo-young appeared, using an energy blade to block the giant's punch. The Giant Hunger Alpha calmly used his bare hand to deflect a barrage of lightning-fast attacks. Park Moo-young realized with astonishment that the enemy was only using one hand. The Giant Hunger Alpha stood with his arms crossed, showing contempt. In response, Park Moo-young channeled his power, lifting an entire massive chunk of earth into the air. He explained to Rick that the existence of this creature could only stem from the necromancer having an unnatural connection with the dead, or that the individual had turned their own family members into monsters. Both took a defensive stance, preparing to face the Giant Hunger Alpha, who remained still and waited. Rick Blaze charged forward once more, unleashing a powerful cross-shaped slash. The Giant Hunger Alpha easily dodged Park Moo-young's attack. He countered with a punch filled with dark energy aimed at the ground. Quick as lightning, he grabbed Rick Blaze and slammed him down hard. Park Moo-young immediately stepped forward to intervene. Rick was slammed violently into the ground, creating an impact that shattered the earth. From the wreckage, a hideous creature arose, described as the necromancer's final creation, a giant hunger. A voice explained that this creature was so strong that it ignored even the necromancer's commands. It was driven only by hatred for all living things, and a flash of white energy erupted from the debris. Park Moo-young noticed that this creature possessed the ability to think for itself and had a strange connection to its necromancer. The Giant Hunger Alpha lunged straight ahead, the eyes on its mask glowing. Rick Blaze, in his red-haired state, was violently struck by one of the monster's purple energy tentacles. The Giant Hunger Alpha overwhelmed Rick, who struggled to raise his hands in defense. The monster stomped its foot down hard, crushing the ground beneath. Seeing this, Park Moo-young immediately entered the fray, gathering blue energy into his fist. He rushed forward, swinging a powerful punch toward the enemy. Park Moo-young activated his crushing and shattering skill. He executed the Skywave Pillar technique, dashing forward like a blue streak of light. His punch created a terrifying explosion, shattering the ground. The Giant Hunger Alpha was hurled into the air by the immense force of the impact. However, the monster quickly regained its composure and prepared to counterattack with an energy beam from its eyes. The energy beam was fired, causing a massive explosion. Park Moo-young was stunned to see the Giant Hunger Alpha completely unharmed and charging forward to attack. The monster delivered a devastating blow, sending Park Moo-young crashing to the ground. Rick Blaze only managed to see a huge explosion erupt where his comrade had fallen. With fiery eyes, Rick bit his finger, seemingly preparing for a drastic action. Immediately afterward, he was struck by another powerful attack, his body staggering. Giant Hunger Alpha mocked Rick Blaze for still relying on outdated tricks. Although doubting Rick's blood would have any effect, the monster cautiously launched a purple energy attack as a precaution. With its eyes blazing brightly, Giant Hunger Alpha concentrated its power. A terrifying explosion of dark energy engulfed the entire battlefield. Amidst the smoke and dust, Park Moo-young calmly walked through the wreckage. Suddenly, Rick Blaze, his hair blazing red, shot into the sky like a meteor, witnessed by Park Moo-young. Appearing directly in front of the monster, Rick taunted it for being too slow. With an angry shout, he unleashed a flurry of high-speed attacks, leaving behind streaks of blazing red light. Giant Hunger Alpha was blasted away by an energy explosion, as Rick's mocking voice echoed again. As Rick gritted his teeth in endurance, Giant Hunger Alpha remarked that his booster shot seemed to have worn off. The monster confidently stated that it only needed to wait for Rick's body to decay naturally, just like another American hunter who had turned to stone previously. With a wicked smile, it expressed curiosity about the form Rick's body would transform into. Rick gasped for breath, seemingly exhausted. However, he looked up with a challenging smile and retorted, "Am I slow?" He continued, asking if the monster was certain he had slowed down, or if it was merely a deception. Giant Hunger Alpha called him a lunatic, losing his mind, but then suddenly froze as fresh blood spurted from its own body. The monster stared in horror at the bloody hole that had just appeared on its chest. Rick calmly revealed his trap. The corpse that Giant Hunger Alpha had consumed earlier was laced with his blood. A flashback showed the golem absorbing the corpse of its comrade, while Rick sarcastically remarked that it must have tasted delicious. Rick explained that his blood attacks foreign cells upon contact, and it was now destroying Giant Hunger Alpha's body from the inside. Rick Blaze mocked the dying Giant Hunger Alpha about its so-called new race. He sneered that if it couldn't withstand his cells, then these evolved creatures were nothing but a joke. Called a failed prototype that needed to be erased, Giant Hunger Alpha roared in agony. In desperation, the monster began absorbing a surging stream of dark energy. Its body swelled grotesquely, and the 3 eyes on its head shone brightly. It opened its mouth wide, revealing a stream of purple energy converging inside. Then, Giant Hunger Alpha vomited a mass of concentrated dark energy. Rick commented that the pungent stench originated from the monster's breath. The monster revealed that it had digested all the corpses into dark mana, forming a massive orb. It roared that it would not allow Rick to reach Jor-Young, and prepared to attack. Rick realized that this Darkness Jade Shadow orb contained condensed, lethal energy. He was horrified as he envisioned an explosion with the destructive power to wipe out everything within a 1-kilometer radius. Rick worried that the mobile strike team and the Chinese hunters would be completely annihilated. Giant Hunger Alpha immediately hurled the destructive energy orb toward Rick. Just then, a team of allied soldiers in tactical gear unexpectedly appeared directly in the orb's path. Park Moo-young was also present, observing the critical situation. Seeing Rick, he recalled the first day he met the general. With iron resolve, Park Moo-young declared that he would always be the shield, protecting everyone, and charged forward. He gathered his strength, preparing to execute the crushing and breaking skill. Immediately after, Park Moo-young unleashed his ultimate technique to confront the energy orb. With blazing eyes, Park Moo-young channeled his power to execute the infinite reversal technique. He gathered an orb of electrical energy within the magic circle, initiating the heavenly flow maneuver. The energy converged in Park Moo-young's hand, reaching its maximum level. He roared, releasing his full power. A blinding white stream of energy shot straight forward. The attack collided head-on with the Darkness Jade Shadow orb, executing the opposing maneuver, Heavenly Defiance. The horrific explosion pushed Park Moo-young back, while the dark orb began to shatter. Giant Hunger Alpha's mask shattered, and from a distance, a terrified voice called out Jor-young's name. On a rocky outcrop, Jor-young, Jennifer, and 2 bandaged warriors were witnessing the event. Jor-young stood there with a calm expression, ribbons of energy floating around her. One of the 2 warriors anxiously asked Jor-young about the situation. Jennifer looked toward them, mocking that their great elder had overestimated everything. The remaining warrior also called Jor-young's name gravely. Jor-young merely smiled, promising that she would ensure their bodies were buried in their homeland. Immediately, Jennifer lunged into the attack, causing blood to splatter. The 2 bandaged warriors instantly rushed forward, angrily shielding Jor-young. Jennifer easily overwhelmed them, knocking one away and punching the other directly in the chest. She unleashed a purple energy slash, continuing her lightning-fast assault. Surrounded, Jennifer realized these foes were even faster after death. She quickly analyzed the situation, noting to herself that a necromancer could resurrect 2 types of corpses. Jennifer thought about the first type of undead, those whose power comes directly from the necromancer. She further deduced that a skilled necromancer could even create sentient undead. The second type consists of those who were already powerful in life, which is why necromancers always hunt for the corpses of the strong. However, during the fight, Jennifer realized that these warriors had surpassed the power limits of a typical necromancer. This meant that this necromancer might be capable of creating a completely new, third type of undead. Jor-young lunged forward to attack. She explained that the stronger the bond they had in life, the more formidable they become upon resurrection. Jennifer swung her weapon, preparing to counterattack. One of her slashes severed a part of the undead warrior's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Jor-young, without hesitation, charged straight through the curtain of blood. Jennifer was overwhelmed by a barrage of purple energy slashes. Jor-young hurled her ring-shaped weapon toward Jennifer. Jor-young then smiled, declaring that her mission to slow Jennifer's advance had succeeded. She added that the fact that Park Moo-young and Rick Blaze had not yet arrived proved they were severely injured. Joryung coldly promised to ensure Jennifer died utterly broken and humiliated. Jennifer smirked in response, asking if Joryung was interested in her power, then sarcastically remarked that she only liked men. Joryung laughed, stating that Jennifer's power wasn't the only thing she was interested in. She revealed that she truly wanted to witness Jennifer and Park Moo-young slaughtering each other with all their might. With determined eyes, Joryung declared that this was no longer about the mission. Jennifer coldly declared that this was personal. A mysterious figure appeared in the darkness, agreeing with her words. The figure, a man in a suit, shot toward Joryung with a dagger in hand. A brilliant purple energy slash was unleashed. Joryung gritted her teeth, retorting that the opponent wasn't the only one holding a grudge. The blade of the mysterious man pierced through Joryung's shoulder. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Joryung's gaze remained steady as a memory flashed through her mind. In the flashback, Mikhail Voskov stood outside a tent with two subordinates in a peaceful setting. Back in reality, Joryung was flung away by an immense force, collapsing motionless onto the ground. The memory continued, showing a furious Mikhail Voskov with glowing red eyes, his entire body covered in blood. He was attacking Shim Unso from behind. Just then, Shin Menchul appeared with his light blade, asking if the undead horde had been dealt with. He asserted that it was time for them to end everything. Shin Menchul confronted the frenzied Mikhail Voskov and called him out by name. He began gathering a brilliant blue energy sphere in his palm. Powerful electrical currents enveloped his arm. Shin Menchul released the full force of the energy as a blinding beam of light. The energy beam pierced straight through Mikhail Voskov's chest. With a resolute expression, Shin Menchul continued channeling his power, preparing for the finishing blow. Mikhail Voskov's body exploded under the force of the energy stream. Shin Menchul stood firm, his light blade still embedded in the remnants of his opponent. Mikhail's remaining fragments rose up in a plume of purple and white smoke beneath the starry sky. However, from within the smoke, a human figure rapidly began to emerge. Mikhail Voskov completely regenerated, standing up naked, covered in blood, and with glowing red eyes. Shin Menchul gritted his teeth and questioned why Mikhail remained loyal to Idris. He further asked if this was revenge for Lee Young-ho, while simultaneously revealing that Idris was the one who had killed him. Mikhail calmly replied that there was no need to worry about that matter. Shin Menchul sneered, saying that Idris was his next target too, and asked if they were fighting for the same goal. Mikhail coldly denied it, stating that their objectives merely coincided at this moment. Shin Menchul questioned him again, speculating that the goal was to conquer Earth together. In response, Mikhail simply flashed a sinister, wide grin. Then he burst into maniacal laughter. Mikhail mocked Shin Menchul, saying he still didn't understand the true goals of Ashimoda and Idris. He explained that Idris uses magic to move between dimensions. He posed a terrifying question about Idris turning Earth into an infinite mana source. Idris's magic has the power to distort reality itself. Shin Menchul was stunned by the horrifying truth that had just been revealed. Mikhail stated that they weren't merely interfering with space, but attempting to open a dimensional gate, because for Ashimoda, Earth was just a stepping stone. He revealed Ashimoda's plan was to attack those in Anhelis who had imprisoned him in the Amir forest. Shin Menchul skeptically asked if Mikhail truly believed they could open a gateway to another dimension. Mikhail replied that a spatial gate was not a one-way door. He quoted a proverb, warning that when one gazes into the abyss gazes back. Mikhail explained that the Great Elder had chosen Cain as the first senior elder because Cain had experienced what lay beyond this dimension. With that, Mikhail launched a surprise attack using dark energy tentacles, declaring that the clearest proof was right here. Shin Menchul swiftly used his light sword to block the fierce assault. Mikhail strained, attempting to overwhelm Shin Menchul with sheer power. Shin Menchul skillfully generated additional smaller light blades to completely neutralize Mikhail's attack. Having successfully defended, Shin Menchul swung his sword, preparing for a counterattack. He unleashed a powerful slash, driving Mikhail backward. Mikhail remained standing, his blazing red eyes flashing ominously. Shin Menchul watched cautiously, sensing that something was wrong. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. A crack appeared on his light blade. The sword shattered into pieces, much to Shin Menchul's dismay. Mikhail stood there smugly, his hands still enveloped in dark energy. Weaponless, Shin Menchul questioned Mikhail's true objective. He asked if Mikhail planned to loot the place after Ashimoda and Idris left, but Mikhail revealed that they were merely tools to open the gate. Enveloped in a dark aura, Mikhail declared that he would be the only one to reach Anhelis. In a flashback, Mikhail recalled his bloody past, admitting that killing on the battlefield was as natural to him as breathing. Mikhail revealed that he had realized one thing while getting used to the new body given to him by Lee Young-ho. He had never desired power for a noble cause. Instead, The battlefield was his reason for living. The dark tentacles lunged forward, scratching Shin Menchul. Mikhail proclaimed that he was a being who could not exist without war, slaughter, and plunder. In a past vision, it was recounted that Idris had established his reputation during the First Great War, while Shin Menchul and Zeros did the same during the Second War. Returning to reality, Mikhail's dark tentacles pierced through Shin Menchul. Mikhail roared that he, Mikhail Vasiliev, would be the one to lead the Third Great War in Angeles. A chaotic surge of energy hurled Shin Menchul backward. The impact created a massive explosion, blowing away everything nearby. Mikhail looked at his opponent disdainfully and scoffed. Despite his injuries, Shin Menchul looked up, his eyes flashing as he gathered a surge of electrical energy in his hand. Blue lightning bolts danced fiercely, signaling a powerful counterattack. He charged straight toward Mikhail, ready to unleash his attack. Energy slashes tore through the air, cutting deep into Mikhail's body. Despite being hit, Mikhail's eyes flared with rage. He let out a thunderous roar, releasing a massive dark energy orb. Shin Menchul was completely overwhelmed, pushed back by the orb's power. A terrifying explosion engulfed the battlefield in a sea of dark energy. Standing amidst the purple smoke, Mikhail Voskov sneered, claiming he was tired of these cheap tricks he had already seen in Busan. Suddenly, a rain of swords blazing with blue energy descended from the sky. Mikhail was surrounded by countless blades embedded in the ground around him. He retaliated with a gigantic dark energy slash. The black-purple energy ripped through space, surging forward. As the smoke cleared, Shin Menchul stood firm, surrounded by an arsenal of various swords hovering in the air. Mikhail was stunned, muttering to himself that this was an ability he had never witnessed in their previous battle. As the swords rushed to attack, Mikhail realized that Shin Menchul had finally unleashed his ultimate technique. Shin Menchul reached out and grabbed a sword crackling with thunder. He launched an attack called the Dragon Roar Slash. A massive, roaring dragon-head-shaped energy blast hurtled straight toward Mikhail. Swallowed by the energy blast, Mikhail screamed in agony. Immediately afterward, Shin Menchul's bloodied hand reached out and grasped the energy blast itself. He clenched his fist, condensing the flowing power. The energy transformed into a gigantic greatsword of light in Shin Menchul's hand. While the other swords remained hovering around him, he swung the greatsword, releasing an even more terrifying surge of energy than before. The ancient god's war chariot attack rushed straight toward Mikhail. Mikhail was completely submerged in the fierce energy explosion. He strained to resist, roaring in pain. Despite his injuries, Mikhail realized that this weapon was forged from mana and was even stronger than the greatsword he had destroyed earlier. Shin Menchul explained that if one can precisely control their sword energy, they can shape it into a tangible weapon. He added that when the skill reaches its peak, it can even generate energy entities. Immediately, two white-blue energy duplicates in Shin Menchul's likeness appeared beside him. Mikhail Voskov roared, unleashing a punch that shattered one of the duplicates. While Shin Menchul calmly observed, the other energy duplicates rapidly closed in on Mikhail. Surrounded, Mikhail frantically swung streams of dark energy to fight back. He attempted to destroy the duplicates rushing toward him from all sides. Nevertheless, Mikhail continued to violently swing his dark energy fists. However, the sheer number of duplicates overwhelmed and tightly encircled Mikhail. The energy entities seized Mikhail from every direction, neutralizing his movements. Completely restrained, Mikhail could only scream Shin Menchul's name in desperation. A massive explosion erupted, destroying the duplicates and blasting Mikhail away. Shin Menchul remarked that in Angeles, the ability to regenerate is both a blessing and a curse, because, under certain conditions, infinite rebirth also means infinite suffering. Having said that, he unleashed a powerful downward kick from above. Mikhail was sent flying by the attack, crashing onto the desolate ground below. Watching the helpless Mikhail, Shin Menchul hovered in the air and summoned countless blades of light. He immediately launched all the swords downward, creating a terrifying explosion. The entire area was engulfed in a sea of fire following the destructive attack. Standing amidst the flames, Shin Menchul held a blade of light and declared that he would end the battle. Shin Menchul charged forward at terrifying speed, leaving behind a streak of white energy. Amidst the sea of fire, he swung the blade of light, delivering a fatal blow to the collapsing Mikhail Voskov. The blazing blade sliced through Mikhail, causing the flames to surge even more fiercely. Mikhail let out a final, agonizing scream, with blood and fire erupting from his mouth. With icy eyes, Shin Menchul cursed Mikhail to be eternally incinerated in molten lava. A final piercing strike completely annihilated Mikhail's body. Shin Menchul silently watched as a source of dark energy began to manifest. In a symbolic vision, a shadowy figure was pierced by a beam of light. Mikhail Voskov glared with final hatred before dissolving, facing Shin Menchul's composed expression. As Mikhail's body disintegrated, Shin Menchul admitted that his opponent using fragments of the greatsword was a clever move. He explained that even that greatsword was created from pure sword energy. Therefore, Shin Menchul declared that such an attack was completely useless against him. Standing on the cliff, Shin Menchul looked down into the fiery abyss and noted that Mikhail's plan to escape to another world had succeeded. However, Mikhail was horrified to realize he had been sent to a dimension of raging fire, not Angelis. Trapped, Mikhail roared Shin Menchul's name in despair as a colossal explosion consumed him. "Go to hell, Mikhail Vasilyev," was Shin Menchul's final farewell. Elsewhere, Idris stood solemnly before his respectfully standing subordinates. An aide reported that Yor Young had been defeated, and Lee Young-ho's experimental subjects were also confirmed dead. Meanwhile, Park Moo-young's team regrouped, and one member asked about the location of Shin Menchul and the American hunters. A team member replied that they had stopped in Sector A and appeared to be consolidating their forces. Idris ordered his subordinates to withdraw all troops and immediately redeploy to secure the route to Nanhai District, regardless of the fact that doing so would leave the Chinese hunters surrounded. With a determined expression, Idris declared that stopping Shin Menchul and the Americans was the top priority. A bald subordinate anxiously suggested that they needed to extract Mikhail from Foshan as quickly as possible. Idris turned back, coldly asking the subordinate what he was talking about. The bald subordinate hastily explained that this was their chance while Shin Menchul and the Americans were still regrouping. He continued to analyze that the Chinese encirclement was still weak, and if they acted now, they could break through and escape. Idris glared, questioning the subordinate whether they still had faith in the power of Lord Ashimoda. Another subordinate reported shocking news. Chairman Han Gang had reached an agreement with the American president regarding an airstrike. The bald subordinate realized in panic that the madman might be planning to completely abandon Foshan. Idris confidently asserted that no airstrike could penetrate his mana barrier, while a colossal magic array enveloped the entire area. However, the subordinates remained concerned, arguing that if only the laboratory remained, it would be useless as their army would be wiped out, and suggested relocating to Xinjiang. A hooded elder voiced his objection, arguing that all intelligence agencies worldwide were hunting them, but another suggested they could move to Afghanistan if the situation became too dangerous. The bald subordinate added that they had reserve forces there to rebuild the organization. The debate continued as one worried that power recovery would take longer, while the other insisted that if they stayed, they risked losing everything. Idris interrupted, declaring that Shin Menchul was the key, and if they defeated him, they would regain the upper hand, prompting a subordinate to shout and ask who would accomplish that. The desperate subordinate listed a series of failures. Andrew Duncan, Elder Kane, Jor Young, and even Lee Young-ho's experimental subject had all fallen. Amidst a plume of purple energy smoke, Idris declared that he himself would personally lead the battle. Immediately, a voice rang out from the shadows, stopping him. "You cannot yet, my lord." A long-haired man appeared, placing a hand on Idris's shoulder and warning that he still needed more time to stabilize his mana. But Idris brushed him off, saying he would not heed the warning this time. Idris looked resolutely at his subordinates and affirmed that they could lose this war if he continued to stand by and watch. Idris looked displeased with the current state of affairs. The dark-haired guardian remarked that Idris must be aging if such trivialities troubled him. Idris gritted his teeth, blaming himself for not eliminating the enemy when he had the chance. The guardian squeezed Idris's shoulder, reminding him that war always holds unpredictable variables. Immediately after, Idris unleashed his dark magic, causing his cloak to billow violently in the purple energy current. Standing before his subordinates, Idris declared that he knew exactly how many people had sacrificed themselves believing in him. He raised his hand, asserting that now was the time to repay their expectations. The loyal subordinates began murmuring, anxious about their leader's decision. An aide mused that the organization had always been led by the great elder Idris, and no one doubted his power. However, the aide remained concerned, wondering if someone like Ashimoda truly possessed the strength to defeat Shin Menchul. Idris declared that he needed to deal with the Chinese forces before entering the real battle, and the aide immediately requested to accompany him. But Idris refused, releasing a powerful surge of energy and asserting that he could handle this matter alone. With that, Idris soared into the air, heading toward the battlefield by himself. He looked ahead with eyes full of determination. At the hunter stronghold on the border of Nanhai District, Beijing, the 12th elder, David Baomo, collapsed in a pool of blood. Standing over the defeated body was Mao Wanzai, holding a long staff. Mao Wanzai, one of the 5 kings of the War Dragon Strike Force, mocked the unseen enemy for daring to infiltrate the area alone. A high-tech armored soldier chimed in, asserting that not all Chinese hunters were as weak as the Snow Leopard Commando unit. Suddenly, Mao Wanzai felt something was wrong, bewildered as an invisible hand touched his forehead. Looking up, he was horrified to see a figure standing above the clouds beneath the moonlight, and wondered who that lunatic was. Mid-air, Idris hovered, surrounded by currents of purple dark magic energy. Mao Wanzai stared in astonishment at the stranger standing with crossed arms in the starry sky. Mao Wanzai issued a warning, suggesting Idris should leave. Idris coldly pointed down at David Balmos' bloodied corpse, telling Mao Wanzai to look at his friend's fate. Idris's blazing red eyes flashed as dark magic energy surged around him. Mao Wanzai was stunned by the terrifying pressure emanating from his opponent. Nevertheless, he decided to attack, swinging his staff and acknowledging Idris's power. Mao Wanzai confidently declared that Idris could not stand against the 2,000 hunters of the War Dragon Strike Force. However, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat when Idris revealed that he knew the Chinese hunters were divided into 4 units. Idris merely smiled contemptuously, secretly hoping the remaining foes could withstand at least one sword strike. Faced with such absolute confidence, Mao Wanzai was completely speechless. Elsewhere, Jennifer, Park Mu-young, and Shin Menchul all sensed the immense energy source, and Shin Menchul concluded that Ashimoda had begun his move. Jennifer pinpointed the energy originating from the western border, deducing that Ashimoda's goal was to wipe out the Chinese hunters first. Park Mu-young worriedly noted that they would not be able to arrive in time to intervene. Shin Menchul immediately ordered the remaining Chinese hunters to regroup, as dividing their forces now would only increase casualties. Park Mu-young proposed a plan. They would let the Chinese hunters hold off Ashimoda, while the group attacked his subordinates. Meanwhile, a spatial gate opened, and a mysterious gray-haired man appeared with his subordinates. Shin Menchul's group looked toward the bridge, where an army was gathering, and Park Mu-young was surprised that they had made the first move. The gray-haired man analyzed that Shin Menchul would not enter the battle, as he was the ultimate weapon against Ashimoda. In a laboratory, Shim Unseo stood before 2 test tubes containing the silhouettes of Ethan Mark and Rick Blaze, reporting that all Section Team 2 hunters had been annihilated by Jor Young. Idris mused that the only remaining concerns were Park Mu-young and Shim Unseo. He ordered Vanguard Teams 1 and 2 to advance, while the rest surrounded the road from both sides. Idris's red eyes glowed with iron determination. However, his subordinates were utterly terrified when Shin Menchul suddenly appeared right in front of them. Without flinching, Idris commanded all the elders to be summoned to confront Shin Menchul directly. The dark-haired aide nervously reported that they still hadn't located Park Mu-young or Shim Unseo and feared all 3 would appear together. Idris calmly replied that this would only benefit his plan, leaving the aide utterly confused. Their plan was clear: to wear down Shin Menchul's strength here so he couldn't interfere with Ashimoda. Shin Menchul smiled defiantly, asking why the crowd was merely standing and watching. He continued to mock their fear, declaring that he would attack first if they didn't dare to step forward. Urged by a voice that there was no reason to fear a single man, the subordinates enveloped in shadow charged forward to attack. With a confident smile, Shin Menchul plunged into the battle. He moved like lightning, delivering a punch that knocked out one of the elders. He easily grabbed the wrist of another attacker, halting his strike. With a simple movement, Shin Menchul simultaneously slammed 2 enemies to the ground. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, the dark-haired aide immediately channeled his power, condensing a dark energy orb in his hand. He unleashed his full power, firing a massive purple energy beam toward Shin Menchul. The destructive energy stream engulfed Shin Menchul, but he stood firm, completely unharmed. Shin Menchul merely clenched his fist, and all the residual energy instantly dissipated. The aide was stunned by the sight, only able to grit his teeth and utter an angry curse. In response, Shin Menchul unleashed a destructive torrent of blue lightning energy. Idris's aide could only let out a shriek of horror before being engulfed by the attack. The energy torrent swept across the battlefield, tearing apart the cloaked assailants. Idris was stunned by the sight of his 7 elders being wiped out in the blink of an eye. He could not believe they were defeated so easily. Looking at Shin Menchul, Idris recalled that, just a year ago, this man was struggling against Li Youngho. Blaming himself for not intervening sooner, Idris summoned a sword enveloped in dark aura. Declaring that he would clean up the mess himself, he charged straight toward Shin Menchul. Idris launched a purple energy slash, but Shin Menchul effortlessly leaped up to evade it. With his hair turning brilliant gold, Shin Menchul blocked the next attack, sending Idris reeling backward and knocking the sword from his grasp. Idris gritted his teeth, astonished by his opponent's overwhelming power. Suddenly, a stranger wearing a black cloak appeared, declaring that Lord Ashimoda was the one who would take Shin Menchul's life. Shin Menchul's heterochromatic eyes met the newcomer's blazing red eyes. Without warning, the stranger threw a punch that generated a fierce shockwave. The sheer physical power of the man shattered the surrounding air. After the attack, the man confirmed his opponent's identity. "You are Shin Menchul?" Shin Menchul clutched his injured arm, his blood-stained face revealing clear astonishment. Standing atop a pillar, Ashimoto's subordinate asserted that Shin Menchul was the one obstructing their plans. Shin Menchul smirked, mocking that those were arrogant words coming from someone who had been locked inside a glass coffin. Hearing the implied response, Shin Menchul's expression became resolute and challenging. Blood splattered across the star-filled space. Shin Menchul gritted his teeth in endurance, thinking to himself that even though he had blocked the blow with his sword, his mana flow was still disrupted. Through a communication channel, Jennifer urgently stated that they would act immediately. Shin Menchul rejected the idea, but Jennifer firmly demanded he stick to the plan because Ashimoto had entered the battle earlier than anticipated. Clenching his blood-soaked hand, Shin Menchul replied that there was no way for him to escape unnoticed. Ashimoto's subordinate warned that if he wasn't careful, the rest of Shin Menchul's group would be in danger. Another bearded comrade insisted that even if one of them had to sacrifice themselves, they still needed to get Shin Menchul out. Shin Menchul tore off his sleeve, declaring that the only way to stop the enemy was to follow his plan. With a broken sword in his hand, he ordered that no one was allowed to interfere in the battle. Shin Menchul charged directly toward a colossal shadow entity that was lunging forward. He concentrated the blue lightning energy into his hand. Then, Shin Menchul unleashed a powerful slash, tearing the shadow entity apart. Idris appeared, asking Shin Menchul if he thought he was strong enough to win, and threatening that Ashimoto would surely defeat him. Shin Menchul sneered, asking in return if Idris was trying to stall for time by spouting nonsense. He called Idris a cunning old snake, and declared that he had come here to end everything once and for all. Shin Menchul continued to provoke him, saying it would be a waste if Idris died before he could use his trump card. Idris narrowed his eyes, dismissing the comment as perhaps just an old, outdated spell. His red eyes flashed with contempt. Idris sighed, stating that Shin Menchul seemed to be mistaken. A figure in a black cloak expressed disappointment, stating that he had hoped both opponents would be at their peak condition for the fight. Shin Menchul, covered in blood, confidently proposed another battle a few days later. The mysterious figure complimented Shin Menchul's intriguing nature, but declared he would give him a proper fight immediately, then charged. Instantly, a thunderous punch struck Shin Menchul's face, splattering blood everywhere. Shin Menchul was knocked away and crashed violently onto the ground. The attacker stood over him, asking if Shin Menchul believed stalling for time would give him a chance to fight back. Shin Menchul replied defiantly that he would only know if he tried. He stood up, summoning a multitude of hovering swords around himself. Shin Menchul swiftly grabbed one of the swords. His opponent also drew his sword from its sheath. The two blades collided with a deafening metallic clang. From a distance, Ashimoto observed the battle, and noted that his subordinate had drawn his sword. The subordinate reassured his lord that he merely wanted to dust off his blade. He poured his strength into the clash, pushing Shin Menchul back in the sword confrontation. With his purple glowing eyes, he unleashed a powerful slash. Shin Menchul took the full force of the attack directly to the head. The force of the impact launched Shin Menchul high into the sky, sending him soaring past the clouds. The enemy appeared above him, raising his sword high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He slashed downward while Shin Menchul raised his hand to parry the strike. Shin Menchul retaliated with a fierce upward slash, generating a massive surge of energy. The two torrents of sword aura collided violently, resulting in a piercing metallic shriek. Ashimoto's subordinate smirked, declaring that he was also highly proficient in sword aura. He swung his sword upward, gathering a massive stream of dark purple dark energy. The dark energy collided with Shin Menchul's blue energy stream, creating a destructive vortex. Though pushed back by the residual shockwave, Ashimoto's subordinate held his ground. Shin Menchul, drenched in blood, looked up with unwavering resolve as he faced the incoming attack. The massive stream of dark energy hurtled directly toward Shin Menchul. From a distance, Idris called out to his lord, "Ashimoto." A massive explosion erupted, causing Idris to turn his head and look back. Idris was astonished to see Shin Menchul still standing firm amidst the smoke and dust. As the smoke cleared, Shin Menchul emerged, his expression completely unfazed. Enraged, Idris gritted his teeth and cursed Shin Menchul. Purple dark magic surged around Idris's fist. Idris launched a sudden attack, striking the defenseless Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul coughed up a large mouthful of blood after receiving the full impact of the strike. He was sent flying backward, sliding across the ground, yet he still refused to let go of his sword. Ashimoto's subordinate turned to his master, admitting that he now understood why Ashimoda considered Shin Menchul his greatest obstacle. He observed that despite his severe injuries, Shin Menchul still clung tightly to his sword. Standing over Shin Menchul, Ashimoda's subordinate asked if he wanted to live. Shin Menchul raised his head, replying that no one truly wished to die. Ashimoda's subordinate offered a condition. If Shin Menchul swore allegiance, he would spare the lives of him, Park Mu-young, and Shim Yun-seo. With a defiant smile on his bloodied face, Shin Menchul flatly refused. He roared and grabbed hold of Ashimoda's subordinate's cloak. Idris warned that Shin Menchul must be killed, arguing that a man like him would never submit. Ashimoda's subordinate replied that he knew, but felt it would be a waste to let such talent perish. Idris shouted in protest, arguing that they should capture Shin Menchul immediately. Standing over the collapsing Shin Menchul, Ashimoda's subordinate stated that he needed more time to decide what to do with him. Idris continued to plead, emphasizing that too many people had already fallen by Shin Menchul's hand, making it absolutely impossible to let him live. Hearing the discord among his enemies, Shin Menchul realized he still had an opportunity. He strained his muscles, ripping his shirt as he concentrated his energy. Shin Menchul suddenly leaped backward, creating distance between himself, Idris, and Ashimoda's subordinate. Much to their astonishment, Idris angrily shouted Ashimoda's name once more, clearly expressing his displeasure. Idris's face hardened, revealing his fierce determination as sweat began to pour from him. Ashimoda's subordinate drew his sword, intercepting the energy attack that Idris had aimed at Shin Menchul. Despite the intervention, Idris still launched a torrent of purple dark magic toward Shin Menchul. Blasted away by the dark energy, Shin Menchul thought to himself that he was beginning to see a 1% chance to reverse this desperate situation. Ashimoda's subordinate angrily demanded to know what Idris was doing. Idris explained that he acted for Ashimoda's sake, as allowing Shin Menchul to survive would only bring disaster later on. Ashimoda's subordinate glared, asking in a low, menacing voice if Idris was defying his command. Idris declared that he must ensure Shin Menchul dies here, and was willing to accept execution if it meant going against his superior's wishes. Idris roared furiously, reminding them that countless elders had risked their lives for him. He listed the immense sacrifices, including Lee Young-ho and many others, then questioned Ashimoda's subordinate as to why they chose Shin Menchul over him. The subordinate admitted that if they had listened to Idris back on Angelus, things wouldn't have escalated this far. The subordinate then abruptly turned away, allowing Idris to finish off Shin Menchul himself. Shin Menchul was confused by the enemy's internal division, but then he sensed the intervention of an American hunter. He realized the magic originated from Angelus. A blonde stranger appeared, declaring that he would show them the magic of Earth. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-eun, wrapped entirely in bandages, was receiving instructions from the Great Elder over the phone. She reported that she had failed to locate Lee Young-ho's test subject in Southeast Asia. She was ordered to return to Korea and would send her 3 disciples, Rosales, Yu Kyung-jin, and Fu Dong-an ahead. She was confident that the skills they were taught would be sufficient to counter even the American hunters. However, she admitted that one of them might prove to be a nuisance. She revealed that this individual was also searching for Lee Young-ho's test subject, and the image of the American hunter appeared. Lee Seo-eun asserted that she would deal with that person if they crossed paths again. She ended the call. Elsewhere, Steve Daines pondered whether Lee Seo-eun's skills were truly enough to face that American man. He even wondered if Andrew Duncan could defeat this person. Lee Seo-eun flinched, seemingly struck by a bad premonition, and muttered, "No." Idris looked toward the newcomer, while a voice commented that perhaps the Great Elder himself would have to step in to counter America's mobile nuclear weapon. The intruder was revealed to be the limitless hunter, Joseph Kyle. With a single gesture, Joseph Kyle unleashed his power. The ground immediately shook violently and fractured into massive chunks. 2 strange men stood atop a rock outcrop, horrified as the surrounding earth was ripped apart. Both were stunned by the unimaginable scale of this power. Standing amidst their troops, the 2 observers watched as thick dust and smoke billowed up. A massive chunk of earth and rock was lifted high into the air and spun rapidly. Shin Menchul, covered in injuries, looked up at Joseph Kyle standing above him. Kyle coldly warned Shin Menchul to stay down if he wanted to live. Shin Menchul questioned him back, and Kyle replied that he was lucky to still be conscious. Kyle's blue eyes shone with confidence as he analyzed the situation. He stated that although he wasn't from Angelus, he had seen many people in Shin Menchul's condition. Kyle compared Shin Menchul's state to that of hyper-addicts right before they went berserk. As Shin Menchul struggled to stand, Kyle warned that Catherine would be very upset if he died. Despite his injuries, Shin Menchul flashed a challenging smile. He proposed a battle plan. Warriors fight warriors and mages fight mages. The man wearing the eye patch intended to join the fight, declaring that his team would engage. However, one of his soldiers placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. The man with the eye patch reluctantly admitted that they would only get in the way of the other two. A thought flashed through their minds, realizing this was a confrontation between the strongest hunter and the strongest warrior from Angeles. The two observers concluded that, at this moment, they were witnessing the two strongest individuals on the battlefield, helped to his feet by Joseph Kyle. Shin Menchul, despite his severe injuries, prepared alongside his comrade for the battle of the strongest. Suddenly, a pitch-black sphere appeared, hovering in space like a gateway to another dimension. A purple dark energy slash tore through the sphere from the inside. As the sphere shattered, Idris and a black-haired swordsman appeared mid-air. The black-haired warrior's red eyes glowed, focused on his target. The two stood upon a ruined arena created from the void, suspended against a starry sky. The scale of this magical space astonished the witnesses. They realized the enemy had created a vast battlefield over the ocean in just 10 seconds. The black-haired warrior stepped forward decisively, ready to engage. The two newcomers faced Shin Menchul and Joseph Kyle directly. The black-haired warrior confidently declared that he would be the one to handle Shin Menchul. Joseph Kyle thought to himself that despite the clear power gap, Shin Menchul fought tenaciously, proving he still held an unrevealed trump card. Idris glanced at Joseph Kyle, seemingly assessing his new opponent. Joseph Kyle turned, deciding to deal with one of the two enemies himself. Idris warned his subordinate to be careful, as Joseph Kyle was on a completely different level compared to ordinary hunters. The subordinate declared that once they finished dealing with the two of them, no one would be able to stop Ashimoda. The scene abruptly shifted, transporting them high into the night sky above the clouds. Here, Joseph Kyle and Idris hovered, facing each other, preparing for a private showdown. Joseph Kyle activated limitless mode, causing Idris to be secretly astonished, as he knew this was a secret skill only tested on a few American hunters. Realizing the opponent knew even national secrets, Joseph Kyle smiled with amusement at Idris's extensive knowledge. Joseph Kyle was already calculating the cost of cleaning up the entire headquarters when he returned. Suddenly, Idris appeared and challenged him, asking if he truly thought he would be able to return. Joseph Kyle just laughed heartily and replied that he had no choice, as he had forgotten to feed his cat before leaving. He added that the cat had quite a bad temper, and he didn't want it scratching up his sofa again. Kyle then grew serious, stating that while he would normally indulge Idris, he now had a more important mission to focus on. Idris then commanded Kyle to activate his limitless mode. He declared that he wouldn't hold back, immediately unleashing the strongest magic he had originally reserved for Shin Menchul. Idris warned Kyle to use his strongest spell to defend himself, but Kyle only gave an ambiguous reply. Surprisingly, Joseph Kyle chuckled and confessed that he didn't know how to use limitless mode, and was probably the only one in Section Team 2 who didn't possess it. Idris narrowed his eyes suspiciously, believing this was no time for jokes. Joseph Kyle insisted he was telling the truth and said that Idris would soon understand why. The scene abruptly shifted to a tavern in the Foatan region of Angeles, where people were asking each other about a rumor. Two elves were discussing the gold inside the Foatan cave, but no one dared to enter. The braided hair elf explained that a black dragon was always sitting inside with its mouth open, and no fool dared to approach. However, another rumor suggested that the dragon hadn't been seen recently. A third elf passing by also confirmed hearing the same thing. That person added that the gold in the cave looked very strange, darker than usual. The scene returned to Earth, 30,000 feet above Foshan, China. Idris looked at Joseph Kyle and concluded that he truly did not possess limitless mode. Hearing this, Idris sneered that he had wasted his time fighting an idiot. In response, Idris unleashed his full power, deploying the Black Iron domain skill with a massive surge of purple energy. Mid-air, Joseph Kyle merely smiled serenely. When Idris' purple energy touched Kyle's hat, it was instantly encased in a cluster of black crystal. Joseph Kyle swiftly dodged on a streak of yellow energy, allowing the hat to fly into the domain. He caught his hat, which had now been transformed into a rigid block of black crystal. Kyle mused that this type of magic had a fixed range, similar to Mark's absolute territory. He immediately channeled his energy into the crystallized hat. Then, he threw it back as a means of probing the area. The enhanced hat shot away, leaving a streak of blue and yellow light. It violently collided with a larger crystal mass, causing a small explosion. Kyle realized that even though he had suppressed his power, the hat was instantly frozen, and he decided he needed to maintain distance. Idris mocked him, saying that challenging him in the air was a huge mistake. He raised his hand, causing the range of the Black Iron domain to expand terrifyingly. Joseph Kyle hastily retreated, telling himself that the range was larger and would be easier to determine if he were on the ground. He continued to think that determining its boundary while airborne was extremely difficult. Idris secretly acknowledged Kyle's sharp instincts, as he had quickly grasped the mechanism of the black iron domain and adjusted his movements. Joseph Kyle immediately reached into his coat pocket. He tossed a handful of small, dark pellets into the air. Kyle thought to himself that he never expected cat food to be so useful. The pellets flew into the domain's boundary and were instantly crystallized, helping Kyle determine the exact range of the skill. Idris declared that he had successfully trapped Joseph Kyle. However, Kyle merely smiled and confidently announced that it was time for a counterattack. Idris suddenly announced that there were 4 seconds left until 4:24 a.m., confusing Kyle. A golden clock began counting down, signaling that Kyle's plan had reached its conclusion with a checkmate move. Unexpectedly, the massive shadow of an airplane appeared directly in front of Kyle. Inside the cockpit, 2 pilots were horrified to see a person standing outside exactly at 4:24 a.m. Idris smiled and explained that this was the exact moment the Boeing 747 flew over Foshan. Kyle was forced to land on the wing of the rapidly moving airplane. From a distance, Idris mocked Kyle for only knowing how to evade. He posed a cruel question, asking if Kyle's life was more valuable than the passengers. Idris asserted that Kyle had willingly stepped into the range of the black iron domain. Inside, the terrified passengers looked out, including a mother clutching her child tightly. Idris declared that he couldn't stop and placed all responsibility for their deaths on the limitless hunter. The metal surface of the airplane began to transform into dark matter. Soon, the entire aircraft had turned into a massive block of black iron. Idris simultaneously asked what would happen to an object turned into black iron and unleashed a surge of purple energy. Kyle desperately asked if there was any way to dispel this magic. Idris calmly replied that he had never thought about it. His purple energy enveloped the transformed airplane. The massive black iron mass, retaining the shape of the aircraft, began to freefall from the sky. A massive stream of purple energy was unleashed to halt the descent of the black iron mass. High in the sky, Joseph Kyle smiled confidently, certain that a solution existed. He immediately activated his power, generating a colossal stream of blue energy, while Idris observed from a distance. Beneath the plummeting aircraft, a bubbling sphere of blue energy began to materialize. From the sphere, a solid, transparent energy platform shot straight up toward the sky. The colossal platform continued its ascent, preparing to intercept the black iron mass. Idris scoffed, dismissing it as a cheap trick, and launched purple energy slashes toward the platform. Kyle's energy platform immediately began to fracture under Idris' assault. It shook violently as cracks rapidly spread across its surface. Kyle confidently explained that Idris's black iron domain has a finite range. Therefore, by manipulating an object larger than that range, he could launch a counterattack against Idris. Instantly, the black iron aircraft was pulverized into fragments by the pressure exerted by the platform. Idris stood unscathed in midair amidst the shower of debris, gathering spheres of dark energy in his hands. He conceded that he was wrong to underestimate Kyle, admitting that the hunter was skilled enough to strike him, just as Lee Soen had warned. Idris revealed that his ability allows him to send anything transformed into black iron to another dimension, explaining how he smuggled artifacts out of Angeles. He then tore open a colossal purple spatial rift, declaring that Earth possessed things Angeles could never obtain. Inside the rift, terrifying shapes began to emerge. A gigantic black dragon with multiple pairs of glowing eyes crawled out of the spatial gate, hovering directly above Kyle. The monster let out a sky-shattering roar. It was the black dragon Kokislada. Idris smugly introduced his newly summoned creature. The colossal monster was identified as the black dragon Kokislada. On the ground, a bald CIA commander and his team stared up in horror at the dark energy fissures tearing across the sky. The commander, stunned, wondered what in the world was happening above them. In the air, Kokislada roared, its mouth blazing with energy. The dragon unleashed a destructive stream of acid breath. Joseph Kyle positioned himself directly in the path of the attack. The acid stream swept over him, causing Joseph Kyle's clothing to immediately begin dissolving. Immediately afterward, he looked up as a gigantic airplane propeller hurtled straight down. The propeller slammed violently into Joseph Kyle. Repelled by the force of the impact, he quickly stabilized himself in midair. Joseph Kyle calmly extended his hand, using his invisible power to halt the falling propeller. Suddenly, massive chains materialized, wrapping tightly around Kokislada. However, the chains were instantly corroded and began smoking upon contact with the dragon's skin. Joseph Kyle realized that not only the dragon's breath but also its very hide was acidic. Unexpectedly, a colossal black crystal mass formed out of thin air and lunged forward. Joseph Kyle turned, sensing the new threat. The black crystals rapidly enveloped and completely imprisoned his body. Standing far away, Idris extended his hand, controlling the attack with a look of smug satisfaction. However, Idris's expression suddenly twisted into one of extreme fury. Joseph Kyle effortlessly shattered the crystal prison, floating calmly amidst the debris. Idris smugly threatened to strip Joseph Kyle of his hoodie. In response, Joseph Kyle calmly joked whether Idris intended to strip him down to his underwear as well. He explained that he was a team leader and preferred not to appear naked in front of his subordinates. Standing atop the black dragon Kokaslada, Idris brushed him off, declaring Joseph had no time left to worry about trivialities. Following the command, the colossal black dragon lunged forward to attack. A blue energy javelin launched by Joseph Kyle collided head-on with the dragon's blazing breath. The black dragon was repelled by the sheer force of the strike. Suddenly, Joseph Kyle landed and stood firmly right on the dragon's head. The energy javelin continued soaring past, serving as a distraction. Idris was astonished, wondering why Joseph was foolish enough to willingly enter his black iron domain. However, the energy javelin abruptly reversed course, aiming directly at Idris. The black dragon flinched and dodged as the javelin zipped past it once more. Idris scoffed, asking if Joseph intended to use the dragon as bait, and asserted that the trick would not work a second time. He realized the dragon remained unchanged, and assumed Joseph had neutralized his magic. Meanwhile, Joseph Kyle gathered an energy sphere, stating that he had realized Idris's magic required time to fully manifest. Immediately afterward, a devastating energy explosion, unleashed by Joseph, tore through the black dragon's body. Idris was caught in the blast, his face contorted in pain and astonishment. Blood spurted from his mouth as his characteristic long braid was severed. The severed braid drifted aimlessly in midair. Finally, Idris was blasted into the void of space, left helpless and critically wounded. Amidst the boundless cosmos, Idris declared himself one of the three primordial entities. He proclaimed himself the founder of magic, Black Iron Idris. In a fit of rage, he roared, unable to believe that a mere being like Joseph Kyle dared to challenge him. Idris's heart pounded with overwhelming fury. He unleashed the meteorite strike, summoning countless celestial bodies to obliterate Kyle and the entire city of Gwang'an. Idris accepted the expenditure of all his accumulated mana, certain that once Kyle was destroyed, nothing could stand in his way. Idris screamed, "Die!" channeling his entire might into the devastating attack. Meanwhile, Joseph Kyle remained utterly composed, dismissing the magic as merely moving large rocks, confident he could handle it. On the ground, Michael and the eye-patch warrior looked up in terror at the blazing sky. Michael desperately exclaimed that this was the apocalypse. The eye-patch warrior maintained his composure, asking Michael what he meant. From a remote location, a pink-hair analyst explained that their captain was not a hunter. She revealed that the genetic structure of every hunter was engineered under strict governmental control. Michael was dumbfounded upon hearing that all those genes were modified versions derived from Kyle's own genome, meaning he was not a product of hunter engineering. Sweating profusely, Michael anxiously wondered how Kyle had acquired his power then. The pink-hair analyst admitted she didn't know either, deepening Michael's confusion. Information regarding hunter gene technology was classified as AAA, top secret, while the captain's personal data was S-rank, known only to the most powerful individuals. In a separate discussion, the hunter's power levels were compared. A B rank is equivalent to 10 C ranks. Ethan Mark chimed in, stating an A rank can contend with 10 B ranks, then questioned the true power of Kyle, the sole S-rank hunter. A question was posed. If all the remaining hunters of Section Team 2 charged together, could they take down Joseph Kyle? The answer to whether the entire team could defeat Joseph Kyle was simply no. An analyst explained that classifying Kyle as S-rank was merely for convenience. No one truly knows the extent of his power. She asserted that Kyle's true rank is not S. Instead, his rank is limitless. Within a blazing cosmic void, Shin Menchul confronted a colossal meteor shower. Countless burning meteorites streaked violently through the void. They coalesced into a gigantic fireball, hurtling straight toward a planet. Idris stood shielding himself against the approaching fireball. Shin Menchul confronted a condensed darkness orb hurled by Idris. He unleashed a powerful punch, enveloped in blue energy, shattering the orb. The darkness orb exploded, releasing a swarm of bat-like shadow creatures. Idris was thrown back by the resulting shockwave. The shadow creatures zipped past as Idris descended. Mid-air, Shin Menchul summoned his armory, dozens of swords hovering around him. He admitted he lacked the mana reserves to summon the armory a second time. Shin Menchul resolved to end everything with a single strike, plunging down to attack Idris. However, Idris effortlessly parried Shin Menchul's blade with a purple energy sword. Shin Menchul was violently repelled by his opponent's sheer power. Idris watched calmly, the purple blade in his hand still blazing. He swung his sword, unleashing a barrage of energy slashes toward Shin Menchul. Shin Menchul countered by summoning two powerful energy blades, the blazing yellow dragon fang, Karmatan, followed immediately by the dragon slumber, Harmatan. Rushing forward with its icy blue aura, Idris was momentarily taken aback by the sudden assault. He swiftly utilized purple dark magic to intercept the incoming blades. Idris recognized the two swords as forgotten treasures from Zeros's vault. Shin Menchul conceded that recreating the weapon technique using mana was difficult, but noted they still couldn't compare to the originals. The energy blades continued to swarm Idris from every direction. Idris declared that fighting to the bitter end for survival is the true mark of a warrior. He used his purple sword to deflect the attack from the yellow blade. He then proceeded to block the attack from the blue blade. With blazing eyes, Idris remarked that Shin Menchul was truly tenacious. He unleashed a massive surge of purple energy, pushing back everything in the vicinity. Shin Menchul clicked his tongue, displaying irritation at his opponent's power. He shot forward with terrifying velocity. Idris judged that while admirable, the power disparity between them was too vast as he launched a slash at Shin Menchul. Idris's purple energy blade suddenly developed a crack. Idris was left speechless as his weapon shattered. Shin Menchul smirked, explaining that no matter how tough a weapon is, it can be shattered if struck from the flank, and asked Idris how it felt to have his precious weapon destroyed. While Shin Menchul was still gloating, a sudden punch slammed directly into his face. Idris countered bare-handed, stating that he had no need for an arsenal like Shin Menchul's. A dark-haired, long-haired man spoke to the ethereal image of Idris, noting that he had dealt with the American hunter faster than expected. The man confidently declared that Idris's intervention would not be necessary here. Suddenly, a bright white blade pierced the man's chest from behind. He looked down in shock at the gushing wound, while Idris's projection remained a silent spectator. The hand of the attacker, radiating powerful energy, was revealed. Shin Menchul, his hair blazing gold, frowned because his surprise stab had missed the opponent's heart. Staggering from the wound, the long-haired man admitted that he now understood why the tyrant Zeros had fallen to Shin Menchul. He secretly admired Shin Menchul's precise mana control, noting that it resembled magic more than swordsmanship. However, he realized that attempting to bridge the impossible power gap in this manner meant crossing a boundary that should not have been crossed, and he unleashed a surging torrent of purple dark energy. With a thunderous explosion, he began his counterattack. He shot through the air toward his opponent. He ruthlessly slammed Shin Menchul into the ground, shattering the earth in a horrific impact. Grabbing Shin Menchul's face, the long-haired warrior asserted his dominance. He looked down at the defeated man and said it was a pity. Gritting his teeth, he admitted that he had finally met a warrior capable of wounding him. He then leaped back, creating distance between them. As Shin Menchul struggled to stand, his opponent landed softly in the distance. His eyes blazing, he declared that Shin Menchul must die by his hand. With that, he swung his arm, unleashing a massive and destructive purple energy slash. Shin Menchul took the full force of the energy slash, his blood splattering everywhere. The dark-haired guardian leaned in, mocking that he would teach him a lesson before he took his last breath. He drew a short sword, proclaiming that absolute power was a skill in itself. Shin Menchul watched in horror as the blade hurtled straight toward him. The sword pierced through him, his blood spraying in a long streak across the starry sky. Suddenly, Steve Daines and Rick Blaze appeared, attacking the dark-haired guardian to rescue Shin Menchul. The dark-haired guardian roared in anger, calling the newcomer a useless traitor who only knew how to regenerate. Steve Daines swung his weapon, blocking the opponent's attack. Rick Blaze caught the staggering Shin Menchul and anxiously asked if he could move. Shin Menchul angrily snapped, asking why they had interfered. Rick Blaze retorted, asking if they were supposed to just stand there and watch him die. Steve Daines warned Rick that if they continued this way, Ashimoto would kill all of them. Rick Blaze suggested that he and Steve would risk their lives to buy time so the other could escape. Steve Daines coldly dismissed the idea, telling him not to make him repeat himself. He turned to Shin Menchul, saying not to misunderstand his intentions. Shin Menchul looked up, listening while enduring his injuries. Steve Daines declared that he wasn't helping because he liked Shin Menchul, but because he was their only chance to defeat the enemy. He repeated once more, saying, "Don't misunderstand." Shin Menchul remained silent, while Steve Daines asserted that, though he hated to admit it, Shin Menchul was their only hope. Seeing all three ready to fight, the dark-haired guardian gathered a sphere of dark energy in his hand. Shin Menchul yelled, ordering everyone to fall back. The dark-haired guardian's eyes flashed with deadly purple light. Instantly, a brutal slash tore across Steve Daines's face. Rick Blaze screamed in horror as his comrade's blood splattered onto him. Fueled by rage, Rick roared curses at the attacker. The dark-haired guardian coldly threw a punch, deeming Rick unworthy of his attention. Rick was sent flying and screamed in pain. Just then, Shin Menchul lunged forward and grabbed Rick's arm, stopping him. Rick, confused, urged Shin Menchul to leave quickly as his hand began to glow. Steve Danes collapsed, whispering that all hope would vanish if Shin Menchul failed. Driven by urgency, Rick declared that Shin Menchul would not die here and urged him not to let their sacrifice be in vain. Rick's entire body erupted in a blazing red energy, his hair changing color as he faced the enemy. The dark-haired guardian commented on the powerful energy source but wondered why it wasn't blue like natural mana. He wondered how long Rick could maintain this berserk state, guessing an hour. He stepped forward, revising his prediction down to 30 minutes. With a smug smile, the dark-haired guardian declared that it wouldn't take him 3 minutes to snap Rick's neck. In a flashback, a blonde swordsman monologued that he had nearly reached level 9 during his battle with Mikhail Vasilyev. He regretfully thought that if he had 1 or 2 days to recover his mana, he could have harnessed that power. The monologue ended as the scene returned to the dark-haired guardian, explaining that the plan had failed because Ashimoda appeared sooner than anticipated. In a flashback, Shin Menchul recalled the life-or-death plan he had devised. The plan was to intentionally exhaust his mana and endure the agonizing pain to activate his berserk state, much to the shock of his comrades. Once transformed with his blonde hair, he ordered everyone not to interfere, intending to use this power to rapidly advance in rank. However, the dark-haired guardian appeared and mocked his perceived weakness, while Ashimoda proved to be far stronger than anticipated. Ultimately, Shin Menchul was overwhelmed by a devastating purple energy attack, causing all his carefully laid plans to completely collapse. The scene shifts to the present, where Rick Blaze kneels in despair, feeling that all their efforts had been in vain. The image of Steve Danes, severely wounded and collapsing in a pool of blood, flashed before him as a painful reminder. Facing Rick's transformation, the dark-haired guardian smiled with delight, wondering aloud who exactly he was facing. After declaring he would destroy anyone who stood in his path, he watched Rick Blaze roar in fury, his hair and aura shifting to a blazing red. The dark-haired guardian seemed impressed, commending Rick for not fleeing to save his own life. He acknowledged Rick as a true warrior, worthy of his respect. With a wide, savage grin, the dark-haired guardian declared that a battle like this was exactly what he desired. Instantly, he lunged forward and delivered a mighty punch. The punch, reinforced by purple energy, slammed directly into Rick Blaze's face, generating a massive shockwave. The dark-haired guardian challenged Rick to fight with everything he had, promising to spare his comrades if the performance proved impressive enough. Unexpectedly, Rick Blaze seized his opponent's arm and bit down savagely. The dark-haired guardian froze, glaring furiously at the deep, bleeding bite mark on his arm. Capitalizing on the momentary pause, Rick delivered a powerful hook punch straight to the dark-haired guardian's jaw. Struck squarely, the dark-haired guardian gritted his teeth in endurance, his purple eyes flashing as he faced the battle-crazed Rick Blaze. Retaliating, the dark-haired guardian launched a lightning-fast punch toward Shin Menchul. His fist collided violently with his opponent, but Shin Menchul seized the dark-haired guardian's head, his eyes blazing with fury. He slammed his opponent's head into the ground with all his might, causing blood to splatter everywhere. A terrifying explosion shook the very ground at the point of impact. Shin Menchul knelt, gasping for breath after unleashing the brutal attack. From the shadows of the deep crater, the dark-haired guardian's purple eyes suddenly flared to life. Shin Menchul looked up, sensing a colossal surge of energy rising from beneath him. Instantly, a massive purple energy orb erupted from the ground. Shin Menchul gritted his teeth, bracing himself to withstand the full force of the blast. His body trembled violently under the horrific pressure, blood spurting from his wounds. From a distance, Michael witnessed the scene in horror, desperately calling out Shin Menchul's name. As the energy dissipated, Shin Menchul remained standing, facing the dark-haired guardian. The dark-haired guardian warned that Shin Menchul had lost control of his mana and was practically dead. Rushing forward would only turn his remaining moments into agony. Yet, Shin Menchul merely stared blankly, causing the dark-haired guardian to wonder if he even registered his words. Despite the warning, Shin Menchul raised his fist, preparing for one final attack. The dark-haired guardian believed this to be Shin Menchul's final strike, as his body was visibly beginning to disintegrate. He was confident that merely blocking this final punch would bring the battle to an end. As the two fists hurtled toward each other, the dark-haired guardian focused his entire will to parry the decisive blow. Shin Menchul's fiery punch shattered his opponent's defenses amid the sound of cracking bones. The horrific power tore straight through the dark, hair, guardian's arm, causing blood to splatter. A colossal purple energy explosion erupted from the epicenter of the collision. From afar, an injured brown-haired man cried out in terror as he witnessed the destructive power. He stared in shock as the purple smoke gradually cleared, revealing the battle's conclusion. In utter horror, he realized what had transpired. Shin Menchul had pierced straight through the dark, hair, guardian's body, causing the observer to scream his name. With blazing purple eyes, the dark, hair, guardian looked down in profound disbelief. Blood spurted from his mouth as the punch completely overwhelmed him. Both exhausted warriors fell freely into the deep abyss carved out by their battle. At a temporary hideout in the Nanhai district of Foshan, the situation was extremely tense. A purple-bearded elder reported that although their lord's wounds had stopped bleeding, he had yet to regain consciousness. The Yellow Glasses leader angrily wondered why things had devolved to this point when they were so close to success. He asked about the number of survivors and was informed that only about 200 people remained. With a look of utter indignation, the Yellow Glasses leader gritted his teeth and stated that only 4 elders remained, including himself. He declared that it was not too late, and ordered preparations to move Lord Ashimoda immediately. His plan was to blend in with the refugee crowd to make their escape. A bald elder worried that Ashimoda's injuries were too severe, and attempting to break through the encirclement would be suicide. However, the Yellow Glasses leader asserted that if they remained, they would all surely perish anyway. A subordinate reported to the Yellow Glasses Great Elder that the enemy was evacuating civilians and planning to bomb the area. The Great Elder was reassured that the mana barrier surrounding the building remained intact. However, he suddenly stopped short as he realized something was amiss. He was just thinking that if the Great Elder's barrier was still holding, then, at that very moment, an explosion rang out. When the smoke cleared, Ashimoda appeared riddled with injuries, leaving the Great Elder horrified and questioning what had transpired. He screamed Ashimoda's name and charged forward. Staggering from exhaustion, the Great Elder was informed by a fellow elder that they had depleted all their reserve dark mana, yet Ashimoda remained unconscious. While cradling Ashimoda's unconscious body, he was advised by another elder to accept reality, as they had nothing left to give. From a distance, a group of men in suits lay hidden in the brush, observing the situation. Through the scope, a voice confirmed that Idris had allied with Ashimoda and ordered the operation to commence in 10 minutes. The bald commander with a goatee reported that approximately 150 enemies were stationed outside the building. A subordinate added that the remaining elders were certainly located inside. The entire unit was reminded that the party leadership was watching, so failure was not an option. The suited spear force confidently declared they would take care of everything. A pale-skinned superior questioned whether executing the operation themselves was advisable, but the commander asserted that crisis presented a major opportunity. The superior explained that the United States had lost most of its hunters during this battle. With Shin Menchul dead and Ashimoda dying, they could advance their hunter technology significantly if they secured Ashimoda's genetic material. At that point, possessing the world's strongest hunters would simply be a matter of time. The bald commander gritted his teeth and decisively gave the order to commence the operation. Idris unleashed a torrent of purple dark energy, halting the attack of the suited forces. The attacking force was flung backward by his power, screaming in agony. The bald commander frowned, demanding an update on the status of Teams 4 and 5. After receiving the report, he ordered the remaining teams to disregard the elders and push forward inside. The commander emphatically demanded that his subordinates secure Ashimoda as quickly as possible, whether dead or alive. Suddenly, he recoiled, sensing something profoundly unnatural. A surge of purple energy began radiating from the fractured earth beneath him. Both the commander and his subordinate were terrified, as they were engulfed by the overwhelming energy. Amidst the chaotic scene, a brown-haired man stood firm among the energy tendrils. His eyes flashed with a determined resolve. Meanwhile, the severely wounded Idris realized he had only one choice remaining: self-sacrifice. A gray-bearded elder explained that, since Shin Menchul was deceased, no one could stand against Lord Ashimoda. Idris revealed that with his final attack, he had successfully trapped Hunter Limitless Joseph Kyle within the Black Iron domain. He commanded the elder to prepare, as he was about to transfer his entire reserve of mana and life force to Ashimoda. Idris instructed his loyal subordinate to serve the new master just as faithfully as he had served him. He roared in agony as his body began to dissolve within a vortex of dark energy. Idris's eyes flared with blinding purple light during his final, agonizing scream. A moment later, Ashimoda awoke under the care of the elder and an aide. His first question concerned Idris's whereabouts, but the elder could only respond with silence. The elder attempted to soothe the agitated Ashimoda, but he violently swatted the hand away. In a fit of pure rage, Ashimoda seized the elder's cloak. He rose to his feet, screaming Idris's name in anguish. The aide urgently pleaded with Ashimoda to calm down and stabilize his chaotic mana flow. The aide reminded him that the great elder's sacrifice would be rendered meaningless, and at that very moment, a colossal surge of purple energy erupted from Ashimoda. Drowning in his newfound power, Ashimoda felt the agonizing weight of Idris's sacrifice. A squad of spear-wielding soldiers watched in terror as Ashimoda suddenly materialized. They realized his energy signature was now even more potent than Shin Menchul's. Ashimoda raised his hand, unleashing a devastating attack toward them. In a single instant, the entire force was ripped to shreds. The elder and the remaining subordinates pleaded with Ashimoda to escape while they distracted the enemy, but Ashimoda declared he would never leave while his enemies still drew breath. With blazing eyes, he vowed that he would not allow anyone else to sacrifice themselves on his behalf. Hovering in the air, Ashimoda named his remaining enemies: Shim Unseo, Park Mu-young, and the American hunters. He swore to build a mountain of corpses so high it would eclipse the sun, plunging the world into eternal darkness. Now, possessing a new, authoritative presence, Ashimoda sat upon a throne. Before him, a cohort of loyal subordinates had gathered, prepared for the coming war. Elsewhere, Park Mu-young, wearing a grim expression, spoke Ashimoda's name. Facing Park Mu-young, Ashimoda's subordinate smiled and remarked that he didn't seem surprised by his appearance. Jennifer stated that they had been mentally preparing ever since they heard the Chinese hunters had been taken down. Ashimoda's subordinate stared intently, beginning to list the enemies who had just arrived. He listed the first name, Park Mu-young. Next was Shim Unseo. Then came Ethan Mark and Katherine Johnson. Finally, Rick Blaze. When all the key members were present, the minions scoffed, while Jennifer asserted that they knew the consequences if he were allowed to escape. The arrogant minion asked if they truly believed they could defeat him. He continued to mock them, asking if they were waiting for a futile nuclear strike and wondering how long it would take to arrive. Suddenly, he launched a brutal attack and declared that the only reason they were still alive was because he was holding back. Katherine Johnson screamed Mark's name in horror as Ethan Mark took the full force of the blow. Ethan Mark was sent flying, and the minion boasted that he could finish all of them off in less than a minute. Rick Blaze staggered from the aftershock of the attack. The minion pointed, using invisible force to lift Rick Blaze into the air, and stated that they were the ones who would have to deal with the nuclear explosion. He mocked Rick's regeneration ability as sharp black crystals began to encase his body. After completely freezing Rick in dark matter, the minion warned that Joseph Kyle would not be able to save him. He revealed that he had inherited Idris's power, and declared that Rick would never escape the Black Iron domain. Just then, Park Mu-young and Jennifer rushed in to attack, forcing the minion to admit that he understood why they hadn't appeared in yesterday's battle. Park Mu-young roared that the enemy should have prepared for a nuclear attack, and simultaneously lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Despite this, Park Mu-young coughed up blood, admitting that the power difference between them was too vast. Jennifer immediately followed up with a powerful kick that struck the minion. The minion wondered if that attack had been ordered by Shin Menchul, or if it was his final command before death. He looked at his opponents with a confident expression, completely unfazed by the attacks. Suddenly, a hooded figure appeared, forcing Park Mu-young to question the stranger's identity because it wasn't Shim Unseo. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a lavender-haired hooded mage recognized the opponent as belonging to the tyrant Zeros's clan, astonished that a single attack had broken his arm. A blonde woman anxiously called his name, Jerome, and asked if he could stand. Jerome explained that he was trying to use a welcoming spell to buy time. However, he confessed that he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long because he had lost most of his mana during the spatial transit. Hearing that name, the minion smirked and seemed to realize something. He recalled the image of Jerome, the renowned archmage. The scene shifted to 12 hours earlier, at Idris's laboratory in Namhae district. There, Park Mu-young confirmed that his team and Jennifer had just arrived. Jennifer commented that the enemy had committed all their forces to the battle, concentrating their army around their general and leaving the laboratory completely unguarded. A dark-haired teammate reiterated intelligence from Mikhail Voskov, stating that the enemy intended to open a spatial gate to Angelus after conquering this world. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and they realized the enemy had clearly manufactured a device capable of opening a spatial gate. Before them was a giant red crystal mass glowing brilliantly. Park Mu-young affirmed that they had found their target. Jennifer and the dark-haired teammate were astonished by the massive mana stone, confirming it was exactly as the general had described. Standing alone, Park Mu-young deduced that the enemy's teleportation gate technology was still incomplete, which was why they couldn't send many troops through. He asserted that, if they could, the war would have ended long ago, and mentioned that they had found their research notes. Jennifer reported from the computer that currently, the teleportation gate could only be used to transport a single person. Park Moo-young repeated the information only one person, while the teammates who had just arrived from Angeles looked worried. Park Moo-young smirked, seemingly having an idea. He thought that everyone was thinking of the same person. The Archmage of Angelus, Jerome. A muscular, dark-haired enemy confronted Jerome and his comrades, asking defiantly, "So what?" He explained that summoning Archmage Jerome was useless, as those who came from Angelus lost most of their mana. He confidently declared that they lacked dark mana for rapid recovery, and Jerome in his current state couldn't even injure him. The enemy declared he would add Jerome to the pile of corpses, and then charged forward. He instantly appeared behind Jerome with terrifying speed. With glowing eyes, he mocked that Jerome couldn't even react in time. Jerome's blonde female comrade threw a punch toward the enemy. The bearded male comrade also rushed in to attack. The enemy easily dodged the attacks while Jerome attempted to raise his hand in defense. He whispered to the terrified Jerome that no one could change this outcome. A voice echoed from behind, asking in return if he was referring to the outcome where he himself would die. The enemy turned around, stunned by the sudden appearance of Park Moo-young. A blonde swordsman appeared to be unleashing a powerful surge of electrical energy. In another scene, a question echoed across the night sky, inquiring about Minchial's whereabouts. Outside a medical tent, a group of people were discussing, worried about whether the person inside would wake up. Section 2, Seconds. Dr. Phil Morris admitted that he couldn't say anything for certain. He explained to Katherine Johnson, Rick Blaze, and Ethan Mark that Shin Menchul's survival was already a miracle, as even A-rank hunters couldn't have endured that. Phil Morris believed that Shin Menchul was only holding on due to his own extraordinary willpower. However, he seriously warned that saving his life right now wouldn't solve the core problem. Inside the tent, Shin Menchul lay motionless, his body riddled with injuries and wires, devoid of any hunter power. Phil Morris concluded that he had fought until the very end by burning his own life force. Ethan Mark commented that his condition was equivalent to being forced to use the power of 100 enhancement drugs simultaneously. Immediately after, Ethan Mark roared in anger, unable to believe the order to retreat. Katherine Johnson confirmed she had received the same order, further infuriating Ethan Mark. She explained that their superiors believed the threat from Ashimoto had diminished after analysts reviewed the battle. They concluded that both parties were severely injured, and Ashimoto was incapable of recovery. Ethan Mark vehemently protested, arguing that this was the time to attack and finish the enemy, not retreat. Katherine coldly replied that he knew exactly what their superiors truly wanted. Ethan grabbed her collar, angrily asking if their superiors were satisfied watching both enemies destroy each other, while she explained they did not want to waste manpower on another country's problems. Katherine announced that Chairman Han Geng would take over the situation, and their mission now was to find a way to bring their leader back. Ethan cursed their superior's decision through gritted teeth, when suddenly, 3 unfamiliar figures appeared right behind him. Ethan Mark furiously questioned the newly arrived Shim Unseo and Park Moo-young, demanding to know where they had been. When Park Moo-young started blaming them for Shin Menchul's condition, Shim Unseo stopped him, saying they were merely following the general's orders. Shim Unseo offered to explain everything, but the hooded figure in Ethan's group cautiously asked who she was. The scene shifted to a dark room, illuminated only by a single light bulb. Under the light, Jerome sadly looked down at Shin Menchul's unconscious, heavily injured body and called him General. Jerome mused that no one wished for Shin Menchul to have a peaceful life more than he did. Looking at Shin Menchul's scarred arm, Jerome sighed again, lamenting that Angelus had once more caused him trouble. Jerome revealed that he had been prepared ever since discovering Idris's magic formation, and a complex magic circle began to glow on his hand. A pillar of purple light suddenly erupted from the floor, signaling the activation of the spell. Jerome looked up in surprise as he sensed an unexpected interruption. Shin Menchul had woken up and used his last bit of strength to grab Jerome's hand, weakly asking what he was doing. Jerome was astonished, explaining that he had finished the treatment, but Shin Menchul hadn't been supposed to wake up yet. A blonde envoy appeared, stating that he was there with the permission of His Majesty Arslan. Shin Menchul sat up, irritably wondering if Arslan had lost his mind to send Angela's greatest sage here. Jerome smiled, asking if Shin Menchul had overused his mana because he trusted that Jerome would arrive. Shin Menchul thought to himself that a general would never take such a reckless risk. Back outside, Shim Unseo, Ethan Mark, and Rick Blaze simultaneously stared forward in astonishment. Shin Menchul, fully recovered, appeared alongside Jerome and smirked, asking why everyone was looking at him that way. Immediately afterward, Shin Menchul delivered a devastating punch to Ethan Mark's face. Shin Menchul landed a powerful blow on the opponent. He ordered everyone to step back, declaring this a battle between him and Ashimoda. Ashimoda gritted his teeth, astonished, and asked how Shin Menchul could have recovered so quickly. Shin Menchul smiled, replying that his side had an exceptional mage. Ashimoda narrowed his eyes in anger upon hearing that this friend was even more talented than Idris. He immediately summoned dark magic, creating shadowy tentacles and crackling purple energy. Ashimoda charged forward, enveloped in a massive mass of dark energy. Shin Menchul stood calmly as the mass of energy hurtled toward him. He effortlessly blocked the attack with just one hand, causing a massive collision. With a determined gaze, Shin Menchul declared that he would end this game immediately. Ashimoda was stunned, asking why Shin Menchul's subordinates were nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, along an escape route, Idris's subordinates were hiding. A man wearing glasses blocked their path, mocking that they would never see their comrades again. Mr. Turner appeared in front of this group. Immediately, a hooded subordinate lunged forward and grabbed Mr. Turner's collar. Elsewhere, Tono Sandhagen activated Limitless Mode, and his demigod's eye flashed. Returning to the battle, Ashimoda continued his assault with the mass of dark energy. Shin Menchul swiftly dodged, leaping over the fragments of energy. Enveloped in lightning, he shot into the air and questioned Ashimoda about becoming a mage after absorbing Idris. Shin Menchul easily broke Ashimoda's pincer attack. He scoffed that it seemed their family had a generational feud, as both father and son were destined to die by the same person's hand. Ashimoda roared in fury, unable to believe what he had just heard. Shin Menchul broke Ashimoda's arm and casually asked if he truly didn't know. He revealed that he was the one who ended the 200-year war in Angelus by beheading Zeros. Ashimoda froze, his eyes wide with horror at the truth that had just been exposed. The horror quickly transformed into a maniacal burst of laughter. Hovering in midair, Ashimoda stated that he hoped it was true. His face contorted with extreme excitement. He screamed that killing Shin Menchul would prove he had surpassed his own father. Shin Menchul coldly used a kick to sweep Ashimoda's arm away. Ashimoda was repelled, hovering amidst a massive vortex of purple dark energy. He began gathering a sphere of dark energy in his palm. Explosive energy enveloped his body, causing his hair to turn white. Ashimoda completed his transformation, standing amidst surging torrents of dark magic. With white hair and blazing eyes, he faced his opponent with absolute confidence. He unleashed his full power into a colossal purple energy beam. The destructive torrent of energy hurtled toward Shin Menchul. The entire area was engulfed in a terrifying explosion of dark magic. Amidst the storm of dark magic, Shin Menchul realized this battle would be decided by the sword. He summoned a great sword made of blue energy, radiating powerful streams of lightning. Shin Menchul charged forward, swinging his sword straight into Ashimoda's colossal mass of dark magic. He used the lightning greatsword technique, unleashing a slash of light that ripped through the darkness. Facing the attack, Ashimoda issued a challenge, preparing to unleash the fifth form, Thunder God's Divine Strike. A blinding flash of light erupted as the two terrifying streams of power collided. Ashimoda looked bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. On the battlefield, a colossal spirit avatar of Shin Menchul had manifested, towering beneath the moonlight. The spirit avatar raised its greatsword high, aiming directly at the tiny, astonished Ashimoda standing below. A colossal streak of light was swung down with terrifying speed. The slash of light engulfed everything in a torrent of pure energy. Ashimoda could only scream in despair as he was consumed by the destructive torrent of light. Blood splattered as Ashimoda's body was flung into the air following the fatal attack. From a distance, Jerome's group witnessed the colossal wall of darkness, gradually dissolving. The horrific wound on Ashimoda's neck confirmed the battle was over. His body began to disintegrate, merging into the fading darkness. As the magical darkness vanished, Park Moo-young and Shim Un-seo suddenly appeared. Park Moo-young asked Shim Un-seo about dealing with the remnants, and she replied that she had already received word from Turner. Elsewhere, Mr. Turner stood in the middle of the forest, seemingly involved in the incident. Mr. Turner walked away after reporting that none of Idris's subordinates had survived. Shim Un-seo explained to Park Moo-young that the limitless mode causes extreme strain on the body, especially for Turner, and he can only use it a limited number of times in his life. Park Moo-young turned to Shin Menchul, remarking that he had finally mastered the Thunder God. With electricity flashing in his hand, Shin Menchul said he had Ashimoda to thank for that, adding that his mana quality had also improved after his recovery. Jennifer angrily confronted Shin Menchul, asking if he knew how worried she had been and forbidding him from planning such a reckless operation again. Shin Menchul sighed, promising there wouldn't be a next time. He smiled serenely, declaring that from now on, he would enjoy a peaceful retirement. Park Mu-young exclaimed that since Shin Menchul was the god of war, trouble would surely find him. Annoyed, Shin Menchul lightly tapped Park Mu-young on the head and told him not to jinx it. In Beijing, Shim Unseo informed Han Zheng and another official that Chairman Han Geng and the party leaders were waiting for them. Back at the scene, Shin Menchul told the others to take care of the rest, as his role here was finished. Shim Unseo sternly ordered them to make it clear that there would be no good outcome for either side if they dared to interfere with them again. A hidden observer noted that Ashimoto was dead and his organization had been destroyed. The observer continued to muse, astonished that Shin Menchul, Park Mu-young, and Shim Unseo were all completely unharmed. Furthermore, even the Archmage Jerome had joined their faction. The observer concluded that, from now on, the world order would be reshaped around this group, and the higher-ups had no choice but to accept this chaotic situation. Jennifer asked Shin Menchul if he had forgotten their promise, and he confirmed that he still remembered. She assured him that as long as it didn't go against his principles, she would eliminate anyone he wanted, whenever he wanted. Hearing that, Shim Unseo smiled faintly. Park Mu-young asked Ethan Mark about his and Shin Menchul's plans upon returning to Korea, and Ethan replied that they would live a carefree life. Nevertheless, Ethan grinned and said he had a bad feeling that he would clash with Park Mu-young again someday. In response, Park Mu-young simply smiled confidently. Just then, Rick Blaze cheerfully raised his phone and called everyone over to take a commemorative photo. Rick took a selfie of the entire group, including Shin Menchul, Jennifer, Park Mu-young, Ethan Mark, Jerome, and another lavender-haired woman. In Korea, inside the Hwadam law office, one person looked utterly astonished. Oh Myung-hwan was severely shocked to see Shin Menchul and asked when he had returned. Shin Menchul, wearing a tracksuit, calmly replied that he had been back for 2 days. Oh Myung-hwan angrily questioned why Menchul had disappeared for an entire year without a word, but he simply replied that things just happened. When Oh Myung-hwan anxiously asked if he planned to leave again, Menchul reassured him that he wouldn't, because being away from home was truly hell. Shin Menchul then asked Oh Myung-hwan to find a house in Bongcheon-dong large enough for 4 people. Oh Myung-hwan asked, confused, why it had to be 4 people. Shin Menchul revealed that Jerome had also arrived on Earth a few days ago. Oh Myung-hwan screamed in panic, wondering if there was a highway from Angeles to Earth that allowed everyone to travel so freely. Menchul explained that Jerome was the last person who could cross over because they had run out of mana stones. Hearing that, Oh Myung-hwan let out a sigh that was both relieved and exhausted. He suspiciously asked if the 4 of them were conspiring to conquer Earth. Shin Menchul took a sip of his drink, complaining about his aching back, and revealed that, counting his time spent on Angeles, he was now over 240 years old. He flashed a terrifying grin and declared that he would show no mercy to anyone who dared to interfere with his retirement plans.